Chapter 1. So this is what it feels like to kidnap a beautiful girl. Standing atop the Tokyo Tower, Lin Tian clutched the lingering fragrance of Mouri Ran, which gradually dissipated with the gentle caress of the wind. It was now midnight. The staff at the Tokyo Tower had long since concluded their shifts. Here, only Lin Tian and the unconscious Mouri Ran lay on the ground. Mouri Ran had been peacefully slumbering in her bed at home when Lin Tian, employing a drug, rendered her unconscious and brought her to this location in secrecy. Lin Tian was not a native of this world. 3 days prior, he had unexpectedly acquired a judgment system and was transported to this realm. Upon his arrival, he discovered a remarkable transformation in his physique, suddenly appearing much younger. The judgment system had also endowed him with fluency in Japanese. During these past few days, through adaptation and exploration, Lin Tian came to understand the nature of this world. Moreover, he delved deeply into the functionalities of the judgment system. He realized that by judging evildoers and wrongdoers, he could earn rewards from the system. Furthermore, the more severe the crimes of the judged individuals, the greater the rewards he would receive. For Lin Tian, this was undoubtedly a tremendous opportunity. In a world rife with crime, he need not worry about the absence of evildoers. The judgment system would also randomly issue various tasks, often challenging in nature, but yielding substantial rewards upon completion. Failure to accomplish these tasks would incur no penalties for Lin Tian. Thus, the decision to accept the task rested solely upon his own volition. The first task Lin Tian received was to recruit Mouri Ran to his side. Mouri Ran slowly opened her eyes, her vision greeted by the luminous moon hanging high in the sky. The radiant moonlight poured down, somewhat blinding, prompting her to instinctively shield her eyes with her hand. "Where am I?" Mouri Ran murmured, her heart brimming with confusion and unease. She strained to recollect, but found herself utterly at a loss as to how she had arrived in this place. Rubbing her forehead in an attempt to clear her mind, she gradually sat up. As the chill of the ground seeped into her, her bewilderment intensified. Mouri Ran meticulously recalled her last memory. She had been sleeping at home, only to awaken here. Rising to her feet, she gently massaged her forehead, still feeling dazed. She scanned her surroundings, seeking any clues or familiar sights. At that moment, Mouri Ran's gaze fell upon a figure. Upon closer inspection, she recognized Lin Tian standing quietly at the edge of the Tokyo Tower, his back turned to her, seemingly lost in thought. "Don't stand there, it's dangerous." Mouri Ran, kind-hearted by nature, felt an involuntary surge of concern as she observed Lin Tian precariously positioned at the edge of the tower. After all, the height was 300 meters above the ground, and a fall would surely be fatal. Lin Tian turned to face her, noticing the worry etched on Mouri Ran's face. "Mouri Ran, you finally awakened." Lin Tian carefully scrutinized Mouri Ran's beautiful visage, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Mouri Ran, taken aback by Lin Tian's words, blinked in surprise. Having never encountered Lin Tian before, she was bewildered as to how he knew her name. "How do you know my name?" Mouri Ran inquired, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian, curiosity evident in her voice. "I saw your name on the notebook by your bedside." Lin Tian refrained from divulging the truth, recognizing that revealing his otherworldly origins would be unwise. "By my bedside, my notebook. You've been in my bedroom? Did you bring me here?" In an instant, Mouri Ran pieced together the situation, her fists clenched as she prepared for a potential confrontation. She resolved that if Lin Tian were indeed a villain, she would not hesitate to subdue him. Having recently claimed victory in the National Karate Championship, Mouri Ran was confident in her prowess, believing Lin Tian to be no match for her. "Indeed, I have been to your bedroom, and it was I who brought you here." Lin Tian nodded, not intending to conceal this fact. "Why did you bring me here? What do you intend to do?" Mouri Ran regarded Lin Tian with suspicion, eager to discern his motives. Though she was a formidable karate expert, she had no inclination to believe that Lin Tian posed any threat to her. "Mouri Ran, I wish for you to work for me in the future." Lin Tian gazed at the exquisite Mouri Ran before articulating his intentions. Mouri Ran, upon hearing this, felt a mix of shock and disbelief. Initially, She had assumed Lin Tian's actions were motivated by kidnapping or extortion. Is that truly all you want? Mouri Ran questioned Lin Tian, her confusion palpable. To her, if that were the case, he could have simply approached her openly at the Mouri Detective Agency. That is indeed my sole purpose, Lin Tian affirmed, his sincerity evident in his tone. Seeing Lin Tian's earnestness, Mouri Ran felt a wave of relief wash over her, her guard lowering. I'm sorry. I'm currently a student and have no time for other commitments. You should seek someone else. It's getting late. I need to go home and sleep. Mouri Ran resolutely rejected Lin Tian's proposition. Upon hearing her firm refusal, Lin Tian was not taken aback. After all, today marked their first encounter, and under such circumstances, it was only natural for Mouri Ran to distrust him. Stop her! Lin Tian commanded the Shadow Legion, a gift from the Judgement System. He was now capable of summoning the Shadow Legion flawlessly, unaffected in the least. Several shadowy ninjas emerged from the darkness, extending their hands to intercept Mouri Ran, while dozens of them materialized around her. Mouri Ran was startled by the sudden appearance of the shadowy ninjas, hastily preparing for combat. Mouri Ran, you cannot leave without my permission. Lin Tian advanced step by step towards Mouri Ran. Who are you? What do you want? Mouri Ran clenched her fists, warily observing Lin Tian. In her mind, she anxiously thought, Father, Shinichi, please come save me. I am a good person. As for what I want, I have already stated. I require you to work for me in the future. Lin Tian halted 3 meters away from Mouri Ran, unwilling to approach her just yet. After all, Lin Tian's physical condition was only slightly superior to that of his peers, and he possessed no combat skills. In a straightforward confrontation, he would be no match for Mouri Ran, who would easily subdue him. Mouri Ran's eyes reflected her distrust, musing, humph, he speaks without a hint of shame, surrounded by masked figures. They might as well be members of a gang, yet he dares to claim to be a good person. How shameless. Humph, can a good person sneak into my room and bring me here? Do good people need to wear masks? Having witnessed the Shadow Ninja's appearance, Mouri Ran was unconvinced of Lin Tian's claims of benevolence. She firmly believed him to be a member of the underworld. I brought you here for the sake of convenience. There are matters that cannot be overheard by others. Now, you may leave. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively, as though it were a trivial gesture. Yet, this seemingly simple action caused the dozens of shadow ninjas to vanish without a trace, as if they had never existed. Their departure was so swift and silent that it jogged Mouri Ran's memory of their earlier, mysterious entrance. How is this possible? Where did they go? Mouri Ran's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the shadow ninjas disappear instantaneously, her heart filled with shock and confusion. The speed of these shadow ninjas was astonishing, leaving her in a state of incredulity. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air, leaving no remnants behind. Mouri Ran rubbed her eyes, questioning whether she had imagined it all. Yet, the undeniable reality before her compelled her to accept this astonishing truth. Mouri Ran's face was etched with disbelief, her heart racing with fear as she thought. Ghosts. They must be ghosts. Daddy, please come save me. I do not wish to be devoured by a phantom. They have ventured into the Shadow Kingdom. Lin Tian explained to Mouri Ran while meticulously observing her. At the slightest indication of her taking action, he would summon the Shadow Ninjas to ensure his safety. Mouri Ran, however, found herself unsettled under his scrutinizing gaze. Her body trembled slightly, seemingly gripped by fear of Lin Tian. Yet, she endeavored to maintain a facade of composure, attempting to project a semblance of strength. The Shadow Kingdom? Upon hearing this unfamiliar term, Mouri Ran furrowed her brow, a look of confusion crossing her face. She racked her brain, but could not recall any previous tales regarding the Shadow Kingdom. As long as you do my bidding, you will come to understand what that place is, Lin Tian said with a smile directed at Mouri Ran. He was confident that once she agreed to assist him, she would ultimately uncover the secrets of the Shadow Kingdom. One can tell from a name that it is not a pleasant place. Mouri Ran retorted, regarding Lin Tian with evident disdain. She had no desire to venture into such a grim and terrifying realm, nor did she wish to serve this seemingly malevolent individual. I have no interest in knowing what that place is, nor will I do your bidding, Mouri Ran declared, shaking her head resolutely. She prided herself on being a brave and righteous girl. How could she possibly yield to a villain? Lin Tian, noting the determination in Mouri Ran's eyes, let out a silent sigh. It appeared that without employing some extraordinary means, persuading her to acquiesce would prove exceedingly difficult. Is that so? A subtle smile played at the corners of Lin Tian's mouth, exuding confidence. He believed that with the right approach, Mouri Ran would eventually submit to his will. No one could escape his grasp. As Mouri Ran observed the smile on Lin Tian's face, an ominous premonition began to swell within her. She sensed that Lin Tian harbored secrets unknown to others, and his intentions were undoubtedly far from simple. Lin Tian's gaze sharpened as he mentally commanded the shadow ninjas. Responding to his directive, one of the ninjas stealthily emerged from Mouri Ran's shadow. First, it peeked out with half its head and 2 arms. Then, with a swiftness that was almost lightning quick, it seized Mouri Ran's ankles, rendering her immobile. Ah! Mouri Ran shrieked in terror at this sudden turn of events. Ghost! Her fright intensified upon recognizing the shadow ninja before her, especially the half-hidden face lurking in the darkness, sending chills down her spine. Despite Mouri Ran's extraordinary combat prowess, she possessed a profound weakness, a deep-seated fear of phantoms and supernatural entities. In the face of such horrors, her reactions mirrored those of an ordinary girl. Lin Tian was not surprised by Mouri Ran's response. As a traveler from another realm, he understood precisely what frightened her. Although Mouri Ran's screams were loud, they were insignificant at an altitude of 300 meters. At such heights, her cries seemed feeble and powerless. No matter how loudly she shouted, her voice would not reach the ground. Thus, Lin Tian harbored no concerns about anyone overhearing her cries and intervening. Enough! Lin Tian's voice suddenly resonated through the air, imbued with an invisible pressure that commanded obedience. Upon hearing his voice, Mouri Ran's heart quaked, and fear compelled her to cease her screaming at once. She gazed at Lin Tian, her eyes reflecting profound terror. She had never fathomed that a single individual could evoke such fear, leaving her feeling helpless and desolate. Lin Tian's gaze was as cold as ice as he continued. Mouri Ran, the shadow ninjas can meld into shadows, traversing any surface or wall at will. Their existence is akin to that of ghosts, making them nearly impossible to defend against. Should I desire, I can command the shadow ninjas to eliminate anyone in this world. His words pierced Mouri Ran's heart like a sharpened blade, draining the color from her face. Having witnessed Lin Tian's power, she recognized that his claims were not mere fabrications. A wave of concern washed over her for the safety of her family, particularly for Kogoro Mouri and Ai Kisaki. Her eyes widened in alarm as she anxiously inquired, "What do you want from me?" Mouri Ran, you surely do not wish for any misfortune to befall your parents, do you? If you want to spare them from harm, then obediently do my bidding and refrain from any resistance. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Lin Tian's tone conveyed a resolute authority that brooked no dissent. In Mouri Ran's heart, Kogoro Mouri and Ai Kisaki were undoubtedly the 2 individuals she held most dear and cared for deeply. The shadow ninjas could effortlessly merge with shadows and emerge from them, implying that should Lin Tian wish to harm Ai Kisaki or Kogoro Mouri, even with their police protection at home, they would not be safe. Mouri Ran dared not contemplate the possibility that both Heiji Hattori and Kogoro Mouri might truly meet with misfortune. She wondered how she would survive such a fate. As this thought crossed her mind, her body involuntarily trembled, and her lips quivered slightly. "Do you not realize that this is illegal?" Mouri Ran uttered, her voice shaking. "Of course I know," Lin Tian replied calmly. "Then why do you dare to act in such a manner?" Ran Mouri asked incredulously. "Do you truly believe the police can apprehend a shadow?" Lin Tian retorted nonchalantly. This statement left Ran momentarily speechless, unable to formulate a counterargument. Indeed, given that these shadow ninjas can merge seamlessly with the darkness, how could the police possibly capture them with ease? "Ran, tell me your choice," Lin Tian said. Gazing steadily at her, confident that she would make the right decision, Ran looked at the shadow ninja gripping her ankle. her thoughts drifting to the beloved Eri Kisaki and Kagoro Mori. She did not wish for any harm to befall them. Taking a deep breath, Ran resolved herself. "I promise you," she said, "I will do things for you in the future. Just please, do not harm my parents." Morlin gazed at Lin Tian with pleading eyes, tears cascading down her beautiful cheeks. The sight of Morlin, so pitiful and vulnerable, tugged at one's heartstrings. "As long as you commit yourself to serving me diligently, I will ensure your parents remain unharmed," Lin Tian assured Morlin. A sense of relief washed over her. With a casual wave of his hand, the shadowy ninja released its grip on Morlin's ankle and swiftly melded into her shadow, vanishing without a trace. Though this was not the first time Morlin had witnessed such a scene, she remained profoundly shaken and astonished. The enigmatic and formidable power left her in deep contemplation, subtly altering her perception of the world. Lin Tian retrieved a contract from the realm of the Judgement System. "Sign this, and you shall become a member of the Judgment Alliance." He placed the contract and a pen before Morlin. Upon examining the document, she realized it was indeed a contract of servitude. "Is this a contract of servitude?" Morlin raised her head, a reluctant expression gracing her features. Her agreement to serve Lin Tian was merely a temporary measure. She intended to find a way to persuade him to release her in the future. "Indeed. Will you sign or not?" Lin Tian's tone was icy as he inquired of Mao Lilan. Mao Lilan's countenance was exceedingly grim, yet she understood that she could not refuse. "I agree," Mouri Ran said through gritted teeth. She picked up the pen and inscribed her name upon the contract of servitude. "Here you go." Mouri Ran's mood was exceedingly poor as she directly handed the contract of servitude to Lin Tian. Lin Tian accepted the contract from Mouri Ran's hands. The voice of the Judgement System echoed in Lin Tian's mind. "Task completed. Recruit Mouri Ran. Reward, invisibility ability." This voice was audible solely to Lin Tian, imperceptible to others. Hearing the voice of the Judgement System, Lin Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. In his mind, he commanded the Judgement System. Open personal panel. System owner, Lin Tian. Martial arts, none. Superpower, summon Shadow Legion, invisibility ability. Subordinate, Mouri Ran. Treasures, none. A golden screen materialized before Lin Tian's eyes, visible only to him. The Judgement System possessed another function. It could bestow a portion of its superpowers to subordinates. Whether or not these powers were granted would not affect Lin Tian's abilities in the slightest. Furthermore, Lin Tian could retract any bestowed abilities at will. "Lin Tian, may I propose a condition?" Mouri Ran cautiously regarded Lin Tian as she inquired. "What conditions?" Lin Tian inquired with curiosity as he gazed at Mouri Ran, eager to discern the nature of her stipulations. "Please do not ask me to engage in any unlawful activities," Mouri Ran replied, her eyes reflecting her apprehension of a potential rejection from Lin Tian. Lin Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating the gravity of the situation. While privately adjudicating the wicked may provide a sense of satisfaction to the masses, it nonetheless constitutes a violation of the law. "This matter is beyond your control." Without hesitation, Lin Tian firmly declined Mouri Ran's request. "You." Mao Lilan gritted her teeth, appearing quite helpless. The sharp and urgent chime of a ringtone shattered the tranquility of the air. Mao Lilan furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of irritation crossing her mind. Instinctively, she reached into her pocket and retrieved her phone, the screen illuminating with the name of Kudo Shinichi. Her frown deepened. In Mao Lilan's eyes, although Kudo Shinichi was remarkably intelligent and hailed as the Sherlock Holmes of the Heisei era, the savior of the Japanese police, he remained powerless against supernatural forces. Unable to assist her. "Who is calling?" Lin Tian asked, glancing at Mao Lilan with a puzzled expression. Mao Lilan hesitated, seemingly unsure whether to respond. After a few seconds, she replied softly, "It's Shinichi." "Hand me the phone," Lin Tian commanded with a tone of unwavering authority. Mao Lilan felt a tightening in her chest, fully aware that she could not resist at that moment. Reluctantly, she bit her lip and handed the phone to Lin Tian. Her eyes filled with anxiety and dread as she watched him. Upon receiving the phone, Lin Tian immediately answered the call and activated the speaker function. The excited voice of Kudo Shinichi resonated from the phone. "Xiaolan, I have good news. I just solved a murder case. The culprit was exceptionally cunning, leaving almost no clues. If it weren't for me, Officer Mumu and his team would never have apprehended the murderer. I happen to be free tomorrow. Let us go to the tropical paradise together." Mao Lilan was not surprised by Kudo Shinichi's words. He had always informed her promptly after solving a case. "Lin Tian, Holding the phone, spoke in a cold voice, Xiaolan has plans tomorrow and will not accompany you to the tropical paradise. Kudo Shinichi had known Mao Lilan since they were children, and her voice was unmistakably familiar to him. The phone echoed with his confused and anxious tone. Who are you? How do you have Xiaolan's phone? Where is she? Lin Tian replied, his voice as frigid as before. Xiaolan is right beside me. Kudo Shinichi's voice conveyed disbelief and alarm. That's impossible. It's late at night. Xiaolan cannot possibly be with you. Lin Tian could sense the rising panic in Kudo Shinichi's voice. He then glanced at Mao Lilan, gesturing for her to speak. A hint of regret flickered in her eyes as she thought, Shinichi, I do this for the safety of my parents. I hope you can understand. Mao Lilan moved closer to Lin Tian and said, Shinichi, I have something to attend to tomorrow and cannot go to the tropical paradise with you. On the other end, Kudo Shinichi was rendered speechless upon hearing Mao Lilan's words. Previously, he had speculated that someone had found her phone, but now, hearing her voice, he realized she was with a man late at night, which unsettled him greatly. Xiaolan, what do you have to do tomorrow? And who is that person with you? Shinichi, my matters are no longer your concern. Xiaolan, what do you mean? I said my matters are no longer your concern. Mao Lilan felt that revealing her current predicament to Kudo Shinichi would only endanger him. With the calmest tone, she uttered the most ruthless words. After saying this, she abruptly ended the call. Don't misunderstand. Shinichi and I are merely friends. Mao Lilan hastily explained to Lin Tian, concerned that he might harm Kudo Shinichi. She nervously gazed at Lin Tian, fearing he would not believe her words. Without the need for explanation, Lin Tian was well aware that Mao Lilan was lying. Yet he chose not to expose her. Sensing Lin Tian's lack of anger, Mao Lilan felt a wave of relief wash over her. Lin Tian gently placed his hand upon Mao Lilan's forehead, his touch tender and soothing. Mao Lilan gazed at Lin Tian with a mixture of tension and curiosity, her heart brimming with questions. She could not fathom his intentions, yet she was acutely aware of the enigmatic aura that emanated from him. Lin Tian activated the Judgement System, harnessing its power to bestow upon Mao Lilan a fragment of invisibility. As he performed the act, a brilliant azure light flowed slowly from his hand, resembling a stream of luminescence that gradually merged with Mao Lilan's forehead. Once the blue radiance faded, Mao Lilan felt a peculiar energy surging within her. Simultaneously, a vivid memory suddenly emerged in her mind, intricately detailing how to wield her newly acquired ability of invisibility. Mao Lilan's eyes widened in astonishment, her face a canvas of disbelief. She had never encountered such an experience and could hardly fathom that she had acquired such a miraculous ability. In his mind, Lin Tian commanded the Judgement System, open Mao Lilan's personal panel. Name, Mao Lilan. Gender, female. Martial arts, master of karate. Superpower, invisibility. Treasure, none. A golden screen materialized before Lin Tian's eyes. Lilan, this is the invisibility power I bestow upon you. Give it a try. Lin Tian said to Rachel Moore with a gentle smile. He harbored no trepidation that bestowing upon her extraordinary abilities would pose a threat, for he could grant such powers as easily as he could revoke them. Rachel had previously only encountered the concept of invisibility in novels and comics, never imagining that such a superpower could exist in the real world. At that moment, she nodded eagerly, impatient to experiment with this wondrous ability. However, as it was her first time wielding the power of invisibility, her execution was somewhat clumsy. Though she managed to render her garments invisible, her body remained partially visible. Bathed in the radiant moonlight, Rachel's fair skin appeared all the more enchanting and alluring. Lin Tian nearly gazed upon her from head to toe. Noticing Lin Tian's peculiar gaze, Rachel glanced down, realizing that only her clothes had vanished, while her body remained partly concealed. Ah! Ran Mouri exclaimed with a delicate blush, instinctively shielding her most intimate parts. Reluctant to be seen by Lin Tian, huddled on the ground, her face mirroring the crimson of an apple, Ran was overcome with shyness and embarrassment. A silent lament echoed in her thoughts. It's over. He's truly seen everything. How can I ever face him again? This realization stirred a desperate longing to vanish into the earth. At that moment, Lin Tian approached Ran, gently placing his hand upon her shoulder. With his touch, a soft azure light emanated from his hand, flowing serenely into Ran's being. She felt a wave of warmth, as if her entire being was being healed. Subsequently, Ran's previously invisible garments began to materialize, returning to their normal state. Witnessing this, Ran breathed a sigh of relief, though a lingering bashfulness remained. Upon your return, remember to persist in your practice, Lin Tian said earnestly, gazing at Ran. His eyes conveyed a hint of concern and encouragement. Haibara Ran shyly nodded. Unable to meet Lin Tian's gaze, fearing she might once again find herself in an awkward predicament. Very well, I shall escort you home, Lin Tian declared, naturally taking hold of Haibara Ran's delicate hand. Instinctively, she considered breaking free, yet a sudden recollection of Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities halted her. She understood that resisting might provoke further complications. Thus, she endeavored to suppress her emotions, refraining from any drastic reactions. Lin Tian focused intently, conveying commands to the shadow ninjas through the power of his mind. In an ethereal manner, several shadow ninjas emerged from Lin Tian's shadow, moving swiftly and silently, as if they were one with the darkness. Subsequently, the shadow ninjas guided Lin Tian and Haibara Ran into the enigmatic realm of shadows. Suddenly, Lilan emitted a terrified scream, her body trembling uncontrollably as she clung tightly to Lin Tian. Do not fear, Lilan, for I am here by your side. Lin Tian gently reassured her, tenderly patting her shoulder in an effort to provide comfort. In this moment, Lin Tian could distinctly perceive the enchanting fragrance emanating from Lilan, a scent that left him somewhat entranced. Under Lin Tian's soothing presence, Lilan's emotions gradually stabilized, her earlier panic subsiding. At the Eastern Metropolitan Police Department. Within Officer Megur's office, there was but a single occupant, Kudo Shinichi. What? Lilan actually hung up on me? Who is that man beside her? Kudo Shinichi's face betrayed a mixture of anger and anxiety, his heart brimming with confusion and unease. He attempted to call Lilan once more, only to find the line unreachable. Just as his anxiety peaked, Officer Megur entered the office, cradling a bowl of steaming instant noodles. Kudo, my dear brother. You have worked hard today. Would you care for some? Officer Megur inquired with a warm smile, extending his generous offer. Over the past year, Kudo Shinichi had utilized his exceptional detective skills to assist Officer Megur in solving numerous intricate cases. Officer Megur held Kudo Shinichi's abilities in high regard and had resolved internally to recruit him into the police department upon his graduation from university. However, at this moment, Kudo Shinichi felt utterly disinterested in the noodles. He sank into the sofa, a look of despair etched upon his face. His thoughts consumed by Lilan and that enigmatic man. Kudo, my dear brother, what troubles you? Officer Megur, noticing Kudo Shinichi's dejected demeanor, set aside the noodles and inquired with curiosity. Kudo Shinichi opened his mouth to speak, but chose not to reveal the truth to Officer Megur, fearing that honesty would lead to the officer's disdain. It's nothing. I am weary. I shall retire to rest. Kudo Shinichi sighed and rose to his feet. Kudo, my friend, it is quite late, and public transport may be inconvenient. Allow me to escort you home, Officer Megur promptly suggested to Kudo Shinichi. Officer Megur, I would appreciate your assistance. Kudo Shinichi nodded in acknowledgement. Observing Kudo Shinichi's somber demeanor, which led him to forego even the freshly prepared instant noodles, Officer Megur personally accompanied him home. In Tokyo, in the district of Baika at 39, 5th Street, within the Mouri Detective Agency, on the 3rd floor, in Mouri Ranch Chamber. Lin Tian and Mouri Ran swiftly arrived through the Shadow Kingdom. Ran, let us keep our matters confidential from others, Lin Tian said to Mouri Ran with a serious expression. I understand. I will not disclose this to anyone else. Lilan nodded immediately in agreement. I will wait for you at the tropical paradise tomorrow at noon. After Lin Tian spoke these words, he vanished into the realm of shadows with the ninja. Now, only Lilan remained here. At last, he has departed. As Lilan observed Lin Tian's departure, a wave of relief washed over her, allowing her to recline upon the tatami mat. The following day, Saturday. At the break of dawn, the sun's rays streamed through the window, casting intricate patterns of light upon the floor. Kudo Shinichi, dragging his weary frame and sporting conspicuous dark circles beneath his eyes, slowly entered the Mouri Detective Agency. By sheer coincidence, he encountered Mouri Kagaro, who had just concluded an all-night mahjong battle. Hey, you little rascal, what brings you here? Mouri Kagaro glared at Kudo Shinichi, his expression rife with displeasure. He had never been particularly fond of this clever yet somewhat arrogant young man, and he was even less inclined to witness his daughter, Lilan, growing too close to him. Kudo Shinichi was acutely aware of Mouri Kagaro's sentiments towards him, yet he remained unfazed. After all, he hailed from a prosperous background. And ever since he had taken on the role of a high school detective, numerous individuals had entrusted him with solving cases, all of which he undertook without charging a fee. This undoubtedly posed a significant challenge to Mouri Kagaro's detective business, leading to a gradual decline in clientele. Mouri Kagoro was well aware of the underlying reasons for his dwindling business, which only fueled his disdain for Kudo Shinichi. However, Kudo Shinichi believed that Mouri Kagoro's lack of success stemmed not solely from his presence, but rather from Mouri Kagoro's own limited capabilities. Nonetheless, out of consideration for Mao Lilan's feelings, Kudo Shinichi refrained from voicing these thoughts directly. "Uncle Mouri, I have come to see Lilan. Is she at home?" Kudo Shinichi inquired hastily of Mouri Kagoro. "Of course. However, Ran is still asleep. Do not disturb her slumber, lest you provoke my ire." Kagoro Mouri raised his fist, issuing a warning to Shinichi Kudo. Upon witnessing the intensity in Mouri's gaze, Kudo comprehended that he was not jesting. "I would never disturb Ran's rest. Uncle Mouri, I wish to inquire about something," Shinichi Kudo stated earnestly, his demeanor serious. The reason Kudo arrived at the Mouri Detective Agency early in the morning was to ascertain with whom Ran had spent the previous night and what transpired between them. Last night, as he lay in bed, the thought of Ran in the company of a stranger unsettled him, rendering him unable to sleep. It was precisely this discomfort that drove Shinichi to come here at dawn, eager to question Ran directly. Yet upon his arrival, before he could see her, he encountered Kagoro Mouri. "What is it?" Kagoro Mouri crossed his legs, regarding Shinichi Kudo with an air of impatience. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Shinichi held ill intentions towards Ran Mouri. Where had Ran gone last night? With whom had she spent her time? What had she done? Shinichi inquired gravely of Kagoro, believing that as Ran's father, he ought to be aware of her whereabouts and activities from the previous evening. "Ran has been at home since yesterday afternoon. She hasn't gone anywhere," Kagoro replied with unwavering certainty. In truth, Kagoro had ventured out to play mahjong at 9 o'clock the previous night, entirely oblivious to the fact that Ran had been taken away by Lin Tian. Even if Kagoro had been at home, he would have had no way of knowing that Ran had been removed from their residence. "It is impossible," Shinichi Kudo exclaimed passionately. "Last night, I called Ran. She was with an unfamiliar man." He eagerly relayed the events of the previous night to Kagoro Mouri, seeking a rational explanation. "An unfamiliar man?" Kagoro Mouri furrowed his brow, fully aware of his daughter's character. Such a situation was utterly inconceivable. "This is absolutely implausible. Ran would never act in such a manner." Kagoro Mouri resolutely shook his head, unable to believe that his daughter would spend the night with a stranger. "Uncle Mouri," Kudo Shinichi replied gravely, nodding his head. "This is indeed true." His tone was so resolute that it compelled belief. Mouri Kagoro, observing Kudo Shinichi's demeanor, felt a surge of unease within. "Kudo Shinichi, you are not jesting with me, are you?" Mouri Kagoro's brow furrowed, a hint of tension etching his features as he questioned Kudo Shinichi. "Uncle Mouri, how could I possibly make light of such a matter?" Kudo Shinichi's expression was unusually earnest, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "I have come here today to clarify this situation," he stated with solemnity. Though Mouri Kagoro found Kudo Shinichi irksome, he was acutely aware of Kudo Shinichi's feelings for Mouri Ran. Pondering deeply, Mouri Kagoro furrowed his brow, contemplating. Judging by Kudo Shinichi's expression, he seemed truthful. So, did Ran truly spend the night with a stranger? Who could that man be? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Mouri Kagoro could no longer remain composed. He rose to his feet, resolved to ascend to the 3rd floor to seek clarity from Mouri Ran. However, just as he took a few steps, he abruptly halted. "Uncle Mouri, what troubles you?" Kudo Shinichi inquired, perplexed. Mouri Kagoro suddenly turned around, a serious expression adorning his face as he addressed Kudo Shinichi. "Ran is still asleep. Let us not disturb her. We should wait until she awakens to inquire further." With that, Mouri Kagoro plopped back onto the sofa. However, Kudo Shinichi felt an intense urgency within. If he did not clarify this matter, he would undoubtedly be unable to find peace. Yet, Mouri Kagoro interrupted him, exclaiming, "There is no however about it." He took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke, continuing, "This is likely just a misunderstanding. After all, I know Ran. She would never engage in such outrageous behavior." As he spoke, Mouri Kagoro retrieved a cigarette and a lighter from his pocket and lit one for himself, attempting to calm his nerves through smoking. At that moment, he began to grasp the feelings his father-in-law must have felt upon learning of his romance with Hayako. "I trust Ran," Kudo Shinichi declared, despite the worry and anxiety brewing in his heart. After taking a puff from his cigarette, Mouri Kagoro felt rejuvenated. However, when he glanced at Kudo Shinichi sitting beside him, he could not help but feel displeased by his presence. "Kudo Shinichi, tidy up this place," he commanded, seeking to assign Kudo Shinichi some tasks as he noticed him lounging on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Kudo Shinichi frowned deeply, feeling extremely reluctant to clean Mouri Detective Agency. He rarely cleaned his own home and usually hired temporary workers for the task. Uncle Mouri, this is your house, he reminded him. Of course, it's my house. But is there a problem with me asking you to clean? Mouri Kagoro replied matter-of-factly. Kudo Shinichi found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. Uncle Mouri, no matter how you put it, I am still a guest here, he protested, not wishing to clean the agency. You are an unwelcome guest. If you don't want to clean, then don't stay here. You are not welcome, Mouri Kagoro said coldly, his voice icy. Kudo Shinichi took a deep breath. Uncle Mouri, please don't be angry. I was just joking with you. In fact, I quite enjoy cleaning. If I don't clean for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. He forced a smile, contradicting his true feelings, eager to remain in the Mouri Detective Agency and clarify matters. Mouri Kagoro, however, did not believe Kudo Shinichi's words. He had already learned from Ran what kind of person he was. Then clean up, but be careful. If you break anything, you will have to compensate for it, Mouri Kagoro ordered. Yes, Uncle Mouri. I will clean right away, Kudo Shinichi replied with a beaming smile. As he turned away from Mouri Kagoro, the smile disappeared from his face. Kudo Shinichi, with a sullen expression, internally grumbled, how infuriating to have a guest cleaning. This is utterly ridiculous. If it weren't for Ran being here, I would never tolerate such humiliation. Complaining to himself, he slowly picked up a broom and cloth to begin tidying the room. Although Kudo Shinichi was a brilliant detective, he was not adept at household chores. His cleaning was always slow, and he often overlooked certain details. This time was no exception. The surfaces he wiped still bore stains, and the floor remained partially uncleaned. Mouri Kagoro shook his head in resignation as he observed Kudo Shinichi's clumsiness, reclining on the sofa with his legs crossed. He leisurely smoked his cigarette and directed Kudo Shinichi, the table isn't clean. Wipe it again. And don't forget to clean that corner over there. Although Kudo Shinichi felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing Mouri Kagoro's instructions, he dutifully replied, All right, I understand. He set down what he was holding and resumed wiping the table. Meanwhile, Mouri Kagoro continued to enjoy his leisurely time, occasionally pointing out Kudo Shinichi's mistakes and demanding corrections. Though Kudo Shinichi was reluctant, he could only silently accept Mouri Kagoro's criticisms and guidance. As he wiped the table, he mused, Ran, do you know how much I have endured for you? You owe me 3 children for all this. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room as the clock struck 10 in the morning. Mouri Ran stretched lazily, descending the stairs from the 3rd floor to the Mouri Detective Agency. She was astonished to find Kudo Shinichi busily cleaning, while Mouri Kagoro lounged with his legs crossed, reading the newspaper. Mouri Ran's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at Kudo Shinichi, questioning him in confusion. Shinichi, why are you here? Why are you working in my house? In her memory, Kudo Shinichi never personally cleaned, let alone volunteered to help at her home. Hearing his daughter's voice, Mouri Kagoro immediately set down the newspaper. Ran, Kudo Shinichi came to see you this morning. You weren't awake yet, so I let him wait on the sofa. But Kudo Shinichi said he couldn't sit still and insisted on cleaning. I couldn't stop him, so I just let him be. Right, Kudo Shinichi? Mouri Kagoro shot Kudo Shinichi a threatening glance, signaling him to go along with his story. Understanding that revealing the truth would surely anger Mouri Kagoro, Kudo Shinichi, who had a fondness for Mouri Ran, did not wish to provoke him. Uncle Mouri is correct. I simply couldn't sit idle, he said with a wry smile, refraining from exposing Mouri Kagoro's falsehood. Mouri Ran looked at him with a puzzled expression, thinking, is this really Shinichi? He has changed so much. Shinichi, you came to find me. What is it? Mouri Ran inquired curiously, gazing at Kudo Shinichi. Xiaolan. Kudo Shinichi inquired impatiently, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction and suspicion. Who was the man beside you when I called last night? Upon hearing this question, Mao Lilan's complexion immediately changed, turning as pale as snow. Her eyes widened, and her lips trembled slightly, as though she had been struck at her core. Mouri Kagoro feigned interest in a newspaper, yet he attentively tuned into the dialogue unfolding between them. Noticing Mao Lilan's reaction, Kudo Shinichi felt a tightening in his chest. Deep down, Mao Lilan understood all too well that revealing the events of the previous night to Mouri Kagoro and Kudo Shinichi would inevitably endanger them both. In her eyes, Mouri Kagoro and Kudo Shinichi were merely ordinary individuals, ill-equipped to confront the formidable Lin Tian, who possessed extraordinary abilities. After considerable reflection, Mao Lilan ultimately resolved to conceal the occurrences of last night from Mouri Kagoro and Kudo Shinichi. What man? Shinichi, what are you talking about? Ran Mouri feigned confusion as she inquired of Kudo Shinichi. Upon hearing Ran's response, Kogoro Mouri inwardly exhaled in relief. Kogoro silently mused. I knew it. Ran would never be alone with a stranger in the dead of night. Ran, who was that man you were with when I called you yesterday evening? Shinichi furrowed his brow, his gaze piercing as he questioned Ran in a serious tone. Shinichi, don't speak recklessly. You didn't call me last night, Ran protested. A person of unwavering honesty, she now found herself compelled to lie, her heart betraying her with a surge of anxiety. This is impossible. I indeed called you last night. Without hesitation, Shinichi Kudo took out his phone, intending to let Ran Mouri check the call history. Shinichi, you have been solving cases tirelessly lately. You must be exhausted. You can hardly remember whether you made the call or not. You should go home and rest properly. However, Ran Mouri refused to look at Shinichi Kudo's call records. She simply would not admit to receiving a call from him the previous night. I am not weary, I recall vividly. Who was the man beside you last night? Kudo Shinichi possesses unwavering confidence in his memory. Shinichi, I shall reiterate this one last time. You did not call me last night. I was at home, entirely alone. If you continue to speak such nonsense and defame me, I ask you to leave my house. I no longer wish to see you. In consideration of Kudo Shinichi's safety, Mouri Ran resolved to maintain her distance from him. This is impossible. Shinichi Kudo could hardly believe the words spoken by Ran Mouri. He recalled the events of the previous night with utmost clarity. Ran understood Shinichi's nature well, aware that he would never relent until he achieved his goals. However, in her heart, she felt that revealing the details of the previous night's occurrences would only endanger Shinichi. Father, please expel Shinichi. I no longer wish to see him. A resolute glimmer shone in Ran's beautiful eyes. Upon hearing this, Kogoro Mouri exhibited a moment of surprise, which was swiftly replaced by a sense of joy. All right, exclaimed Kogoro Mouri with enthusiasm, promptly setting aside the newspaper in his hands and rising to his feet. Kogoro Mouri held unwavering faith in Ran Mouri's honesty. Thus he naturally placed greater trust in her words. To him, it seemed that Shinichi Kudo was casting aspersions upon his beloved daughter. Little brat. Kogoro Mouri stormed up to Shinichi Kudo, vociferously admonishing him, leave. You are not welcome here. His gaze was rife with anger and disdain. Shinichi Kudo, still grappling with the events of the previous night, was reluctant to depart so easily. I cannot leave just yet. I must unravel the mysteries of last night's occurrences. He replied to Kogoro Mouri, his expression solemn. Little brat. The situation has been made abundantly clear by Xiaolan. She remained at home last night, and you are the one slandering her. Mouri Kogoro seized Conan Idagawa by the collar and forcibly dragged him outside. Despite Conan's desperate struggles, he was no match for Mouri Kogoro's strength, who effortlessly pulled him out of the Mouri detective agency. Once outside, Mouri Kogoro promptly shut the door behind them. Uncle, please let me go. I haven't clarified the matter yet. Conan's face was filled with urgency. He did not wish to leave without understanding the situation. You little brat. You should know Xiaolan's character well. Have you ever witnessed her telling a lie throughout your entire life? Mouri Kogoro retorted to Conan. At this moment, Kudo Shinichi stood in stunned silence, ceasing his struggles. Having known Mouri Ran for many years, he had never witnessed her utter a falsehood. Ran would never lie. Her words were undoubtedly true. Thus, two possibilities emerged. Either you are slandering Ran, or there is a flaw in your mental state. It would be prudent for you to seek a thorough examination at the hospital, Mouri Kogoro stated gravely as he released Kudo Shinichi. Upon hearing this, Shinichi's expression turned somber, and he pondered. Uncle Mouri is correct. Ran would never deceive me. I would never malign her. Could it be that there is indeed an issue with my own sanity? Uncle Mouri, Kudo Shinichi said with a solemn expression, I shall first head to the hospital for an examination. Go ahead. With these words, Kogoro Mouri opened the door to the Mouri detective agency and stepped inside, promptly closing the door behind him. Shinichi Kudo made his way downstairs, emerging onto the street where a brisk breeze swept past, gradually clearing his mind. He paused, retrieving his phone from his pocket to check the call history from the previous night. The screen confirmed the call with Ran Mouri. Yet it did little to alleviate his inner doubts. Furrowing his brow, he muttered to himself in self-reproach, how can a man so astute be momentarily foolish? How could I suspect my own sanity? I should not have. He understood all too well that eliminating all impossibilities, no matter how harsh, was the essence of truth. At this moment, he had to concede that Ran had deceived him. Memories flooded his mind. Ran had never lied to him before. Why had she chosen to do so now? This dilemma weighed heavily upon his heart. akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. He had contemplated rushing upstairs to confront Ran directly in search of the truth. However, recent events had made him realize that coaxing the truth from her would not be a simple task. Resolute, Shinichi decided to clandestinely follow Ran, observing her every action in pursuit of the reality behind her deception. After all, as a distinguished detective, uncovering the truth was merely a trifle. At noon, the sun blazed fiercely upon the earth. Shinichi stood quietly in a nearby corner to Ran's home, his gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the Mouri detective agency. At last, Ran appeared at the doorway, clad in vibrant, youthful attire, her radiant smile shining as brightly as the sun. Yet, to Shinichi, this scene was overshadowed by gravity. Clenching his fists, he resolved silently, "Ran, no matter what, I shall uncover the identity of that man." Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, Ran's skills of evasion were lacking, and she remained oblivious to the presence that trailed her. Shinichi followed her cautiously, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid detection. He recognized the significance of this undertaking and understood the necessity of prudence. At the entrance of Tropical Paradise in Mihua Town, Ran arrived, scanning her surroundings in search of a figure named Lin Tian. Lin Tian approached her, holding 2 beverages, arriving precisely on time. He tossed one of the drinks directly to Ran. "Thank you. What should we do next?" Ran felt a twinge of nervousness as she faced Lin Tian. Coming to the Tropical Paradise was certainly for amusement. Lin Tian had not revealed his true intentions to Ran. Play? Mao Lilan looked at Lin Tian with confusion. She had previously assumed that Lin Tian had come here for some nefarious purpose, only to realize that it was merely for innocent amusement. "Indeed. Let us go." Lin Tian nodded affirmatively to Mao Lilan. "I did not bring much money today." Mao Lilan's face instantly flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Tian's eyes. Over the past year, as Kudo Shinichi gained increasing fame, more and more individuals sought his expertise in solving cases, causing Mao Li Goro's business to decline. Consequently, Mao Lilan's pocket money had also diminished. There was no need to worry about finances. "Take a look." Lin Tian tossed the backpack to Mao Lilan. She received the bag, unzipped it, and discovered it was brimming with cash. "That." Mao Lilan's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression a portrait of shock as she hastily covered her backpack and zipped it up. It was the first time Mao Lilan had seen such a vast amount of cash. "You will take care of this. Later, you will pay," Lin Tian declared, striding towards the Tropical Paradise. The cash had been borrowed from the casino's safe by the Shadow Brigade at Lin Tian's request, each note an old bill, none in sequence. Clutching her backpack tightly, Mao Lilan hurried to follow him. From a distance, Kudo Shinichi watched as Mao Lilan and Lin Tian chatted amiably, a disquiet settling in his heart. He pondered, who was that guy? How could Xiaolan come to the Tropical Paradise with him? 3 hours later, as Lin Tian and Mao Lilan rode the Ferris wheel, Mao Lilan cautiously inquired, "Lin Tian, does this mean I will be working for you in the future? Just playing with you?" "Playing is merely one aspect. How is your practice with the invisibility ability coming along?" Lin Tian asked, gazing at the youthful and vibrant Mao Lilan. At his words, Mao Lilan instantly recalled the events that transpired atop the Tokyo Tower the previous night, her face flushing a deep crimson. "Not bad," said Mao Lilan, her head lowered shyly, her voice barely audible. "When we arrive at the hotel, let me see how your ability to become invisible has progressed," Lin Tian remarked, stroking his chin as he spoke to Mao Lilan. "Indeed." Ran Mouri shyly nodded her head. After Lin Tian and Ran Mouri disembarked from the Ferris wheel, they beheld a commotion in the distance. "Shinran," Lin Tian suggested to Ran, "let us go and see what has transpired." Indeed, Ran naturally would not object and followed Lin Tian away from this place. When Lin Tian and Ran arrived at the roller coaster, they beheld a headless corpse upon it. "Oh!" Mao Lilan, startled by the situation, clung tightly to Lin Tian's arm. "Do not be afraid," Lin Tian gently reassured Mao Lilan, embracing her tenderly. Not far from Lin Tian and Mao Lilan, Kudo Shinichi swiftly intervened as he noticed Jin and Vodka attempting to depart, blocking their way. "Get out of my way, you little brat." With a commanding presence, Jin, clad in a black coat over a dark shirt and black tie, topped with a black fedora, exuded an air of cold detachment. His golden locks cascaded down, partially obscured by the hat and bangs, while his piercing gaze radiated an unsettling chill. An aura of mercilessness enveloped him, sending shivers down the spine of Shinichi Kudo, who found himself unnerved under Jin's scrutinizing stare. The boy thought to himself, What a terrifying gaze. It seems he cares not for the lives he has taken. This only solidified Shinichi's conviction that Jin and Vodka were undoubtedly nefarious characters. This is a murder case. I have already contacted the authorities, and they will arrive shortly. Anyone who leaves now harbors a guilty conscience, Shinichi declared loudly, his voice resonating in the vicinity. The onlookers began to murmur, casting suspicious glances toward Jin and Vodka. A shadow of menace crossed Jin's face, his eyes flashing with a hint of lethal intent. However, he suppressed his fury, responding icily, "Kid, do not spout nonsense. We are not involved in this affair." "Then why are you in such a hurry to leave? Are you feeling guilty?" Shinichi retorted defiantly. Vodka, unable to contain himself any longer, stepped forward menacingly, threatening, "Kid, do not mistake our patience for weakness. If you do not step aside, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." Unfazed, Shinichi stood tall and resolute, proclaiming, "I will not allow you to leave, not until the police arrive." "Little rascal." "Allow me," spoke Kudo Shinichi, inciting the ire of Vodka, who then prepared to teach Kudo a lesson. "Stop." Jinjo extended his hand and directly halted Vodka. "Indeed, brother." Vodka obediently complied with Jin's commands, never daring to defy his orders. "Humph, we shall wait a while longer." Jin was unwilling to attract the attention of the police over such trivial matters. A glimmer of pride flickered in Kudo Shinichi's eyes as he secretly mused. "Heh, so what if you are a ruthless criminal? Do you dare to confront the police openly?" Unbeknownst to Kudo Shinichi, he was unwittingly stepping into a perilous situation. At that moment, he had no inkling of the terrifying power wielded by the black organizations. Nor did he comprehend the dark forces concealed behind the name Jin. He was filled with optimism and anticipation for the future. Yet the wheels of fate had already begun to turn. Mouri Ran naturally spotted Kudo Shinichi and wondered to herself, "Why is Shinichi here?" Kudo Shinichi also noticed Mouri Ran and Lin Tian but was preoccupied with solving the case, momentarily setting aside other concerns. Within 10 minutes, Officer Magyar arrived with a considerable contingent of police. "Officer Magyar, we meet again?" Kudo Shinichi beamed with confidence upon seeing Officer Magyar. "Kudo, seeing you here puts my mind at ease," Officer Magyar remarked, recognizing the smile on Kudo Shinichi's face as an indication that he had uncovered the truth. "Officer Magyar," he began, "this is a murder case. The perpetrator lies among these individuals." Shinichi Kudo declared with unwavering confidence as he surveyed those beside him. Upon hearing this, Akiko's heart raced tumultuously, akin to a bucket being drawn from a well, and beads of perspiration began to form on her brow. She could hardly fathom that the illustrious high school detective, Shinichi Kudo, would coincidentally be present at this moment. If her method of murder were to be unveiled by Kudo, the ramifications would be dire. "Kudo, my dear, who is the culprit?" Officer Magyar inquired anxiously, his gaze fixed on Shinichi. "The culprit is you," Shinichi Kudo proclaimed without hesitation, pointing directly at Akiko with righteous conviction. "Ms. Akiko." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Aiko and Reiko were both taken aback, instinctively retorting, "This is impossible. We are good friends. She would never do such a thing." In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Kotoko forced herself to maintain composure, though her heart was already in turmoil. She feigned calmness and turned to Shinichi Kudo, exclaiming, "Shinichi Kudo, you claim I am the murderer. Do you have any evidence?" "There is indeed evidence. Before boarding the roller coaster, you were adorned with a string of pearl necklaces. Now, where have your pearls vanished to?" A faint smile played at the corners of Shinichi Kudo's mouth as he inquired of Kotoko. Upon hearing this, Xiaodong instinctively touched her neck. She truly did not anticipate that Kudo Shinichi would notice such a small detail. "Do not claim that you are not wearing a necklace. Prior to boarding the roller coaster, the staff here takes commemorative photos of each passenger. In that photo, you were indeed adorned with a pearl necklace," Kudo Shinichi confidently remarked to Xiaodong. "I do not know. I suspect that the pearl necklace may have fallen off while riding the roller coaster." Xiaodong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety and hurriedly sought an excuse. "Miss Xiaodong, if my deductions are not erroneous, prior to embarking on the roller coaster, you placed your bag behind you. Consequently, once the ride commenced, you could maneuver through the gap of the safety bar. When the roller coaster traversed the tunnel, you seized the opportunity amidst the enveloping darkness to extend above, using a looped piano wire to ensnare the victim's neck, while the other end was affixed to the roller coaster's track. Thus, you ingeniously employed the roller coaster's momentum to effortlessly sever the victim's head." Kudo Shinichi regarded Xiaodong as he articulated his reasoning. A look of terror flickered in her eyes. She had not anticipated that Kudo Shinichi could unravel her method of murder in such a brief span. Shinichi, the roller coaster moves at such a swift pace. How could a frail woman like me accomplish such a feat? Officer Magyar furrowed his brow, finding it hard to believe Xiaotong could execute such a plan. Officer Magyar, Ms. Xiaotong is a gymnast. For her, this would not pose a challenge. Furthermore, I have uncovered a portion of evidence. Miss Xiaotong did not wear gloves, and there may very well be her fingerprints on the scene. Kudu Shinichi then produced a transparent bag containing blood-stained pearls and a severed piece of wire. Upon hearing this, Xiaotong's composure shattered, and she collapsed onto the ground. You were correct. I did indeed kill him. Sitting helplessly on the floor, she confessed her crime. Miss Xiaotong, why did you take the life of the victim? Officer Magyar's expression morphed into one of confusion. He could not fathom why such a delicate individual as Xiaotong would resort to murder. Xiaotong, why did you kill Kishida? Aiko, stifling her sorrow, questioned Xiaotong vehemently. Aiko was Kishida's girlfriend, and their relationship had flourished to the point of contemplating marriage. She had previously believed they would soon walk down the aisle. Yet she never anticipated such a swift separation by death. Xiaotong, we are good friends. What discord could exist between you and Kishida that would compel you to take his life? Reiko, equally perplexed, looked at Aiko and inquired. I met Kishida in university. Not long after, he began to court me, and we quickly became a couple. Xiaotong ceased to conceal her truth, unveiling the secrets of her heart. Aiko's face registered shock, her expression one of disbelief. What did you say? Aiko clenched her fists, incredulously questioning Kitomi. You and Kishida started dating in university? When Kishida pursued Aiko, he deceived her by claiming that he had never been in a relationship before and that Aiko was his first love. Prior to meeting Kishida, Aiko had also never experienced romance. It was precisely this naivete that led the affluent Aiko to grant Kishida a chance at love. However, Kishida exploited the information he gleaned from Kitomi to effortlessly win Aiko's affection. Aiko had always believed her love was flawless. But now it appears that her romantic experience is tainted by deceit, far from the idyllic vision she once held. Indeed, my relationship with Kishida was always harmonious. However, everything transformed upon my graduation from university and my subsequent acquaintance with you. Kishida began to fabricate various excuses to argue with me, leading to our eventual separation, after which he entered into a relationship with you. Recently, I have heard whispers that he is on the verge of marrying you, a notion I find utterly unacceptable. He had once proclaimed that he would marry no one but me. Since he has broken his promise, I shall take his life. Thus, he shall never wed another. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Aiko gazed at the weeping Xiaotong, her heart a tumult of contradictions and turmoil. On one hand, she felt an overwhelming rage towards Xiaotong for taking Kishida's life. On the other hand, she was profoundly sympathetic to the suffering and misfortune that Xiaotong had endured. Yet, despite this emotional complexity, Aiko was acutely aware of a harsh reality. Henceforth, she and Xiaotong could never again be friends. Brother Kudu, I appreciate your efforts this time. Please hand over the evidence, Officer Magyar said, patting Shinichi Kudu on the shoulder. It was no trouble at all, for me. It was merely a trivial task, Shinichi replied with a confident smile. For him, solving a murder case was his greatest passion. Shinichi glanced around, intending to request Officer Magyar to investigate the identities of Jin and Vodka, as he harbored a nagging suspicion that they were not of virtuous character. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Jin and Vodka had vanished. Officer Magyar, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Shinichi stated, handing over the evidence to Officer Magyar before departing from the scene. Brother Kudu, what troubles you? Officer Magyar intended to call Shinichi Kudu to see if he could be of assistance. However, Shinichi was wholly focused on capturing Jin and Vodka, showing no inclination to halt his pursuit. Observing this, Officer Magyar could only shake his head in resignation. Lin Tian, witnessing Shinichi's retreating figure, felt a slight smile form at the corners of his mouth, pondering, it seems Shinichi Kudu will soon transform into Conan. Lin Tian had long since dispatched the shadowy ninja to discreetly follow Jin, Vodka, and Shinichi Kudu. Despite Jin's formidable counter-surveillance skills, he remained oblivious to the shadowy ninja trailing them. Meanwhile, Ran Mouri gazed at Shinichi's departing silhouette, plagued by an ominous premonition. Sensing that she may never see Shinichi Kudu again. Xiaolon, let us depart, Lin Tian said to Mao Li Lan with a serious expression. Although Mao Li Lan yearned to stop Kudo Shinichi, the thought of Lin Tian's intimidating presence held her back. At the Mihua International Hotel, within the presidential suite, Lin Tian and Mao Lilan immediately commanded the shadow ninjas to conduct a thorough inspection of the room. He needed to ascertain whether there were any devices that could potentially jeopardize his safety, such as pinhole cameras or listening devices. Once assured of their security, Lin Tian settled onto the soft, luxurious leather sofa, his gaze intently appreciating the graceful and enchanting curves of Mao Lilan's figure. A faint smile of satisfaction crept upon his lips. Xiaolan, now allow me to assess the fruits of your training in invisibility. Lin Tian's voice resonated with a deep, magnetic quality, imbued with an undeniable authority. Mao Lilan nodded slightly, concentrating her mind as she began to manifest her invisibility ability. With a subtle wave of energy, her body gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing from sight. After a night of diligent practice, Mao Lilan had mastered her invisibility skill, successfully concealing her form, which filled her with immense pride and confidence. Indeed, Lin Tian observed as Mao Lilan instantly vanished, nodding in satisfaction, reminiscent of the previous night at the Tokyo Tower. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan re-emerged from her concealed state. Xiaolan, how long can you remain invisible now? Lin Tian inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Mao Lilan. Approximately half an hour, Mao Lilan candidly replied, not concealing the truth from Lin Tian. At 7 o'clock in the evening, within a secluded grove, Kudo Shinichi crouched low, stealthily trailing vodka, his vigilance heightened as he constantly surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, a bespectacled middle-aged man emerged, clutching a black suitcase and exhibiting a hurried gait. This man, with a portly physique and a tense demeanor, glanced around anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It turned out that this middle-aged individual was Yamamoto Fumiki, the chairman of the Yamamoto Group, a company primarily engaged in the manufacture and sale of furniture. However, since Yamamoto Fumiki ascended to the chairmanship, a series of poor decisions had led to a continuous decline in the group's performance, plunging it into dire financial straits and even threatening bankruptcy. In a desperate bid to salvage the company, Yamamoto Fumiki resorted to risky ventures, engaging secretly in the smuggling of firearms and drugs. Recently, the black organization inadvertently uncovered evidence of his criminal activities and began to extort him. Now, Yamamoto Fumiki found himself compelled to comply with their demands, as the consequences of refusal would be dire. I have arrived. Are you there? Yamamoto Fumiki cautiously glanced around, wary of speaking too loudly for fear of attracting others. Vodka emerged from behind a large tree, producing a cigarette and a lighter, igniting one for himself. Chairman Yamamoto, you display a modicum of intelligence by refraining from any underhanded tactics. Vodka took a drag from his cigarette, his icy gaze fixated on Yamamoto Fumiki. Despite Yamamoto's authoritative presence within the Yamamoto Group, he appeared to Vodka as nothing more than a mere insect, easily crushed beneath a heel. Initially, Yamamoto contemplated some deceitful maneuvering, but the terrifying reputation of the black-clad organization swiftly extinguished that notion. Having previously engaged in dealings with the organization, he possessed a rudimentary understanding of their nature. I have brought the money, he stated, clutching a black suitcase, his eyes betraying a deep-seated wariness as he regarded Vodka. He was acutely aware of the possibility that Vodka might renege on their agreement and eliminate him. Of course, I have it, Vodka replied, lifting the black handbag in his hand for Yamamoto to see. Upon catching sight of the handbag, Yamamoto felt a wave of relief wash over him. Quickly, give it to me, Yamamoto Fataki exclaimed, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. After all, the black handbag in Vodka's possession held immense significance for Yamamoto Fataki. Should the contents of that black bag be revealed, both he and the Yamamoto Group would face dire consequences. Patience, please. The exchange shall occur concomitantly, remuneration tendered and goods relinquished in equal measure. This is the rule, Vodka remarked with a disdainful glance directed at Yamamoto Fuki. Very well. Yamamoto Fuki naturally had no objections to this. After Yamamoto Fuki exchanged items with Vodka, Vodka opened the black suitcase, and, upon seeing it filled to the brim with banknotes, finally revealed a smile. You haven't kept a backup of the contents, have you? Yamamoto Fuki asked nervously, his gaze fixed on Vodka. If there were a backup, his 200 million yen would be rendered worthless. There is no backup. You are aware of our organization's credibility. Vodka solemnly addressed Yamamoto Fataki while closing the suitcase. That is good. Yamamoto Fataki, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Kudo Shinichi, observing the scene, could not help but feel a sense of triumph. It appeared they were engaged in clandestine dealings, and he had now caught them red-handed. He resolved to contact Officer Magyar, urging him to assemble a team to apprehend them all at once. Kudo Shinichi was overwhelmed with excitement, believing he would soon capture both Vodka and Yamamoto Futaki, entirely oblivious to the fact that Jin, wielding a baseball bat, had silently approached from behind. The detective game had reached its conclusion. As Jin spoke those words, he raised the bat and swung it forcefully towards Kudo Shinichi's head. Instinctively, Kudo Shinichi turned to discern the source of the disturbance. The bat struck him squarely on the forehead. Kudo Shinichi was rendered unconscious by Jin's blow, collapsing to the ground, motionless, as blood began to trickle from his forehead. Both Vodka and Yamamoto Fumiki were taken aback, each believing the other had laid a trap. Vodka swiftly drew his pistol, aiming it at Yamamoto. "You actually set someone up." Vodka, with his left hand directing the gun towards Yamamoto, pointed his right gun towards the source of the voice. Rage and dissatisfaction etched across Vodka's face, as if he were ready to unleash all his pent-up fury. Should Yamamoto fail to provide a reasonable explanation, Vodka would not hesitate to pull the trigger, sending a bullet through Yamamoto's skull. Upon hearing Vodka's words, Yamamoto's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. His lips trembled, and in his anxiety, the handbag he clutched slipped from his grasp, hitting the ground with a sharp sound. "I did not set anyone up." Yamamoto's eyes widened in terror and helplessness. He shook his head vigorously, desperate to clarify to Vodka. "Vodka, it's me." A low and chilling voice suddenly echoed, akin to a messenger from the depths of hell. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from behind a large tree. Tall and clad in a black suit that enveloped his lean frame, a black hat obscured his features, yet his signature long hair was impossible to overlook. Upon recognizing the familiar voice, Vodka felt an immediate sense of relief. He knew the owner of that voice was his superior, Jin. "So it's you, boss," Vodka murmured. Lowering his weapon, Yamamoto also exhaled in relief, having been anxiously watching Vodka as every move, fearful that he might suddenly fire. Now, witnessing Jin's appearance, he realized he was temporarily safe. Yamamoto lowered his head, his hands trembling slightly, too afraid to meet Jin's gaze. "The transaction has been completed. May I leave now?" Yamamoto's voice carried a hint of pleading, yearning for Jin's permission to safely depart from this perilous place. Jin's cold gaze fell upon Yamamoto, seeming to penetrate his very soul. A chill surged through Yamamoto, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Jin regarded Yamamoto with indifference and slowly uttered, "You may go." His tone was flat, devoid of any emotional nuance. Upon hearing these words, Yamamoto felt a wave of relief wash over him, accompanied by a flicker of joy. However, he refrained from displaying excessive excitement, merely whispering, "Thank you." He quickly retrieved his black handbag from the ground and turned to flee in a panic. Yamamoto's pace quickened. He yearned to distance himself from Jin as swiftly as possible, escaping this terrifying locale. His silhouette gradually faded into the darkness. Vodka, carrying the suitcase, approached Jin. Upon reaching Jin, he noticed Shinichi Kudo lying on the ground. "Vodka, you have been exceedingly careless. You didn't even notice you were being followed," Jin admonished. Casting a warning glance at Vodka, his tone tinged with disappointment. "Brother, I apologize. This time it was my inadvertence. In the future, I shall be more vigilant. Such an incident will certainly not recur." Observing the expression of Jin, Vodka comprehended that Jin was displeased and promptly offered assurances to Jin. "Indeed," Jin nodded, placing his trust in Vodka without a trace of doubt. Wasn't that the high school detective from the tropical paradise? His audacity was astonishing. How dare he follow me? Such overconfidence was laughable. Vodka aimed his pistol at the forehead of Shinichi Kudo, prepared to resolve the matter with lethal force. "Vodka, do not use the gun," Jin urgently intervened. "Brother, why?" Vodka inquired, perplexed by Jin's sudden objection. "There are police patrolling nearby. If you fire and kill him, the gunshot may attract their attention, leading to unnecessary complications for us," Jin replied coldly. "Brother, what should we do?" Vodka lowered his handgun and inquired of Jin. "Use the recently developed substance from the organization. This drug, once ingested, would lead to a swift demise, with no traceable cause of death, and the body would reveal no toxins upon examination." Jin retrieved a box of mysterious medication from his pocket. This enigmatic substance was APTX 4869. He extracted a single pill, crouched down, and placed it in Shinichi Kudo's mouth, then offered him some water. As Jin observed Shinichi swallow APTX 4869, a faint smirk formed at the corner of his mouth, and in a frigid tone, he remarked, "Farewell, high school detective. Do not engage in such perilous games in your next life." With that, Jin coldly discarded his words and swiftly turned to depart. Vodka closely followed Jin's footsteps, gripping a black suitcase. Both Jin and Vodka were resolute in their belief that Shinichi Kudo had no chance of survival. Yet, in this dark and concealed corner, a mysterious figure wielding an advanced camera quietly documented the entire transformation of Shinichi's body. This elusive figure was the Shadow Ninja. At that moment, Shinichi Kudo was engulfed by unprecedented agony, filled with regret for having ventured alone in pursuit of Vodka. Unwilling to surrender to death, he yearned to survive, to bring Jin and Vodka to justice, to see righteousness prevail. However, the relentless pain exceeded Shinichi's threshold, and ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At the Mihua International Hotel. In the presidential suite, Lin Tian sat on the sofa, legs crossed, his gaze fixed intently on Ran Mouri. Ran, you have now mastered the ability to render yourself invisible, which is commendable, yet still insufficient. We must delve deeper into this power. His tone was serious as he continued. Try using your invisibility to conceal other objects. This will significantly enhance your abilities. I understand. Mao Lilan stood before Lin Tian, nodding slightly to indicate her comprehension. Lin Tian continued, first and foremost, you must focus your attention and sense the flow of energy within your body. Then, direct this energy towards the object you wish to render invisible. Remember, the key lies in control and precision. Taking a deep breath, Mao Lilan followed Lin Tian's guidance. She closed her eyes, concentrating on the inner strength she possessed. Slowly, she began to feel a warm energy coursing through her body. When she opened her eyes again, her gaze fell upon a teacup resting on the table. She extended her hand, gently touching the cup in an attempt to transfer her invisibility ability to it. Initially, the teacup showed no significant change. However, Mao Lilan did not relent. She continued to focus, adjusting her breathing, striving to harmonize her energy with the teacup. At last, the teacup began to blur, gradually vanishing into the air. I have succeeded, Mao Lilan exclaimed with joy, a gleam of achievement sparkling in her eyes. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction and encouraged her. Well done, Xiaolan. Now, you may attempt to render larger or more intricate objects invisible. As you practice more, your abilities will continue to grow in strength. Very well. Mao Lilan nodded confidently, determined to continuously enhance her skills and stealth abilities. At that moment, a shadow emerged from her own shadow. This shadow was none other than the previously encountered Shadow Ninja, who silently approached Lin Tian and respectfully handed him the camera in his possession. Although the Shadow Ninja was unable to speak, Lin Tian, as his master, could communicate with him through thought. You may go, Lin Tian gently waved his hand, and the Shadow Ninja seamlessly blended back into Mao Lilan's shadow, vanishing without a trace. Though this was not the first time Mao Lilan had witnessed such a spectacle, she could not help but feel a sense of awe each time she observed the Shadow Ninja's enigmatic presence. The mysterious and formidable powers surrounding Lin Tian filled her with curiosity and reverence. Xiaolan, do you believe in the possibility of rejuvenation? Lin Tian inquired softly. A faint smile gracing his lips as he placed the camera on the table and gazed gently at Mao Lilan. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Mao Lilan paused her practice of stealth abilities. Her beautiful eyes blinked thoughtfully, contemplating the question. In the past, she would have unhesitatingly shaken her head, firmly denying the existence of such absurdity. However, after encountering stealth abilities and other mysterious phenomena, her perception of the world had undergone a transformation. What she once dismissed, she now considered plausible. Biting her lips slightly, she carefully observed Lin Tian, attempting to glean any insight from his expression. She secretly pondered the reason behind his sudden inquiry. Indeed, you are correct. However, I must share with you another piece of information. Kudo Shinichi has reverted to childhood, Lin Tian stated gravely to Mao Lilan. Mao Lilan's eyes widened instantaneously, her face reflecting an expression of disbelief and shock. She instinctively shook her head, unable to accept this reality. What did you say? How is that possible? Mao Lilan's voice trembled, filled with astonishment and confusion. Having known Kudo Shinichi since her early childhood, she could never have imagined that he would undergo such a transformation. The notion of regaining youth seems as fantastical as a tale from the Arabian Nights to an ordinary person. This is the truth, Lin Tian affirmed to Mao Lilan with unwavering sincerity. Observing Lin Tian's earnest demeanor, Mao Lilan found herself compelled to believe him. After all, given Lin Tian's exceptional abilities, there was no reason for him to deceive her. Lin Tian, could it be you who has done this? Mao Lilan inquired cautiously. She contemplated that if there existed any possibility of rejuvenation in this world, It could only have been accomplished by Lin Tian. No. The reason Shinichi Kudo reverted to his childhood was due to the influence of a drug. Lin Tian shook his head and earnestly spoke to Ran Mouri. Medicine? Ran Mouri did not doubt that Lin Tian was lying. She understood that he had no reason to deceive her. Her curiosity deepened as she yearned to discover what kind of potion could restore youth. Xiaolan, come here. Just now. The shadowy ninja captured on video the process of Shinichi Kudo's rejuvenation. After watching, you will comprehend. Lin Tian picked up the video recorder and began to play it. Very well. Morlin felt a surge of curiosity and eagerly approached Lin Tian, taking a seat beside him. At this moment, her entire focus was on the camera, completely oblivious to the closeness between her and Lin Tian. Despite the barrier of clothing, Lin Tian could distinctly perceive the softness of Morlin's body and even catch a whiff of the youthful fragrance emanating from her. As the camera began to play, Morlin gradually came to grasp the entire situation. Her brows knitted tightly together as she pondered. Shinichi is incredibly audacious to follow such a dangerous person. Thankfully, this time it was merely a reversion to childhood. Otherwise, Aunt Yukiko would surely be devastated. Lin Tian, what kind of drug did that long-haired man administer to Kudo Shinichi? How could it reverse his age? Morlin turned her head, looking at Lin Tian with curiosity. That is aptX 4869, a poison developed by the Black Organization, Lin Tian clarified. Placing the camera down on the table, Morlin felt even more bewildered. Lin Tian, if it's a poison, why did Kudo Shinichi revert to childhood after taking it? Her mind was now swirling with more questions. aptX 4869 is still a semi-finished product, utilized as a poison by the Black Organization. It can induce rapid death in the user, with no traceable cause of death upon examination, thereby achieving the perfect crime without leaving evidence. However, there is a minuscule probability that it can cause the user to revert to childhood. Only a handful of individuals, fewer than 5, are aware of this fact. Lin Tian did not conceal this and directly informed Morlin. That's astonishing. Who developed such a drug? Morlin inquired. Her curiosity piqued. It was formerly researched by Miyano Akira and Miyano Elena. Now, their daughter, Miyano Shiho, is continuing the work. Lin Tian shared what he knew. Morlin furrowed her brow. She had never heard of these names before. In her inquisitive mind, she mused. Since they could create such a remarkable drug, they must be formidable scientists. Perhaps Professor Agasa knows of them. Lin Tian, who are those two men in black? Morlin asked, pointing at the two figures on the camera with curiosity. They are Jin and Vodka, members of the Black Organization, and both are ruthless assassins. Lin Tian replied without hesitation. What is the Black Organization? Morlin inquired, her curiosity still unquenched. The Black Organization is an international criminal syndicate with influence spanning multiple countries, infiltrating various sectors such as politics, business, and law enforcement. The FBI, CIA, and Japanese National Police have been secretly investigating the Black Organization in an effort to dismantle it. Yet, despite the passage of years, the organization has not only survived, but has grown increasingly powerful, Lin Tian explained to Morlin. Such a thing. The expression in Mao Lilan's eyes revealed astonishment. She truly did not expect that there could exist such a terrifying criminal organization in the world. Xiaolan, Lin Tian said with a grave expression. We shall discuss the affairs of the Black Organization later. For now, it is time for us to take action. He picked up the camera and placed it into the system space. Action. Where to? What are you doing? Mao Lilan inquired. Her gaze filled with confusion as she looked at Lin Tian. She was acutely aware that Lin Tian's intentions might veer into the realm of illegality, and she felt an overwhelming desire to dissuade him. Yet, deep down, Mao Lilan understood that she was powerless to stop him. You will know once we arrive, Lin Tian remarked, extending his hand to naturally clasp Mao Lilan's delicate fingers. Realizing Lin Tian's intentions, she endeavored to suppress her emotions, refraining from any extreme reactions. Lin Tian focused his mind, conveying commands to the shadowy ninjas through sheer will. In an instant, several shadow ninjas emerged from Lin Tian's shadow like phantoms. They moved with swift silence, seamlessly blending into the darkness. Subsequently, the shadow ninjas guided Lin Tian and Mao Lilan into the enigmatic realm of shadows. Meanwhile, Yamano Ichiro, flashlight in hand, patrolled the woods and stumbled upon a small boy lying on the ground. This boy was none other than the shrunken version of Kudo Shinichi. Alas! Exclaimed Ichiro Yamano upon witnessing blood streaming from Shinichi Kudo's forehead, startled by the sight. He immediately crouched down, intent on assessing whether Shinichi was still alive. At that moment, Shinichi fortuitously regained consciousness. Grasping his head and enduring the pain, he sat up, pondering, I cannot believe I am still alive. Did that man in black not say that consuming the poison would lead to death? It appears the poison was a counterfeit. Since I have survived, you two men in black should await your fate. I shall ensure you are imprisoned. Seeing Shinichi awaken, Yamano felt a wave of relief wash over him. Young one, what has transpired? Who has harmed you? Tell me, and I shall apprehend them, he inquired urgently, crouching before Shinichi. Shinichi, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, this officer must have some issues with his eyesight. Not only does he fail to recognize me, but he also refers to me as a child. I am not a child. He lifted his head and addressed Yamano. It was then that Shinichi was astonished to discover that his voice sounded different from usual. After all, he possessed absolute pitch. Lowering his gaze, he was further taken aback to find that his clothing appeared significantly oversized. Moreover, he perceived Yamano's stature as remarkably tall. What on earth is happening? Shinichi mused in disbelief. Have I somehow shrunk? Upon standing, he confirmed that his attire was indeed much too large. At this point, he could no longer deny the reality of his diminutive state. Yamano retrieved his radio, beginning to call for assistance. In a panic, Shinichi understood all too well that the secret of his transformation must remain hidden. Otherwise, he could very well become a laboratory subject for a mad scientist. Hastily, he stood up, his ill-fitting shoes complicating his escape as he fled. By the time Yamano realized what was happening, Shinichi had vanished without a trace. At the Yamamoto estate, within the study, Sir, the butler inquired softly as he approached Yamamoto Fumiki with caution. He was acutely aware of the intricate bond that intertwined him with Yamamoto Fumiki. Having long served as one of his most trusted confidants, the butler had been directly involved in the illicit dealings of smuggling firearms and drugs. Fully cognizant of the inherent risks and consequences, should these activities come to light, not only would Yamamoto Fumiki find himself in dire straits, but the butler would also be confronted with severe legal repercussions. Got it. Yamamoto Fuki nodded slightly and pointed to the black briefcase on the table, saying, everything is inside. The butler Yamamoto felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurried forward to examine the contents of the briefcase. That's good. Once he confirmed the accuracy, he let out a deep sigh of relief, a faint smile of reassurance gracing his face. However, Yamamoto Fumiki furrowed his brow and, with a serious tone, cautioned, Butler, from now on, you must exercise utmost caution. We cannot afford to be scrutinized by others again. Yamamoto Fumiki took a deep draw from his cigar, releasing a thick plume of smoke. His mood gradually settled, yet his eyes still betrayed an air of vigilance and prudence. Yes, my lord. I shall exercise greater caution in the future, ensuring that no one else uncovers the investigation. The butler Yamamoto immediately replied with utmost respect. That's good. Yamamoto Futaki nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. He then relayed a few additional instructions to the steward, who promptly departed from the scene. After Yamamoto Futaki finished his bath, he slowly made his way to the bedroom. Just as he was about to rest, Lin Tian and Mao Lan emerged through the Shadow Kingdom. Upon witnessing Lin Tian and Mao Lan stepping out from the shadows, Yamamoto Futaki was momentarily startled, fearing he had encountered a ghost, and fell to the ground in fright. His eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape, and his complexion as pale as a sheet. Help! Someone, please. Yamamoto Fumiki cried out in desperation, retreating continually while frantically waving his arms, attempting to distance himself from the ominous spirit before him. His heart raced uncontrollably. Breaths came in quick, disordered gasps, and every muscle in his body tensed in response to the paralyzing fear that enveloped him. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion, dominated solely by trepidation of the unknown. Yet, the room was ensnared by the oppressive power of shadow. No matter how loud Yamamoto Fumiki shouted, his voice failed to reach the outside world. Lin Tian regarded him with a frigid gaze, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. His eyes, cold and piercing, seemed capable of penetrating the very depths of one's soul. Silence! Lin Tian commanded with a frigid gaze directed at Yamamoto Futaki. Startled, Yamamoto trembled, his voice wavering as he inquired, Who are you? Are you human or a ghost? Lin Tian chose not to respond, continuing to regard him with an icy indifference. As Yamamoto perceived Lin Tian's silence, his dread deepened, leading him to believe that both Lin Tian and Mao Lan were indeed specters, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, too frightened to utter another word. Prior to his arrival, Lin Tian had commissioned the Shadow Ninjas to investigate Yamamoto Futaki. After a thorough inquiry, he uncovered a plethora of heinous deeds attributed to Yamamoto, igniting a profound fury within Lin Tian and compelling him to assume the mantle of the Judgment Alliance to bring Yamamoto to account. Extending his right hand, Lin Tian made a subtle gesture. The shadow ninjas emerged from the shadows, respectfully presenting a black briefcase they had retrieved from Yamamoto's office. Lin Tian donned gloves and accepted the briefcase. With a deft motion, he unlatched it and scrutinized its contents. The black briefcase was brimming with an array of documents and photographs, documenting a series of criminal activities including arms smuggling, drug trafficking, and murder concealment, all serving as irrefutable evidence against Yamamoto Fataki. "Xiaolan," he said, "please transmit this evidence to the Metropolitan Police Department and the internet using the computer here." There happened to be a laptop available, utilizing Yamamoto Fumiki's account. Lin Tian handed the black briefcase he held to Mouri Ran. "Very well." Mao Lilan nodded, donning her gloves as she accepted the black briefcase. Yamamoto Fuki, upon witnessing this, was instantly engulfed in panic. He was acutely aware that if this evidence were to be disseminated, his fate would be sealed. Whether it reached the police headquarters or infiltrated the online realm, it would undoubtedly provoke an uproar, leaving his transgressions utterly exposed. "Don't." Yamamoto Fumiki hastily sprang to his feet, suppressing the terror within as he rushed toward Mouri Ran, intent on seizing the black briefcase. However, Lin Tian had long anticipated this move. Two shadowy ninjas materialized in an instant, obstructing Yamamoto Fumiki's path. They stood before him like phantoms, their eyes glinting with a cold, merciless light. Yamamoto Fumiki gazed in horror at the two shadowy ninjas before him, his heart brimming with despair. "Castrate him," Lin Tian commanded coldly to the shadowy ninja. Without a moment's hesitation, the shadowy ninja swiftly seized a sharp fruit knife from the nearby table. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Silence. Lin Tian threatened directly at Yamamoto Fumiki, "or I shall sever your tongue." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Fumiki immediately fell silent, gripped by fear. After the recent events, a profound terror had taken root in his heart towards Lin Tian. "Do you understand why I have sought you out?" Lin Tian inquired, his gaze icy as it bore into Yamamoto Fumiki. "Why?" Yamamoto Fataki gazed at Lin Tian with a visage full of confusion and bewilderment. His mind raced as he pondered when he might have previously offended Lin Tian. "The transgressions you have committed are indeed numerous. Since the law cannot impose punishment upon you, allow me to administer your reckoning. Do you have any final words? Speak swiftly, for the opportunity shall soon vanish." Lin Tian regarded Yamamoto Fataki with a chilling glare. "Please, no. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer any sum you desire," Yamamoto Fataki implored, desperate to survive. In his heart, he had already resolved that if he were to live through this day, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Lin Tian and Morlin. Yamamoto Fataki was a man who bore grudges, and he was now fervently imprinting the faces of Lin Tian and Morlin in his memory. Since there were no final words to utter, it was time to depart. "Given your penchant for drug trafficking, you shall consume the very substances you peddle." Lin Tian then issued a command to the shadowy ninja. The ninja extracted a significant quantity of narcotics from Yamamoto Fataki's safe. "Please, do not. I refuse to partake." Yamamoto Ermu struggled vehemently, yearning to escape this place. Alas, Yamamoto Ermu's strength was no match for that of the shadowy ninja. The shadowy ninja, brandishing the narcotics, forced them into Yamamoto Ermu's mouth. In less than 10 minutes, Yamamoto Ermu succumbed, perishing from the sheer volume of drugs. This manner of death was indeed unique. Lin Tian, witnessing Yamamoto Ermu's tragic demise, felt no sympathy. The suitcase alone held dozens of pieces of evidence of Yamamoto Ermu's homicides. "Xiaolan, using the same account, disseminate a message to the Metropolitan Police Department and various media outlets, since the law is incapable of punishing the wicked. Let our Justice Judgment League exact retribution." Lin Tian spoke to Mouri Ran with a solemn expression. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Xiaolan. There is no longer anything between us here. Let us depart. Lin Tian said, extending his hand to naturally grasp the soft hand of Mao Lilan. With unwavering focus, Lin Tian conveyed his command to the shadowy ninjas through sheer will. In an ethereal manner, several shadow ninjas emerged from Lin Tian's shadow, moving with a swiftness and silence that seemed to meld them with the darkness itself. Subsequently, the shadow ninjas guided Lin Tian and Mao Lilan into the enigmatic realm of shadows. A few of the ninjas remained behind, diligently erasing any traces left by Lin Tian and Mao Lilan. In the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Officer Megur's office was filled with a palpable tension as Sato Miwako rushed in. Officer Megur, something terrible has transpired. Many within the department have received this email. You must take a look at this, she implored, opening her laptop to reveal its contents. Officer Megur glanced at the screen and was met with evidence implicating Yamamoto Fumiki in the smuggling of firearms, drugs, and even homicide and concealment of bodies. Could this be true? Is it merely a prank? Officer Megur pondered aloud, his heart heavy with astonishment and doubt. The evidence before him was almost inconceivable, starkly contrasting his perception of Yamamoto Fumiki, a man he regarded as a respected entrepreneur renowned for his business accomplishments and societal contributions. Yet now, these revelations suggested his involvement in grave criminal activities. Officer Megur, based solely on the current evidence, we cannot ascertain the veracity of this information. However, should the claims prove genuine, we must act swiftly to investigate further. After all, the location of the buried body is remarkably precise, making the pursuit of truth quite feasible. Sato Miwako stated with a serious expression, articulating her perspective. Immediately dispatch a team to confirm the findings. If a body is discovered, apprehend Yamamoto Fumiki without delay. Officer Megur commanded decisively, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Officer Makuru, she began, there is a phrase behind the evidence. If the law cannot punish the wicked, let the Justice Judgment Alliance enact their own retribution. If this is not a mere prank, then Yamamoto Fumiki must have met with a dire fate. Miwako Sato anxiously conveyed her assessment to Officer Makuru. What could this Justice Judgment Alliance possibly intend? Are they provoking our police force? Upon hearing this, Officer Makuru was instantly consumed by fury, rising abruptly from his seat, his face a mask of rage and perplexity. At that moment, Officer Takagi rushed in, visibly flustered. Officer Makuru, there's trouble, he exclaimed in a panic. What is it, Takagi? What has happened? Officer Makuru inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Officer Makuru, numerous reporters have just contacted me. They claim to have received a strange email containing evidence of Yamamoto Fumiki's crimes. Those reporters are asking me if it is true. Officer Takagi hastily relayed the alarming news to Officer Makuru. What did you say? The journalist was already aware. Officer Muro displayed a look of astonishment on his face and hurriedly inquired of Officer Takagi. Indeed, Officer Takagi nodded affirmatively to Officer Makuro. Miwako Sato's face revealed a look of anxiety. If this evidence proves to be authentic, and if Yamamoto Futaki has not met with misfortune, the reporters are already aware. And it will not be long before Yamamoto Futaki learns of it as well. Should we fail to act, he would undoubtedly flee. Miwako Sato expressed her concerns to Officer Makuro. Upon hearing this, Officer Makuro pondered for a moment. Takagi, you are to immediately investigate the origin of these emails and clarify the identity of this organization that claims to be the Justice Judgment Alliance, including its members. Miwako, you shall go to the location where the body was buried. I will lead a team to apprehend Yamamoto Futaki. Officer Makuro issued commands directly to Miwako Sato and Officer Takagi. Indeed, Officer Takagi and Miwako Sato nodded earnestly, addressing Officer Megur with seriousness. At the Mouri Detective Agency, Mouri Ran arrived, burdened by her thoughts. Who was the person who just escorted you home? Mouri Kagoro, peering out from the second-floor window, had witnessed Lin Tian accompanying Mouri Ran downstairs. Their hand-holding suggested a relationship that was clearly beyond ordinary. A pang of jealousy stirred within Mouri Kagoro. He wished to shield Mouri Ran from premature romantic entanglements. Mouri Ran instantly realized that her father must have seen Lin Tian drop her off, and her expression shifted accordingly. He is my friend, Lin Tian. In an effort to alleviate her father's concerns, she refrained from disclosing Lin Tian's true identity. How old is he? Where is he from? Mouri Kagoro relentlessly pressed for answers. Dad, I am no longer a child. There is no need to pry into such matters. I'm tired and will retreat to my room now. You should rest early as well. Mouri wished to avoid further explanations, fearing that the more she revealed, the more inconsistencies would emerge. After uttering these words, she departed. Observing this, Mouri Kagoro's suspicions deepened. He was almost convinced that Mouri was indeed involved with Lin Tian. An impulse surged within him, compelling him to confront Mouri directly and question her about her romantic involvement. However, reason restrained his emotions, causing him to pause. Mouri Kagoro understood his daughter's innocent and kind nature, which made her susceptible to harm. As a father, he would not permit anyone to deceive or hurt her. After a period of contemplation, Mouri Kagoro retrieved a gray mobile phone from his pocket and searched for the name of Eri Kisaki in his contacts. Since their separation, he had rarely reached out to her due to pride. Yet, this time, for the sake of Mouri, he hesitated but ultimately dialed Eri's number. Soon, the call connected. And Eri's voice resonated through the phone. What a rare occasion for you to call. Speak. What is it? It's about Ran. About Ran? What is the matter with her? I suspect that Ran is in a romantic relationship. What did you say? You heard it right. I suspect that Xiaolan is in a romantic relationship. Otherwise, I wouldn't have called you. With whom is she in a relationship? Kudo Shinichi? No. It seems to be someone named Lin Tian. Lin Tian? I just saw them holding hands. You came here for a visit, after all. It is more appropriate for you to inquire with Xiaolan regarding such matters. I understand. After saying this, Hyujiri abruptly ended the call. Kagoro Mouri, realizing that Hyujiri would soon arrive, immediately began tidying up. In Tokyo, the Yamazawa Pharmaceutical Group stands majestically on the outskirts, its exterior exuding an air of solemnity. Yet its interior conceals clandestine secrets. This edifice serves as one of the secret bases of the Black Organization. Underground, the facility is meticulously safeguarded, surrounded by an array of security measures designed to ensure its confidentiality. Ostensibly, this base operates as an institution dedicated to medical research, striving to develop medications for various ailments. However, in reality, they are engaged in an exceedingly perilous endeavor, the development of APTX-4869. This research is fraught with risk and uncertainty, necessitating extensive experimentation and data support. Thus, the Black Organization is willing to go to any lengths, even sacrificing innocent lives, to advance this project. Within an office, only two individuals remain, Jin and Shiho Miyano. Jin sits behind the desk, his gaze betraying a hint of indifference. Jin, what do you want? Shiho Miyano inquires, her expression impassive, her tone icy. Surely. How is the progress on APTX-4869? Jin's deep-set eyes fixate on Shiho Miyano as he calmly poses the question. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Accelerate the progress. Jin furrowed his brow slightly, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction. Day in and day out, apart from sleeping and eating, I remain ensconced in the laboratory. How else am I to hasten the pace? If you deem me unfit, you may assign the task of developing APTX-4869 to someone else. Shiho Miyano spoke to Jin in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Jin cast a cold glance at Shiho, thinking to himself, her audacity is growing. How dare she threaten me? Once the development succeeds, I shall see how to deal with her. Ever since the demise of Shiho Miyano's parents, the Black Organization had assigned others to work on APTX-4869. Yet none made any significant progress. It was only after Shiho took over that advancements began to materialize. Jin was acutely aware that the development of APTX-4869 was inextricably linked to Shiho Miyano. It is still best if you continue the research. I trust you. Jin inhaled deeply and spoke to Shiho Miyano in a frigid tone. Jin, it has been 2 months since I last saw my sister. When will I be able to meet her? Shiho inquired of Jin. Upon hearing this, Jin pondered for a moment. In a couple of days, I will allow you to see your sister. However, you must undertake a task at that time, Jin stated coldly to Shiho Miyano. What task? Shiho Miyano inquired. Her brow furrowed as she looked at Jin. Vodka will inform you in due time. Jin had no intention of disclosing anything to Shiho Miyano at that moment. I understand. Upon witnessing the situation, Shiho Miyano chose not to pursue the inquiry further. At that moment, Vodka rushed in, visibly flustered. Big brother, this is bad. Vodka exclaimed urgently to Jin. Surely, this matter no longer concerns you. Please, go and attend to your duties, Jin remarked, casting a brief glance at Shiho Miyano before speaking in a nonchalant manner. Indeed, Shiho Miyano nodded and subsequently departed from the premises. Speak, Jin urged. His gaze fixed upon Vodka. What has transpired? Brother, Vodka replied. We have just received word from our informant within the police department. Numerous officers at the Metropolitan Police have received an email containing incriminating evidence against Yamamoto Futaki. Officer Magyar has already mobilized a team to apprehend him. What did you say? Jin was taken aback upon hearing this and stood up abruptly. He held little regard for Yamamoto Fumiki's fate. However, if Yamamoto were to be apprehended by the police, he could potentially divulge the secrets of the Black Organization. Although Yamamoto possessed only a superficial understanding of the organization, any information he revealed could inflict a significant blow to the Black Organization. For instance, he was aware of the existence of this secret base. Brother, Yamamoto Futaki was aware that this was our clandestine stronghold. Should he be apprehended by the authorities, he might very well betray us. We must promptly arrange for a relocation. Vodka hastily reminded Jin. To move now would incur significant losses. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Jin's eyes. However, if we do not relocate, our position could be exposed at any moment. Vodka furrowed his brow, articulating his concerns. If we eliminate Yamamoto Futaki, we need not worry about his betrayal. Jin conveyed his thoughts to Vodka, acknowledging that it was indeed a viable solution. Vodka nodded in agreement. Go, said Jin, and with that, he departed from the scene. The estate of Yamamoto Futaki was heavily guarded. Officer Magyar, leading Officer Chiba and others, surrounded the entire premises. The bodyguards within the estate appeared anxious, yet they refrained from taking any rash actions in the face of the police encirclement, recognizing that a direct confrontation with law enforcement would be an unwise course of action. Officer Magyar, what brings you and such a sizable contingent of police here at this late hour? Inquired the butler, Yamamoto, with a furrowed brow, his expression tinged with concern. Although he was unaware of the reason for Officer Magyar's visit, an ominous premonition loomed over him. We are here to apprehend Yamamoto Futaki. Where is he currently located? Officer Magyar pressed, initiating his inquiry with the butler. Master is resting in his bedroom, the butler replied with a smile, though a flicker of confusion shone in his eyes. He clearly did not comprehend why the police would suddenly arrive to arrest Yamamoto Futaki. At that moment, the butler remained oblivious to the revelation of incriminating evidence against Yamamoto Futaki. I suspect Yamamoto Futaki of smuggling firearms, drugs, and committing murder and concealment of bodies. Please accompany us to the police headquarters for questioning, Officer Magyar stated plainly, revealing the purpose of their visit. Upon hearing this, the butler's face registered shock. Internally, he grappled with disbelief. How could the police possibly know such things? Officer Magyar, my master is a law-abiding businessman, as you are aware. He would never engage in illegal activities. There must be some misunderstanding, the butler argued, his anxiety palpable, but he felt compelled to defend Yamamoto Futaki. After all, their fates were intertwined. Should Yamamoto Futaki fall, the butler's own fate would be equally dire. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not, we will clarify at the police headquarters. Please take us to Yamamoto Futaki, Officer Magyar declared sternly to the butler. Officer Magyar, my master is currently resting. Perhaps it would be best if you return to the police headquarters for now. Once he awakens, I will inform him of this matter, and he can then proceed to the police station for questioning, the butler suggested, still hoping to minimize the situation. He intended to buy time, hoping to devise a solution to this predicament alongside Yamamoto Futaki. That will not do. Officer Magyar commanded the butler Yamamoto, insisting on an immediate audience with Yamamoto Fumiki. Officer Magyar, perhaps you could wait here for a moment while I consult with the master? Yamamoto, wearing a disarming smile, attempted to delay the officer. I shall reiterate my demand. Take us to Yamamoto Fumiki at once, or you shall not like my subsequent actions. Officer Magyar, unwilling to engage in further verbal sparring, issued a final ultimatum. Time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the greater the likelihood that Yamamoto Fumiki would become aware of the exposure of incriminating evidence and flee. Officer Magyar, please do not take offense. Let us speak openly. Please wait for a moment in the lobby while I summon the master. The butler Yamamoto wore a beaming smile, still hoping to buy some time for Yamamoto Futaki. Observing the butler's demeanor, Officer Magyar decided to dispense with pleasantries. Officer Chiba, lead your team inside and apprehend Yamamoto Futaki. Should there be any resistance, arrest them all. Officer Magyar issued his command directly to Officer Chiba, standing nearby. Indeed, Officer Chiba replied solemnly to Officer Muro. Upon witnessing this tense exchange, Butler Yamamoto's expression turned anxious. beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct Officer Chiba. Officer Muro, Officer Chiba, please remain calm and avoid impulsive actions. Let us converse civilly. There is no need for violence. We can sit down and discuss this matter. Surely, we can find a resolution. After all, my employer is a prominent figure in the business world. Could you not extend him a modicum of respect? The butler smiled obsequiously, his eyes brimming with a desperate eagerness, fixating his gaze on Officer Chiba. However, Officer Chiba remained unmoved. Recalling the criminal evidence he had seen regarding Yamamoto Fumiki at the police headquarters, his disdain for Yamamoto intensified. What respect should a criminal expect? Officer Chiba, known for his unwavering disdain for evil, showed no leniency towards wrongdoers. Without hesitation, he retrieved a pair of handcuffs from his waist and swiftly secured Butler Yamamoto's wrists. As the metallic clink of the handcuffs echoed, the butler's smile faltered, replaced by sheer panic. Officer Chiba, I have committed no crime. On what grounds do you handcuff me? Yamamoto's face flushed, and he questioned Officer Chiba with agitation. Officer Chiba regarded him impassively, a flicker of authority glimmering in his eyes. He fixed a cold stare upon the butler and declared, obstructing an officer in the arrest of a criminal is indeed an offense. Yamamoto felt a jolt within, yet he feigned composure. What criminal? This is Yamamoto Manor. How could there be a criminal here? He endeavored to mask his inner turmoil, adopting an innocent facade. There is no time for your ramblings. Take us to Yamamoto Fumiki's quarters, Officer Chiba instructed sternly, gesturing toward a nearby maid. The maid, frightened by Officer Chiba's grave demeanor, understood that non-compliance could lead to greater trouble. Thus, she nodded and responded, very well, please follow me. Under the maid's guidance, Officer Chiba, accompanied by a dozen officers, departed the scene. Officer Muro, how can you allow this? My employer is acquainted with Officer Matsumoto. Butler Yamamoto attempted to leverage his connection with Officer Matsumoto to intimidate Officer Muro. Mr. Yamamoto, I am here to apprehend Yamamoto Fumiki. And Officer Matsumoto is fully aware of this, Officer Muro replied with an earnest gravity. Prior to arriving, he had sought explicit instructions from Matsumoto Kiyona. What? This cannot be. Yamamoto's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Officer Muro. He had initially thought that his relationship with Officer Matsumoto would facilitate an easy resolution, but it now seemed that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. At the threshold of Yamamoto Fumiki's bedroom, the maid led Officer Chiba and his team to their destination. This is our master's bedroom, she indicated nervously, pointing towards Yamamoto Fumiki's quarters. Understood. Step back. Officer Chiba said with a serious expression, nodding towards the maid. Indeed, the maid nodded, and then she departed from this place. All set. Officer Chiba brandished his firearm, addressing the surrounding officers with an expression of grave seriousness. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With a resounding crash, the bedroom door swung open, producing a thunderous impact. Charge in. Officer Chiba commanded without hesitation, leading the charge as he swiftly entered Yamamoto Fumiki's room. The surrounding officers closely followed, flooding into the space with urgency. Upon entering, Officer Chiba was taken aback by the scene before him. There lay Yamamoto Fumiki, motionless on the floor, as if stripped of all signs of life. Scattered around him were numerous narcotics. A sense of foreboding surged within Officer Chiba as he cautiously approached Yamamoto, gun in hand, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. He then knelt down to examine Yamamoto's condition, only to discover that he had ceased to breathe, his body cold to the touch. Damn, Officer Chiba muttered under his breath, realizing that the situation might be more complicated than he had initially anticipated. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and began to contact Officer Magyar. Officer Magyar. The voice of Officer Magyar crackled through the device. Officer Chiba, have you apprehended Yamamoto Fumiki? Yes, but what is it? It is merely that we arrived a moment too late. Yamamoto Futaki has already passed away. I shall come over at once. Everyone, please step outside. Officer Chiba said to the officers in the room with a grave expression. Indeed, the surrounding officers nodded and gradually departed from the scene. Shortly thereafter, Officer Magyar arrived. Upon observing the situation, his brow furrowed in concern. Bring the butler Yamamoto here, Officer Magyar instructed Officer Chiba with a grave expression. Indeed, Officer Chiba nodded and respectfully addressed Officer Muro. Soon, Butler Yamamoto was escorted to the threshold of Yamamoto Fumiki's bedroom. Having eavesdropped on the conversation between Officer Muro and Officer Chiba, Butler Yamamoto was already aware of Yamamoto Fumiki's demise. Butler Yamamoto, what transpired? Officer Muro inquired with a grave expression. I do not know. Yamamoto, the butler, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Yet he still refrained from revealing the truth to Officer Magyar. Officer Magyar cast a frigid gaze upon Yamamoto, utterly unconvinced by the butler's words. In his heart, he had resolved to thoroughly investigate this matter. Take me to the monitoring room, Officer Magyar said to Yamamoto with a grave expression. Very well, replied Yamamoto, nodding in agreement. In the quaint town of Mahamaki, at the Mouri Detective Agency, the esteemed Ai Kisaki arrived clad in a sophisticated purple women's suit complemented by elegant black high heels. What exactly transpired between Ran and that individual named Lin Tian? Please recount the events to me, Ai Kisaki said, her expression serious as she addressed Kogoro Mouri. Very well. Kogoro Mouri nodded slightly and subsequently recounted the sequence of events to Ai Kisaki. After listening, Ai paused to contemplate. Where's Ran now? She inquired of Kogoro. In the room upstairs, Kogoro replied promptly. I shall go upstairs to speak with her, Ai declared as she rose decisively and made her way to the upper floor. On the third floor, at the entrance of Ran Mouri's chamber. Knock, knock. It is I, Kaido. Please open the door. Fei Yingli gently extended her delicate hand to rap on the door. As soon as Mouri Ran recognized Fei Yingli's voice, she promptly replied, Coming. Mouri Ran hurried to the entrance and opened the door. Mother, exclaimed Mao Lilan, her heart brimming with excitement as she rushed to embrace Hayuri. Do you have time? Asked Ai Kisaki, gently stroking Ran Mouri's hair with a beaming smile. Of course I have time. Let us invite Dad and go together. Ran had long wished for Ai and Kogoro Mouri to reconcile, and with such a splendid opportunity at hand, she was determined not to let it slip away. As Ran's mother, Ai understood her daughter's intentions all too well. Today, it will just be the two of us for dinner, Ai said to Ran with a serious expression. Very well. With this situation, Mouri Ran no longer insisted. At the Yamamoto manor, the forensic team had already entered Yamamoto Fuki's bedroom in search of evidence. At the entrance to Yamamoto Fuki's bedroom, Officer Magyar observed from the surveillance footage that no one, apart from Yamamoto Fuki, had entered the room. Officer Chiba conveyed his suspicions to Officer Magyar. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well. Officer Magyar, feeling somewhat at a loss, acquiesced. Officer Chiba retrieved his mobile phone from his pocket and attempted to call Shinichi Kudo. To his astonishment, he discovered that Shinichi's phone was powered off. Officer Magyar, Shinichi Kudo's phone is off, Chiba reported, his brow furrowed as he conveyed the information. Never mind. We can still unravel this case without Shinichi, Officer Magyar confidently reassured Chiba with a wave of his hand. Just then, Officer Magyar's phone rang. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Officer Takagi. Hello, Takagi, Magyar answered. Takagi's voice came through. Officer Magyar. All the emails received by the police department have been sent from the same account, which belongs to Yamamoto Fumiki. Understood. It seems that uncovering the true identity of the Justice Trial Alliance through emails is impossible. Just as Officer Magyar ended the call, his phone rang once more. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Miwako Sato. Hello, Officer Sato, he answered. Her voice echoed through the line. Officer Magyar. I have unearthed a body at the location mentioned in the email. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well. As Inspector Magyar hung up the phone, his expression darkened. Officer Chiba, what do you think this individual, who claims to be part of the Justice Judgment Alliance, intends to achieve? Inspector Magyar inquired, his brow furrowed in concern as he turned to Officer Chiba. This API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Yes. Officer Chiba nodded, his expression grave. In the Nobita Hotel of Mihua Town, within the spacious confines of room 606, only two individuals remained, Mouri Ran and Higurashi Eri. The room was suffused with a delicate fragrance, and the table was laden with an array of delectable dishes, all exuding an enticing aroma. Observing Mouri Ran's lack of appetite, Higurashi Eri inquired with concern, Ran, do these dishes not suit your taste? Today, Mouri Ran had endured a harrowing experience. having joined Lin Tian in the elimination of the nefarious Yamamoto Fumiki. This event had profoundly impacted her, leaving her emotionally shaken. Though she had not directly participated in the act, she understood that she was indeed a part of this grim undertaking. Faced with such circumstances, Mouri Ran felt a heavy weight upon her heart, rendering her unable to find peace. Despite the culinary delights before her appearing both exquisite and aromatic, she found herself devoid of appetite. Gently shaking her head, she mustered a faint smile and replied, "Everything looks wonderful, it's just that I'm not very hungry right now." She endeavored to mask her inner turmoil, not wishing to cause her mother any distress. As Mouri Ran's mother, Higurashi Eri was well acquainted with her daughter's temperament. Witnessing Mouri Ran's current state, Eri discerned that something weighed heavily on her daughter's mind. "Xiaolan," said Fei, gazing at the young girl seated beside her. "I heard from your father that a boy named Lin Tian escorted you home this evening." Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan immediately grasped the intent behind Fei Yingli's inquiry and felt a sense of relief wash over her. Indeed, Mao Lilan nodded affirmatively at Fei Yingli. "Lilan, are you and Lin Tian in a romantic relationship?" The smile on Fei Yingli's face vanished as she inquired of Mao Lilan. "No, that's not it. Mother, you misunderstood." Mao Lilan hurriedly explained to Fei Yingli. "If there is no romantic relationship, then why walk hand in hand? Xiaolan, I am your mother. You need not be shy in my presence. If you are in love, I do not oppose it, as long as you are happy and that person sincerely cares for you." Fei Yingli extended her hand and grasped Mao Lilan's soft hand, conveying her heartfelt words. From Fei Yingli's earnest expressions, Mao Lilan understood that her mother's words were genuine. Filled with remorse, Mao Lilan thought, "Mother, I'm sorry, but for your and father's safety, I still cannot reveal the truth." After today's events, Mao Lilan comprehended that the police could not apprehend Lin Tian, and she dared not defy his orders. "Mother, I truly am not in a romantic relationship with Lin Tian. We are really just friends." Mao Lilan shook her head and spoke earnestly to Fei Yingli. Observing Mao Lilan's demeanor, Fei Yingli mused, "Given Xiaolan's expression, she does not seem to be lying. It appears she is not in a relationship with Lin Tian. Perhaps she merely harbors fond feelings. Xiaolan, when you have the time, bring Lin Tian to meet me. I would like to see him." Fei Yingli held Mao Lilan's hand, wishing to meet Lin Tian and discern what kind of young man he truly was. "He's quite busy," Lin Tian remarked, lacking the luxury of time. Mao Lilan furrowed her brow, unwilling to acquiesce, and subtly declined Hai Yingli's request. In Mao Lilan's heart, Lin Tian represented a perilous figure. Should Hai Yingli come into contact with Lin Tian, she too would find herself in jeopardy. Unbeknownst to Hai Yingli, Mao Lilan's concern stemmed from a protective instinct, as she mistakenly believed that Mao Lilan was merely shy about allowing Lin Tian into her life. "Xiaolan, I assure you, I mean him no harm. I simply wish to engage him in conversation. If you refuse, I shall seek him out myself." Hai Yingli stated with a smile directed at Mao Lilan. Anxiously, Mao Lilan thought to herself, "Mother, why can't you understand? It's not that I fear your intentions, but rather his." Mao Lilan understood Hai Yingli well. She knew that if her mother expressed a desire, she would undoubtedly act upon it. "Mother, how about this? I will inquire with Lin Tian to see when he might be available. Once he has the time, I will bring him to meet you," Mao Lilan said earnestly after a moment of contemplation. "All right." Fei Yingli nodded in agreement. An hour later, Fei Yingli and Mao Lilan arrived at the Mouri Detective Agency. Mao Lilan was utterly exhausted today and retreated to her room to rest. What exactly is going on between Yingli, Xiaolan, and Lin Tian? Upon seeing Mao Lilan leave, Mouri Kagoro set aside his newspaper, abandoning his pretense of reading, and eagerly began to inquire of Fei Yingli. "I just spoke with Xiaolan. She and Lin Tian are not in a romantic relationship. It appears she merely has a fondness for him." Fei Yingli conveyed her assessment to Mouri Kagoro. Upon hearing this, Mouri Kagoro felt a sense of relief wash over him. Where is Lin Tian from? How did he come to know Xiaolan? What could have drawn her to him? Mouri Kagoro furrowed his brow and pressed Fei Yingli for answers. "I am not yet aware of those details. In the coming days, Xiaolan is likely to introduce Lin Tian to me. I will inquire directly with him then." Fei Yingli shared her thoughts with Mouri Kagoro. "Very well." Kagoro Mouri nodded in agreement. As the hour grew late, it was time for me to depart. Eri Kisaki rose from her seat, gathering her belongings. Observing her retreating figure, Kagoro Mouri reached out, intending to stop her. However, unwilling to concede first, he ultimately refrained from doing so. "Exercise caution on the road," said Kagoro Mouri to Eri Kisaki in a calm tone. "Understood." Fei Fei Yingli nodded and departed from the location. She made her way downstairs and drove away. That evening, the moonlight cascaded over the earth like liquid silver, illuminating the tranquil woods outside the Yamamoto manor. Jin leaned quietly against his sleek black Porsche 356A. His gaze profound and indifferent, as if capable of piercing through the darkness. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, he pondered how to eliminate Yamamoto and Miyuki. At that moment, Vodka's phone suddenly rang, the clear tone shattering the night's stillness. He picked up the device, and the screen displayed a new text message. He opened it and quickly skimmed through, his face instantly reflecting shock. "Brother, we no longer need to assassinate Yamamoto and Miyuki," Vodka said urgently, a hint of surprise and confusion in his voice. "What? Why?" Jin's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. "Because Yamamoto and Miyuki has already been killed," Vodka replied slowly, his tone imbued with disbelief. "Who killed Yamamoto and Miyuki?" Upon hearing this news, Jin's expression turned surprised. He had not anticipated that Yamamoto and Miyuki would meet his end at this juncture. According to intel from our undercover source, he was killed by someone claiming to be a member of the Justice Tribunal. This individual also announced Yamamoto and Miyuki's crimes to the police and the press in his name. The police are currently investigating the Justice Tribunal with full force. Vodka promptly relayed all he knew to Jin. This individual certainly possesses audacity, daring to provoke the police. Jin remarked, taken aback by the boldness of it all. "Brother, should we involve ourselves in this matter?" Vodka inquired curiously, standing beside Jin. "No need. Such a provocation towards the police will likely lead to his capture before long. With Yamamoto Fataki now deceased, the organization will remain concealed. There is no necessity for us to squander time. Let us return to the secret base." After articulating this sentiment, Jin cast aside his cigarette onto the ground, opened the car door, and settled into the passenger seat. "Indeed, elder brother." Vodka rushed to the other side and took his seat at the wheel. He started the car and drove away from the location. On the way back to the secret base, he inquired curiously of Jin, "Who do you think this individual, claiming to be part of the Justice Judgment Alliance, might be?" Jin shared his perspective, suggesting it was likely someone from their inner circle. "I concur. It is probably someone close to him," Vodka promptly agreed. The following day, Monday, at 7 in the morning, at the Mouri Detective Agency. Upon finishing her morning routine, Ran Mouri arrived and was greeted by Kagoro Mouri, who exclaimed, "Ran, a significant event transpired last night." He was eager to share the latest news he had just encountered. "What significant event is this?" Mao Lilan inquired curiously, gazing at Kagoro Mouri. "Last night, an individual claiming to be from the Justice Judgment Alliance revealed the crimes of Yamamoto Group's chairman, Yamamoto Fumiki, to both the police and the press. He even brazenly announced that Yamamoto had been cruelly murdered. In an audacious proclamation, he taunted the police, stating that if the law could not punish the wicked, then the Justice Judgment Alliance would take it upon themselves to deliver justice. Such arrogance was astounding. The police have since issued a warrant for the arrest of the Justice Judgment Alliance, offering a reward of 10 million yen for any information leading to their capture. Major media outlets are now buzzing with coverage of this matter. Kagoro Mouri immediately relayed the news he had just seen to Mao Lilan. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan awkwardly touched her nose, her thoughts racing. "Father, you could never imagine that I am involved in this matter." While others remained oblivious to the true nature of the Justice Judgment Alliance, Mao Lilan was acutely aware of the situation. However, at this moment, she could not disclose this secret to Kagoro Mouri. This person is incredibly audacious, daring to commit such acts. Mao Lilan feigned surprise, her face displaying an expression of disbelief, as if she had never heard of the Justice Judgment Alliance before. Yet, her acting skills were not particularly refined. If anyone had scrutinized her expression closely, they might have detected something amiss. Unfortunately, Kagoro Mouri was completely absorbed in the shocking news, oblivious to the subtle shifts in Mao Lilan's demeanor. His attention was captivated by the story, rendering him oblivious to everything else. Indeed, this individual possesses greater audacity than Phantom Thief Kid. Based on my understanding of the police, they must be infuriated right now. They will surely devote all their efforts to apprehending this provocateur, and it won't be long before they capture him. At that point, he will learn the consequences of taunting the police. Kagoro Mouri expressed his thoughts to Mao Lilan. She mused, with the police's capabilities, it is impossible for them to catch him. "Father, I must head to school now," Mao Lilan stated, wishing to evade further discussion on the topic. "Be on your way," he said. "Take care on the road." Kagoro Mouri nodded and advised Ran Mouri. I understand. Mao Lilan nodded seriously to Kagaro Mouri. Subsequently, she departed from the Mouri Detective Agency and made her way to Titen High School. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, conference room. A multitude of police officers congregated here, including Matsumoto Kiyoshi, Officer Megure, Officer Chiba, Officer Takagi, and Miwako Sato, among others. Dear officers, the media is currently buzzing with reports regarding the Justice Trial Alliance. Some voices are particularly vehement, labeling us as inept and accusing the police of being mere puppets who turn a blind eye to the misdeeds of the wealthy and powerful. It is nothing short of an affront to our integrity as law enforcement, Matsumoto Kiyoshi declared, his fist clenched tightly as he struck the table with force. Officer Megure, seated beside Matsumoto, quietly admonished him to maintain composure, mindful of the multitude of officers present and the importance of upholding their image. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, indeed. Officer Megure, Officer Chiba, and Miwako Sato responded solemnly, as they naturally did not wish to see the reputation of the police tarnished. Matsumoto Kiyoshi, observing the spirited demeanor of Officer Megure and the others, felt a profound sense of satisfaction and slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Officer Megure, it is now your turn to provide a detailed introduction to the Justice Tribunal Alliance. Matsumoto Kiyoshi stated, his expression remaining serious. Yes, Chief Matsumoto, Officer Megure replied with a nod of agreement. He then rose and approached the blackboard. Esteemed officers, Inspector Megure commenced, his tone laden with gravity. According to the forensic pathologist's findings, Yamamoto Nikiki was initially subjected to genital mutilation before being force-fed a lethal quantity of narcotics. A palpable tension descended upon the conference room in response to this grim depiction. Countenances furrowed as all present fixed their gaze upon the images displayed on the whiteboard. Inspector Megure continued, the evidence gleaned from Yamamoto Nikiki's remains suggests the involvement of multiple perpetrators, at least 3 individuals. He gestured towards specific details within the photographs, elucidating his assessment. A murmur of consternation and outrage rippled through the assembly as they grappled with the enormity of the crime. Addressing the collective, Inspector Megure asserted, consequently, I posit that the Justice Judgment League constitutes a criminal syndicate, characterized by meticulous organization, specialized roles, and a propensity for extreme cruelty. It is imperative that we swiftly ascertain their whereabouts and bring them to justice. At that juncture, Officer Miwako Sato raised her hand, directing an inquiry towards Inspector Megure. Inspector, were any fingerprints belonging to the perpetrators recovered from the scene of Yamamoto Nikiki's demise? Her gaze conveyed unwavering resolve in her pursuit of pivotal clues. Following an examination by the Forensic Science Division, the fingerprints of Yamamoto Nikiki, the maid, and the Yamamoto family butler were the only ones found in the room. No other fingerprints were present. Inspector Megure disclosed the findings to Officer Sato without reservation. Inspector, could the Yamamoto family butler be the perpetrator? Officer Takagi conjectured, rising to his feet to articulate his hypothesis. At this juncture, such a determination remains inconclusive. Inspector Megure harbored lingering suspicions regarding the Yamamoto family butler. At that moment, Matsumoto Kayanaga rose to his feet. The circumstances surrounding this case are now known to all of you. The actions of the Justice Judgment League represent a direct affront to our authority. Addressing Inspector Megure, Officer Chiba, Officer Sato, and others, Matsumoto Kayanaga issued a directive. I expect your utmost dedication to apprehending these lawless individuals. Indeed, Officer Megure, Officer Chiba, and Miwako Sato were all filled with determination, brimming with confidence that they could apprehend the Justice Judgment League. Officer Megure, you will be in charge of this operation, Matsumoto Saishu stated with a serious expression. Yes, Chief Matsumoto. I shall ensure the swift capture of all members of the Justice Judgment League, Officer Megure promptly assured Matsumoto Saishu. Upon hearing this, Matsumoto Saishu nodded in satisfaction. He held a profound trust in Officer Megure's capabilities. Mihua Town. Bang. The tranquility of Dr. Agasa's home was abruptly shattered by a sudden explosion. Moments later, the basement door creaked open, and a figure emerged from the swirling smoke. It was Dr. Agasa, his body covered in dust, his face adorned with an awkward smile. Simultaneously, Shinichi Kudo strolled out of the room, yawning, seemingly still not fully awake. Last night, after Shinichi had reverted to his youthful form, he had a serendipitous encounter with Dr. Agasa at his doorstep. Utilizing his exceptional deductive skills, Shinichi successfully convinced Dr. Agasa that he was indeed the genuine Shinichi Kudo. For the time being, he resided at Dr. Agasa's home. Dr. Agasa, has your experiment failed again? Shinichi remarked, observing Dr. Agasa's disheveled appearance with a sense of familiarity. However, Dr. Agasa excitedly retorted, Shinichi, this time is different. I was so close to succeeding. He spoke while sheepishly scratching his head, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You always claim to be just a step away, yet the outcome remains unchanged, Shinichi replied, shaking his head in amusement at Dr. Agasa's unwavering optimism. Subsequently, he patted his rumbling stomach and inquired, Dr. Agasa, what shall we have for breakfast today? I feel as though I might starve. Upon hearing this, Dr. Agasa snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, oh, right? I'll prepare breakfast for you right away. With that, he dashed away like a gust of wind, leaving Shinichi to wait in place. Half an hour later, a warm ambience enveloped the dining room. Dr. Agasa and Shinichi sat side by side at the table, relishing a delicious breakfast while watching television. The news broadcast was covering a report on the Justice Trial Alliance, which immediately captured Shinichi's attention. Can they truly dare to provoke the police? What audacity! Shinichi's face displayed astonishment. Indeed, Shinichi, do they have a death wish? Dr. Agasa queried, his brow furrowing as he chewed his food. Perhaps, he sighed. It is unfortunate that my body has diminished. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly confront those audacious miscreants in person. A hint of regret shadowed Kudo Shinichi's expression. The Justice Judgment Alliance cruelly took the life of Yamamoto Fumiki. They are evidently desperate fugitives. It would be wise to avoid provoking them, lest you find yourself in peril, Dr. Agasa advised earnestly. And what of desperate fugitives? I have apprehended countless such individuals in the past. Even with my current diminutive form, capturing these audacious criminals would be a mere trifle, Kudo Shinichi retorted, exhibiting unwavering confidence in his abilities despite his reduced stature. He believed that his astute intellect could navigate most dangers. Upon observing Shinichi's demeanor, Dr. Agasa's concern deepened. Had Shinichi not undergone this transformation, Agasa would have held complete faith in his capabilities. However, given the circumstances, he feared for Shinichi's safety. Having known him for numerous years, Agasa was acutely aware of Shinichi's character. He recognized that the more he attempted to dissuade Shinichi from pursuing a course of action, the more likely he was to incite his rebellious spirit. Shinichi, your primary focus should be on locating those two men in black and retrieving the poison they possess. Only then can I assist you in developing an antidote. If they manage to evade capture for too long and escape to another country, no, Dr. Agasa shook his head, expressing his disapproval of Shinichi Kudo seeking out Officer Megure. Why is that? Shinichi Kudo asked, his brow furrowed in perplexity as he turned to Professor Agasa. The man in black claimed that the poison was developed by their organization. If they are capable of concocting a potion for rejuvenation, then their organization must be extensive. Should you request Officer Megure to investigate, it is highly likely that the fact of your survival will be revealed. At that point, not only would you face death, but your family would too. Moreover, can you be certain that there are no members of that organization surrounding Officer Megure? Professor Agasa replied gravely to Shinichi Kudo. Now what should we do? Kudo Shinichi pondered, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Shinichi, now that you have shrunk, you can assume a new identity, allowing those individuals to believe you are deceased. This way, you can conduct your investigations discreetly, without drawing their attention. Dr. Agasa shared his plan with Kudo Shinichi. Although Agasa's proposal may not have been the most optimal solution, it was undoubtedly the safest option for Shinichi. Dr. Agasa, I understand. I will investigate those two men in black from the shadows, Kudo Shinichi acknowledged, recognizing that the doctor had his best interests at heart, and he did not express any dissent. In the vibrant town of Baika, at Titan High School, on a sunlit morning, Mouri Ran entered Class 2B with a buoyant stride, her heavy backpack slung over her shoulder. As she settled into her seat, her desk mate, Suzuki Sonoko, eagerly leaned in beside her. Ran, have you heard about the Justice Judgment Alliance? Suzuki Sonoko inquired animatedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. As a close friend of Mouri Ran, she was always enthusiastic about sharing intriguing and exhilarating news. Ran gently placed her backpack down, stifling a laugh to herself. She mused, Sonoko, you probably have no idea that I am also a member of the Justice Judgment Alliance. However, she displayed no hint of her secret. Oh, I heard my father mention it this morning, Mouri Ran replied, striving to maintain her composure and conceal her secret. Ran, The Justice Judgment Alliance is truly my idol. They punish the wicked and uphold justice. They accomplish what I have always wished to do but lack the courage to pursue, Suzuki Sonoko exclaimed, her eyes brimming with admiration and longing, as if the Alliance had become her personal heroes. She couldn't help but imagine the appearance of the Alliance's leader, murmuring to herself, I bet their leader is exceptionally handsome and charming. A blush crept onto her cheeks, seemingly lost in a delightful reverie about the Justice Judgment Alliance. Ran, I have another piece of news to share with you. Suzuki Sonoko smiled at Mouri Ran as she spoke. What news? Mao Lilan inquired curiously as she gazed at Suzuki Sonoko. A new transfer student has joined our class, and reportedly, they are from China. Suzuki Sonoko relayed the information she had acquired to Mao Lilan. As the daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate, it was only natural that Sonoko possessed information that was more accessible than that of the average person. Chinese? A sense of foreboding enveloped Mao Lilan's heart. She harbored a strong suspicion that the transfer student was none other than Lin Tian. This was the instinctive intuition that belongs to women. Indeed, Suzuki Sonoko proposed to Mouri Ran, why don't you take a guess whether the transfer student is a boy or a girl? If you guess correctly, I shall treat you to a meal today. If you're mistaken, then you shall treat me. In the past, due to the lackluster business of the Mouri Detective Agency, Mouri Ran often found herself short on pocket money and might have hesitated. However, after receiving a sum of money from Lin Tian yesterday afternoon, she now found herself in a more comfortable financial situation. Very well. Mao Lilan nodded in agreement. A promise is a promise, Suzuki Sonoko declared, raising her hand with a smile directed at Mouri Ran. Mouri Ran reciprocated by lifting her hand to exchange a light clap with Sonoko. I suspect it's a boy, she ventured, believing that the new transfer student was likely to be Lin Tian. However, upon hearing Ran's words, Sonoko's previously bright smile froze in an instant. Ran, your luck remains as remarkable as ever. You are indeed correct. The transfer student joining our class today is, in fact, a boy. A bittersweet smile crossed Sonoko's face, as she secretly envied Mouri Ran's fortuitous streak. Sonoko, what is the name of the transfer student? Mouri Ran inquired with curiosity. I haven't found out yet. However, once he arrives, I'm sure he will introduce himself, Sonoko replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, Mouri Ran silently prayed, may it not be Lin Tian. She understood all too well how frightening and dangerous Lin Tian could be, and she wished to keep him at a distance from her friends. After a brief interlude, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom with Lin Tian in tow. As the teacher gently pushed the door open, the previously boisterous classroom fell into a hushed silence, with students curiously gazing towards the entrance. Upon spotting Lin Tian, Mouri Ran's eyes widened in astonishment, her mind racing with disbelief. Is it truly him? How did he end up here? A flurry of thoughts surged through her mind as she attempted to unravel the purpose of Lin Tian's arrival at Tian High School. Simultaneously, upon seeing Lin Tian, Suzuki Sonoko's eyes sparkled with interest, her heart swelling with delight. Indeed, he is precisely my type. She found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Eager to learn more about this intriguing newcomer, the homeroom teacher smiled warmly at Lin Tian, gently prompting, Lin Tian, please introduce yourself to the class. Nodding slightly, Lin Tian approached the podium. He stood there quietly, surveying his classmates with a sweeping gaze. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Tian, and I hail from China. I look forward to your guidance and support. Lin Tian offered a friendly smile that exuded warmth and comfort, making those present feel at ease. His handsome visage, tall and impeccably dressed, radiated a refreshing charm. Let us warmly welcome our new classmate, Lin Tian, the homeroom teacher suggested, leading the applause that resonated through the classroom. The classroom was immediately filled with enthusiastic applause as the students expressed their warm welcome to Lin Tian. Lin Tian, please find an available seat and take a moment to settle in. The homeroom teacher gestured towards the vacant spots in the classroom, encouraging Lin Tian to choose a place he preferred. Very well. Lin Tian nodded, expressing his gratitude to the teacher before descending from the podium. He lifted his gaze, surveying the surroundings in search of a suitable seat. Suddenly, he noticed that Shinichi Kudo's seat was vacant, prompting him to make his way there. As Lin Tian passed by Ran Mouri, she intercepted him. Hashimoto, could you please take a seat at the back? Ran Mouri gazed apologetically at Ikaru Hashimoto, hesitating for a moment before ultimately voicing her thoughts. Why should I listen to you? Hashimoto Ikaru scoffed at the remark, his eyes brimming with disdain and defiance. He had no intention of retreating to the back simply because Mao Lilan said so. That would be utterly humiliating. Suzuki Sonoko, keenly aware of the unfolding scenario, fixed her indifferent gaze upon Hashimoto Aikaru. Aikaru, take a seat at the back, she commanded coolly. While Aikaru could dismiss Mao Lilan's opinions, he could not afford to disregard Sonoko's. The survival of the Hashimoto family business hinged entirely on the orders from the Suzuki Consortium. Should the consortium unilaterally terminate their contracts, the Hashimoto company would face immediate bankruptcy. It was his father's intention to enroll Aikaru in this school to win Sonoko's heart, thereby elevating their family's status. However, Sonoko exhibited no interest whatsoever in Aikaru, a source of great distress for him. Yet, he dared not offend her. Failing to win her affection would leave the family business stagnant, while incurring her wrath could spell its doom. I understand, Hashimoto Aikaru promptly replied, nodding eagerly, not daring to utter a single word of complaint. He quickly took his books and seated himself in an empty spot at the back. Kudo Shinichi was absent from class today, and Hashimoto Aikaru refrained from occupying his seat. He was acutely aware that Kudo Shinichi was an exceptionally formidable high school detective, and he wished to avoid any conflict with him. After all, from what he knew, his family's company was involved in tax evasion, which could not withstand scrutiny. With Kudo Shinichi's capabilities, should he choose to target the Kudo family, their business would likely face ruin in no time. Thank you, Ran and Sonoko, Lin Tian said with a smile directed at Mouri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko. Before arriving here, Lin Tian had conducted thorough research on each of his classmates, including Suzuki Sonoko. He understood that Sonoko was a lively and cheerful girl who enjoyed socializing, and she was also a close friend of Mouri Ran. How did you know my name is Sonoko? Suzuki Sonoko asked, looking at Lin Tian with surprise and curiosity. Ran told me, Lin Tian offered, not disclosing the truth to Sonoko and instead providing an excuse. He wished to avoid appearing overly mysterious or exceptional to prevent any unnecessary trouble. Sonoko then glanced back at Mouri Ran. Cough, cough. Mouri Ran coughed awkwardly twice, taken aback by Lin Tian's unexpected remark. Internally, she lamented her predicament, unsure of how to counter his words. After all, it was her own request that he conceal his identity. Indeed, it was I who advised him so. With a forced resolve, Mouri Ran fabricated a falsehood on Lin Tian's behalf, acutely aware that her cheeks must be as crimson as an apple. Yet, she remained unaccustomed to deceit. The very act of lying rendered her face a deeper shade of red. Suzuki Sonoko, noticing Mouri Ran's flushed visage, assumed her friend was merely shy. Ah, so that's it. Xiaolan, why are you blushing? Suzuki Sonoko teased, winking at Mouri Ran. The latter's face reddened further, and she hastily clarified, it's just because the weather is too hot. Lin Tian, since you are a friend of Xiaolan, you are also my friend. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Suzuki Sonoko proclaimed boldly to Lin Tian. Cough, cough. It is now class time. If you have anything to say, please wait until after class, the homeroom teacher remarked. With the teacher's words, Suzuki Sonoko, Mouri Ran, and Hayashi Tian ceased their chatter. Time slipped away quietly, and before long, the bell rang signaling the end of class. Just as the homeroom teacher stepped out of the classroom, Sonoko and a few other attractive girls eagerly approached Hayashi Tian. Upon seeing this, Mouri Ran couldn't help but frown, thinking to herself, do you realize how perilous this is? Hayashi Tian, may I inquire if you currently have a girlfriend? Suzuki Sonoko, with her vivacious personality, unabashedly expressed her feelings and sat down beside him, asking directly. The other beautiful girls also turned their gazes towards Hayashi Tian, eagerly wishing to know if he was already taken. Not at the moment, Hayashi Tian replied, carefully observing Sonoko. Suzuki Sonoko sported shoulder-length hair. Her chestnut locks appeared fresh and natural, while her deep green eyes sparkled with vivacity and energy. Clad in the Titan High School uniform, she exuded youthful exuberance and vitality. That is splendid. I also do not have a boyfriend. Upon hearing Hayashi's response, Sonoko was instantly overjoyed. The surrounding girls became even more animated, their gazes towards Hayashi Tian growing increasingly fervent. Witnessing Sonoko's enthusiastic demeanor towards Hayashi, Mouri Ran could no longer hold back. She resolved to take action. Although she couldn't persuade Hayashi, she decided to speak with Sonoko. Sonoko, may I have a word with you outside? Mouri Ran approached Sonoko, grasping her arm and speaking with a serious expression. Although Sonoko wished to continue her conversation with Hayashi, seeing Mouri Ran's grave demeanor, she chose to step outside with her. Hayashi Tian, I will step out for a moment. Let's chat later. Suzuki Sonoko's smile was sweet, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Very well. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Suzuki Sonoko and Mouri Ran departed from the location. Mouri Ran led Suzuki Sonoko to the playground. Sonoko, if there's something on your mind, please speak freely. Mouri Ran urged with a gentle smile. Ran, you should keep your distance from Lin Tian, Mouri Ran cautioned, concerned for Sonoko's safety. Unbeknownst to Sonoko, Mouri Ran's intentions stemmed from a desire to protect her. Sonoko mistakenly believed that Mouri Ran had developed feelings for Lin Tian. Why should I stay away from Lin Tian? Sonoko inquired playfully, hoping to coax the truth from Mouri Ran. That is because Mouri Ran intended to warn Lin Tian of the imminent danger, but upon recalling her previous promise to him, she hesitated and fell silent. Why is that? Suzuki Sonoko inquired with a tenacious curiosity. At that moment, Mouri Ran found herself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed, she was uncertain how to articulate her thoughts to Suzuki. Observing Ran's evident distress only solidified Sonoko's suspicions. Ran, to be honest, do you have feelings for Lin Tian? She asked pointedly. Me? Have feelings for him? Ran's face reflected utter disbelief. Although she felt a burgeoning curiosity towards Lin Tian, she did not harbor any romantic sentiments, especially given their brief acquaintance and the perilous circumstances he had placed her in. If you don't like him, why are you preventing me from getting closer to him? Isn't that merely a manifestation of a woman's possessiveness? Suzuki's expression conveyed her understanding of the situation, and despite addressing Mouri Ran, her tone bore an unmistakable certainty. The garden. You have misunderstood. My reluctance to let you near Lin Tian does not stem from my affection for him. Mao Lilan offered a wry smile, before promptly explaining to Suzuki Sonoko. But what is the reason? Sonoko inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Mao Lilan parted her lips, intending to reveal the truth to Sonoko, yet she quickly restrained herself. Deep down, Mao Lilan was acutely aware that disclosing the truth would only endanger Sonoko. Sonoko, I cannot tell you just yet. In due time, you will understand. A serious expression graced Mao Lilan's face. Upon hearing this, Sonoko's curiosity about Lin Tian intensified, a fact that Mao Lilan had not anticipated. At noon, the sun shone brightly, and the clock had passed 12. In Mihua Town, at Titan High School, the cafeteria buzzed with activity as students relished their lunch. Lin Tian had prepared his meal and, with a tray in hand, scanned the bustling cafeteria for a suitable seat. Eventually, he opted for a vacant spot by the window and settled down slowly. At that moment, Mao Lilan approached, carrying her own meal. She gracefully walked to Lin Tian's table and elegantly took a seat opposite him. Lin Tian, what brings you here? Mao Lilan inquired softly, her tone gentle as if fearing eavesdroppers. Lin Tian smiled faintly, gazing at her with warmth. Rest assured, I am here solely for my studies. His eyes were sharp, seemingly capable of discerning the thoughts hidden within Mao Lilan's heart. She furrowed her brow slightly and asked, Is that really true? Lin Tian nodded. Responding resolutely, I have no reason to deceive you. Mao Lilan felt her worries ease somewhat upon hearing this. The remnants of doubt lingered. That's wonderful. By the way, Lin Tian, I am quite familiar with this place. If you require assistance, I can guide you around to help you acclimate to the surroundings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Not a bother. It's a trivial task, Mao Lilan said earnestly to Lin Tian. By the way, come with me tomorrow night to attend to a matter. Lin Tian replied to Mao Lilan with a serious expression. What is it? Mao Lilan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her upon hearing his words. You'll find out in due time, Lin Tian replied, withholding the information. He was concerned that once Mao Lilan learned the truth, she would be unable to sleep that night. Very well, said Mao Lilan. Observing the situation, she refrained from further inquiries, understanding that since Lin Tian was reluctant to speak, pressing him would prove futile. From a distance, Suzuki Sonoko spotted Lin Tian and Mao Lilan dining together and thought to herself, Humph, Lilan, you claim you do not like Lin Tian. Yet just a moment away and you gravitate towards him. Carrying her meal, Suzuki Sonoko approached and took a seat beside them. What are you two discussing? She inquired with a beaming smile directed at Lin Tian and Mao Lilan. Lin Tian, having recently transferred, was still unfamiliar with the school. I told him that after we finish eating, I would help him get acquainted with the surroundings, Mao Lilan explained to Suzuki Sonoko. Well, I have nothing else to do. Let us assist Lin Tian in familiarizing himself with the environment, Suzuki Sonoko proposed cheerfully. Thank you both, Lin Tian replied with a smile. No need for formality among classmates. Suzuki Sonoko responded, returning his smile. After a short while, the trio departed the cafeteria. Let us begin with this building, Mao Lilan said earnestly, gesturing towards the teaching block. In the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, sunlight streamed through the window into Officer Megur's office, enveloping it in a warm glow. Having just finished his meal, Officer Megur returned to his office in high spirits. However, as he approached his desk, he suddenly noticed an unfamiliar piece of paper lying atop it. Furrowing his brow in confusion, he walked over and picked it up. The handwriting was clear, yet the content tightened his chest. Tomorrow on Moonshadow Island, an evil shadow will commence the dissolution of the Justice Judgment Alliance. Officer Megur's eyes widened, a wave of unease washing over him. He was acutely aware of the potential peril hidden within those words. This is bad, he muttered to himself. Had he received such a note in the past, Officer Megur might have dismissed it as a prank. However, he had come to understand the danger posed by the Justice Judgment Alliance. Clutching the note tightly, his expression grave. He hastened out of the office, resolute to take swift action against the impending crisis. In the office of Matsumoto Saishu, everything appeared orderly. Yet a palpable tension filled the air. Officer Megur rushed in, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, anxiety etched across his face. Matsumoto, it's terrible, Officer Megur exclaimed, his voice laced with urgency. Saishu looked at him quizzically from behind his desk and asked, What has happened, Officer Megur? Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Officer Megur handed the note to Matsumoto Saishu. I found this on my desk upon returning from lunch. Matsumoto took the note, reading it intently. His expression darkened, and a spark of anger flickered in his eyes. These despicable fiends dare to be so brazen. We are exerting every effort to capture them. Yet they still have the audacity to issue a murder notice. Are they provoking us? Do they believe we are mere incompetents? Matsumoto slammed his fist on the desk, his eyes blazing with fury. Silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of Matsumoto's heavy breathing. He clenched his fists tightly, as if wishing to crush the Justice Judgment Alliance. Having served as a police officer for many years, Matsumoto had never encountered such audacious criminals. Though notorious thieves like Kaido Kid and Lupin III were indeed bold, they never resorted to murder. Matsumoto, please try to remain calm. This might actually be advantageous for us. Officer Megur hastily reassured him. Matsumoto, taken aback, nearly laughed in disbelief. Are you out of your mind, Megur? They are openly challenging us, disregarding us entirely. If this gets out, our reputation will suffer immensely. You consider this a good thing? Matsumoto's brow furrowed, perplexed by Officer Megur's reasoning. Matsumoto, previously we had no knowledge of the Justice Judgment Alliance. Capturing them felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. But now they have sent a murder notice. They will undoubtedly appear on Moonshadow Island tomorrow. If we deploy significant police presence there, we shall surely apprehend them. Moreover, surrounded by the sea, they will have no escape once they reveal themselves. Officer Megur articulated his thoughts to Matsumoto Saishu. You are correct, Megur. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity to capture these miscreants. Matsumoto's eyes brightened with excitement upon hearing this. However, I worry that if we send too many officers, the Justice Judgment Alliance might be deterred from showing themselves. Officer Megur expressed his concerns. Matsumoto's expression grew serious. Your concern is valid. If the Justice Judgment Alliance is frightened into hiding, we will miss our chance to apprehend them. Megur, summon officers Chiba, Sato, Takagi, and others. Let us deliberate on this matter. Matsumoto, faced with no alternative, decided to consult with officers Chiba and the others for their insights. Understood, Matsumoto. Officer Megur nodded in agreement, promptly setting out to gather the necessary personnel. In the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Matsumoto Saishu's office, when officers Chiba, Takagi, and Sato Miwako arrived, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Esteemed officers, Inspector Megur announced as he returned to the office, whereupon he discovered a chilling murder threat from the Justice Judgment Alliance resting upon his desk. Everyone, take a look. Kiyoshi Matsumoto produced a transparent plastic bag containing the ominous missive and subsequently handed it to Inspector Megur, who then passed it along to Miwako Sato and the others. Upon perusing its contents, Miwako Sato and her colleagues were engulfed by a profound fury. The audacity of the Justice Judgment Alliance was simply intolerable. Their reckless arrogance was beyond comprehension. Did they truly believe themselves to be above the law? We must apprehend them and demonstrate the might of our police force, Miwako Sato, Officer Chiba, Officer Takagi, and the others expressed their collective indignation and frustration, each yearning for the swift capture of every member of the Justice Judgment Alliance. Silence, please. Matsumoto Kayanaga rose to his feet, addressing Sada Miwako, Officer Chiba, and the others with a grave tone. Upon hearing his words, Sada Miwako and the others fell silent. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Upon hearing this, Officer Chiba furrowed his brow, realizing he too was at a loss for a solution. At that moment, Miwako Sato conceived an idea. Director Matsumoto, I have thought of a solution. Miwako Sato rose to her feet, her exquisite visage radiating confidence. What is your idea? Do tell, Matsumoto Psyche urgently inquired of Sat Miyako. The vigilantes send us warning letters before committing murder, indicating their penchant for theatrics. We can exploit this weakness by disseminating their murder notices. We can compel the media to cover this matter. Should the Justice Tribunal Alliance fail to appear on Tsukikage Island tomorrow, it would signify their fear of our police force, allowing us to salvage some reputation. Conversely, if they do show up, we can apprehend them and ensure they face legal consequences. Sat Miyako articulated her thoughts. Upon hearing this, Matsumoto Psyche's eyes brightened. This strategy was indeed commendable. Regardless of whether the Justice Tribunal Alliance appears, it would benefit our police. Matsumoto Psyche nodded in satisfaction, his gaze towards Sat Miyako, reflecting admiration. Officer Takagi, promptly contact major media outlets and instruct them to report on this matter immediately, Matsumoto Psyche commanded. Indeed. Officer Takagi nodded and respectfully responded to Matsumoto. Officer Megure, when did the murder threat letter appear in your office? Miwako Sato inquired of Officer Megure, recalling a matter. When I departed the office at noon, the letter was not on my desk. Upon returning from lunch at 12:30, the murder threat letter had materialized on my desk. Officer Megure candidly relayed to Miwako Sato. If that is the case, it appears that the Justice Tribunal or their accomplices entered Officer Megure's office between noon and 12:30, placing the murder threat letter on his desk. Matsumoto, we must promptly examine the surveillance footage from outside Officer Megure's office. Anyone who entered during that time frame is likely associated with the Justice Tribunal. Miwako Sato articulated her thoughts to Matsumoto. Officer Sato, your reasoning is sound. You should proceed with the investigation immediately, Matsumoto commanded after a moment's contemplation. Indeed, Miyako Sato replied, before hastily departing from the scene. Officer Chiba, please visit the forensic department. Have them examine this murder threat letter. In addition to the fingerprints of myself and Officer Megure, let's determine whose fingerprints can be found. Matsumoto Kayanaga commanded Officer Chiba. Indeed. Officer Chiba respectfully accepted the murder threat letter and promptly agreed. An hour later, in the office of Kayanaga Matsumoto, Officer Matsumoto stated, the forensic analysis of the murder threat letter reveals no fingerprints other than yours and Officer Megure's. Officer Chiba immediately conveyed the results of the examination to Kayanaga Matsumoto. I understand, Matsumoto Kayanaga replied, seemingly unfazed by the revelation, for he had anticipated this outcome. Matsumoto, I have already reached out to various major news outlets. They have all agreed to assist in publicizing the murder notification letter, Officer Takagi stated earnestly to Matsumoto Kayanaga. Well done, Officer Sato remarked. How is the investigation of the surveillance footage progressing? Matsumoto Kayanaga then turned to Sato Miwako, inquiring further. At his words, Sato Miwako lowered her head in shame. Director Matsumoto, I have meticulously reviewed the surveillance footage from 12 to 12:30 at the entrance of Officer Megure's office. No one entered Officer Megure's office before he returned. Sato Miwako reported her findings to Matsumoto Kayanaga. Then, how did the murder notice appear? It couldn't have just flown in by itself, could it? Matsumoto Kayanaga's brow furrowed, his mind brimming with uncertainty. Director Matsumoto, there are only two possibilities, Sato Miwako said seriously to Matsumoto Kayanaga. What are the two possibilities? Matsumoto Kayanaga immediately pressed for clarification. The first possibility is that members of the Justice Trial Alliance utilized hacking techniques to erase and alter the surveillance footage. Cough. Officer Sato, please refrain from jesting. How could I possibly be a member of the Justice Judgment Alliance? Officer Megure managed a wry smile, hastily defending himself. It is inconceivable that Officer Megure could be affiliated with the Justice Judgment Alliance. If you are not Officer Megure, then there exists the possibility that you are indeed a member of that organization. Miwako Sato scrutinized Officer Megure with a skeptical gaze. Since Miwako Sato joined the police department, Officer Megure had always shown her great care and consideration. She firmly believed that Officer Megure would never engage in any unlawful activities. However, she now harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the individual before her. Officer Sato, if I am not Officer Megure, then who am I? Officer Megure found himself thoroughly perplexed by Miwako's assertions. Officer Sato, what do you mean? Chief Matsumoto inquired, addressing Miwako Sato. Chief Matsumoto, the Phantom Thief Kid possesses the ability to change his appearance at will, effortlessly assuming another's identity. I suspect that the Officer Megure before us might be a disguise employed by a member of the Justice Judgment Alliance. Miwako Sato continued to regard Officer Megure with suspicion, preparing herself to take action. Chiba, you should examine Meguro's face. Matsumoto Kiyoshi also found Sato Miwako's analysis to be reasonable, and he began issuing orders to Officer Chiba. Indeed. Officer Chiba promptly nodded in agreement. He then approached Officer Muku. I apologize, Officer Muku, Officer Chiba said with a grave expression. Come on, Officer Megure said with a wry smile, offering no objections. Just then, Officer Chiba extended a hand, firmly grasping Officer Megure's cheek and giving it a vigorous twist. Officer Megure gasped in pain, unable to suppress a wince. Officer Matsumoto, the expression on Officer Megure's face was genuine. Officer Chiba released his grip and promptly reported to Matsumoto. Goodness, that hurts. Officer Megure complained while rubbing the area that Officer Chiba had grasped. My apologies, Officer Megure, Officer Chiba said. His face filled with remorse as he glanced at Megure, feeling a twinge of guilt. Megure, please do not be upset. This is merely a precaution, especially since we are currently dealing with a highly complex situation. Matsumoto, concerned that Officer Megure might be displeased, immediately clarified to him. I understand, Officer Matsumoto, Officer Megure nodded. Responding earnestly to Matsumoto, it appears that someone has stealthily infiltrated Officer Megure's office, placing a murder threat on the desk, and employing illicit techniques to erase and alter the surveillance footage. This scoundrel is utterly audacious, showing us no respect whatsoever. We must be prepared. Tomorrow we shall apprehend this villain and make him comprehend the might of the police. Discontent with the lack of justice, a glimmer of dissatisfaction flickered in Matsumoto's eyes. Indeed, Officers Megure, Chiba, and Miwako Sato were filled with fervor and confidence regarding their impending capture of the Justice Judgment Alliance. At 6 in the evening, in the picturesque locale of Mahanaku, at number 23, second block, stood a magnificent villa, enveloped by lush greenery and invigorating air. This splendid residence had been acquired by Haight 2 days prior, as he intended to take temporary residence there. Adjacent to this villa was the esteemed abode of the renowned scientist, Dr. Agasa. Haight, accompanied by Ran Mouri, approached the entrance of the villa and gently pushed open the grand door. Xiaolon, he said, for the time being, I shall reside here. If you require anything, feel free to come and find me. Lin Tian gently took Mao Lilan's hand, leading her into the villa. Indeed, she softly replied, surveying the surroundings of the villa. At that moment, Dr. Agasa happened to pass by Lin Tian's villa after picking up some delicacies from the hotel. He inadvertently caught sight of Ran Mouri following Lin Tian into the villa, and a flicker of doubt stirred within him. Dr. Agasa murmured to himself, that girl seemed to be Ran, but isn't she fond of Shinichi? How could she be holding hands with another boy? At Dr. Agasa's residence. As he stepped into the living room, burdened by his thoughts, he encountered Shinichi Kudo, and a wave of hesitation washed over him. He pondered whether to disclose what he had just witnessed to Shinichi. Dr. Agasa was aware of Shinichi's affections for Ran, and he feared that the revelation might be too much for him to bear. New one, I have purchased some delicacies that you adore. Come and savor them. As he spoke, Dr. Agasa made his way towards the restaurant. Here I come. Shinichi Kudo rose from the sofa and made his way to the dining room. As a high school detective, his powers of observation were remarkably acute. Upon entering the dining area, he keenly sensed that something was amiss with Dr. Agasa. Furrowing his brow, he inquired with genuine concern, Dr. Agasa, what troubles you? Have you encountered something disheartening? Taking a seat at the dining table, Shinichi fixed his gaze upon Dr. Agasa, his eyes brimming with curiosity and worry. He knew Dr. Agasa to be a person of optimism and cheer, and it was unlike him to wear such a troubled expression without cause. However, Dr. Agasa hesitated, responding, it's nothing. He seemed reluctant to divulge the matter, his face betraying a hint of uncertainty and discomfort. Having known each other for many years, both Shinichi and Dr. Agasa understood one another profoundly. Shinichi could easily discern whether Dr. Agasa was being truthful, and a wave of doubt washed over him. Dr. Agasa, given our long-standing friendship, is there truly something you cannot share? Do not conceal your worries from me. Perhaps I can assist in finding a solution. Shinichi pressed on, for he was not one to surrender easily. Realizing he could no longer keep his troubles hidden, Dr. Agasa resolved to confide in Shinichi. Shinichi, before I speak, you must be mentally prepared. Remember, no matter what happens, I will be by your side. Dr. Agasa sat across from Shinichi Kudo, his tone grave. Speak, I am ready. Seeing Dr. Agasa's grave demeanor, Kudo Shinichi understood that the matter at hand was of great significance. Upon my return, I had observed someone who bore a striking resemblance to Ran, walking hand in hand with a young man into a villa. Ultimately, Dr. Agasa confided this matter to Kudo Shinichi. What? This is impossible, Kudo Shinichi exclaimed, rising to his feet in a surge of emotion, instinctively refuting the notion. He had long regarded Mouri Ran as his beloved, and naturally, he was unwilling to entertain the idea that she had developed feelings for another. Perhaps I merely misinterpreted the situation. After all, there are many who bear a resemblance to her. Observing Shinichi's agitation, Dr. Agasa refrained from further provoking him. It must be someone who looks like Ran. It cannot possibly be her. Shinichi was resolute in his disbelief, hastily asserting his thoughts. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the scene from the previous day when Mouri Ran and Lin Tian had enjoyed their time at the tropical paradise. Shinichi, Dr. Agasa urged, do eat your vegetables. They are all your favorites. He stood up to serve Shinichi some food, attempting to divert the conversation. Dr. Agasa, which building did they enter next door? Shinichi inquired, raising his head and quickly addressing Dr. Agasa. Right next door, Dr. Agasa did not conceal this fact. Isn't that my house? Shinichi Kudo furrowed his brow, questioning Dr. Agasa with confusion. Your house is on the right. I am referring to the left, Dr. Agasa clarified to Shinichi. Dr. Agasa, you eat first. I will check next door, Shinichi declared, and without waiting for Dr. Agasa's response, he dashed away. Shinichi aimed to ascertain whether the girl Dr. Agasa had seen was Ran Mouri. Shinichi, wait for me. Dr. Agasa, concerned for Shinichi, promptly stood up and hurried after him. In Mahama Town, an unexpected visitor, Shinichi Kudo, arrived at the entrance of Lin Tian's villa. Dressed in slippers, he rushed to this location, his face a portrait of anxiety and confusion. Ding dong, ding dong. Eager to discover whether Ran Mouri was within the villa, he impulsively pressed the doorbell without a second thought. His heart raced, yearning for a swift reunion with Ran. At that moment, Dr. Agasa emerged from his own villa and witnessed Shinichi's actions. His eyes widened in realization of the precarious situation, yet it was too late to stop Shinichi. After a brief interval, the villa's door creaked open, revealing Ran Mouri at the threshold. Upon seeing Dr. Agasa and Conan standing outside, she paused momentarily before swiftly regaining her composure. Dr. Agasa, it has been a while. Ran greeted warmly, a smile gracing her features, appearing quite cheerful and seemingly unaffected by the circumstances. Dr. Agasa, filled with curiosity, inquired, Ran, what brings you here? I am visiting a friend, Ran replied with a subtle smile, her response succinct and irrefutable. What friend? Kudo Shinichi fixed a sharp gaze on Mouri Ran, his tone laced with questioning and dissatisfaction. He could scarcely endure the situation, as a surge of jealousy erupted within him. Dr. Agasa also sensed the unease and hurriedly covered Kudo Shinichi's mouth, fearing he might utter something inappropriate. This child is? Mouri Ran inquired, feigning confusion as she looked at Dr. Agasa. Oh, he is a relative's child. His parents have recently had matters to attend to abroad, so they entrusted him to my care for a while. Although Dr. Agasa felt flustered, he quickly responded, crafting a plausible excuse. Indeed. After hearing this, Mao Lilan slightly nodded, indicating her understanding. However, for reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over her heart. Little friend, what is your name? Mao Lilan gazed at Kudo Shinichi, whose mouth was covered by Dr. Agasa, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation, hoping that Kudo Shinichi would speak the truth to her. Observing the situation, Dr. Agasa released his hold on Kudo Shinichi. I am called Adagawa Conan. My father has a fondness for Sherlock Holmes, which is why he bestowed upon me such a name. Kudo Shinichi, having regained his composure, recalled the words of Professor Agasa. In order to protect his identity, he resolved to temporarily conceal the truth from Mouri Ran. A hint of disappointment flickered in Mouri Ran's eyes as she thought to herself, Shinichi, given the nature of our relationship, How could you choose to hide this from me? It seems you do not trust me, and perhaps I have been overly sentimental in the past. Conan, you bear a striking resemblance to Shinichi from our childhood. Although Ran Mouri felt a pang of disappointment within, she resolved to grant Kudo Shinichi yet another chance. From that moment on, the diminutive Kudo Shinichi would be referred to as Conan. Upon hearing this, Conan was engulfed by anxiety, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He feared that Ran might uncover his true identity. Unbeknownst to him, Ran had already realized his transformation, while he was still preoccupied with devising a ruse to deceive her. The reason for our resemblance lies in the fact that I am also related to Shinichi. My father often tells me that when I grow up, I should aspire to be an exceptional detective like Shinichi. Despite the turmoil within, Conan wore an innocent smile, effortlessly deceiving those unaware of his true identity. Conan, if you grow up to resemble Shinichi, that would be quite disappointing, Ran expressed, her discomfort manifesting in her words. Conan was momentarily taken aback, pondering. In what way have I disappointed anyone? At that moment, Lin Tian emerged from the villa. Ran, who are they? He inquired, approaching her with curiosity. Ran had once harbored deep affections for Kudo Shinichi, confiding in him about everything. However, the events of today had illuminated the reality that Shinichi did not trust or care for her as she had believed. A sense of disappointment and sadness enveloped her heart. In an effort to provoke Shinichi, she casually linked her arm with Lin Tian's. Lin Tian could distinctly perceive the enchanting fragrance emanating from Rand. Reminiscent of blossoms in full bloom during spring, fresh and elegant. Simultaneously, he felt the softness of her skin, a tactile sensation akin to delicate silk. Lin Tian, allow me to introduce you. This is Dr. Agasa, my neighbor, a brilliant inventor. Rand gestured towards Dr. Agasa as she introduced him. Subsequently, she turned to Dr. Agasa and said, Dr. Agasa, this is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. At her declaration, Lin Tian was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at Ran. He scrutinized her expression, searching for the truth behind her words. Although Ran was impeccable in both character and appearance, Lin Tian had never envisioned their relationship advancing so swiftly. Yet, as he observed the glimmer of a pleading look in her eyes when she turned away, he instantly grasped her underlying intention. She did not genuinely wish to be his girlfriend. It was merely a ploy to provoke Conan. Indeed, I am her boyfriend. Dr. Agasa, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Lin Tian remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he subtly embraced Ran's slender waist. What? He is your boyfriend? This is absolutely impossible. Conan's mental state crumbled in an instant. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept this reality. His voice involuntarily rose an octave as he exclaimed loudly. Conan had always regarded Ran Mouri as his own. Deep within his heart, he had long since claimed her as his. Therefore, upon hearing Lin Tian declare that Ran Mouri was his girlfriend, he felt an overwhelming shock and loss, even a tinge of anger. Little one, do I really need to deceive you? Ran Mouri, noticing Conan's refusal to acknowledge his identity, pretended not to recognize him. Conan opened his mouth, intending to question Ran Mouri on her choice of Lin Tian as her boyfriend. But the words faltered on his lips and were swallowed back. He came to the realization that, in his current juvenile state, he lacked the standing to interrogate Ran. A sense of grievance and discontent filled Conan's heart as he pondered. How could Ran suddenly become Lin Tian's girlfriend? How I wish I had not shrunk. Lin Tian, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I look forward to your kind guidance in the future. Dr. Agasa also felt a tumult of emotions. Yet for the sake of Ran, he extended his hand to shake Lin Tian's. Professor Agasa, Lin Tian proposed, let us converse inside. Dr. Agasa felt a profound hesitation within, lowering his head to glance at Conan. Having known Ran Mouri for over a decade, he had come to regard her as his own daughter. He wished to shield her from danger and deception. Dr. Agasa yearned for the opportunity to engage in a meaningful conversation with Lin Tian, to ascertain the nature of his character and to safeguard Ran. However, his concern for Conan's ability to endure such a situation left him in a state of indecision. Conan felt a deep sorrow within, yet he managed to suppress his emotions. Very well, Dr. Agasa replied. Then let us proceed. Conan grasped Dr. Agasa's hand, his face radiating innocent enthusiasm. However, Dr. Agasa noticed that Conan's hand trembled slightly, understanding that the boy's heart was in turmoil. Very well, Dr. Agasa understood that Conan must be feeling quite distressed at the moment, so he refrained from opposing him, not wishing to further agitate Conan. Please, come in. Lin Tian said with a smile to Dr. Agasa and Conan. As Dr. Agasa took Conan's hand and entered the villa, Lin Tian deftly closed the door behind them. Inside Lin Tian's villa, the spacious and bright living room was filled with a warm ambience. Dr. Agasa, Conan, it is a pleasure to have you as our guests. Mao Lilan greeted them enthusiastically, her face radiating a friendly smile. While speaking, she brought forth steaming cups of tea and arranged a platter of fresh fruit, inviting them to indulge at their leisure. Thank you, Dr. Agasa said with a smile, expressing his gratitude. He then casually picked up a bright red apple and took a gentle bite, producing a crisp sound. Conan observed the scene before him, a wave of indescribable sorrow washing over him. He silently pondered, Ran, it has not been long since we last met. Yet how have you become Lin Tian's girlfriend? Why do you seem so distant? Dr. Agasa, sensing the tension, turned to him. Do you know where Shinichi has gone? He hasn't been to school today. Ran glanced at Conan, who sat on the sofa, and inquired of Dr. Agasa. Shinichi has received an important assignment that requires him to travel out of town. Due to the urgency of the task, he may be away for some time, Dr. Agasa explained, thoughtfully crafting a perfect excuse. As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead, a hint of regret glimmering in his eyes. Dr. Agasa did not wish to deceive Ran, but for the sake of Conan's safety, he felt compelled to do so. Indeed, said Mouri Ran, her expression subtly shifting as she cast a glance at Conan beside her, choosing not to expose Dr. Agasa's deception. Subsequently, Dr. Agasa engaged in indirect inquiries directed at Mouri Ran and Lin Tian, seeking to discern the true nature of Lin Tian. It was not until an hour had passed that Dr. Agasa and Conan took their leave. Now, only Lin Tian and Mouri Ran remained in each other's company. Lin Tian, I appreciate your discretion earlier, Mouri Ran remarked, sitting beside him, her tone imbued with gratitude. Her gaze lingered on Lin Tian, her eyes shimmering with a gentle radiance. So, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Lin Tian inquired, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. He shifted his focus from Mouri Ran's face to her delicate skin, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. At that moment, a blush crept onto Mao Lilan's cheeks. She shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Tian's eyes. Her fingers fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, revealing her uncertainty. From today onward, you shall be my girlfriend, Lin Tian proclaimed, wrapping his arm around her slender waist with an air of possessiveness. You haven't even asked for my opinion, Mao Lilan murmured, still averting her gaze. Her heart was a tumult of emotions. Disappointment towards Conan lingered within her, yet she felt unprepared to embrace affection for another. She questioned whether she could truly accept Lin Tian as her boyfriend. Do you disagree? Lin Tian inquired, his smile warm and tender as he regarded her, his eyes shimmering with kindness. He gently caressed her hair, his tone imbued with a hint of affection. Mao Lilan lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Lin Tian. I disagree, said Morlin, who would not easily acquiesce, hastily voicing her opposition. She perceived Lin Tian as excessively domineering, lacking any regard for her opinions. Upon hearing Morlin's words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Tian's face. He furrowed his brows, and a hint of peril glimmered in his gaze. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Enough. Mao Lilan, who is most sensitive to tickling, laughed until tears streamed down her face. Do you agree now? Lin Tian inquired as he continued to tickle her. Haha. Yes, I agree. Mao Lilan could no longer endure it and immediately consented. Upon witnessing her reaction, Lin Tian ceased his playful torment. In Dr. Agasa's home, the living room was enveloped in silence. Conan sat quietly on the sofa, his gaze vacant and his body rigid as if he were a wooden puppet, immobile. The image of Lilan embracing Lin Tian relentlessly echoed in his mind, causing his heart to ache with profound anguish. Observing Conan's state, Dr. Agasa was filled with concern and compassion. Shinichi, are you all right? He approached Conan and sat beside him, gently inquiring. However, Conan remained unresponsive, seemingly lost in his own world, oblivious to the sounds around him. Dr. Agasa, increasingly anxious, lightly shook Conan's arm. Yet, Conan continued to remain silent, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Shinichi, please don't scare me. What on earth has happened? Dr. Agasa's voice trembled with worry. Tears welled in his eyes as he feared for Conan's well-being. Finally, Conan snapped back to reality, slowly turning his head to look at Dr. Agasa. The expression in Dr. Agasa's caring and worried eyes brought him a flicker of warmth and solace. Taking a deep breath, Conan endeavored to calm himself. Dr. Agasa, I'm fine. You needn't worry. Although he was in deep emotional pain, he strove to maintain his composure, concealing his distress from Dr. Agasa. Shinichi, there are many wonderful girls in the world. Without Lilan, you can still find affection elsewhere, Dr. Agasa urged, attempting to alleviate Conan's sorrow. I only like Lilan. Conan replied with a serious tone, expressing his true feelings to Dr. Agasa. Shinichi, you are being too stubborn. Lilan now has a boyfriend. Do you intend to remain single for the rest of your life? Dr. Agasa's gaze reflected a sense of frustration at Conan's obstinacy. I will like no one but Lilan. Even if it means being single forever, I can accept that. Weren't you also waiting for someone you loved for half your life? Conan clenched his fists, revealing his innermost thoughts to Dr. Agasa. Conan was aware that many years ago, Dr. Agasa had fallen for a girl and had not married, waiting for her instead. He did not know the identity of this girl. When he had previously asked Dr. Agasa about her, the doctor had avoided the topic, brushing it aside. Upon hearing Conan's words, Dr. Agasa paused, reminiscing about his first love, feelings of complexity flooding his heart. But soon, he regained his composure. Shinichi, our circumstances are different, Dr. Agasa shook his head, striving to dismiss thoughts of his past love while still attempting to counsel Conan. What is different? Aren't we both waiting for someone? Conan felt that his situation mirrored that of Dr. Agasa's past. I wait for her because we made a promise. Until that promise is fulfilled, I will not love another. Lilan already has a boyfriend, and it seems their relationship is quite good. You should let go of your feelings for Mao Lilan, Dr. Agasa earnestly advised, hoping Conan would reconsider his stance. Lilan and Lin Tian have only known each other for a few days. How could their feelings be that deep? I refuse to believe it, he asserted. They must be feigning. I will undoubtedly expose their deceit. Conan, unwilling to accept that Ran could so swiftly develop feelings for another, spoke resolutely to Dr. Agasa. Have you ever heard of love at first sight? Dr. Agasa replied with a wry smile, understanding Conan's current turmoil. Yet he did not wish for Conan to remain in his delusion. I cannot accept that Ran would fall for someone else at first glance. I will get to the bottom of this, Conan declared, his fists clenched tightly, speaking with unwavering conviction to Dr. Agasa. Dr. Agasa, Conan interjected, interrupting the words of the esteemed scientist, I am weary. I shall retire to my room for some rest. You two should take your leave and rest early. Good night. Conan uttered, and without awaiting a response from Dr. Agasa, he proceeded towards his room. Observing this, Dr. Agasa sighed, refraining from stopping Conan, believing it best for him to have some time to reflect alone. In the Lin family's villa, the once bright lights had dimmed. Lin Tian sat on the sofa, cradling Mao Lilan as they watched a film, his hands resting inappropriately. At that moment, Mao Lilan's phone rang, prompting her to shyly push Lin Tian away and retrieve her phone from the table. Noticing it was a call from Suzuki Sonoko, she promptly answered. Excitement radiated from Suzuki Sonoko's voice on the line. Xiaolon, have you seen the news? The Justice Tribunal Alliance has once again issued a murder warning to the police department, declaring they will judge the wicked on Moonshadow Island tomorrow. Mao Lilan instinctively glanced at Lin Tian beside her. Holding the phone, she replied, Yes, I have. Sonoko's enthusiastic voice continued. The Justice Tribunal Alliance is so brave. Even with the police on a manhunt for them, they dare to act. If I didn't have class tomorrow, I would certainly go to Moonshadow Island to see what the Justice Tribunal Alliance is like. Mao Lilan felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly cautioned, Sonoko, that's far too dangerous. Please don't go. Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko shared a deep friendship, each well acquainted with the other's habits and concerns. Lilan worried that Sonoko might recognize her by her figure if she ventured there. Sonoko's excited voice chimed in, I understand. If the police manage to capture them tomorrow, we can go to the police department together and see what they look like. Mao Lilan offered a bittersweet smile, thinking to herself, if the police truly apprehend them, you would indeed be coming to the station to see me. Regaining her composure, she responded to Sonoko, all right, that sounds good. Sonoko's enthusiastic voice echoed through the phone once more. It's a promise. Bye-bye. Goodbye, said Maori Ran before hanging up the phone. Lin Tian, noting the late hour, expressed his intention to return home to rest. Maori Ran glanced at the time on her phone and suggested to Lin Tian, all right, I will escort you home. Lin Tian rose and approached Maori Ran's side. It was 9 o'clock in the evening on Moonshadow Island. Officer Megure led officers Takagi, Sato Miwako, and Chiba, among others, who arrived here first by helicopter. A large contingent of police was also en route by boat. Inside the village office, Chief Blackrock, Are you apprised of the situation? Inspector Megure inquired, seated on the sofa, addressing the bald-headed Tatsuji Kuroiwa. Despite Kuroiwa Tatsuji's stature of only 1.60 meters, his face, replete with coarse features, suggested a man of unsavory character. Understood. Hakai Chansey approached Officer Megure, personally pouring him a cup of coffee. As the village chief of Tsukikage Island, you possess the most profound understanding of the island's inhabitants. Who do you believe the Justice Tribunal intends to eliminate? Officer Megure, unfamiliar with the circumstances on Tsukikage Island, had no choice but to inquire with Hakai Chansey. Officer Megure, our island is known for its unpretentious customs. One could say that valuables are left untouched and doors remain unlocked at night. Over the past few decades, we have seen no thefts or petty crimes. I truly cannot fathom who the Justice Tribunal seeks to assassinate. Hakai Chansey's performance was remarkable, delivering his lines with an air of authenticity. Is that true? Officer Megure inquired with a hint of uncertainty. It is indeed true. If you harbor any doubts, feel free to ask the villagers on the island. Hakai Chansey was quite confident about this assertion. Having served as the village chief for several years, he believed that apart from their small circle, there were no other malevolent individuals on the island. Officer Megure furrowed his brow, utterly at a loss regarding his next steps. After all, he was unaware of the identity of the targets of the Justice Tribunal and how to provide protection. The following day, Tuesday, on Moonshadow Island, Lin Tian and Mao Li Ran arrived at the residence of the island's wealthiest man, Chuan Daoingfu, via the Shadow Kingdom. At this moment, Lin Tian and Mao Li Ran were clad in black attire, adorned with black masks, the latter crafted by Mao Li Ran the previous night. The butler, maid, and gardener of Chuan Daoingfu had all been stealthily incapacitated by the shadow ninjas, and the surveillance cameras had long been rendered inoperative. Chuan Daoingfu gazed in terror as Lin Tian and Mao Li Ran emerged from the darkness, his body trembling involuntarily. He could scarcely believe his eyes, questioning the very reality of the scene before him. Who are you? You don't come any closer. Chuan Daoingfu cried out in desperation, attempting to retreat, only to discover that his legs had succumbed to weakness, leaving him unable to move, paralyzed by fear to the point of losing control of his bodily functions. Though Chuan Daoingfu outwardly presented himself as a refined individual, reminiscent of an erudite scholar, beneath this facade lay a man of unspeakable villainy, engaged in nefarious deeds behind the scenes. Lin Tian had previously dispatched shadow ninjas to investigate and surveil Chuan Daoingfu, confirming his heinous nature before deciding to take action against him. Mao Li Ran frowned slightly, delicately covering her nose. Chuan Daoingfu, confess to all the wrongdoings of your life. Lin Tian fixed Chuan Daoingfu with a chilling gaze. Meanwhile, Mao Li ran ready to camera to capture the moment. I have committed no wrongdoing, Chuan Daoingfu stammered, his heart racing with fear, yet he remained obstinate in his denial. Lin Tian discreetly issued commands to the shadow ninjas, who swiftly materialized behind Chuan Daoingfu, subduing him in an instant. Chuan Daoingfu, if you persist in your lies, I shall have no choice but to resort to drastic measures. Lin Tian resorted to this intimidation tactic to compel the truth from Chuan Daoingfu. I speak nothing but the truth. I am a law-abiding businessman. How could I ever engage in wrongdoing? Chuan Daoingfu struggled vehemently, still refusing to divulge the truth. He was castrated. Lin Tian no longer showed any courtesy towards Yoshio Kawashima. Please, no? Kawashima Hideo exclaimed in a state of panic, shouting urgently. Without the slightest hesitation, a shadowy ninja seized a sharp dagger and mercilessly aimed to strike at Kawashima Hideo's lower body. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, racked with agony. Hideo Kawashima succumbed to unconsciousness. At the advanced age of 50, his constitution, already depleted by years of indulgence, proved unable to withstand such torment. Revive him with saline solution, commanded Lin Tian to the shadow ninjas. Promptly, one of the shadow ninjas seized a prepared bucket of salt water and poured it directly onto Kawashima's wounds. Alas, Hideo Kawashima was jolted awake by the searing pain. He writhed in agony, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Have mercy. I beg you, spare me. Whatever you desire, I can provide it for you. Kawashima Hideo was in profound anguish, desperately pleading for mercy from Lin Tian. Speak the truth, or I shall carve your flesh piece by piece. Lin Tian's voice was chillingly cold as he threatened Kawashima Hideo. Upon hearing this, Kawashima Hideo trembled in fear. After the recent events, he comprehended that Lin Tian was not jesting with him. Since I was 10, I have harbored the habit of clandestinely watching the widow next door bathe. 5 years ago, I pilfered items from former village chief Kimishima Isamu's home. A decade ago, while village chief Kurowa was away, I engaged in an affair with his wife. I still maintain that liaison with her. Kawashima Hideo, suppressing the agony in his lower body, recounted what he deemed trivial matters. Kawashima Hideo, do not attempt to outsmart me. Do you think I am oblivious to your misdeeds? Lin Tian rebuked Kawashima Hideo in an icy tone. Upon hearing this, Hideo Kawashima felt a disquieting premonition. I shall offer one final admonition. Trafficking narcotics, committing homicide, and violating women, pray tell, which of these transgressions have you not perpetrated? Lin Tian interrogated Kawashima Hideo. Kawashima Hideo trembled with a profound sense of dread, utterly astonished that Lin Tian possessed such knowledge. Should you continue to play your tricks with me, I shall command them to slice your flesh piece by piece. Lin Tian issued a final warning to Kawashima. The shadowy ninja brandished a dagger, resting it menacingly upon Kawashima's thigh. At the slightest hint of deception from Kawashima, they would spring into action without hesitation. Overwhelmed by an intense fear for his life, Kawashima refrained from any further deceit. I confess, 2 decades prior, I, along with Kuroiwa Tatsuji, Kamayama Isamu, Nishimoto Ken, and Aso Keiji, initiated the illicit trade of narcotics. 12 years hence, Aso Keiji, having grown averse to the trafficking of drugs, met his demise at the hands of Kuroiwa Tatsuji and myself. Furthermore, we collectively perpetrated a heinous assault upon Aso Keiji's wife and daughter. Subsequently, in a bid to conceal our transgressions, we ignited a conflagration within the confines of Aso Keiji's residence. Hideo Kawashima commenced recounting the misdeeds he had perpetrated over the years. The sheer multitude of Kawashima's transgressions was staggering. The slaughter of the Asu Keiji family merely constituted a single instance among many. Kawashima continued his narration for the better part of an hour before ceasing. This cessation was not prompted by the exhaustion of his catalogue of malevolence, but rather by the onset of unconsciousness due to excessive blood loss and the absence of prompt medical attention. Ran Mouri, observing the unconscious Kawashima, was consumed by indignation. Possessing a benevolent nature, Ran had never conceived that such depravity could exist within the world. Previously, Ran had entertained the notion that Lin Tian's treatment of Kawashima was excessively severe. However, she now deemed it insufficient. Ran, did you manage to record it? Lin Tian inquired of Ran, who stood nearby. Yes, I recorded it. Ran responded truthfully to Lin Tian. Edit the footage, excising our voices. Subsequently, disseminate the recording to both the police and various media outlets. Lin Tian instructed Ran, as Ran had maintained focus on Kawashima's visage throughout the recording. Without capturing the presence of the shadowy ninja, no further editing of the visuals was required. Very well, Ran Mouri nodded in agreement. She retrieved her pre-prepared laptop and placed it upon the table. The camcorder was connected to the laptop, and she commenced the video editing process. Both the laptop and the camcorder had been borrowed from the Metropolitan Police Department by Lin Tian through the Shadow Ninja. These were the latest acquisitions of the department, yet to be distributed. Consign him to oblivion. Observing that Hideo Kawashima had divulged the truth, Lin Tian resolved to terminate his suffering. Without hesitation, a Shadow Ninja terminated Hideo Kawashima's life by snapping his neck. Hideo Kawashima passed away in a state of unconsciousness, impervious to any pain. Subsequent to Ran Mouri's editing of the video and its transmission to the Metropolitan Police Department, Lin Tian had already disseminated the footage to the police and various media outlets. Ran Mouri earnestly addressed Lin Tian. Well done. Lin Tian approached Mao Lilan, carefully placing the laptop and video recorder she had just used into the system's storage space. Let us depart, Lin Tian said, extending his hand to embrace Mao Lilan's slender waist. With concentrated focus, Lin Tian conveyed his commands to the shadowy ninjas through sheer will. Together, Lin Tian and Mao Lilan melded into the shadows. The ninjas did not disperse. Instead, they commenced the meticulous task of erasing any evidence of Lin Tian and Mao Lilan's descent. Moments later, on Moonshadow Island, at the village office, Officer Takagi hurriedly approached Officer Magyar, clutching his laptop. Officer Magyar, there is trouble, Officer Takagi exclaimed, a look of alarm etched upon his face. What is the matter? Officer Magyar sensed an ominous premonition upon seeing Officer Takagi's panic. I just received an email, Officer Takagi hastily conveyed to Officer Magyar. The sender is the Justice Trial Alliance. What was the content of the email? Officer Magyar inquired urgently. Officer Takagi had only glanced at it for a few seconds before rushing over. Thus he was unaware of the specifics. You should take a look yourself, Officer Magyar, he suggested, opening the email. The message detailed the misdeeds committed by Hideo Kawashima. Curiosity piqued, Tatsuji Hirakawa leaned closer to Officer Magyar, nearly brushing against him. Officer Magyar, eager to discern the contents of the email from the Justice Trial Alliance, paid little heed to Hirakawa's closeness. As Hirakawa observed the video featuring Hideo Kawashima, a growing sense of dread enveloped him. He began to distance himself from Officer Magyar. Contemplating escape. Upon hearing Hideo Kawashima recount his and Tatsuji Hirakawa's involvement in drug trafficking, Officer Magyar immediately turned around. To his astonishment, he discovered that Hirakawa had quietly made his way to the door. Village Chief Hirakawa, where do you think you are going? Officer Magyar pressed the pause button on his laptop, rising to apprehend Hirakawa. Initially uncertain of the video's authenticity, Officer Magyar's suspicions solidified as he witnessed Hirakawa's attempt to flee. My stomach is a bit upset, Hirakawa feigned, clutching his abdomen. I think I need to go home and rest for a while. He recognized that this excuse would hardly deceive Officer Magyar, yet it was the only pretext he could muster at that moment. In his agitation and anger, Hirakawa thought, Kawashima, have you lost your mind? How could you say such things? You've put me in a terrible predicament. Is what Kawashima stated in the video true, Hirakawa? Officer Magyar cut to the chase, unwilling to engage in evasive dialogue. Of course not. Hirakawa responded without hesitation. I am a law-abiding village chief. How could I possibly be involved in drug trafficking? Kawashima must be slandering me. Recently, it is time for a change in village leadership. Everyone knows that Kawashima has been trying to oust me. His words are slanderous and completely untrustworthy. Hirakawa denied the allegations outright, too fearful to acknowledge any truth in them. Officer Magyar, observing Hirakawa's panicked expression and beads of sweat, understood that he was lying. However, lacking concrete evidence, Officer Magyar was unable to expose Hirakawa's deceit. Village Chief Hekiyama. In that case, let us watch this video together and see what Aikichi Kawashima has to say. Officer Magyar approached Hekiyama Tatsuji, grasping his hand to prevent him from fleeing. Officer Magyar, I am feeling quite unwell. Please allow me to return home to take my medication. Once I have taken it, I shall return to watch the video with you. Hekiyama Tatsuji endeavored to maintain his composure, attempting to deceive Officer Magyar. He had already resolved that upon leaving this place, he would immediately head to the seaside to escape aboard his family's yacht. Do not rush to take your medication. Sit down and watch the video with us first. Officer Muro tightly grasped the hand of Chikawa Tatsuji, leaving him no opportunity to escape. Chikawa Tatsuji, feeling the unyielding grip of Officer Muro, was engulfed in despair. Well then, Heiji Hoshino forced a smile onto his face, though it appeared more grotesque than a cry. Officer Magyar grasped Hoshino's hand and led him to the sofa. Please have a seat. Officer Magyar fixed a piercing gaze upon Kuroiwa Taranabu, leaving no opportunity for him to flee. With an expression devoid of emotion, Kuroiwa complied and sat down. Officer Magyar and Officer Takagi, their faces etched with seriousness, positioned themselves on either side of Kuroiwa. After exchanging a silent understanding, each grasped one of Kuroiwa's hands, effectively preventing any potential movement on his part. Officer Takagi extended his other hand towards the laptop, gently tapping the screen to resume the video. The footage displayed Kawaii Hideo, who slowly recounted his myriad transgressions. Kuroiwa's countenance grew increasingly somber, beads of cold sweat emerging on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. His eyes widened in disbelief as he absorbed the unfolding events, his heart heavy with dread. This was it, utterly finished, echoed a voice of despair deep within him, as if burdened by an insurmountable weight. As the narration of Kawaii's offenses intensified, the grip of Officers Magyar and Takagi on Kuroiwa's hands tightened, as though intent on crushing them. Despite the excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, Kuroiwa found himself unable to divert his gaze from the screen, unable to fathom how he had descended into such a dire predicament. When the video concluded, Officer Magyar turned to the sweating Kuroiwa, recalling their encounter the previous night, seething with indignation. Kuroiwa, your ability to feign innocence is remarkable. You deceived me last night. Village Chief, I distinctly remember you asserting that the island's residents were of good character, devoid of even petty thieves. What is the meaning of this? Officer Magyar's eyes brimmed with fury as he regarded Kuroiwa, wishing nothing more than to deliver a severe thrashing. Taking a deep breath, Kuroiwa sought to maintain his composure. Officer Magyar, though I serve as the village chief, it is impossible for me to know every villager. I never anticipated that Kawaii Hideo would commit such heinous acts, let alone slander me. I propose we apprehend Kawaii Hideo immediately for interrogation. Kuroiwa's words were laced with deception. Not a single truth graced his lips. He aimed to placate Officer Magyar, concocting a plan for escape. Village chief, even now, you persist in your denial. Kawaii Hideo's statements are unequivocal. A simple investigation will reveal their veracity. Officer Magyar regarded Kuroiwa with palpable disdain. Drawing a breath, he commanded Officer Takagi, Officer Takagi, proceed at once to search Kuroiwa's residence. Yes. Officer Takagi rose to his feet, prepared to search the residence of Tatsuji Kuroiwa. Upon hearing this, Kuroiwa closed his eyes in despair. He understood that his situation was utterly hopeless, particularly since he had certain weapons and ammunition at home. There's no need for such trouble. I confess. Everything Hiroshi Kawashima said is true. Kuroiwa slumped onto the sofa, as if he had aged several years in an instant. Hearing this, Officer Takagi paused. Chiba, you are to proceed immediately to apprehend Hiroshi Kawashima and Ken Nishimoto, ordered Officer Magyar to Officer Chiba. Indeed, Officer Chiba responded promptly. Immediately after uttering these words, Officer Chiba hastily departed with a dozen officers. Officer Sato, you are to immediately blockade Moonlight Island. No one is permitted to leave without my express command. Inspector Magyar instructed Detective Sato. Indeed, Miwako Sato nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Officer Sato departed with his team to execute the tasks assigned by Officer Magyar. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the Justice Judgment Alliance had come to Tsukikage Island with the intent to eliminate them. It was likely that Hideo Kawashima had already met with misfortune. Officer Takagi, his brow furrowed in concern, conveyed his thoughts to Officer Magyar. I share the same sentiment. Our immediate priority is to safeguard Tatsuji Kuroiwa until the Justice Judgment Alliance ensnares themselves. Officer Takagi, please confine Tatsuji Kuroiwa to the adjacent room. Once we have apprehended those lawless individuals, we shall proceed with his interrogation. Officer Magyar regarded Tatsuji Kuroiwa as a delectable morsel, one that could be savored at any opportune moment. Very well. Officer Takagi also deemed it crucial to capture the Justice Judgment Alliance and readily consented. He produced handcuffs, securing them around Kuroiwa Tatsuji, and subsequently confined him to an adjacent room. Officers Magyar and Takagi began to deploy police forces around the village office. This time, Officer Magyar had brought 300 policemen to Tsukikage Island. He believed that with this formidable contingent, they could undoubtedly apprehend the Justice Judgment Alliance and restore the reputation of the police. Moments later, Officer Chiba rushed in, visibly agitated. Officer Magyar, there is troubling news. I just visited the residence of Kawaii Aigo, only to find the butler and servants unconscious. In the main hall, I discovered 2 lifeless bodies. Upon identification by the villagers, it was confirmed that the bodies belonged to Kawaii Aigo and Nishimoto Ken. Furthermore, there were pieces of evidence related to their crimes surrounding the corpses. Officer Chiba promptly relayed this alarming information to Officer Magyar. What did you say? Officer Magyar exclaimed, utterly astonished. Although he had previously surmised some aspects, the news of Yao Kawashima and Ken Nishimoto meeting with misfortune struck him with profound shock. The Justice Judgment Alliance displayed an alarming disregard for the law, showing no respect for our police force whatsoever. Officer Takagi furrowed his brow, deeply unsettled by the audacity of the Justice Judgment superheroes. Officer Magyar, what should we do now? Officer Chiba urgently inquired of Magyar. Do not be anxious. Our personnel have already secured Moonshadow Island. Those arrogant individuals must still be on the island. Officer Chiba, take dozens of officers and villagers to commence a thorough search of the entire Moonshadow Island. Anyone who has recently arrived on the island should be apprehended without exception. It is highly probable that members of the Justice Tribunal Alliance are among them. Officer Magyar commanded Officer Chiba. Indeed, Officer Chiba promptly affirmed. Subsequently, Officer Chiba departed with numerous officers in tow. Takagi, you and your team must keep a close watch on Kuroiwa Tatsuji here. I shall pay a visit to the residence of Egashira Hideo to examine the scene of the incident and see if I can uncover any clues. Officer Makura stated gravely to Officer Takagi. Acknowledging the directive, Officer Takagi promptly acceded to the proposition. Subsequent to Inspector Magyar's departure, Officer Takagi proceeded to an adjacent chamber, intending to interrogate Tatsuji Kuroiwa. Upon opening the portal, he discovered Tatsuji Kuroiwa prostrate in a pool of blood. No. Officer Takagi hurriedly knelt beside Tatsuji Kuroiwa, examining his body. He quickly realized that Kuroiwa had ceased to breathe and had no heartbeat. The heinous criminal, Kuroiwa, could scarcely have imagined such a grim fate awaiting him. Officer Megure. Something is amiss. Takagi exclaimed as he dashed out to find Officer Megure. Just as Megure had departed from the village office, he heard Takagi's urgent voice calling for him. Upon returning to the office, he saw Takagi racing towards him. What is it, Takagi? Megure inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Kuroiwa has died in that room, Takagi replied, his expression grave. At this revelation, Megure's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? He demanded. Before Takagi could respond, Megure forcefully pushed him aside and strode purposefully towards the room. Upon entering, Megure immediately spotted Kuroiwa's lifeless form lying on the floor. This is impossible. Officer Megure gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment as he gazed incredulously at the scene before him. The room was devoid of windows, with the solitary entrance being the door. Officer Megure and Officer Takagi had just been in the lobby, and they had not observed anyone entering this chamber. Takagi, immediately seal off the village office. No one is permitted to leave without my command, Officer Megure urgently instructed, turning to Officer Takagi. Indeed, Officer Takagi acknowledged the gravity of the situation and promptly departed to relay Inspector Megure's directives. On Moonlight Island, at the Ase Clinic, Lin Tian and Ran Mouri, cloaked in black attire and concealed behind ebony masks, arrived. What brings us here? Ran inquired, her hand clasped in Lin Tian's. Surely, there isn't another target for you on this island? Lin Tian responded candidly. The truly reprehensible individuals on Moonlight Island have already met their end at our hands. Our purpose here is merely to deliver a package. Delivering something? Mao Lilan inquired curiously, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed at Lin Tian. He grasped Mao Lilan's hand and led her into the Ase Clinic. Inside, only Ase Narumi was present, mopping the floor. Upon hearing footsteps, he lifted his head and noticed two figures clad in black entering. Upon seeing Lin Tian and Mao Lilan's attire, Ase Narumi felt a wave of apprehension, fearing they might be nefarious individuals. Who are you? He asked, gripping the mop tightly as he cautiously inquired. Lin Tian remained silent, placing the prepared note on the table. Wearing gloves, he was unconcerned about leaving fingerprints. Afterward, he took Mao Lilan's hand and departed. As Lin Tian had yet to master voice alteration, he refrained from speaking to Ase Narumi. However, this incident made Lin Tian acutely aware of the necessity for a voice changer. He intended to have a few shadowy ninjas monitor Dr. Agasa, planning to borrow the voice changer once it was completed. Ase Narumi watched Lin Tian and Mao Lilan leave, puzzled by their actions. He pondered, what on earth are these two up to? Curiosity piqued, he set aside the mop and approached the table, picking up the note to read its contents. The paper bore the message, the perpetrators behind your family's demise, Kuroiwa Chikazu, Kawashima Hideo, and Nishimoto Ken, are deceased, and their crimes are now known to the police and the media. You need no longer live in hiding. You may live for yourself. Justice Judgment Alliance. After reading the note, Ase Narumi hurried outside, eager to find the two individuals in black to seek clarity on the matter. His real name was Asa Narumi, and he had changed it to uncover the truth behind his family's tragic fate. 2 years prior, he had stumbled upon the truth and yearned to exact vengeance for his kin. However, being of a kind heart, he hesitated to commit murder, enduring the pain in silence. As time passed, the torment within him intensified and thoughts of vengeance grew stronger. Recently, he had begun formulating a plan for retribution. But Lin Tian's appearance disrupted all his intentions. Clutching the note, he mused, how could they possibly know about my situation? If what this paper states is true, they may very well be my benefactors. He carefully stored the note and set out to investigate whether Kawashima Hideo and the others were truly dead. Once Lin Tian and Mao Lilan exited the Ase Clinic, they entered the Shadow Kingdom. Congratulations, Master, for judging the heinous criminals, Kuroiwa Chikazu, Kawashima Hideo, and Nishimoto Ken. Reward: 1 tiger charm can be fused into the body. The voice of the Judgement System resonated within Lin Tian's mind. Hearing this, a subtle smile graced Lin Tian's lips as he contemplated the utilization of the tiger charm. In the future, should anyone offend Lin Tian, and he found it inconvenient to confront them overtly with his powers, he could use the charm to split them into two entities. The benevolent aspect would be absorbed into the Shadow Kingdom, while the malevolent side would engage in wrongdoing, ultimately being apprehended by the police and imprisoned. Who was that person just now? Mao Lilan inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Lin Tian. Xiaolan, take a guess. Was that person a man or a woman? Lin Tian replied with a teasing smile. Of course, it was a woman, Mao Lilan answered without hesitation, having observed Ai Narumi closely. Her demeanor, appearance, figure, and voice were all indicative of a striking beauty. Xiaolan, you guessed incorrectly. He is a man, Lin Tian said earnestly to Mao Lilan. What? Is he a man? How could this be possible? Morlin displayed an expression of shock on her face. His original name was Masanori Asakura, in pursuit of vengeance. He disguised himself as a woman and adopted the name Nari Asakai. Lin Tian subsequently recounted the tale of Nari Asakai to Morlin. Upon hearing it, she was profoundly shaken. Her heart filled with sympathy for Nari's plight. When Nari Asakai stood at the entrance of the village office, after inquiring with Officer Takagi, he learned that Kuroiwa Chiji, Kawashima Hideo, and Nishimoto Ken had all perished, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Nari Asakai's heart surged with emotion. These scoundrels have finally met their end. Father, mother, sister. Can you see this from above? Dr. Asakai, what troubles you? Officer Takagi asked with concern, noticing the tears streaming down Nari's face. I am unharmed. Asami Narumi, in a moment of profound agitation, inadvertently relinquished her feminine affectation, reverting to the timbre of her natural, masculine voice. Your voice, Officer Takagi remarked, perplexed by the stark contrast in Ai Narumi's tone. My throat feels a bit uncomfortable, Ai Narumi replied in a feminine voice, addressing Officer Takagi. Without waiting for a response, Ai Narumi hastily departed, leaving Officer Takagi furrowing his brow in concern over her peculiar behavior. A few minutes later, at the village office's hall, Officer Mugir was alerted by Takagi. It's bad news. A throng of reporters has arrived outside. They've learned about the murders of Kuroiwa Tatsuji, Kawashima Hideo, and Nishimoto Ken, and they wish to interview you. Takagi conveyed this urgent information to Mugir. Earlier that morning, numerous journalists had descended upon Tsukikage Island, intent on capturing the scene of the police apprehending members of the Justice Judgment Alliance. Mugir had initially anticipated an easy capture of the suspects, hoping that the ensuing media coverage would bolster the police's reputation. However, the situation took a grim turn. Not only did they fail to apprehend any members of the Justice Judgment Alliance, but 3 individuals were also killed, one of whom was under the police's stringent protection. This incident would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. Officer Megure furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly troubled. Observing their demeanor, it was clear to him that they would not leave without an interview. Officer Takagi conveyed his assessment to Officer Megure. Alas, had he known, he would have barred their entry to Tsukikage Island. Regret for his morning decision now weighed heavily on Officer Megure. Perhaps I should lead a team to drive them away. Officer Chiba suggested to Officer Megure. Absolutely not. If we drive them away like this, who knows what they might write? Officer Mumo shook his head and quickly objected. What shall we do then? Officer Chiba found himself at a loss for alternatives. I will meet with them. After a moment of contemplation, Officer Mumu took a deep breath, adjusted his attire, and prepared to face the reporters. Upon arriving at the village office, Officer Mumu was immediately surrounded by a throng of journalists. Each find to pose their questions. One by one, please. Your approach leaves me at a loss for how to respond. Please, you go first. Officer Megure gestured towards an appealing male journalist and began to speak. Upon hearing this, the journalist's eyes sparkled with excitement. Inspector Megure, the journalist inquired, microphone in hand. Prior to the League of Righteous Judgment's termination of Kuroiwa Tatsuji, Kawashima Hideo, and Nishimoto Ken, was the police force aware of their involvement in narcotics trafficking, homicide, and sexual assault? The smile momentarily vanished from Inspector Megure's countenance as he inwardly mused with chagrin. Is this fellow truly so obtuse as to pose such a question? Had we possessed prior knowledge of their extensive transgressions, their apprehension would have been expedited. The smile on Inspector Megure's face gradually dissipated. Yet he proceeded to address the reporter's inquiry nonetheless. Officer Megure, the male reporter said, microphone in hand, eager to continue his inquiry. However, he was interrupted by Officer Megure. Well then, a person posed a question. Now it's your turn. Officer Megure began, pointing at a beautiful female journalist. Officer Megure, the beautiful reporter inquired, microphone in hand. Is it true that Village Chief Kuroiwa Tansuk was murdered by members of the Justice Trial Alliance under police protection? It is indeed true. Officer Megure's face exhibited a hint of embarrassment, yet he chose to speak the truth. Officer Magyar, does the police have confidence in capturing the Justice Judgment Alliance? Another reporter began to inquire. Certainly, we do possess such confidence. Currently, our police force has cordoned off Tsukikage Island. Before long, we will apprehend all members of the Justice Judgment Alliance and bring them to justice, Officer Magyar asserted, unaware of the formidable nature of the Justice Judgment Alliance, still believing that they could capture every member. Officer Magyar, when you say before long, how much time are you referring to? A reporter from Tokyo Broadcasting Station pressed further. Officer Magyar was drenched in sweat from the tension, having never encountered a member of the Justice Judgment Alliance, leaving him uncertain as to how long it would take to apprehend one. Officer Magyar, do you lack confidence in capturing the Justice Judgment Alliance? A reporter from Tokyo Broadcasting seized the opportunity to press him. Of course I have confidence. Within 3 days at most, we shall bring the Justice Judgment Alliance to justice. Officer Magyar replied, steeling himself under the pressure. Half an hour later, in the village office's main hall, Officer Magyar had successfully dealt with the throng of reporters. Officer Magyar, Officer Chiba said, his brow furrowed in confusion. How can we apprehend the Justice Trial Alliance in just 3 days when we don't even know how many members they have? I am equally at a loss, Officer Magyar replied, seated on the sofa, scratching his head, feeling a deep sense of frustration. Officer Magyar, if we fail to capture the Justice Trial Alliance in 3 days, the reputation of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police will suffer significantly, Officer Chiba reminded him, his concern evident. I am well aware of that, Officer Magyar sighed, revealing his helplessness to Officer Chiba. If I hadn't conveyed that to the reporters, they might think we are utterly incompetent. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Officer Chiba nodded, beginning to grasp why Officer Magyar had expressed his thoughts so candidly. Perhaps we should enlist the help of Shinichi Kudo, Officer Takagi suggested, recognizing the young detective's exceptional deductive abilities. With his prowess, he should be able to locate the Justice Trial Alliance swiftly. Upon hearing this, Officer Magyar's eyes brightened. Over the past year, Shinichi Kudo had assisted him in unraveling numerous complex cases, and Officer Magyar held great faith in his capabilities. That is indeed a splendid idea. I shall call him immediately, Officer Magyar declared, pulling out his phone to contact Shinichi Kudo. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that Kudo's phone was turned off, rendering him unable to connect. Having been transformed into a child, Shinichi had switched off his phone to conceal his condition, as Dr. Agasa had yet to invent a voice changer. Why is Kudo's phone off? Officer Magyar pondered, a look of confusion crossing his face. In the past, whenever faced with challenging cases, he had always been able to reach Kudo. What shall we do now? Officer Chiba asked, a hint of panic creeping into his voice as he turned to Officer Magyar for guidance. Do not worry. Even in the absence of Brother Cut, we can still apprehend all members of the Justice Judgment Alliance. Officer Magyar understood that he must remain composed at this moment. Otherwise, Officer Chiba would become even more flustered. At 6 in the evening, Dr. Agasa of the Mouri Detective Agency, after much pleading from Conan, finally agreed to bring him here. Conan could not shake off the feeling of unease. He had to uncover the reason behind Mouri-Ran's sudden relationship. Dr. Agasa, it has been a long time. Mouri Koger greeted him warmly. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Mouri, Dr. Agasa replied with a smile, casting a furtive glance at Conan beside him, silently hoping for everything to go smoothly. You came to see me today. What is it that you need? Mouri Koger inquired curiously, lounging comfortably on the sofa with his arms crossed over his chest. Having known each other for many years, Mouri Koger and Dr. Agasa seldom had the opportunity to meet due to their busy lives, perhaps only a few times throughout the year. Mouri, I have come to you today with 2 matters I wish to entrust to you, Dr. Agasa said, his face beaming with a smile as he revealed his intentions. Oh, what is the matter? Mouri Kogoro inquired with curiosity as he gazed at Dr. Agasa. The first matter at hand is to request that you take this child as your apprentice. Dr. Agasa affectionately ruffled Conan's hair, a warm smile gracing his face. Who is this child? Mouri Kogoro pondered, aware that Dr. Agasa was unmarried. Thus this child could not possibly be his offspring. He is the child of my relative, named Adagawa Conan. His dream is to become a detective. And you, Mouri, are an esteemed detective. Therefore, I wish to implore you to take him under your wing and teach him how to become a remarkable detective. To persuade Mouri Kogoro, Dr. Agasa began to flatter him. Mouri Kogoro, slightly embarrassed, touched his nose. At present, he was merely a mediocre detective, handling cases of infidelity and searching for lost pets. The notion of being a distinguished detective bore no relation to his current status. Dr. Agasa, I am quite busy with work at the moment. I have no time to mentor an apprentice. Perhaps you could approach Kudo Shinichi and ask him to take Conan as his pupil? Mouri Kogoro mused, noting that Conan bore a striking resemblance to Kudo Shinichi in their youth. He felt that accepting an apprentice now would only hinder the child's development, and thus politely declined. Conan tugged at Dr. Agasa's sleeve, signaling him to employ his trump card. Having known Mouri Kogoro for many years, Conan was well aware of his character and had come prepared. Dr. Agasa produced a blue bank card from his pocket. My dear Mouri, Conan's parents hold you in great trust and wish for you to accept him. This card contains 50 million yen, a token of their appreciation. I earnestly request that you accept it. Dr. Agasa placed the blue bank card before Mouri Kogoro. Upon hearing this, Kogoro Mouri felt a sudden stir in his heart. For it had been quite some time since the detective agency had seen any business, and they were nearing the point of financial distress. Caught in the dilemma between monetary gain and his conscience, Kogoro Mouri hesitated. Dr. Agasa, observing the change in Mouri's expression, realized that he was indeed swayed. Seizing the moment, he urged, Mouri, we have known each other for many years, and I have never asked you for anything. Today, I implore you to grant me this favor and accept this child as your apprentice. Rising from his seat, Dr. Agasa bowed deeply to Kogoro Mouri. Witnessing this gesture, Mouri hastily stood up to support Dr. Agasa. What are you doing, Agasa? He exclaimed. Never mind. For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I shall take this child under my wing. With a resigned sigh, Kogoro Mouri acquiesced, addressing Dr. Agasa. Mouri, I truly appreciate your kindness this time, Doctor. Agasa expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Kogoro Mouri. Dr. Agasa, Mouri Kogoro said to Dr. Agasa with a serious expression, as previously agreed. I can teach this child how to become a detective. However, the extent of his learning will depend on his comprehension. Not everyone possesses the aptitude to be a detective. I understand. The master opens the door, but the cultivation lies in the individual. Conan, why are you not hastening to pay your respects to your master? Doctor. Agasa quickly reminded Conan, who stood nearby. Upon hearing this, Conan suppressed his inner reluctance and knelt before Kogoro Mouri. I pay my respects to my master. Conan solemnly proclaimed as he knelt before Mouri. With unwavering resolve, Conan thought to himself, Ran, I must uncover the reason behind your sudden relationship. Get up. The ground is cold. From this moment forth, you shall be my foremost disciple, Kogoro Mouri said as he promptly assisted Conan to his feet. Indeed. Conan nodded and rose to his feet. Dr. Agasa, what is the password for the bank card? Subsequently, Kogoro Mouri picked up the blue bank card from the table and inquired of Dr. Agasa. 86. Dr. Agasa replied candidly to Kogoro Mouri. You previously mentioned there were 2 matters to discuss with me. What is the other one? Kogoro inquired with curiosity. This child's parents have gone abroad due to certain circumstances, and they entrusted him to my care. Kogoro, as you know, I have remained unmarried all these years. I am utterly inexperienced in caring for children. I would like your assistance in looking after him, Dr. Agasa stated, affectionately patting Conan's head as he revealed the final matter. Indeed, Kogoro Mouri furrowed his brow, reluctant to acquiesce. After all, it was primarily Ran Mouri who prepared the meals at home. And Kogoro had no desire to tend to another child. Here lay 50 million yen, a sum provided by his parents for sustenance. Dr. Agasa once again unveiled his trump card, beginning to entice Kogoro Mouri. The detective's heart stirred, his gaze transformed, and a look of longing graced his countenance. Just as Dr. Agasa and Conan believed that events would unfold as they had envisioned, the door to the Mouri detective agency swung open, and Ran Mouri stepped inside. I disagree. Mao Lilan had just overheard the conversation between Dr. Agasa and Mouri Kogoro at the door, and she firmly opposed taking Conan in. Holding Lin Tian's hand, she stepped into the Mouri detective agency. Upon seeing Lilan return, Mouri Kogoro felt quite pleased. However, his expression instantly soured at the sight of Lilan holding hands with Lin Tian. Xiaolan, who is he? The smile on Mouri Kogoro's face froze as he inquired of Mao Lilan. He is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. She introduced him to her father. Hearing this, Mouri Kogoro's countenance darkened even further, his gaze fixated on Lin Tian, glimmering with a wary light. He was eager to discern what kind of person Lin Tian truly was, and whether he would deceive his daughter, Mao Lilan. Lin Tian, this is my father, Mouri Kogoro. Mao Lilan subsequently introduced her father to Lin Tian. Uncle Mouri, it is an honor to meet you. Lin Tian extended his hand, greeting Mouri Kogoro warmly. Conan glared intently at Lin Tian, pondering, what is so special about this guy? Why is Xiaolan with him instead of me? What do I lack compared to him? Aside from my small stature? Hello. Kogoro Mouri then extended his hand, engaging in a handshake with Lin Tian. Kogoro Mouri exerted force with his right hand, attempting to gauge Lin Tian's strength through their grasp. Although his deductive skills may not rival those of Shinichi Kudo, his judo prowess is formidable. His physical strength surpasses that of an average individual. Lin Tian was aware that he could not compete with Kogoro Mouri's raw power alone. Subsequently, Lin Tian issued a command to the Shadow Ninja, who then adhered to him. This significantly augmented Lin Tian's strength, regardless of the force Kogoro Mouri exerted. Lin Tian was able to respond with ease. Eventually, Kogoro Mouri could no longer bear it. His face flushed, and he released Lin Tian. "Dad, are you all right?" Ran Mouri hurried to her father's side, inquiring with concern. She understood Lin Tian possessed extraordinary abilities and was confident that he would be unharmed. "I am fine." Although Kogoro Mouri's hand ached, he was reluctant to admit it in front of Ran. Upon hearing this, Ran breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Tian is my father. Can't you show him a little leniency?" With a hint of shyness, Ran gracefully approached Lin Tian, slightly furrowing her brow as she gently patted his shoulder. Kogoro felt a twinge of jealousy and thought, "Ran, what do you mean by that? Does this brat mean more to you than your own father? If I hadn't been hungry today, I would surely have outmatched him." Conan clutched his chest, feeling as though his heart might shatter. He thought to himself, "Ran, we grew up together, and you've never shown me such affection. How can you be so tender with him?" Clearing his throat, Kogoro quickly interjected, "Ran, I certainly did not lose to him." He was eager to maintain his dignity in front of Ran. It was a tie. Lin Tian refrained from exposing Kogoro's fib, recognizing that Kogoro was Ran's father and deserved a modicum of respect. Indeed, a tie, Kogoro nodded, feeling slightly more favorable toward Lin Tian. Observing this exchange, Ran shook her head in resignation. She was no longer a child and understood the underlying dynamics. However, she had no intention of revealing the truth. Conan tugged at Dr. Agasa's pant leg, urging him to intervene, as he was unwilling to witness the flirtation between Ran and Lin Tian. "Ran, I truly am not adept at caring for children. Otherwise, I wouldn't be troubling you," Dr. Agasa said, understanding Conan's sentiment. Conan feigned innocence, quietly observing Ran, hoping to elicit her sympathy. Ran, with her kind heart, often overflowed with compassion. In the past, faced with the pitiful sight of Conan, coupled with Dr. Agasa's plea, she would have readily acquiesced. However, now Ran was aware of Conan's true identity. She recognized that his current pitiful demeanor was merely an act and felt no sympathy for him. Although Conan's woeful appearance failed to evoke Ran's compassion, it did garner Kogoro's sympathy. "Xiaolan," said Mouri Kogoro, observing the child with a sense of fondness. "He seems quite well behaved. Caring for him shouldn't be too difficult. Why don't we take him in?" "No." Mao Lilan shook her head firmly in opposition. Conan widened his eyes, gazing at Mao Lilan in disbelief. Pondering, "I have been so well behaved. Why does Xiaolan disagree? Is my act not convincing enough?" At this moment, Conan remained unaware that Mao Lilan had already discovered his true identity as Kudo Shinichi. "Xiaolan, what is the reason for this?" Dr. Agasa adjusted his glasses and inquired, puzzled. "Dr. Agasa, you are not aware of the situation. My father is even less capable of caring for a child than you. I am the one who cooks and cleans the house every day. I am still in school and truly cannot take care of a child." Mao Lilan did not reveal the real reason to Dr. Agasa, instead offering a convenient excuse. Cough, cough. Kogoro Mouri's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed to alleviate his discomfort. Dr. Agasa, noticing the awkward demeanor of Kogoro Mouri, realized that Ran Mouri had spoken the truth. "Alas," Dr. Agasa said with a tinge of sympathy as he gazed at Ran Mouri. Conan was well aware that Ran spoke the truth. After all, he had often visited her home and was acutely aware of the dynamics that unfolded there. Yet, Conan was reluctant to relinquish his desires. He yearned to reside in Ran's household. To Conan, living with Ran not only presented an opportunity to unravel the mystery behind her sudden affection for another, but also offered a chance to disrupt her budding relationship with Lin Tian. It was a masterstroke, a twofold advantage that he was unwilling to forsake. Conan tugged gently at Dr. Agasa's trousers, urging him to advocate on his behalf once more. However, Dr. Agasa had a change of heart. After all, he regarded Ran with the affection of a father and could not disregard her feelings. "Xiaolan, I sincerely apologize," said Conan. "I will take care of myself." Dr. Agasa's gaze towards Ran Mouri revealed a hint of guilt. Upon hearing this, Conan widened his eyes, looking at Dr. Agasa in disbelief. He pondered to himself, What is going on with Dr. Agasa? Why has he suddenly changed his mind? Could it be that he did not comprehend my subtle hints? Conan yearned to inquire directly with Dr. Agasa. However, given the presence of so many people, there were certain things he felt uncomfortable expressing. Thus, he chose to conceal his confusion within, intending to ask Dr. Agasa once they left the Mouri Detective Agency. It's quite all right, Dr. Agasa. If you encounter any issues while caring for children in the future, feel free to call me anytime, Ran Mouri said earnestly to Dr. Agasa. Very well, Dr. Agasa nodded in agreement. At that moment, the telephone in the office rang. Kagoro Mouri approached the desk and casually picked up the receiver. He spoke into the phone. Hello, this is the Mouri Detective Agency. A frantic voice of a middle-aged man came through the line. Hello, Mouri Detective. I am Ichiro Tani, the chairman of the Tani Group. My daughter has been kidnapped. I need you to come here and help rescue her. The fee is 3 million yen. Upon hearing this, Kagoro Mouri's expression shifted, and he exclaimed with excitement, Please, do not worry, sir. I will head over immediately. May I ask where you reside? The frantic voice on the phone responded, I live at. After hanging up, Kagoro Mouri's face lit up with enthusiasm, and he thought to himself, Finally, a case has come. Father, what is going on? Ran Mouri curiously inquired. The daughter of a wealthy family has been kidnapped, and I am to go rescue her. Ran, please entertain Dr. Agasa and Conan for me. I shall go and save someone. Mouri Kagoro exclaimed with excitement as he began to don his coat. Master Mouri, let us accompany you. Upon hearing of the kidnapping case, Conan could hardly contain his curiosity. He was eager to uncover the truth behind the matter. Are you all coming? Kagoro Mouri furrowed his brow, feeling that bringing Conan and the others along would only complicate matters further. Teacher Mouri, given that the criminal has kidnapped the daughter of a wealthy individual, it is highly probable that he is surveilling the vicinity of the affluent household. Should you venture alone? Your identity may be discerned by the perpetrator, prompting him to take precautions. However, if we were to go together, the criminal would perceive us as a family of varied ages, merely visiting for an interview, thus evading suspicion and vigilance. This approach would facilitate the rescue. In an effort to persuade Kagoro Mouri to include him, Conan expounded a multitude of rational arguments. Mouri, I drove here. I can transport you to the location. Dr. Agasa, recognizing Conan's intent to solve the case, offered his assistance. That makes some sense. In that case, let us proceed together. However, it must be understood that once we arrive, no one is to create disturbances. Kagoro Mouri stroked his beard, acknowledging that Conan had made a valid point. Rest assured, Teacher Mouri, I will behave. Seeing that he had swayed Kagoro Mouri, Conan beamed with joy and promptly assured him, then let us be on our way. At that moment, Kagoro Mouri began donning his finest pair of leather shoes, wishing to leave a favorable impression on Gaku Ichiro. This way, should future cases arise, Gaku Ichiro would seek him out. Shall we go? Ran Mouri grasped Lin Tian's hand, raising her gaze to him with eyes that seemed to convey unspoken words. Then let us go and take a look. Noticing Ran's eagerness, Lin Tian acquiesced. Then let's go. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan immediately brightened up and took Lin Tian's hand, leading him downstairs. In her view, should Mouri Kagoro encounter any difficulties, she and Lin Tian would be there to lend a helping hand. Conan, observing Mao Lilan's joyful demeanor, felt a pang of envy towards Lin Tian. Conan, let's go, Dr. Agasa said, gently ruffling Conan's hair in a comforting gesture. He noticed Conan's discontent but was at a loss on how to console him, deciding instead to wait for Conan to come to terms with his feelings on his own. Indeed, Conan nodded in agreement. In Tokyo, at Kabuto Town, within the grounds of the Tani family estate, in the front garden, Lin Tian, Mouri Ran, and Mouri Kaguru arrived to find the anxious face of Ichiro Tani, the chairman of the Tani Group. Detective Mouri, you have finally arrived. Who are they? Upon seeing Kagoro Mouri, Guichong felt a sense of relief. However, the sight of Kagoro accompanied by a multitude of individuals furrowed his brow in concern. Guichong, somewhat displeased, pondered, what is the matter with this Detective Mouri? Why has he brought so many people along? Am I mistaken about the person I sought? Doubts about Kagoro Mouri's capabilities now plagued Guichong. This is my daughter, Ran Mouri, and her friend, Tian Lin. This is my companion, Dr. Agasa, and my apprentice, Conan. Kagoro Mouri introduced Ran, Tian Lin, and the others to Guichong. Detective Mouri, I brought you here to rescue my daughter. What are you doing? A look of confusion crossed Taniguchi Aikiro's face. Chairman Taniguchi, please do not misunderstand. I am concerned that the kidnapper's accomplices may be watching at your doorstep. By bringing them here, I aim to deceive the kidnappers into believing that friends are visiting you with family. This way, they will lower their guard, making it easier to rescue your daughter. Detective Mouri Koger discerned Taniguchi Aikir's discontent and offered an explanation. Upon hearing this, Taniguchi Aikir was suddenly enlightened. So that is the case. Detective Mouri, your foresight is commendable. I must apologize for my earlier misunderstanding. Taniguchi Aikir, now fully aware, regarded Mouri Koger with admiration. He thought to himself, it seems I judged you too hastily. I have not made the wrong choice this time. Akiko is indeed in good hands. Chairman Taniguchi, there is no need for such formality. Please, recount the events surrounding the incident. This will aid me in uncovering clues to rescue your daughter. Mouri Koger promptly addressed Taniguchi Aikir. Very well. G. Aikir promptly recounted the details of the kidnapping case to Koger Emery. After hearing this, Kogoro Mouri immediately furrowed his brows in confusion. He was utterly perplexed, not knowing where to begin. Chairman Gu, did the kidnappers demand a ransom? Lin Tian inquired of Gui Long. No. The kidnapper merely instructed me to shut down the company. Gui Long furrowed his brow, finding the kidnapper's demand rather peculiar. However, Gu Butler was aware of the underlying circumstances but, bound by Gu Jingzi's request, could not disclose the information to Gui Long. I see. When the kidnapper abducted Gu Jingzi, did you hear that dog barking? Lin Tian inquired of Gui Long, pointing at the large dog that was tied up. It seems that I did not hear anything. How about you? Gui Long pondered for a moment, responding with a hint of uncertainty. He had indeed overlooked this detail. I didn't hear anything. Neither did I, echoed the surrounding servants. Lin Tian, do you want to? Mao Lilan approached Lin Tian, tiptoeing to whisper softly in his ear. She sought Lin Tian's assistance, hoping he could utilize the powers of the Shadow Ninja to locate Gu Jingzi. There's no need for such trouble, Lin Tian replied gently in Mao Lilan's ear. He was too close for her comfort, causing a slight tickle in her ear. Gu Butler, would you kindly explain what's going on? As a time traveler, Lin Tian was well aware of the situation and directly confronted Gu Butler. What do you mean? Gu Butler felt a jolt of surprise, but feigned calmness. He had no desire to betray Gu Jingzi. After all, Gu Butler had watched her grow up and regarded her as a granddaughter. He wished to shield her from punishment. Gu Butler, please clarify the circumstances surrounding Gu Jingzi's abduction, Lin Tian urged. Gu Butler, taken aback, thought to himself, what does he mean? Could he already be aware of the truth? Impossible. No one could uncover the truth in such a short span of time. What are you talking about? I know nothing. Gu Butler began to feign ignorance, reluctant to reveal the truth. He feared that disclosing the truth would result in Gu Jingzi's suffering. If indeed there were intruders in black attire, the dog tied up there would surely bark. Yet Chairman Gu claims he heard no barking at all. The wall stands over 3 meters high. How could the assailants have scaled it with Gu Jingzi in their arms without leaving a trace? The wall is so new. Not a single footprint remains. Pray tell, what is the explanation? Lin Tian articulated the inconsistencies he had discovered. Upon hearing this, Gu Butler broke into a nervous sweat. Having never committed a crime before, he was utterly unprepared for such details. Gui Long, who had previously placed great trust in Gu Butler, began to harbor doubts as he listened to Lin Tian's assertions. Gu Butler, what is the meaning of this? Gui Long's fury surged. He had always trusted Gu Butler and never imagined he would betray him. I'm sorry, sir. Gu Butler could no longer withstand the pressure and knelt before Gui Long. I treated you so well. Why would you kidnap Jingzi? Gui Long seized Gu Butler's tie, glaring at him with rage that threatened to explode. Sir, I apologize. Gu Butler lowered his head in guilt, still unwilling to betray Gu Jingzi. Just then, a maid approached and handed a phone to Gui Long. He took the phone. His mood grim as he said, "Who is this?" A man's voice came through the line, "Is the money ready?" Gui Long, bewildered, replied, "What money?" The voice continued, "Your daughter is in my custody. Prepare 100 million yen, or I will kill her." Gui Long exclaimed in shock, "What did you say?" The man reiterated, "You have 3 hours to gather the money. If the time elapses without the funds prepared, you can collect your daughter's remains." Gui Long hastily responded, "Wait. Let me hear Jingzi's voice. I need to confirm she is alive." The man replied, "No problem. Let her speak to you." A moment later, Gu Jingzi's voice came through. "Dad, I'm in the warehouse. I can see a huge chimney outside the window. Please come save me." The man's furious voice cut in, "Enough, brat. Chairman Gu, hurry and prepare the money, or you'll be collecting your daughter's remains." With that, how detestable. Who is your accomplice? Where is he? Gui Chang glared at Butler Gu with an expression of fury, roaring at him. "Master, I do not have an accomplice," Butler Gu hurriedly explained to Gui Chang. Even at this point, you still dare to deceive me. Gu Yichang seethed with anger, utterly disbelieving Butler Gu's words. Chairman Gu, please wait, Lin Tian interjected at that moment, prompting Gu Yichang to halt in his tracks upon hearing Lin Tian's voice. What is the matter? Gu Yilong questioned, his gaze filled with confusion as he looked at Lin Tian. Chairman Gu and Butler Gu had not lied this time. He truly had no accomplices. Lin Tian, with a serious demeanor, conveyed this to Gu Yilong. Then what does this imply? Gu Yilong's mind was now clouded with further perplexities as he inquired of Lin Tian. If I am not mistaken, after Gu Jingzi was abducted by Butler Gu, she was captured once more by another party. Lin Tian shared his reasoning with Gu Yilong. What? A look of astonishment spread across Gu Yichang's face. Butler Gu, you must divulge everything you know this time. Otherwise, Gu Jingzi will undoubtedly be in peril. Lin Tian cautioned the butler. Upon hearing this, Butler Gu quickly nodded in agreement. I must say, Miss Akiko has been in a rather low spirit lately. Particularly on her birthday, when you had previously promised to accompany her to the tropical paradise for a day of fun. Unfortunately, due to pressing matters at the company, you were unable to be by her side. In her desire for your company, Miss Akiko implored me to feign her abduction, hoping it would persuade you to take a few days off to spend with her. However, to our astonishment, she was indeed kidnapped. Subsequently, Butler Gu divulged all that he knew regarding the situation. What? Gu Yichiro was profoundly shaken after hearing this. My lord, I am sorry. I should not have acquiesced to Miss Kiko's request. I am prepared to accept any punishment you deem fit. The steward, Gu, stood before Gu Yichiro, ready to acknowledge his mistake. Upon hearing the steward's account, Gu Yichiro sighed. Never mind. First, let us locate Kiko. He did not wish to penalize the steward and thus chose to say this instead. The steward bowed his head in remorse. Lin Tian approached Mori Kagoro. Uncle Mori, please follow me, Lin Tian said to Mori Kagoro with a serious expression. Indeed. Kagoro Mouri nodded in agreement, intrigued to discover the purpose of Lin Tian's visit. Ran Mouri watched with curiosity as Lin Tian and Kagoro departed, eager to unravel the reason behind Lin Tian's summons. Moments later, Lin Tian and Kagoro returned. Ran approached Lin Tian, her curiosity piqued. What did you discuss with my father? She inquired, her eyes fixed on him with anticipation. You will find out soon enough. Lin Tian replied with a playful smile, addressing Ran earnestly. Kagoro, Detective Mouri, my daughter has been abducted by another kidnapper. What should we do now? Gu Yichiro's heart raced with anxiety, his gaze locked onto Lin Tian. After all, it was Lin Tian who had deduced that Butler Gu was behind the kidnapping of Gu Jingzi. Chairman Gu, do not fret. I have a method to locate Gu Jingzi. Kagoro Mouri asserted confidently as he stepped forward. Lin Tian had previously shared his reasoning with Kagoro, significantly enhancing Kagoro's regard for him. He mused that if Ran truly harbored feelings for Lin Tian, he would not oppose their relationship. What method? Taniguchi hurriedly inquired of Kagoro Mouri. Having crossed into his 40s, Taniguchi had but one daughter, Taniguchi Akiko. Now that Akiko had been abducted, his heart was wrenched with agony. Chairman Taniguchi, please bring me a map of the vicinity and Akiko's clothing, preferably unwashed, Kagoro Mouri confidently replied to Taniguchi. Taniguchi's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. What could the detective possibly want with Akiko's clothing? Does he possess some peculiar inclination? Despite his bewilderment, Taniguchi resolved to heed Mori's words for the time being, prioritizing the search for his kidnapped daughter. Butler, fetch the map and Akiko's clothing, Taniguchi commanded, turning to the kneeling butler. Indeed. The steward Gu promptly nodded, hastily rising from the ground to retrieve the map from Gu Yilong's study. Within a mere 2 minutes, the steward returned with the local map and Gu Jingzi's garments. Detective Mouri, here is the map and Miss Gu's attire you requested. Butler Gu stood before Detective Mouri Kagoro, holding Miss Gu's clothing in one hand and the map in the other. Butler Gu, please hold on to the clothing for now. First, hand me the map. Detective Mouri Kagoro said with a serious expression. Very well, Mr. Gu nodded, handing the map to Kagoro Mouri. Upon receiving the map, Mouri promptly unfolded it and began to examine it, searching for nearby abandoned warehouses. Where was Ms. Gu Jingzi prior to this? Mouri inquired of Mr. Gu. She is at the Beihou Hotel, several hundred meters away, Mr. Gu answered without hesitation. When was the last time you contacted Ms. Gu? Mouri pressed further. Approximately 20 minutes ago, Mr. Gu reflected before responding truthfully. This implies that Ms. Gu was kidnapped no more than 20 minutes prior. In such a brief span, the abductors could not have traveled far with her. Furthermore, Ms. Gu mentioned they were in an abandoned warehouse. If we search all the derelict warehouses within a 20-kilometer radius, we are certain to locate her, Mouri asserted confidently to Gui Chang. However, Gui Chang furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. There are over 10 abandoned warehouses within that radius. Searching each one meticulously may require considerable time. Chairman Gu, do not forget that Ms. Gu also mentioned seeing a large chimney from the window. With these 2 clues, we can narrow down our search, Mouri replied earnestly to Gui Chang. Indeed, this approach certainly narrows down the possibilities. Yanagiyama, which locations nearby meet these 2 criteria? Yanagiyama urgently inquired of the butler, who had lived in the area for several decades and possessed an intimate understanding of the surroundings. There were no substantial chimneys near the abandoned warehouses. The butler pondered deeply but could not recall any places that matched the 2 characteristics. Butler, please reflect more carefully, Yanagiyama urged, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Chairman Yanagiyama, what Ms. Yanagiko mentioned about the large chimney could also refer to a building, viewed from the side in complete darkness. A building might indeed resemble a colossal chimney, reminded Detective Mouri Kagoro to both Yanagiyama and the butler. Upon hearing this, the butler's eyes brightened. Sir, could it be the warehouse within the Yamamoto factory? The factory has been abandoned for 30 years, and there is also a 30-story building nearby. The butler promptly proposed a location to Yanagiyama. Detective Mouri, what do you think? Yanagiyama, now filled with tension, quickly sought Mouri Kagoro's opinion. Let us head over there. Bring that large dog along. Once we arrive, let it catch a scent. If Yanagiko is there, it should be able to detect her, Mouri Kagoro instructed, gesturing towards the large dog tethered nearby. Understood. I shall heed Detective Mouri's guidance. Yanagiyama nodded in agreement. The butler then untied the dog and addressed Yanagiyama. Sir, I shall go fetch the car. Butler, you need not accompany us. Remain at home to arrange the finances. If we manage to locate Yanagiko, that would be splendid. If not, we shall use the money to secure her release. Yanagiyama resolved to prepare for both scenarios, ensuring no stone was left unturned. Very well. Gu Guanjia understood that everything was for Gu Jingzi and immediately nodded in agreement. A little over 10 minutes later, Lin Tian, Mouri Kagoro, and Gui Chang arrived in front of the Yamamoto factory. Detective Mouri, is Jingzi truly here? Gui Chang expressed his concern upon noticing the factory's inky darkness, fearing that Gu Jingzi might not be present. Chairman Gu, do not fret, Mouri Kagoro comforted, aware of Gui Chang's anxiety. He then instructed his dog to sniff Gu Jingzi's clothing before opening the car door. Good dog, sniff well. Is Gu Jingzi here? Mouri Kagoro urged, tugging on the leash to bring the dog down. The dog leapt from the vehicle and charged towards the Yamamoto factory, barking fervently. Seeing this, Mouri Kagoro felt a surge of hope. However, the dog suddenly bolted into the factory, causing Mouri Kagoro to lose his footing and tumble to the ground, instinctively releasing the leash in his hand. Oh dear. Kagoro Mouri fell to the ground, wincing in pain. Are you all right, Detective Mouri? Ichiro Tani, having exited the vehicle, hurried to Kagoro's side, expressing genuine concern. Given that Ichiro still relied on Kagoro's assistance to locate Akiko Tani, his worry for Kagoro's well-being was palpable. Ran Mouri also approached, offering her support to Kagoro as he struggled to rise. I'm fine, Kagoro Mouri stated as he rose to his feet with the assistance of Ran Mouri. Despite being covered in dirt, he was unharmed. That's a relief, Gihiro sighed inwardly. Chairman Gu, if my instincts are correct, the dog must have caught the scent of Gu Jingzi. She must be here. We should hasten to rescue Gu Jingzi. Mouri Kagoro also recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly urged Gihiro. Very well. Ji Aikir nodded and hurriedly followed Koger Ri and the others into the Yamamoto factory. Inside the dilapidated warehouse of the Yamamoto factory, the kidnapper was lost in a daydream, envisioning the ransom he would receive, settling his debts, and purchasing luxurious cars and opulent mansions. A large dog burst into the room, barking excitedly upon spotting Gu Jingzi. The kidnapper was startled by the dog's loud barks, causing the phone in his hand to tumble to the ground. Gu Jingzi's eyes shimmered with excitement at the sight of the dog. To her, the arrival of the large dog signified that her father must have come as well. What a wild dog it was. Begone. The kidnapper retrieved a stone from the ground, hurling it towards the large dog. He fully expected the canine to scatter in terrified retreat. However, far from being intimidated, the dog's ferocity was ignited, and it lunged at the kidnapper, sinking its teeth into his leg. Ah! The kidnapper let out a pained scream, for this was the first time in his life that he had been bitten by a dog. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his thigh, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and he retaliated by delivering a powerful kick to the formidable canine before him. The force of the kick, fueled by his anger and resentment, sent the dog soaring into the air, only to crash heavily to the ground with a dull thud. Lowering his gaze to his injured thigh, the kidnapper watched as blood flowed incessantly from the wound, staining his trousers a crimson hue. His expression darkened ominously, flames of fury flickering in his eyes. "Damn beast, I shall kill you and feast upon your flesh." In a swift motion, he drew a sharp dagger from his waist, its blade glinting menacingly in the light, instilling a sense of dread. With a fierce countenance, he gripped the hilt tightly and advanced step by step toward the fallen dog. At that moment, Mouri Kogoro, Lin Tian, and Gui-chan arrived on the scene. "Who are you?" the kidnapper demanded, sensing an ominous premonition as he confronted the sudden influx of people. "Akiko," Yamaguchi Ichiro exclaimed upon seeing Yamaguchi Akiko bound and restrained. Akiko felt a surge of emotion. She yearned to rush into Ichiro's embrace, yet the ropes constraining her and the tape muffling her voice rendered her silent. "I am Detective Mouri Kogoro," he declared. "It is you who has kidnapped Akiko. You are cornered now. Surrender at once." Mouri Kogoro noticed the kidnapper wielding a dagger, and he swiftly intervened to prevent Ichiro from recklessly charging forward. "Humph. You all possess quite remarkable skills to have discovered this place. However, with merely your numbers, do you truly believe you can compel me to surrender? Such a notion is merely a fanciful dream." The kidnapper brandished a dagger, its razor-sharp blade glinting ominously, entirely dismissing the presence of these individuals. Nevertheless, in a bid to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, the kidnapper lunged towards Gakiko with the ferocity of a hungry tiger. He aimed to seize Gakiko, intending to leverage her as a pawn against Kogoro Mouri, Gukichiro, and the others. Witnessing this scene, Kogoro Mouri and Gukichiro were engulfed in a frenzy of anxiety, akin to ants on a hot stove. After all, they were still a dozen meters away from the kidnapper, unable to thwart his intentions. Should the kidnapper succeed, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, Lin Tian covertly issued commands to the Shadow Ninja. Like phantoms, the Shadow Ninja stealthily extended a hand from the kidnapper's shadow, gripping his leg with the ferocity of an iron claw. The surrounding light was as dark as ink, and neither Kogoro Mouri nor the others noticed the subtle maneuver of the Shadow Ninja. With a sudden cry of despair, the kidnapper fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, landing heavily with a dull thud. Recognizing the fortuitous opportunity before him, Kogoro Mouri rushed to the kidnapper's side without hesitation. He pounced upon the assailant, deftly restraining his movements. Meanwhile, Ichiro, like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly approached Junko Tani. He knelt beside her, carefully unwrapping the ropes and tape that coiled around her like serpents. "Father," she uttered, her voice thick with emotion. "I feared I would never behold you again." Freed from her constraints, Ayako Koya rushed into the comforting embrace of her father, Ichiro Koya, succumbing to tears. The day's harrowing events had unfolded like a dreadful nightmare, leaving Ayako deeply traumatized. "Ran, alert the authorities," Kogoro Mouri instructed urgently as he subdued the kidnapper, addressing his daughter. "Ran Mouri." "Very well." Mao Lilan nodded, retrieving her phone to dial the emergency number. An hour later, at Kabuto Town, in the Tani Manor, Mouri Kogoro, Tani Ichiro, and Lin Tian, along with their companions, returned to this place. "Father, I apologize. It was I who requested the butler to assist me with this matter. I never anticipated it would lead to such complications. You may punish me as you see fit, but please spare the butler." Tani Akiko did not wish for the butler to be implicated and admitted her mistake in front of Tani Ichiro. Seeing Tani Akiko's sorrowful expression, Tani Ichiro's anger dissipated. "Master, if punishment is necessary, let it fall upon me instead, and not on the young lady." The butler also sought to take the blame upon himself, not wanting Tani Akiko to suffer consequences. "Akiko, this is not your fault. It is entirely my own, for I have been too occupied with work to spend time with you. Butler, please cancel all recent meetings at the company. Book 3 tickets to France. I intend to take Akiko for a proper respite." Tani Ichiro recognized that Tani Akiko had endured considerable fright that evening and was not inclined to pursue the matter of fault any further. "Father, do you truly mean that?" Tani Akiko looked up, her beautiful eyes searching Tani Ichiro's face for confirmation. "Indeed, I do." Tani Ichiro gently patted Tani Akiko's head, affirming his words. "That's wonderful, father." Tani Akiko exclaimed, leaping with joy. "Master, you truly will not punish me?" The butler was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Tani Ichiro in disbelief. "What? Do you wish for me to punish you?" Tani Ichiro replied, somewhat exasperated, as he regarded the butler. Of course not. The steward replied, I shall promptly book the flight. With that, Mr. Gu left the premises, brimming with excitement. Detective Mouri, today, I owe you my gratitude. Otherwise, Akiko would surely have been in peril. Taniguchi approached Kagoro Mouri, grasped his hand, and expressed his heartfelt thanks. Chairman Gu, you're welcome. It's merely a trifle, remarked Kagoro Mouri, his spirits soaring as he spoke to Yuichiro. This is the fee for your services. Please accept it. Yuichiro produced a check, inscribed with the sum of 3 million yen. In that case, I shall not hold back. Kagoro Mouri replied joyfully, accepting the check with glee. Half an hour later, Dr. Agasa escorted Kagoro Mouri, Lin Tian, and Ran Mouri to the ground floor of the Mouri Detective Agency, before departing with Conan in his vehicle. Ran, please entertain Lin Tian for a while. I shall go procure a fine bottle of wine and some delicacies. We have much to celebrate today, Kagoro Mouri exclaimed excitedly before making his exit. Very well, replied Ran Mouri with a nod of agreement. Let's head upstairs, Lin Tian, she suggested, gently grasping Lin Tian's hand. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded, following Mao Li Ran upstairs. Inside the Mao Li Detective Agency, Mao Li Ran poured a glass of water for Lin Tian and expressed her gratitude. She understood Mao Li Xiao Wu Lang well and was fully aware of his remarkable deductive abilities. It was clear to her that the inferences drawn by Mao Li Xiao Wu Lang today were undoubtedly communicated to him by Lin Tian. This realization filled Mao Li Ran with appreciation, and she felt indebted to Lin Tian for his assistance. Thank me for what? Lin Tian smiled at Mao Li Lan as he leaned against the sofa. My father could never have made such brilliant deductions in such a short time. It must have been you who assisted him. Consider this a debt of gratitude I owe you. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Mao Li Lan gazed at Lin Tian with her beautiful eyes, expressing her heartfelt appreciation. Xiaolan, you are now my girlfriend. There is no need for such formality. Lin Tian replied, naturally wrapping his arms around Mao Li Lan, his hands resting comfortably on her waist. In Tokyo, in the neighborhood of Mihua, at Dr. Agasa's residence. In the living room, it was truly remarkable how much Mao Li's deductive abilities had improved. Dr. Agasa, holding 2 cups of hot chocolate, placed one in front of Conan while savoring the other himself. Dr. Agasa, did you not notice? Uncle Mao Li's deductions were all informed by Lin Tian. Earlier, Lin Tian had called Uncle Mao Li aside to share the method he discovered for locating Gu Jingzi. Conan took a sip of his hot chocolate and conveyed his thoughts to Dr. Agasa. Why did Lin Tian choose not to deduce himself, but instead relay the information to Mao Li? Dr. Agasa trusted Conan's words, but found it perplexing why Lin Tian would act in such a manner. Humph, it must be for Xiaolan's sake. Lin Tian's deductive prowess is extraordinary. He is certainly no ordinary person. Dr. Agasa, I implore you to investigate Lin Tian. The more detailed the information, the better. Conan said earnestly, a sense of unease apparent on his face. Not a problem. I will promptly assist you in gathering information about Lin Tian. Dr. Agasa nodded and readily agreed. Moonshadow Island. Village office. In the hall. Officer Magyar, Chiba reported as he stood before him. I have searched every corner of Tsukikage Island and found no suspicious individuals. Everyone on the island has provided statements, and they all possess alibis. Could it be that the Justice Trial Alliance has already departed from Tsukikage Island? Officer Takagi also conveyed his findings to Officer Magyar. That is utterly impossible. Tsukikage Island is already surrounded by our police forces. Unless they possess the ability to fly or vanish, they cannot leave the island. Officer Magyar instinctively rejected the notion. He could not believe that the Justice Trial Alliance had escaped. Officer Magyar, could it be that they truly possess superpowers? A startling hypothesis emerged in Sato Miwako's mind. Although she considered the possibility absurd, she voiced it to Officer Magyar. That is absolutely impossible. Officer Sato, have you lost your senses? How could there be such a thing as superpowers in this world? Officer Magyar, having served as a police officer for many years, had never witnessed any evidence of superhuman abilities, and thus he deemed them non-existent. Officer Magyar, I am not confused. At that time, Kuroi Wataru was alone in that room. And you and Officer Takagi were at the door. There were no secret passages or mechanisms in that room. Unless they possessed superpowers, there is no way they could have killed Kuroi Wataru. Eliminating all possibilities, even if the truth is utterly unbelievable, it remains a fact. Sato Miwako shared her thoughts with Officer Magyar. Officer Magyar, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and began to ponder the words spoken by Miwako Sato. I believe Officer Sato's reasoning holds merit, he remarked. Officer Takagi concurred, finding great sense in Miwako Sato's assertions. However, This raised a pressing concern. How could he possibly explain this to Chief Matsumoto? Do you think Chief Matsumoto would ever entertain the notion of supernatural abilities existing in our world? Officer Megure mused with a wry smile. Fully aware that should he voice such a claim, Chief Matsumoto would undoubtedly berate him severely. Sato Miwako understood that such remarks would undoubtedly fail to convince Matsumoto Kayanaga. Let us search for one more day. If no further discoveries are made, we shall leave a portion of our team to continue the investigation while the rest return with me to the Metropolitan Police Headquarters, Officer Megure stated, his expression grave as he addressed Sato Miwako and the others. Indeed, Miwako Sato and others nodded respectfully to Officer Megure. Wednesday, 6 o'clock in the morning. Dr. Agasa's residence. Basement. At long last, success. In a moment, a surprise for Shinichi awaits. Dr. Agasa, brimming with joy, clutched the butterfly-shaped voice modulator. His excitement reminiscent of a child's. Having spent the night in fervent research, he had dedicated himself to perfecting the butterfly-shaped voice modulator and the wristwatch tranquilizer gun. These precious inventions were crafted specifically for Conan, intended to empower him to safeguard himself in perilous situations. As Dr. Agasa tinkered with the voice modulator, he marveled at its ability to effortlessly mimic anyone's voice. I am indeed a genius inventor. He chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating through the basement. After reveling in his amusement for a while, he delicately placed the voice modulator and the tranquilizer gun on the table before departing in high spirits. Once Dr. Agasa exited the basement, several shadowy figures resembling ninjas appeared like phantoms. They not only seized the butterfly-shaped voice modulator and the wristwatch tranquilizer gun, but also absconded with the computer that housed invaluable data related to these inventions. This data would enable the effortless creation of both the voice modulator and the tranquilizer gun. Half an hour later, Dr. Agasa returned with breakfast. Shinichi, after you finish your meal, you should head off to tea in elementary school, he informed Conan while enjoying his breakfast. What? Dr. Agasa? Am I mistaken? You want me to attend elementary school? Conan scratched his ear, his face reflecting sheer astonishment, unable to fathom the veracity of what he had just heard. Shinichi, in your current state, it is impossible for you to enroll in tea in high school. You can only attend elementary school, Dr. Agasa elucidated to Conan. I can skip school altogether. I have already mastered the knowledge taught in elementary school. Attending now would be an utter waste of time, Conan replied, his expression tinged with reluctance. He felt that returning to elementary school was utterly humiliating. Conan, you are still a child. If you do not attend school and remain at home all day, it will raise suspicions among others. Attending school is also a means to disguise your identity. Consider it a nostalgic return to your childhood. Dr. Agasa gently patted Conan's head, conveying his thoughts. Conan sighed inwardly, pondering, I do not yearn for my childhood. I long for my original body. Very well then. I attend tea in elementary school. Conan, understanding the wisdom in Professor Agasa's words, reluctantly acquiesced. Exactly, Dr. Agasa remarked, nodding in satisfaction. However, Conan's spirits were quite the opposite. The once delectable breakfast now tasted as bland as cardboard. Conan, I have prepared 2 gifts for you. Noticing Conan's gloomy demeanor, Dr. Agasa decided it was the perfect moment to present him with the butterfly-shaped voice modulator and the watch-shaped tranquilizer gun. What gift? Conan lifted his head, gazing at Dr. Agasa with a look of perplexity. You stay here. I shall go and fetch it, Dr. Agasa exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he hurried to the basement. In less than a minute's time. Ah, echoed the voice of Professor Agasa from the basement, filled with a mixture of anger, panic, and a hint of disbelief. Oh no. Conan hastily set aside his breakfast and dashed down the stairs to the basement. In Dr. Agasa's home, the underground laboratory awaited him. Upon his arrival, he was met with the furious countenance of Dr. Agasa. What is the matter, doctor? Conan inquired with genuine concern, still unaware of the unfolding events. We've been burgled, Dr. Agasa exclaimed, his anger palpable as he gestured toward the barren table. The butterfly-shaped voice changer, the watch-shaped tranquilizer gun, and the computer have all vanished. There can be no other explanation than a theft. Intruder? Surely not. Could it be that you misplaced it elsewhere? Conan, having known Professor Agasa for many years, was well aware that he sometimes forgets where he has put things. I remember it quite clearly. Moreover, there used to be a computer here, which is also now missing. The professor pointed to the spot where the computer once stood, speaking with utmost certainty. Given the circumstances, Conan had no choice but to trust Professor Agasa's words. Professor Agasa, please contact the authorities. Also, let us take a moment to check what else might be missing from the house. Conan said to the professor with a serious expression. Indeed. Call the police, he exclaimed. Perhaps I could still recover my belongings. Dr. Agasa hastily retrieved his mobile phone and began dialing the emergency number. Meanwhile, Conan meticulously examined the surroundings, hoping to uncover any clues. A short while later, Inspector Hattori arrived with several officers. He belonged to the 3rd Investigation Division of the Criminal Investigation Department of the Metropolitan Police. Conan, however, was unable to find any useful leads this time. Naturally, he had already begun to scrutinize every nook and cranny of the house, checking for any concealed listening devices or pinhole cameras. What have you lost, Dr. Agasa? Inspector Hattori inquired, taking out his notebook and pen to record the details. I lost 2 inventions and a computer. The computer contains data on my inventions from over the years, Dr. Agasa replied truthfully to Inspector Hattori's question. Aside from these, is there anything else that has gone missing? Inspector Hattori pressed for further information. Nothing remains, Dr. Agasa shook his head and said earnestly to Inspector Bass. Are you certain? Inspector Mamos furrowed his brow, sensing that this case was unlike the work of an ordinary thief. Certainly. I have inspected the valuable items in my home. Aside from these, everything else remains intact. Dr. Agasa candidly relayed the situation to Inspector Baimatsu. When was it stolen? Inspector Baimatsu inquired of Dr. Agasa. Subsequently, Dr. Agasa recounted the entire sequence of events to Inspector Baimatsu. After a moment of contemplation, Inspector Baimatsu remarked, Dr. Agasa, the thief only took your 2 inventions and your computer. It appears they came specifically for this purpose. Have you offended anyone recently, particularly among your peers? Inspector Baimatsu said to Dr. Agasa with a serious expression. No, I have recently been engrossed in my inventions at home. I have never offended anyone. Dr. Agasa is cheerful and kind-hearted. He truly cannot recall having angered anyone. Dr. Agasa, this situation is troublesome. I will first collect fingerprints from this room to see if any clues can be uncovered. Inspector Haibara sighed, understanding that this case would prove quite challenging. Thank you for your hard work, Inspector Haibara, Dr. Agasa earnestly expressed. Inspector Haibara and his team spent over an hour at Dr. Agasa's residence before departing. In the laboratory, they failed to collect any fingerprints from other individuals. Inspector Haibara instructed Dr. Agasa to await further news at home, assuring him that he would be informed once the investigation was clarified. However, Dr. Agasa understood that this matter might ultimately lead to no resolution. In the hall, he fumed. Damn it, which scoundrel has stolen my inventions? Do not let me discover your identity. Dr. Agasa was still quite agitated. After all, the butterfly-shaped voice changer and the hand-transforming anesthetic gun were his proud creations, the fruits of his laborious invention. Dr. Agasa, please do not be overly upset. Take care of your health. I assure you, we will find this thief and bring him to justice, Conan consoled, sitting beside Dr. Agasa. Then I shall await the day of retribution. Dr. Agasa held great faith in Conan's abilities. Seeing a smile emerge on Dr. Agasa's face, Conan felt a sense of relief. Dr. Agasa looked up and noticed the clock on the wall, realizing it was already past 8 o'clock. Conan, it is already past 8. We are late. He quickly stood up, reminding Conan. Dr. Agasa, may I postpone my return to school for a few days? Conan expressed his reluctance to attend elementary school. I have already made arrangements with the principal of Titan Elementary. Let us hasten our departure. I shall escort you to school. Dr. Agasa picked up the backpack he had prepared for Conan and urged him on. Very well, sighed Conan, conceding to the request. In the quaint town of Baika, at Titan High School, Class 2B, the malevolence of individuals such as Kuroiwa Chiji and his accomplices was truly insidious, having committed numerous heinous acts over the years. Were it not for the intervention of the Justice Judgment Alliance, they would have continued to evade justice. Suzuki Sinoko's lovely visage betrayed a profound disdain for Kuroiwa Chiji and his ilk. Indeed, they were exceedingly wicked. Mouri Ran harbored a similar loathing for such nefarious individuals. The audacity of the Justice Judgment Alliance to administer justice under the protection of the police was remarkable, surpassing even the legendary Phantom Thief Kid. One could only ponder how they managed to achieve such feats. Sinoko's delicate hand lightly grazed her smooth chin, her mind brimming with curiosity. Perhaps only they themselves held the answers. Mouri Ran was fully aware of the truth, but was unable to divulge it to Sinoko. If only I could meet the leader of the Justice Judgment Alliance, she mused, longing to glimpse their appearance. A dreamy expression flickered in Sinoko's eyes. Ran cast a sidelong glance at Lin Tian, reflecting, Sinoko, you already know what they look like. You just remain oblivious. Perhaps the leader of the Justice Judgment Alliance is a woman. Ran had begun to regard Lin Tian as her boyfriend, and witnessing Sanoko's infatuation with the leader stirred a hint of jealousy within her. Ran's remarks were merely an attempt to divert Sanoko's infatuation. It is impossible. She must be a man. Suzuki Sanoko shook her head, unwilling to believe that the leader of the Justice Judgment Alliance was a woman. Sanoko, how can you be so certain? You have never even seen the leader of the Justice Judgment Alliance, Mao Lilan retorted, her large eyes blinking in surprise. It's a woman's intuition. A confident smile blossomed on Sanoko's face. Sanoko, your intuition is often inaccurate. As a close friend, Lilan was well aware of Sanoko's many embarrassing secrets. Xiaolan, how dare you mock me? Just watch how I deal with you. Sanoko exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, playfully reaching out to tickle Lilan at her waist. Haha. Ran is exceptionally ticklish. When Suzuki Sanoko lightly poked her, she burst into laughter. Not wanting to be outdone, Ran began to tickle Sanoko's slender waist, eliciting peals of laughter from her friend. At Tian Elementary School, in Class 1B, Conan found himself seated beside Jinta in the last row. Conan-kun, my name is Jinta. It's a pleasure to meet you. From now on, I will look out for you at school. If anyone bullies you, just mention my name. And no one will dare to trouble you, Jinta declared, patting Conan on the shoulder. He found Conan quite agreeable and intended to take him under his wing. Conan, however, looked at Jinta in disbelief, thinking to himself, these kids today are quite something. I am Shinichi Kudo, a high school detective. Who would dare to bully me? No need. Conan resolutely declined Jinta's suggestion. Although his body had shrunk, he had no desire to be mirrored by a 7-year-old child, as it would be utterly humiliating. At that moment, Ayumi and Mitsuhiko arrived. Jinta, you aren't bullying the new classmate, are you? Ayumi, noticing Conan's rather displeased demeanor, furrowed her brow in concern for him, worried that Jinta might be tormenting him. Of course not. Yutai quickly shook his head, explaining to Bume, how could I possibly bully the new student? You can ask him. Bume gently inquired of Conan. Conan, has Yuntai bullied you? You need not fear with me here. Conan, feeling quite dejected, gazed at Bume and the others, thinking to himself, do I appear to be someone who can be easily bullied? No one can intimidate me. He felt profoundly disheartened, trapped in the classroom, which felt akin to being imprisoned. Conan, what's wrong? You seem rather unhappy. Bume expressed her concern. I'm not unhappy, Conan replied, though internally he was indeed troubled. He simply wouldn't divulge this to Bume and the others, opting instead for a dismissive response. He did not regard Bume and the rest with any significance, nor did he make any effort to conceal his true feelings. Consequently, Bume discerned that Conan was being disingenuous, yet she chose not to confront him. Conan, we are all classmates now. If something is bothering you, do share it. Perhaps we can assist you, Bume said gently, aspiring to forge a friendship with Conan. Conan silently thought to himself, this little one certainly overestimates her capabilities, believing she can help me? How utterly laughable. Little did he know that in the future, he would indeed become good friends with Bume and the others, who would lend him their support. I do not require assistance. I am going to the restroom, Conan declared, rising to leave the room. Conan's behavior is quite unacceptable. How could he treat Bume like this? Hikaru felt a twinge of anger at Conan's indifference toward Bume. Indeed. It is remarkably rude, Yutai nodded in agreement. Hikaru, Yutai, let us not take offense. Conan has just transferred here and is still adjusting. We should assist him in acclimating to this environment, Bume suggested, unfazed by Conan's demeanor. Though somewhat reluctant, Hikaru contemplated. He harbored concerns that Conan might jeopardize his standing in Ayumi's heart. For your sake, Ayumi, I shall not stoop to his level, Jinta earnestly declared to Ayumi. At the entrance of the Kudo residence, Vodka arrived in a sleek black car. The vehicle contained 4 individuals, Vodka, Shiho Mayano, and 2 operatives from the Black Organization. Follow me, Vodka said expressionlessly to Shiho Mayano. He then exited the vehicle and surveyed the surroundings, noticing the absence of others before approaching the entrance of Shinichi Kudo's residence. With ease, Vodka produced a wire and deftly picked the lock on the door. Shiho Mayano observed this act of lockpicking without the slightest change in her expression. Having spent so many years within the Black Organization, she had witnessed countless illegal activities. Vodka led Shiho and the others into Shinichi Kudo's home. What are we doing here? Shiho inquired, scanning the interior upon entering. A few days ago, my brother administered that drug to Shinichi Kudo. We are here to confirm whether he is dead. Vodka disclosed their purpose without reservation. Shiho furrowed her brow. In her past experiments, she had seen laboratory mice exhibit a minuscule chance of regaining youth after consuming APTX 4869. How could he possibly still be alive after taking APTX 4869? Though she held these thoughts, she refrained from voicing them and instead countered Vodka's assertion. In Shiho's perspective, given Shinichi Kudo's reputation as a renowned high school detective, if he were to regain his youth, it might pose some complications for the Black Organization. Shiho was acutely aware of the vast power of the Black Organization and found it hard to believe that anyone could threaten its existence. In her view, even causing minor troubles for the organization would be a remarkable feat. I understand that, she replied. However, this is the organization's protocol. Let the investigation commence. Vodka, convinced that Shinichi Kudo was indeed dead, spoke with a notably indifferent tone. Indeed, Shiho Miyano nodded in agreement. Subsequently, she, along with Vodka and others, commenced their investigation of Shinichi Kudo's residence. After several hours of scrutiny, Vodka and his companions concluded that Shinichi Kudo was likely deceased. However, Shiho Miyano discovered that the clothing belonging to Shinichi from when he was around 7 or 8 years old was missing, while garments from other age groups remained. She surmised that there was a significant possibility that Shinichi Kudo had, much like a fortunate little mouse, reverted to a younger state. Yet, she chose not to disclose this information to Vodka and the others. As night descended, the clamor of the city gradually subsided. Lin Tian sat at his desk, engrossed in studying detailed information about a watch-type tranquilizer gun and a butterfly-style voice modulator displayed on his computer screen. As moments slipped away, Lin Tian immersed himself in a sea of knowledge, diligently absorbing relevant information. After 2 hours of profound research, Lin Tian attained a deeper comprehension of these two devices and resolved to commence their modification. With utmost caution, Lin Tian picked up the watch-type tranquilizer gun. Meticulously examining its structure and operational principles, he employed various tools to disassemble and reassemble its components. However, he was startled by a faint thud. To his astonishment, wisps of white smoke began to emanate from the tranquilizer gun, and within seconds, the entire device erupted in a minor explosion. Fortunately, the explosion's force was minimal, even less powerful than a firecracker, and the sound was contained within the room, failing to reach the outside world. Although Lin Tian possessed a certain understanding of science and machinery, the task of personally repairing the watch-type tranquilizer gun proved to be quite challenging. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the device, he fell into contemplation. It seemed he would need to seek assistance from a professional. But who could he turn to? A myriad of faces flashed through his mind, yet none appeared suitable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Shiho Miyano. As Lin Tian was lost in thought, the sudden ringing of his mobile phone jolted him back to reality. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the device. Upon glancing at the screen, he was surprised to see that the caller was none other than Ran. After answering the call, he quickly grasped the situation at hand. It turned out that Yoko Okino had visited the Mouri Detective Agency before 6 o'clock that evening, seeking the assistance of Kagoro Mouri to investigate who had been threatening her recently. While Kagoro Mouri and his team were on their way to Yoko Okino's residence to conduct an inquiry, they stumbled upon a lifeless body in her living room. After notifying the authorities, Ran called Lin Tian, requesting his assistance. Miwako Town, Sakura Apartment, 20th floor, Yoko Okino's residence. When Lin Tian arrived through the realm of shadows, the police had yet to arrive. Lin Tian, Ran exclaimed, hastening to Lin Tian's side. Do not fret, for I am here, Lin Tian reassured her, gently patting Ran's shoulder with a solemn tone. Understanding Lin Tian's capabilities, Ran felt a sense of relief. I shall first inspect the scene of the incident. Please wait for me here, Lin Tian said, giving her shoulder another reassuring pat. Indeed, Ran nodded obediently in agreement. Moments later, Matsumoto Kiyoshi arrived with a substantial contingent of police officers. Officer Matsumoto, it's been quite a while, exclaimed Xiaoguo upon seeing Matsumoto Kiyoshi, immediately greeting him. During Xiaoguo's tenure as a police officer, Matsumoto Kiyoshi had served as his superior for a period. However, since Xiaoguo resigned from the force, their interactions had dwindled significantly. Is that you? Matsumoto Kiyoshi expressed mild surprise at encountering Xiaoguo in this location. Officer Matsumoto, what brings you to lead the team today? Typically, it is Officer Mugir who takes the helm in such matters, Xiaoguo inquired with curiosity. Officer Mugir has taken a team to Tsukikage Island to apprehend members of the Justice Trial Alliance. The others are occupied, so I had to come myself. Matsumoto Kiyoshi explained to Xiaoguo. I see. Officer Matsumoto, have you managed to capture any members of the Justice Trial Alliance? Xiaoguo asked with intrigue. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well. Kagoro Mouri nodded slightly and then recounted the entire sequence of events to Kayanaga Matsumoto. Understood. Matsumoto Kayanaga, having known Kagoro Mouri for many years, held a considerable degree of faith in his abilities. Subsequently, Matsumoto Kayanaga led his team in a meticulous examination of the crime scene. Based on the scene and the wounds on the deceased body, it was evident that the victim had been stabbed in the back, succumbing to excessive blood loss. The estimated time of death was between 3 and 3:30. Without a doubt, this was a homicide. Matsumoto Kayanaga, after a thorough observation of the corpse, rendered his analysis. Indeed. Kagoro Mouri nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Yoko Okino, where were you from 3 to 3:30 this afternoon? Kiyoshi Matsumoto believed Yoko Okino to be the prime suspect and was the first to question her. At that time, I was resting in the television station's lounge. Yoko Okino replied, sensing Matsumoto's suspicions but choosing to speak truthfully. Officer Matsumoto, you cannot possibly suspect Ms. Okino, can you? She is so charming. How could she be the perpetrator? Kagoro Mouri, a devoted admirer of Yoko Okino, fervently defended her innocence, unable to fathom that she could commit such a heinous act. Mouri, she remarked, her demeanor adorable, yet how could one deem her incapable of taking a life? Matsumoto Saishu, with a countenance grave, retorted to Kagoro Mouri. Having served as a police officer for many years, Matsumoto had long grasped the profound truth that appearances alone are insufficient to ascertain the nature of an individual. Mouri Kagoro felt a touch of embarrassment as he scratched his head. His belief in Yoko Okino stemmed from the fact that she was his idol, Miss Okino. Is there anyone who can vouch for you? Matsumoto Saishu inquired further about Yoko Okino. No. At that moment, I was resting alone in the lounge. Yoko Naya managed a bitter smile and shook her head. Do you know the deceased? Matsumoto Kiyoshi inquired of Yoko Naya. I did not see the face of the deceased. I have no idea who he is. Yoko Naya had previously glimpsed the corpse and, overwhelmed with fear, had averted her gaze from its countenance. Then take a closer look, Matsumoto Kiyoshi urged, stepping aside to allow her passage. Yoko Naya steeled herself, summoning courage as she approached. Upon finally beholding the deceased's face, recognition struck her with force. The dread that had consumed her dissipated, leaving only shock and bewilderment in its wake. In her astonishment, Yoko Naya pondered, how could it be Fujie? Fujie Akihiro had been her boyfriend during high school. Before Yoko Naya graduated, her remarkable singing talent had catapulted her to stardom. Under the counsel of her manager, Yamagishi Eiichi, Fujie Akihiro had chosen to end their relationship for the sake of her future, a fact Yoko Naya remained oblivious to. Miss Naya, do you recognize the deceased? Matsumoto Kiyoshi continued to observe her expressions, perceptively noting the astonishment etched upon her face. As Yoko Okino prepared to reveal the identity of Akira Fujikawa, she was interrupted by Aichi Yamagishi, who stepped forward to stand beside her. Yamagishi, as Okino's manager, was acutely aware that the more popular she became, the greater his earnings. The potential exposure of any past romantic relationships could severely tarnish Okino's reputation, thereby jeopardizing Yamagishi's financial interests, a circumstance he found intolerable. Yoko, she said, her brow furrowed with uncertainty. Yoko understood that Yamashita Eiichi had her best interests at heart, yet she was reluctant to resort to deceit. Mr. Yamashita, I am addressing Yoko. Not you. Matsumoto Kayanaga interjected, directing his attention towards Yamashita Eiichi. Mr. Matsumoto, I am Yoko's agent. I am privy to all matters concerning her. There is no need to consult her. You may inquire of me directly. I can speak on her behalf. Yamashita Eiichi stepped forward, determined to prevent Yoko from disclosing Fujikawa Akihiro's identity. Mr. Yamashita, please cease this commotion. What do you perceive this to be? Is this a press conference? This is a crime scene, not a place for your reckless antics. If you continue your nonsensical behavior, I will escort you back to the police headquarters for a thorough discussion. Matsumoto Kiyotaka has no desire to engage in further frivolous conversation with Yamagishi Eiichi and has issued a final ultimatum. Yamajiwa Eiichi opened his mouth, hesitant to confront Matsumoto Kayanaga. Mr. Yamajiwa, allow me to speak. Yoshiko Chigai ultimately resolved to speak the truth. Director Matsumoto, I am acquainted with this individual. He is my high school boyfriend, Fujiki Akihiro. However, we parted ways during our high school years. Yoshiko Chigai finally revealed Fujiki Akihiro's identity. Yamajiwa Eiichi sighed. fully aware that once this matter became public, it would undoubtedly tarnish Yoshiko Guy's reputation. More importantly, it would impact his income. Yoshiko Guy had long been perceived by the public as a pure and innocent maiden. Should her fans discover that she had once had a boyfriend, a portion of them would likely be unable to accept it, resulting in a shift from admiration to disdain. Boyfriend. Kagoro Mouri felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. An unsettling discomfort enveloped his heart as he cast a gaze filled with jealousy towards Akihiro Fujiwara. Kagoro Mouri, a devoted admirer of Yoko Okino, was taken aback to learn that she had once been involved with another man. In his sorrowful contemplation, he lamented, "Heaven, are you blind? How could you allow such a person to be Yoko Okino's boyfriend?" Indeed, Yoko Okino nodded, casting an apologetic glance at Kagoro Mouri. She had come to realize that Kagoro Mouri was an ardent admirer of hers. She understood that the revelation of her previous relationship would likely unsettle him. Yoko Okino, how could you possibly be involved with him? A look of confusion flickered in Kagoro Mouri's eyes. To him, Akira Fujiwara was utterly unworthy of Yoko Okino. Only he deemed himself deserving of her. Cough, cough. Mouri, this is the crime scene. Please reserve your personal inquiries for a later time. Matsumoto Kiyoshi expressed his disinterest in the personal feelings regarding Yukiko Kirigane, reminding Kagoro Mouri accordingly. Very well, Kagoro Mouri conceded, unable to defy the commands of Kiyoshi Matsumoto. What brings you and Akihiro Fujiwara to my home? Matsumoto inquired of Yoko Okino. I am at a loss, she replied. Since my breakup with Akihiro, we have had no further communication. Yaichi Yamagishi can attest to this. A hint of confusion flickered in Okino's eyes. Akihiro Fujiwara was her first love, and their separation had once caused her considerable heartache. However, over the years, she had managed to move on from him. The sudden appearance of someone she had not contacted for years left her bewildered. In truth, since their parting, Fujiwara had been writing to Okino every week. But those letters had been preemptively intercepted by Yaichi Yamagishi. Indeed, it has been several years since Yoko and Akihiro Fujiya last communicated. Eiji Yamagishi nodded slightly and began to testify on behalf of Yoko Okino. Kiyotaka Matsumoto regarded Yoko with a skeptical gaze, still believing her to be the prime suspect. Officer Matsumoto, in my view, this is a case of suicide, Tian Lin stated earnestly as he approached Yoko Okino, addressing Kiyotaka Matsumoto. Who are you? Matsumoto Saikiro inquired. His brow furrowed as he gazed at Lin Tian. I am Lin Tian, the boyfriend of Xiaolon. She called me and asked for my assistance. Lin Tian replied with a smile directed at Matsumoto Saikiro. Is it Lin Tian? Do not be absurd. This is not a venue for your deductive games. Fujikawa Akihiro met his demise from a stab wound to the back. It is unequivocally not a case of suicide. Matsumoto Kiyoshi remains unaware of Lin Tian's capabilities and does not believe that Fujikawa Akihiro took his own life. It is evident that Fujikawa Akihiro was murdered. Suicide is out of the question. Mori Kagoro also concurs that Fujikawa Akihiro could not have committed suicide. Matsumoto, Uncle Mori. How can a stab wound to the back possibly be a suicide? Lin Tian retorted to Matsumoto Kiyoshi and Mori Kagoro. Lin Tian. Then enlighten us on how this could be deemed a suicide? Matsumoto Kiyoshi, being unfamiliar with Lin Tian, harbors skepticism towards his reasoning. Based on the evidence at the scene, it appears Fujikawa Akihiro placed an ice block on the ground, affixed the dagger to it, stood on a chair, turned his back to the dagger, and then jumped down. Consequently, the dagger would pierce his back. Lin Tian pointed towards a nearby chair as he shared his deduction with Matsumoto Kiyoshi and Mori Kagoro. Indeed, Kagoro Mouri was momentarily bewildered, as he had never considered such a method before. Lin Tian, according to your suggestion, it is indeed possible to be stabbed from behind. However, do you possess any evidence to substantiate this claim? Matsumoto Saishu found Lin Tian's reasoning compelling, yet without evidence, he could not fully accept Lin Tian's deduction. Of course, there is evidence. Officer Matsumoto, do you see that indentation on the floor? Lin Tian said with a serious expression, pointing at the concave mark next to the corpse. Matsumoto Saishu had noticed the indentation earlier but had dismissed it at the time, not believing it to be relevant to a suicide case. Could it be? A profound conjecture arose within Matsumoto Kayanaga upon observing the indentation, his visage betraying astonishment. Should his deduction prove accurate, the force exerted upon the dagger as Fujie Akihito leapt backward against it would have been substantial enough to leave this very mark upon the floor. An examination would readily confirm whether the indentation corresponds to the dagger lodged in Fujie Akihito's back. Furthermore, the profusion of blood. coupled with the elevated temperature within the room, undoubtedly orchestrated to hasten the melting of the ice, presents a clear indication of deliberate manipulation, though the melted ice mingles with the blood. Analysis can still discern the amalgamation of water and blood. With unwavering confidence, Lin Tian gestured towards the dagger impaled in Fujiya Akihido's back. Immediate analysis is imperative. Without hesitation, Matsumoto Kainaga directed Officer Ito, who stood nearby, to proceed with the examination. Indeed, Officer Ito nodded promptly, addressing Matsumoto Kiyoshi with utmost respect. Subsequently, Officer Ito set out to execute Matsumoto Kiyoshi's orders. Despite the incident being categorized as a suicide, the question lingered, why would Fujikawa Akihiro choose to end his life here? Matsumoto Kiyoshi furrowed his brow, unable to fathom this perplexity. If I am not mistaken, it must pertain to what he held in his hand, Lin Tian remarked, pointing towards Fujikawa Akihiro's grasp. Upon hearing this, Matsumoto Kiyoshi immediately crouched beside the corpse and observed that Fujikawa Akihiro was tightly clutching several strands of hair. They appeared to be strands of a woman's hair. Could it belong to KYKO? With gloved hands, Matsumoto Kiyoshi carefully retrieved the strands from Fujikawa Akihiro's grasp. Let me take a look. Yoko Chiyu stepped forward, examining the hair in Matsumoto Kainaga's hand. This is not my hair. The color is different from mine. After her assessment, Yoko Chiyu expressed her opinion. Whose hair could this be then? Matsumoto Kainaga scrutinized Yoko Chiyu's hair closely, realizing that indeed, the hue of her hair contrasted with that of the strands in his grasp. I don't know. Yoko Chiyu shook her head, unable to discern the identity of the hair's owner merely by its color. It seems that testing is the only viable option. Matsumoto Kainaga, too, finds himself without a superior solution at this juncture. Yoko Chiyu, this pink earring is what I discovered beneath the sofa. Is this yours? Lin Tian, adorned in white gloves, held a pink earring as he inquired of Yoko Chiyu. This is not my earring. It appears so. Upon spotting the pink earrings, Yoko Chiyu displayed an expression of astonishment. Whose earrings could these be? Kiona Matsumoto perceived this as a potentially significant clue and hastily inquired of Yoko Chiyu. These seem to belong to Waikeo Ikizawa. When I encountered her this morning, she was indeed wearing these earrings. Yoko Chiyu reminisced about the moment she saw Waikeo Ikizawa earlier that day. Indeed, I also observed Yuko Chizawa adorned with this earring. However, how could Yuko Chizawa's earring be found in Yoko Kano's residence? A look of perplexity graced Eiji Yamagishi's face. Could it be that Yuko Chizawa visited here today? Kagoro Mouri vocalized his conjecture. Please fetch Yuko Chizawa, Matsumoto Kainaga commanded sternly to a police officer. Indeed. The officer nodded and proceeded to carry out the task assigned by Matsumoto Kainaga. It would be prudent for you to send someone to Fujikawa Akihiro's residence. Lin Tian advised Matsumoto, as it may yield some valuable discoveries. Indeed, Matsumoto Kainaga nodded. Subsequently, he dispatched several officers to investigate at Fujikawa Akihiro's residence. 20 minutes later, Kexue Yuko was summoned to the scene. Upon witnessing Fujikawa Akihiro's lifeless body, she was taken aback. Nevertheless, Kexue Yuko composed herself. Officer Matsumoto, you summoned me here for a reason? To steady her nerves, she casually picked up a sculpted lighter from the table and lit a cigarette. After inhaling deeply, her anxiety began to dissipate. Ms. Kexue, is this earring yours? Matsumoto Kainaga inquired, holding up a transparent plastic bag containing the pink earring previously discovered by Hayashi-ten. The moment Kexue Yuko saw the earring inside the bag, she immediately recognized it. Not mine. Yuko Chizawa shook her head, hurriedly denying it. Deep down, she was acutely aware that if she confessed the earrings belonged to her, she would be unable to explain how they came to be in Yoko Kano's home. I feel a bit unwell. I need to visit the restroom, she said, placing the statue-shaped lighter down and heading directly towards the bathroom. After Yuko entered the restroom, Kiyoshi Matsumoto wore a contemplative expression. Mouri, have you figured it out? Matsumoto inquired of his companion, Kagoro Mouri. What do you see? Kagoro Mouri scratched his head, inquiring with a perplexed expression at Kiyoshi Matsumoto. Matsumoto shook his head, thinking to himself, it seems that since Mouri resigned from the police force, his powers of observation have diminished significantly. A few minutes later, Yuko Kexue emerged from the restroom, her demeanor noticeably more composed. Ms. Kexue, are these strands of hair yours? Matsumoto produced the plastic bag once more, directing his question towards Yuko Kexue. The bag contained the very hairs held by Akira Fujiwara. Yuko Chizawa felt an ominous premonition upon seeing those few strands of hair. Yuko Chizawa, it is futile for you to deny it. A simple test will reveal whether or not these are your hairs, Matsumoto Kiyotaka stated with a serious expression directed at her. At this, Yuko's countenance briefly displayed anxiety. Indeed, those were my hairs, but what does that signify? Yuko retorted to Matsumoto. These strands were discovered in the possession of Akira Fujiwara. We summoned you merely to clarify the situation, Matsumoto insisted earnestly. Officer Matsumoto, surely you do not suspect me of murdering him? I have never been here before. How could I have killed him? This is Yoshiko Kaino's residence, and now that a death has occurred here, your primary suspect should be her, not me. A flicker of jealousy surfaced in Yuko's gaze as she looked at Yoshiko Kaino. Once, Yuko was the most celebrated host at Nisei Television, but upon Yoshiko's arrival, the latter swiftly ascended to become the station's leading figure with her pure and charming beauty. This shift greatly diminished Yuko's compensation, fostering within her a deep-seated envy and resentment towards Yoshiko. Miss Chizawa, you are mistaken. We do not suspect you of being the murderer of Akira Fujiwara. He committed suicide. We have brought you here solely to elucidate how your earring came to be found in Yoshiko Kaino's home, Matsumoto explained. What? Is he really dead by suicide? A look of astonishment appeared on Chizawa Yuko's face. Indeed, Ms. Yuko Chizawa, I advise you to speak the truth. Otherwise, when we uncover the facts, it will not bode well for you. If you truly have never been here, how could you possibly know the location of the restroom? The door to the restroom is indistinguishable from that of the bedroom. It is possible that we may collect your fingerprints from other rooms. Do you wish to continue your evasion? Officer Saishi Matsumoto said sternly to Yuko Chizawa. Upon hearing this, Yuko Chizawa paused to contemplate and then let out a sigh. You are correct, Officer Matsumoto. The earrings and hair are indeed mine. Subsequently, Yuko Chizawa divulged all that she knew to Saishi Matsumoto. Upon hearing Yuko's words, Yoko Chanawa exhibited a look of astonishment. No wonder I have always felt that the placement of items in my home has changed. Yuko Chizawa, why did you do this? Yoko Chanawa gazed at Yuko with confusion, unable to fathom her motives. Yoko, I am sorry. I merely wished for you to be startled, to be in a poor mental state, so that I could take your place. Yuko Chizawa revealed her intimidating intentions to Yoko Chanawa. Yoko gazed at Yuko with a look of indignation, taken aback by Yuko's treachery. At that moment, the phone of Kayanabe rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was the police officer who had visited the residence of Akihiro earlier. Kayanabe promptly connected the call. Learning that the officer had uncovered a diary belonging to Akihiro, the diary revealed that since his separation from Yoko, Akihiro had endured immense suffering each day. Overcome by longing, he intended to seek reconciliation with Yoko that very day. Should reconciliation prove unattainable, he contemplated taking his own life. Ms. Yoko, the investigation has reached a conclusion, Kayanabe informed her. Akihiro visited here at noon today to reconcile with you. However, Yuko arrived and, using a key, entered your apartment, leading him to mistakenly believe you had returned. The resemblance between you and Yuko is striking. He embraced her from behind. Startled, Yuko struggled fiercely, and upon her escape, Akihiro, believing reconciliation was no longer possible, chose to end his life here, presumably as an act of revenge against you. Kayanabe conveyed the grim reality to Yoko. How could he come to seek reconciliation with me? He was the one who insisted on the separation. Yoko's brow furrowed, her heart laden with confusion and disbelief. The contents of Akihiro's diary indicated that he had never wished to part ways. Rather, he had endured the pain of separation at the behest of Eiichi, prioritizing Yoko's future. Kayanabe cast a scornful glance at Eiichi. Having served as a police officer for many years, he had encountered many individuals like Eiichi. Kayanabe understood that Eiichi's motives for persuading Akihiro to end his relationship with Yoko stemmed from two main reasons. The first being the advancement of Yoko's career alongside Eiichi's ambitions. The second, Eiichi's desire for Yoko herself. If Akihiro had not severed ties with Yoko, Eiichi would have had no opportunity. Eiichi's brow furrowed in anxiety as he thought. This is bad. Yoko has uncovered the truth and will surely be furious with me. Why did Kayanabe have to reveal this? He truly meddles in affairs that do not concern him. Mister, is this true? Yoko turned her head, her expression one of disbelief as she regarded Eiichi. Over the years, she had considered Eiichi her most trusted confidant, never once suspecting he would deceive her. Yoko, please hear me out. The reason I urged Akihiro to part ways with you was solely for your benefit. Had I not done so, you would not have achieved the fame you now enjoy. Eiichi hastily explained to Yoko. Yoko Chiu felt a twinge of discomfort. She was reluctant to let others meddle in her emotions. Nevertheless, She understood that Eiichi Yamagishi genuinely had her best interests at heart, making it difficult for her to cast blame upon him. In truth, Akihiro Fujiwara has never held a fondness for you, he continued. Throughout these years, he has neither called you nor penned a single letter. Would someone truly enamored behave in such a manner? Eiichi Yamagishi persisted in his persuasion, confident that his understanding of Yoko would enable him to sway her successfully. Yoko Kanno's gaze dimmed, revealing a flicker of disappointment within her eyes. Although she had moved on from Akihiro Fujiwara, an involuntary sadness still lingered in her heart. Kayanaga Matsumoto, witnessing Ryuki Yamagishi fabricating lies with wide-open eyes, felt a surge of indignation and resolved to unmask Yamagishi's deceit. Ms. Kanno, he asserted. Akihiro Fujiwara mentioned in his diary that he wrote to you every week, eagerly awaiting your response. Yet, over the years, he has never received a single reply from you. Moreover, each time he attempted to reach you by phone, it was always switched off. With these words, Matsumoto directly exposed Yamagishi's falsehood. You. Sakeigan Eiichi's eyes widened in fury, filled with an intense desire to devour Matsumoto Kiyotaka whole. Clenching his fists tightly, he thought to himself, damn that Matsumoto Kiyotaka, thwarting my grand ambitions. I curse you to be struck by a vehicle as you step outside, to choke on your meals, and to suffocate while relieving yourself. Sakeigan Eiichi continued to hurl silent invectives at Matsumoto Kiyotaka in his mind, yet he dared not utter a word. He understood that speaking such thoughts aloud would undoubtedly lead him to imprisonment. What? Officer Matsumoto, are you truly speaking the truth? A look of astonishment spread across Yoko Kanno's face as she hastily inquired of Kayanaga Matsumoto. Indeed, it is true. The diary is currently in the possession of Akira Fujiwara. Kayanaga Matsumoto affirmed with a nod. Mr. Yamagishi, what is the meaning of this? A trace of anger flickered in Yoko Kanno's gaze as she turned her attention towards Eiichi Yamagishi. This time, Eiichi Yamagishi had thoroughly provoked Yoko Kanno's ire. Yoko, I have indeed received the email from Akihiro Fujioka. As for the phone number, I provided him with my late grandmother's. My intention was solely to protect you. The letter from Akihiro Fujioka would only serve to disturb your peace of mind. You and Akihiro belong to entirely different realms. He is simply unworthy of you. You deserve to seek someone who truly matches your essence. Mr. Yamagishi feigns concern for Yoko Ashinoya, yet his actions are driven solely by self-interest. Mr. Yamagishi, you have overstepped your bounds. Moreover, I am uncertain how many other secrets you may be concealing from me. I have made my decision, henceforth. You shall no longer be my agent. I am terminating our contract. Yoko Ashinoya's eyes reflected disappointment as she addressed Mr. Yamagishi with a grave expression. What did you say? Yamajawa Ray exclaimed in disbelief, his expression one of shock as he faced Sich in YKO. He had anticipated that YKO would be quite upset, but he never imagined she would sever their contract. Panic washed over him. Having navigated the professional realm for over 2 decades, he understood all too well the implications. Losing YKO meant that securing a lucrative contract like hers would be nearly impossible. Mr. Yamajiwa, you heard me correctly. I intend to terminate our contract, YKO stated with a grave tone. Upon witnessing YKO's resolute determination, Ray felt a surge of resentment toward Matsumoto Kayanaga for meddling in their affairs. Yet, he was painfully aware that retaliation against Matsumoto was futile. YKO, if you choose to part ways with me, you will lose all your current resources. Please reconsider, Yamajawa implored, attempting to entice her with the promise of financial support. I have made my decision. Even without your resources, I am confident in my own abilities, YKO replied. After years of experience as a host, actress, and singer, she had transformed into a formidable presence in her own right. Well said. Truly, she is my idol. Ms. Yoko Okino, I wholeheartedly support you. Kagoro Mouri approached Yoko Okino, gazing at her with admiration. Indeed, she is the iconic star, Yoko Okino. Ran Mouri also looked at Yoko Okino with deep respect. Yoko Okino, are you not afraid of me exposing your association with Akira Fujiwara? Eiji Yamagishi gritted his teeth, unwilling to relinquish this lucrative opportunity, and began to threaten Yoko Okino. Before she could respond, her fervent fan, Kagoro Mouri, stepped forward. Eiji Yamagishi, are you threatening Ms. Yoko Okino? Kagoro Mouri glared at Eiji Yamagishi, flexing his hands. Should Eiji Yamagishi fail to provide a reasonable explanation for his actions towards Yoko Okino, he would ensure that Yamagishi received a thorough reprimand. As a devoted fan of Yoko Okino, Kagoro Mouri would not permit anyone to intimidate his idol in his presence. Eiji Yamagishi was taken aback by Kagoro Mouri's stance. involuntarily stepping back and accidentally stepping on Akira Fujiwara's leg. Losing his balance, he fell to the ground. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Eiichi Yamagishi retreated to the corner, his face betraying sheer terror. This marked his first encounter with a corpse at such close proximity. His heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. Such cowardice, daring to threaten Ms. Yoko Kano. Truly absurd. Kagoro Mouri gazed at Eiichi Yamagishi with disdain, his tone laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Yamagishi reflected on his earlier behavior, engulfed by shame. Wishing he could vanish into the ground. You should be quiet. My actions are not for you to deride. How dare a mere third-rate detective mock me? Believe me. With a single call, I could shut down your detective agency for good. Rising to his feet, Yamagishi's complexion darkened as he began to roar at Mouri. Having already lost face, he felt that belittling Mouri was the only way to alleviate his discomfort. Yoko Kano, upon hearing this, displayed a worried expression. Having collaborated with Yamagishi for several years, she was aware of his connections in the business and political spheres, as well as his treacherous nature. She did not wish for Mouri to be dragged into this conflict due to her involvement. Mr. Yamagishi, this is a matter between us. Do not involve others. Otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Yoko stepped forward, defending Mouri with a threatening gaze directed at Yamagishi. Kagoro Mouri, a devoted admirer of Yoko Kano, felt invigorated by her support, his face flushed with excitement. Yoko, you need not worry about me. He cannot harm me. Mouri spoke confidently to Yoko. Although he was merely a third-rate detective, he maintained good relationships with many high-ranking officials in the police force. Should Yamagishi dare to resort to illegal means against him, Mouri would ensure he understood the consequences, swiftly dispatching him to prison. If Yamagishi opted for legal methods, Mouri was even less concerned. With his agency's business already at an all-time low, he saw no room for further decline. Mr. Mouri, you are unaware. Yamagishi knows many notable figures. He could arrange for someone to target you. Yoko, still oblivious to Mouri's situation, remained anxious for him. Ms. Kano, there is no need for concern. Mouri felt an even greater sense of joy at Yoko's worry for him. Meanwhile, Yamagishi, witnessing Yoko's concern for Mouri, felt his frustration boiling over, his disdain for Mouri intensifying. Mouri, you truly do not know your own peril. Just wait, I will ensure your agency meets its end. Gasping for breath, Yamagishi pointed an accusing finger at Mouri, issuing his threat. I shall see how you intend to bring about my downfall. Mouri dismissed Yamagishi's threat entirely. Yoko, I offer you one last chance. If you continue to collaborate with me, I will consider this matter forgotten. Otherwise, I will employ the most ruthless tactics against you. Yamagishi glared furiously at Yoko, his threats spilling forth. Mr. Yamagishi, there is no need to continue. My mind is made up. If you are unwilling to part on amicable terms, I am ready to see this through to the end. Yoko would not yield to Yamagishi's threats. Very well. Please wait for me. Matsumoto. I have some matters to attend to at home, so I shall take my leave for now. Yamagi Aichi let out a cold snort and prepared to depart from this place. Just as Mr. Yamagi reached the door. Mr. Yamagi, do not leave just yet. Lin Tian called out to Yamaishi Eiji directly. What is the matter? Ryuki Yamagishi halted, his tone laced with impatience. Mr. Yamagishi, you have just insulted the corpse of Akihiro Fujiwara, and you ought to face legal repercussions for your actions, Lin Tian admonished. Gesturing toward the lifeless form of Akihiro Fujiwara on the ground, Lin Tian's statement rang true. Mr. Yamagishi, you cannot leave yet. Accompany me to the police headquarters to face your punishment. Kiyoshi Matsumoto had long harbored a disdain for Ryuki Yamagishi, and the latter's recent threats against Kagoro Mouri further fueled Matsumoto's contempt. After all, Kagoro Mouri was a former subordinate of Matsumoto. I will not be apprehended without taking him as well, Yamagishi declared, pointing at Mouri, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Mouri did not lay a finger on you. You stumbled back and fell upon the corpse, committing an act of desecration. The blood on your clothing serves as irrefutable evidence, Matsumoto responded, his demeanor favoring Mouri even more. I did not desecrate the corpse, it was an accident. Moreover, I only retreated due to Kagoro Mouri's threats. Had he not threatened me, I would not have fallen upon the body. Yamagishi protested vehemently, feeling deeply wronged. Your predicament stems from your own threat against Ms. Yoko Chugane. Ultimately, the fault lies with you, Matsumoto stated sternly to Yamagishi. Here, Yama Aichi felt extremely frustrated. He sensed that Matsumoto Kayanaga was deliberately targeting him. Yet he dared not insult Matsumoto Kayanaga. Cuff him and take him back to the police headquarters, Matsumoto Kayanaga commanded directly to the officer beside him. Indeed, one of the fans of Yoko Ono, a police officer, immediately stepped forward and produced his handcuffs to restrain Eiichi Yamagishi. Moments earlier, Yamagishi had threatened Ono, inciting their ire. However, they had restrained their emotions, fully aware of their duties as law enforcement officers. Now that Superintendent Matsumoto had spoken, their patience was no longer required. Typically, ordinary criminals would have their hands cuffed in front, but this time, Yamagishi's hands were secured behind his back. Confronted with this situation, Yamagishi felt a deep sense of humiliation. Yet he dared not resist. In his heart, he seethed. "Ono, Kagoro Mori, just wait. I will not let you escape my vengeance." Take him back to the police headquarters. Superintendent Matsumoto instructed the two officers with a grave demeanor. Indeed, two officers escorted Eiichi Yamagishi away from this place. "Thank you, Officer Matsumoto." Kagoro Mori understood that Matsumoto Kayanaga was standing up for him and expressed his gratitude towards Matsumoto Kayanaga. "You're welcome," Matsumoto Saishu said with a smile, patting Kagoro Mori on the shoulder. "Hey, Lin and Eiichi Yamagishi are treacherous and cunning. Once he emerges from the police station, he certainly will not let you off easily. Should he cause you any trouble, do not hesitate to call me." Yoko Kininabu retrieved a business card from her Hermes bag and handed it to Lin Tian. Ran Mouri thought to herself, "Yoko Kininabu, you are unaware of the terror that Lin Tian embodies. If Yamagishi dares to provoke him, his demise may be imminent." "Miss Yoko Kininabu, do not worry," Lin Tian confidently reassured Yoko Chiachia. "A mere Rei Yamagishi is not worth my concern. You are still a student and have yet to comprehend the treachery of society. Should you find yourself in peril, do not hesitate to call me." Yoko Chiachia, reluctant to burden Lin Tian, insisted on handing him her business card. Faced with her determination, Lin Tian felt compelled to accept. "Very well, I shall take it," he said, smiling as he accepted the card from her hand, inadvertently brushing against her soft, delicate fingers. Observing this, Yoko Chiachia breathed a sigh of relief. Nearby, Waikeo Ichizawa took a deep drag from her cigarette, a smile of satisfaction gracing her lips. She was well aware of Rei Yamagishi's vengeful nature. Given the recent fallout between Yamagishi and Chiachia, Waikeo anticipated that once Yamagishi was released from the police station, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Chiachia. She surmised that when that moment arrived, Chiachia's life would become quite unbearable. Waikeo resolved to seize the opportunity to contact Rei Yamagishi, proposing a collaboration to bring about Chiachia's downfall. "Officer Matsumoto, may I leave now?" Waikeo Ichizawa inquired, having attempted to slip away only to be halted by the officer at the door, prompting her to question Psyche Matsumoto. "Ms. Ichizawa, you cannot depart just yet." Matsumoto replied with a grave expression. "The truth has been established. Why must I remain?" Waikeo pressed, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Indeed, the truth has been ascertained. However, your intimidation of Yoko Chiachia and your unlawful intrusion into her home constitute criminal offenses. You must accompany us to the police station for questioning," Matsumoto stated resolutely, laying bare Waikeo Ichizawa's transgressions. "What? We are headed to the Metropolitan Police Department." "I will not go," Yuko Chizawa exclaimed, her face betraying a sense of panic as she vehemently opposed. Deep down, Yuko Chizawa was acutely aware that as a public figure, should she be taken to the police station for interrogation, her reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Aspiring to supplant Yoko Kanno as the most celebrated host of Nippon TV, she was naturally reluctant to jeopardize her standing. "Madam Chizawa, you have indeed transgressed the law, and there is no escape for you," Matsumoto Kiyoshi declared sternly as he approached her, handcuffs in hand, securing them around her wrists. At midnight, in Tokyo, at the Yamazawa Pharmaceutical Group's underground facility, Shiho Miyano had a private bathroom in her chamber. After a long day, she luxuriated in a bath. Lin Tian, having traversed the Shadow Kingdom, arrived at Shiho Miyano's room. Hearing sounds emanating from the bathroom, he discerned that she was bathing. Choosing not to intrude, he settled on the bed to await her emergence. After a while, Shiho, having finished her bath, stepped out in her natural state. Each time she returned to her room, she would securely shut the door, believing she was alone, and thus remained without her nightwear post-bath. To her astonishment, upon exiting the bathroom, she found a stranger seated upon her bed. "Ah, Miyano," Shiho exclaimed, utterly astonished, her mouth agape in surprise. Lin Tian inadvertently caught a glimpse of Miyano Shiho's figure. Her silhouette was graceful and enchanting, reminiscent of crystal, evoking an irresistible allure of fantasy. Lin Tian himself was taken aback by such fortunate sight. Realizing the situation, Miyano Shiho quickly retreated into the bathroom. With a decisive click, she swiftly secured the door. At that moment, Shiho Miyano felt a tumult of embarrassment and anger within her. She had never anticipated that one day she would be seen in such a vulnerable state by a man. "Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Shiho demanded loudly, leaning against the bathroom door and confronting Lin Tian. Confusion clouded her mind as she pondered. "I distinctly locked the door from the inside. How did he manage to enter? I am Lin Tian. Today, I have come to you with the intention of enlisting your services in the future." Lin Tian approached the bathroom and conveyed his purpose to Shiho Miyano. "Am I not already working for you?" Shiho Miyano responded coldly. Assuming that Lin Tian was affiliated with the Black Organization. In her perspective, this underground base was populated solely by test subjects and members of the Black Organization. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian realized that Shiho Miyano had misunderstood him. "Shiho Miyano, you're mistaken. I am not a member of the Black Organization. I have come to you with the desire to have you work for me personally, rather than for the Black Organization," Lin Tian explained to her. "Do not jest. If you are not a member of the Black Organization, how could you possibly be here?" Shiho Miyano scoffed, convinced that Lin Tian had been sent to test her loyalty. "I truly am not affiliated with the Black Organization. Please, open the bathroom door so we can have a proper discussion," Lin Tian replied with a wry smile. Attempting to clarify his intentions to Shiho Miyano. This is impossible." Shiho Miyano was currently devoid of any attire. Her previous garments carelessly strewn across the bed in her bedroom. Given the circumstances, Lin Tian decided to enter. He cautioned Shiho Miyano, but upon hearing this, she mistakenly believed that Lin Tian intended to force open the bathroom door, which startled her greatly. Although she had already been seen by Lin Tian once, she was resolute in her desire to avoid being seen by him a second time. "Do not. You treat me this way and still expect my assistance in developing APTX 4869? Shiho Miyano exclaimed in a flustered manner. She intended to use the development of APTX 4869 as leverage against Lin Tian. After all, prior to Shiho Miyano's involvement, the Black Organization had stagnated in their efforts to develop APTX 4869 for over a decade. This was her most significant bargaining chip in negotiations with the organization. However, Lin Tian's interest in Shiho Miyano herself surpassed any intrigue he held for APTX 4869. "You need not concern yourself with the development of APTX 4869 any longer." Lin Tian was not affiliated with the Black Organization and thus held no fascination for APTX 4869. "What?" Miyano Shiho exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that Lin Tian would utter such words. As Lin Tian issued commands to the Shadow Ninja, he seamlessly merged into the realm of shadows. Entering the bathroom through this enigmatic world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ghost. Miyano Shiho exclaimed as Lin Tian emerged from her shadow, causing her to collapse in terror onto the ground. "Fear not. I mean you no harm," Lin Tian said, removing his coat and tossing it to the trembling Miyano Shiho. She quickly used his coat to shield her vulnerable areas. "Are you human or a ghost?" Her voice trembled with fear, and her body involuntarily quaked. As a brilliant scientist, Miyano Shiho had never before believed in the existence of ghosts. Yet, witnessing Lin Tian's emergence from the shadows today, she found him reminiscent of the legendary specters. "I am, of course, human, just possessing a modicum of supernatural ability," Lin Tian explained to Miyano Shiho. "Superpowers." Miyano Shiho displayed an expression of incredulity. Upon discovering that Lin Tian was human, her inner fear gradually dissipated. In the past, she would have never believed that superpowers existed in this world. However, having witnessed it with her own eyes, she could no longer deny its existence. "Indeed," Miyano Shiho replied. "It's a bit crowded here. Let's step outside to converse," Lin Tian suggested to Miyano Shiho. "All right." Shiho Miyano nodded, carefully scrutinizing Lin Tian. Having witnessed the extraordinary scene moments ago, she began to believe that Lin Tian was not affiliated with the Black-clad organization. Lin Tian stepped forward, gently taking Shiho Miyano's delicate hand, assisting her to her feet. A blush crept across Shiho Miyano's cheeks, for it was her first experience being so close to a man. Once she stood, she opened the door to the bathroom. Lin Tian and Shiho Miyano exited the bathroom in succession. "You truly are not a member of the Black-clad organization?" Shiho Miyano, wrapped in a pink quilt that clung to her form, inquired curiously as she faced Lin Tian. "Certainly not," Lin Tian nodded affirmatively to Miyano Shiho. As Miyano Shiho gradually regained her composure, she recalled Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities, and a thought crossed her mind. It is acceptable for you to request my assistance, however. You must agree to one condition. Leaning against the wardrobe, she fixed her serious gaze upon Lin Tian. What conditions? Lin Tian inquired curiously of Miyano Shiho. I only have one condition, to help my sister and me escape from the Black Organization, having spent many years within the organization. Miyano Shiho had long desired to extricate herself from its grasp. Previously, she believed that such an escape was impossible. However, upon witnessing Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities, she felt he could assist them in their quest for freedom. Miyano Shiho was acutely aware that if she were to leave the Black Organization, they would undoubtedly target her sister. Since childhood, she and Miyano Akemi had relied on one another, and she could not bear the thought of her sister coming to harm. No problem. However, Shiho Miyano, if you were to sever ties with the Black Organization, you and your sister would have to work for me in the future. Have you considered this carefully? Lin Tian said to Shiho Miyano with a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, Shiho Miyano nodded. Not a problem. As long as you assist my sister and me in escaping the organization cloaked in black, we shall gladly lend our services to you. Shiho Miyano solemnly assured Lin Tian. Having witnessed Lin Tian's formidable capabilities, she feared that refusing him would result in her demise. Thus, she recognized she had no other recourse. Lin Tian retrieved a contract of servitude from the Judgement System's realm. Sign this, and you shall become a member of the Judgment Alliance, he proclaimed. Extending the contract and a pin to Shiho Miyano, she accepted the pen and paper, and upon examination, discovered it was indeed a contract of servitude. Having spent the majority of her time within the clandestine base of the Black-clad organization, Shiho had little concern for the news of the outside world. Although she ventured out today to investigate whether Shinichi Kudo was deceased and to meet her sister, she remained oblivious to the existence of the Judgment Alliance. Is this truly a contract of servitude? Shiho inquired, lifting her gaze with a furrowed brow. Indeed. Will you sign or not? Lin Tian smiled as he gazed at Gonye Wei, confident that she would not disappoint him. I sign. Shiho Miyano gritted her teeth and, with determination, took up the pen to inscribe her name upon the contract of servitude. After affixing her signature, she handed the paper and pen to Lin Tian, who promptly stored both the contract and the writing instrument within the confines of the system's space. From this moment forth, Shiho Miyano, you belong to me. Now, shall we proceed? Is there anything you wish to take with you? Lin Tian inquired of Shiho Miyano. Aside from my sister, there is nothing here that I desire. Shiho Miyano candidly expressed her innermost thoughts. Where is your sister located? Lin Tian asked. She currently resides at 405 Jiniki Apartment, Beihu Town, Shiho Miyano replied. Having just met with Akemi Miyano earlier that day, and thus was well aware of her sister's whereabouts. Then please put on your clothes. We shall go find her. Lin Tian advised Shiho Miyano. Turn around, she said, her face flushed with embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. Very well, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. After Lin Tian turned away, Shiho Miyano let out a sigh of relief. She placed the quilt on the bed and began to change her clothes. Once Shiho had donned a fresh outfit, she inquired curiously, how shall we leave this place? Take my hand, and I shall lead you away. Lin Tian extended his hand towards Shiho. She placed her hand upon his. The delicate and smooth texture of his skin was undeniably pleasant. With unwavering focus, Lin Tian directed his thoughts to the shadowy ninjas. Suddenly, several shadowy figures emerged from his shadow like phantoms. These ninjas would remain behind to obliterate the secret base once Lin Tian and Shiho Miyano had departed, and to secure the data pertaining to APTX 4869. Miyano Shiho was once again startled by the scene before her, and she instinctively threw herself into Lin Tian's embrace. In contrast to the sudden appearance of the shadowy ninja, Miyano Shiho now placed her trust in Lin Tian. After all, she understood that Lin Tian, seeking her assistance, would certainly not jeopardize her life. There is no need to be afraid. They are all my subordinates, Lin Tian reassured her, gently patting her back. Upon hearing his words, Miyano Shiho felt her fear dissipate. At that moment, she also realized that clinging to Lin Tian was inappropriate, and she hurriedly released him. Apologies, Shiho Miyano said, her face flushed with embarrassment. This was, after all, her very first embrace with a member of the opposite sex in her lifetime. It's of no concern. Lin Tian had felt quite comfortable embraced by Shiho Miyano. And naturally, he remained unfazed. Holding Shiho Miyano's delicate hand, Lin Tian ventured into the realm of shadows alongside her. After their departure, the multitude of shadow ninjas that remained began to mobilize. They blended into the darkness, emerging from the shadows behind the members of the black-clad organization. Before the members could react, their heads were swiftly severed by katana strikes. Within this underground base, there were hundreds of members of the black-clad organization. In less than 2 minutes, they were all annihilated by the shadow ninjas. The expeditious execution of this operation was attributed to the shadow ninjas' strict adherence to Lin Tian's commands, launching unscrupulous ambushes on the members of the black-clad organization, steadfastly avoiding direct confrontation. The demise of these black-clad members was particularly humiliating. The shadow ninjas then commenced the transfer of computers, documents, and other materials into the Kingdom of Shadows, subsequently installing a plethora of explosives in the vicinity. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, I have come to knock. Shiho Mayano stepped forward, extending her arm to rap gently upon the door. Akemi Mayano had intended to retire for the night, yet upon hearing the knock, she was instantly filled with apprehension. Akemi had been deceived by Jin, believing that a heist yielding 1 billion yen would enable her and Shiho to escape the clutches of the black organization. As Akemi was not a core member of this clandestine group, she remained oblivious to Shiho's significant importance within it. Currently, Akemi had assembled her accomplices for the bank robbery, biding her time for the opportune moment to strike. She reached beneath her sky-blue pillow, retrieving a handgun. Slipping into her slippers, Akemi grasped the firearm and exited her bedroom. Cautiously approaching the door, she peered through the peephole. As soon as she beheld Shiho's visage, a look of astonishment illuminated her face. Being sisters, Akemi held an unwavering trust in Shiho. She swiftly concealed the handgun and opened the door. Sister, Mayano Shiho exclaimed with joy upon seeing Mayano Akemi. As she leaped into her embrace, Shiho, what brings you here? And who is this? Mayano Akemi inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at her sister. Today marked their first encounter in a while, as she had assumed their brief separation would extend for some time. Ever since Shiho began her research for the black organization, the sisters were permitted to meet only once a month. Sister, let us speak inside, Shiho suggested, releasing Akemi from her embrace. Mindful of the possibility of being overheard by others, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, sister. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. What? Are you going to do his bidding? Does the organization approve? Mayano Akemi questioned with evident perplexity, turning to Mayano Shiho for clarification. The organization would undoubtedly disapprove. The condition for my assistance in his affairs is that he aids us in extricating ourselves from the organization. Mayano Shiho solemnly elucidated to Mayano Akemi. Are you considering leaving the organization? Shiho, have you lost your mind? If the organization were to discover this, our lives would be in jeopardy. Akemi Mayano is not yet acquainted with Lin Tian's capabilities, and she fears that Shiho might be deceived by him. Although Shiho is now 18, in Akemi's eyes, she remains that innocent little girl who requires her protection. Who exactly are you? Do you comprehend the terror of the black organization? Akemi turned her head, scrutinizing Lin Tian intently. I am from the Judgement Alliance, Lin Tian. I intend to recruit Shiho into the Judgement Alliance to work for me, which is why I agreed to her terms to assist you sisters in escaping the black organization. Lin Tian revealed both his identity and his intentions to Akemi Mayano. What? The Judgement Alliance? Akiyama Akemi's face displayed a look of astonishment as she gazed incredulously at Lin Tian. Unlike Mayano Shiho, Akemi was fully aware that the police were currently making a concerted effort to apprehend the Judgement Alliance. Major media outlets were also reporting extensively on the activities of the Judgement Alliance. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded, affirming to Gong Yamingmei. Sister, Shiho Mayano inquired curiously of Akemi Mayano. Is the Judgement Alliance quite renowned? It has indeed gained significant fame lately. Mayano Akemi informed Mayano Shiho of the recent actions undertaken by the Judgement Alliance. At that moment, a distant explosion echoed through the air, originating from the underground base of the Yamazawa Pharmaceutical Group. Despite being 10 kilometers away, the sound of the explosion reached their location. What is that noise? Mayano Shiho inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. I shall step outside to investigate, Mayano Akemi declared, rising to ascertain the situation. There is no need to go. This is the sound of an explosion. Lin Tian, as the master of the Shadow Ninja, naturally comprehends its significance. An explosion? Akemi Miyano gazed at Lin Tian with confusion. After Shiho and I departed from the underground base of San's pharmaceutical group, my associates detonated it. Lin Tian did not conceal the truth and proceeded to explain to Akemi Miyano. What? The underground base has been destroyed? Shiho Miyano was taken aback, suddenly recalling the shadowy figure of a ninja that had appeared beside her while she was in the underground facility. Indeed, Akemi Miyano stated. Now that Shiho Miyano has agreed to work for me, from this moment forth, both of you sisters shall be under my command. Please gather your belongings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Akemi Miyano had not anticipated Lin Tian's overwhelming dominance. She discreetly reached behind her, grasping the handgun concealed at her waist. Convincing herself that Lin Tian was but a solitary individual, she felt emboldened to confront him. Her intention was to use the firearm to coerce Lin Tian and then make her escape with Shiho Miyano. However, Lin Tian harbored deep-seated mistrust towards both Akemi and Shiho, prompting him to deploy shadowy ninjas to monitor their every move from the darkness. Naturally, Akemi's subtle actions were promptly communicated to Lin Tian through the mental relay of the shadow ninjas. Now, surely we have time to deliberate. With swiftness, Akemi drew her handgun, aiming it at Lin Tian, her tone frigid as she spoke. In the face of Akemi's threat, Lin Tian remained remarkably composed. Possessing the rabbit talisman, he was endowed with the ability to evade bullets with ease, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals, despite the rapidity of their trajectory. Sister, she exclaimed, what are you doing? Quickly, put down the handgun. Shiho Miyano was unaware if Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities could evade a bullet. She was unwilling to gamble with their lives as sisters. Sister, do not concern yourself with it, Lin Tian said. Grant us 3 days to deliberate, and I shall set aside my weapon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, Akemi Miyano. Do you not realize that aiming a firearm at me comes with consequences? Lin Tian would not yield to Akemi Miyano's threats. He had already devised a plan to ensure her compliance. Initially, Lin Tian had no intention of treating Akemi Miyano in such a manner. Yet her choice to brandish a gun at him left him no alternative. Without imparting an unforgettable lesson, she would never acquiesce. Upon hearing his words, an ominous premonition enveloped Akemi Miyano. Lin Tian harnessed the enchantment of the rabbit talisman, swiftly snatching the handgun from her grasp in the blink of an eye. Akemi Miyano. Without my consent, you won't even have the opportunity to pull the trigger. Lin Tian held her handgun, a smirk playing upon his lips. What? How could this be possible? Miyano Akemi was taken aback. She never anticipated Lin Tian's speed would be so astonishing. Miyano Shiho was equally shocked, unable to fathom the swiftness Lin Tian displayed. Sister, Lin Tian possesses supernatural abilities, Miyano Shiho explained to her sister Miyano Akemi. Shiho, are you out of your mind? How could there possibly be supernatural abilities in this world? Miyano Akemi firmly believed in the absence of such powers until she witnessed them with her own eyes. Akemi, allow me to demonstrate. Lin Tian commanded the Shadow Ninja with his mind. The Shadow Ninja extended 2 hands from the shadows of Miyano Shiho and Miyano Akemi, gripping their legs and pulling them toward the realm of shadows. Ah! Miyano Akemi screamed in terror upon witnessing the scene before her. Fortunately, Lin Tian had preemptively surrounded the entire room with the power of the Shadow Kingdom, preventing her scream from escaping. Otherwise, the curious neighbors would surely have come to investigate. Lin Tian, I apologize on behalf of my sister. I beg you to spare us. Miyano Shiho, half dragged into the Shadow Kingdom, pleaded fearfully with Lin Tian. What do you say, Miyano Akemi? Lin Tian did not respond to Miyano Shiho immediately, but instead inquired of the panicked Miyano Akemi. Having witnessed the unfolding events, she was now thoroughly convinced of Lin Tian's supernatural abilities and dared not oppose him any longer. Lin Tian, I was wrong. I will never act this way again. Overwhelmed by fear, Miyano Akemi quickly confessed her mistakes to Lin Tian. Given this, I shall spare your life for the sake of Miyano Shiho. Lin Tian nodded, earnestly addressing Miyano Akemi. He then waved his hand, and the Shadow Ninjas released Miyano Shiho and Miyano Akemi, who crawled out from the shadows. Both sisters felt a profound sense of having escaped a grave peril. After this incident, they regarded Lin Tian as even more fearsome than the Black Organization. Lin Tian retrieved a contract of servitude and a pin from the Judgement System space. Sign this, and you shall become a member of the Judgment Alliance. He handed the contract and the pin to Miwako Sato. Miwako Shiho took the pen and paper on behalf of her sister. Sister, please sign it. Miwako Sato received the contract and pin from Miwako Shiho's hands. How can this be a contract of servitude? A hint of reluctance colored her tone. Though she felt compelled to submit to Lin Tian, she did not wish to serve him for eternity. To become my subordinate, there is no escape except through death. Thus, signing a contract of servitude is necessary, Lin Tian explained to Miwako Sato. Sister, I have already signed, Miwako Shiho reminded her sister, having discerned Miwako Sato's reluctance. Upon hearing Shiho's words, Miwako Sato sighed. I sign. Miwako picked up the pen and inscribed her name on the contract of servitude. She then handed the document to Lin Tian, who glanced at it before placing Miwako's contract into the system storage. Miwako, gather your belongings. Accompany me as we depart from this place, Lin Tian stated to Miwako with a serious expression. I understand, Miwako conceded, realizing she could not resist. She stood up, preparing to gather her belongings. Sister, I will assist you. Shiho Miwako approached Akemi, commencing the task of tidying up. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian led Akemi and Shiho through the Shadow Kingdom to depart from the premises. After Lin Tian's exit, several shadow ninjas emerged within Akemi's apartment. They proceeded to transfer all of her possessions via the Shadow Kingdom to an outdoor location for incineration. On the expressway from Tokyo to Osaka, a black Porsche 356A sped along. Inside the vehicle were two individuals, Vodka and Jin. As the melodious ringtone resonated, Jin retrieved his phone from his pocket and answered the call. He placed the device to his ear, his tone frigid. Gil, what is the matter? On the other end, the panicked voice of Mizuno Reina echoed. Jin, it's bad news. I've just received word that a massive explosion occurred at the headquarters of Yamazawa Pharmaceutical Group, and the television station is urging me to hurry there. Mizuno was aware that the headquarters served as a clandestine base for the organization. Yet she remained oblivious to its true purpose. A change flickered across Jin's expression as he urgently inquired, what happened? Was it an accident or deliberate? The voice of Mizuno reached him again. It remains unclear. I am on my way there now. Jin inhaled deeply before stating, once you have any conclusions, inform me immediately. Mizuno responded, understood. Jin then abruptly ended the call. Boss, should we continue our mission in Osaka or return to Tokyo? Vodka queried. Having overheard the conversation between Jin and Mizuno. Return to Tokyo, Jin commanded, his demeanor grave. Indeed. Vodka nodded in agreement. Jin, holding his phone, began to dial the number of the head of the Yama and Zay Pharmaceuticals underground base, only to find that the line was disconnected and unreachable. He then attempted to call Shiho Miwako, but discovered her phone was also out of service. Jin clenched his phone tightly. Pondering, it seems there has been an incident at the underground base. In Miwa Town, at Lin Tian's residence, Lin Tian had brought Shiho Miwako and Miwako through the Shadow Kingdom to this location. Where is this? Shiho Miwako inquired while surveying her surroundings. This is my home. You will be residing here for the time being, Lin Tian explained to Shiho Miwako. You are allowing us to stay in your house. A look of incredulity crossed Shiho Miwako's face, her tone laden with disbelief. She had expected Lin Tian to lead them to some clandestine base where they would remain for eternity. You are now under my protection and with nowhere else to go. It is only natural that you stay here, Lin Tian replied with a smile directed at Shiho Miwako. Now that my sister and I have severed ties with the Black Organization, they will undoubtedly be seeking us. Are you not concerned that we might bring trouble to your doorstep by staying here? Shiho Miwako gazed at Lin Tian, voicing her inner doubts. Fear not. If I were afraid, I would not seek you out, Lin Tian confidently declared to Gongye Zhiwei and Gongye Mingmei. Gongye Zhiwei, recalling Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities, understood that he indeed possessed the means to confront the Black Organization without fear. Lin Tian, the influence of the Black Organization is vast. Apart from its leader, no one knows the true number of its members. Should the Black Organization become aware of our presence here, they will not be able to touch you directly. But they will surely resort to eliminating those around you. You cannot be by their side at all times to safeguard them. Perhaps you could escort us to a remote forest where the Black Organization would be unable to locate us. Taking a deep breath, Gongye Zhiwei proposed this for the safety of herself and Gongye Mingmei. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian contemplated for a moment. Zhihui, Mei, there is no need for concern. As long as you master the art of disguise, you can venture out openly without the fear of being detected by the Black Organization. Even if you were to stand before Jin, he would not recognize you. Lin Tian conveyed his thoughts to Gongye Zhihui and Gongye Mei. Lin Tian, you can perform disguise? Gongye Zhihui inquired, her face reflecting astonishment. I cannot, but someone else can, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Tomorrow, I will seek out someone skilled in disguise to teach you the technique. Upon hearing this, Gongye Zhihui and Gongye Mei felt a sense of relief. Zhihui, come with me to the basement. There are certain matters that require your expertise, Lin Tian said, patting Gongye Zhihui on the shoulder with a smile. Very well. Shiho Miyano nodded in agreement. In the basement, Lin Tian guided Shiho Miyano to this place, instructing her to modify the voice changer and the tranquilizer gun. Although Miyano was a pharmacologist, she was not well versed in mechanical engineering. However, all the necessary documentation for the voice changer and tranquilizer gun developed by Dr. Agasa was available here, allowing Miyano to manufacture them based solely on Dr. Agasa's designs, with only minor adjustments to the appearance. The butterfly-shaped voice changer would be transformed into a mask-type device, and the wristwatch tranquilizer gun would be replaced with a different style of wristwatch. These tasks posed no challenge for Miyano. Miyano, please create these 2 items, Lin Tian urged, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. I will grant you superpowers. Upon hearing this, Shiho Miyano's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Tian, are you serious? Her eyes reflected a mix of tension, excitement, and a hint of disbelief. Although she had previously agreed to assist Lin Tian under duress, the rational part of her had never imagined he could bestow upon her the gift of superpowers. Absolutely. Lin Tian affirmed with a nod, his confidence unwavering. From now on, Shiho Miyano will also be a member of the Judgment Alliance, aiding in the quest to bring evildoers to justice. Without sufficient power, that task would be perilously dangerous. Moreover, since I can bestow superpowers upon you and withdraw them at any time, there is no cause for concern. Rest assured, Lin Tian, I will complete these 2 items as swiftly as possible, Shiho Miyano replied, her voice brimming with enthusiasm as she nodded eagerly. I trust you. The hour is late. It is time to rest. We shall continue our research tomorrow. Now, allow me to guide you in selecting a room. Lin Tian nodded, still believing in Miyano Shiho's abilities. Indeed, Shiho Miyano nodded and followed Lin Tian away from this place. An hour later, when Jin and Vodka arrived outside the headquarters of Yamazaki Pharmaceutical Group, they were astonished to discover that the establishment had been reduced to ruins. After the report concluded, Mizuna Rina feigned a stomachache and parted ways with the television crew. She stealthily made her way to a nearby grove to meet Jin. How is the situation? Jin inquired anxiously. According to the police investigation, the headquarters of Yamazaki Pharmaceutical Group had been obliterated by a bomb. The authorities have since commenced their search for survivors. However, given the bomb's destructive power, the likelihood of any survivors is exceedingly slim. Mizuna Rina immediately relayed all the information she possessed to Jin. What? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted indeed. Mizunashi Rina nodded and subsequently departed from the scene. After her departure, Brother, Vodka spoke. This base is dedicated to the research of APTX 4869. Despite the catastrophic explosion, there is no assurance that all information regarding APTX 4869 has been obliterated. If the authorities were to uncover our motives behind the development of APTX 4869, it would spell endless trouble for our organization. Vodka's expression was one of deep concern as he hurriedly inquired with Jin. I will contact that gentleman immediately, Jin replied, his brow furrowed, fully cognizant of the gravity of the situation. He then retrieved his mobile phone and called the leader of the Black Organization, relaying the events that had transpired. Initially, the leader erupted in a fury, reprimanding Jin for his incompetence, which left him visibly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. However, once the leader's temper subsided, he reassured Jin not to worry, promising to arrange for someone to handle the matter, allowing Jin to proceed with his mission in Osaka. Having served alongside the leader of the Black Organization for many years, it was Jin's first encounter with such unrestrained wrath. After ending the call, he wiped the sweat from his brow, his fist clenched in frustration. Damn it, who could have possibly caused this explosion? I will make sure to extract every ounce of vengeance once I discover the culprit behind this incident, he thought vehemently. Vodka, we are heading to Osaka, Jin declared. discarding the unfinished cigarette and opening the passenger door to take his seat. Yes, Vodka immediately opened the car door and took his seat behind the wheel. He closed the door, started the engine, and departed from the location. Lin Tian's residence. On the first floor, in the bedroom of Miwako Akemi. As Miwako Akemi finished her shower and prepared to retire for the night, she was taken aback to discover Lin Tian sitting at her bedside. Initially startled, she recalled Lin Tian's extraordinary abilities and calmed herself. Lin Tian, what brings you here? Akemi, clad only in a bath towel, regarded him with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. Just now, you pointed a gun at me. It is now time for you to face the consequences. Lin Tian rose, a faint smirk gracing his lips. At his words, Akemi instinctively took a step back. Lin Tian, what do you intend to do? A foreboding sensation gripped her heart as she anxiously watched him approach. You will soon find out. Lin Tian advanced towards her, step by step. After all, given that Akemi had just aimed a firearm at him, his decision not to end her life could be construed as a remarkable act of restraint. Lin Tian had already utilized the power of his shadow army to seal off the entire room, rendering any sounds inaudible to the outside world. The following morning, at Lin Tian's home, in the dining room, breakfast prepared by the shadow ninjas awaited them. Trained by the finest chefs, the dishes were quite delectable. With their skills, acquiring culinary knowledge through stealth was a trivial matter. I'll go wake my sister. Noticing that Miwako Akemi had yet to arrive, Miwako Shiho stood up, intending to rouse her sibling. Shiho, Akemi said she is feeling unwell. We needn't wait for her, Lin Tian interjected, offering an explanation to Shiho. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Shiho remained skeptical. Then I shall take her some breakfast. Regardless of her discomfort, she must eat something. Shiho was resolute. Without seeing Akemi for herself, she would not be convinced. Then you may go, Lin Tian remarked, observing the situation without any inclination to impede her. Subsequently, Miwako Shiho departed the dining hall, breakfast in hand, and made her way to Miwako Akemi's room. When Mouri Ran, clad in her tea and high school uniform, arrived at Lin Tian's residence, she was taken aback to find Lin Tian dining with Miwako Shiho. A look of bewilderment graced Mouri Ran's charming visage as she pondered, who is she? And what is she doing in Lin Tian's home? With a hint of hostility in her gaze, Mouri Ran scrutinized Miwako Shiho, suspecting her to be a potential rival in love. In terms of appearance, both Mouri Ran and Miwako Shiho possessed their own unique allure, rendering them evenly matched. Yet, Miwako Shiho's figure had a slight edge and voluptuousness. Miwako Shiho, keenly observing Mouri Ran, sensed that the connection between Mouri Ran and Lin Tian was anything but ordinary. She was indeed Miwako Shiho, destined to be a member of the Judgment Alliance in the future. Lin Tian approached Mouri Ran, seeking to clarify matters. Upon hearing his words, Mouri Ran was taken aback. Lin Tian, why would you invite her to join the Judgment Alliance? What if she betrays us? Mouri Ran inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. Deep inside, Mouri Ran was acutely aware that should her affiliation with the Judgment Alliance be revealed, the police would undoubtedly pursue her. Although she trusted that, with Lin Tian's assistance, they would evade capture by the Japanese authorities, it would nonetheless embroil Kagoro Mori and Eri Kisaki in complications. Thus, Mouri Ran was resolute in ensuring that their identities within the Judgment Alliance remained concealed. At that moment, Mouri Ran set aside her jealousy, solely focused on discerning whether Miwako Shiho was trustworthy. There was no need to fear betrayal. The shadow ninjas would vigilantly monitor them. Should either of them consider treachery, the first to perish would be themselves. Lin Tian patiently elucidated this to Mouri Ran. Hearing this, Miwako Shiho's brow knitted in concern as she instinctively glanced at her own shadow. Although it appeared no different from usual, she comprehended that she would likely never escape Lin Tian's grasp, destined to follow him for life. That's good. Mao Lilan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Do not underestimate Miwako Shiho, Lin Tian said with a smile directed at Mao Lilan. Miwako Shiho raised her head slightly at his words. She understood that escaping Lin Tian's grasp in this lifetime was impossible, so she resolved to demonstrate her worth to him, believing that this would lead to a better life for both her and Miwako Akemi. A genius scientist? Mao Lilan gazed at Miwako Shiho with surprise, unable to fathom that someone so young could already be a scientist. Among the individuals she knew, there was only one scientist, Professor Agasa. Yet, Professor Agasa was now quite advanced in age. Indeed, Lin Tian subsequently recounted the experiences of Miwako Shiho and Miwako Akemi to Mouri Ran. Initially, Mouri Ran regarded Miwako Shiho with a wary gaze, apprehensive that she might be her rival in love. However, Upon hearing the tales of Miyano Shiho and Miyano Akemi, her heart swelled with compassion for them both. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Tian chose not to attend school, requesting Mouri Ran to excuse his absence. Instead, he harnessed the magical power of the rabbit talisman to transport himself to New York. The rabbit talisman, an artifact of the fire demon the Lord, endowed its bearer with remarkable speed. Upon arriving in New York, Lin Tian presented a photograph of Kudo Yukiko to the Shadow Ninjas, instructing them to locate her. The photograph had been borrowed from Kudo Shinichi's family. The Shadow Ninjas were remarkably swift, and within an hour, they had found Kudo Yukiko in a villa in New York. Lin Tian traversed the Shadow Kingdom to arrive at this villa. As soon as he arrived, the Shadow Ninjas conveyed the situation within the premises telepathically to him. Kudo Yukiko was asleep in a side bedroom, while Kudo Yusaku rested in the master bedroom. Lin Tian pondered with curiosity why this couple chose to live separately, but shook his head, deeming such thoughts irrelevant to his purpose. Approaching the door to the side bedroom, he discovered it was locked. The locks were specially crafted, requiring considerable force to breach. However, Lin Tian was no ordinary individual. Utilizing the power of shadows, he effortlessly entered the side bedroom. Inside, he found Kudo Yukiko peacefully slumbering. Employing the abilities of the Shadow Ninjas, he sealed the entire room, ensuring that no sounds could escape, regardless of their volume. He approached the bedside and retrieved the photograph of Kudo Yukiko from his clothing. Upon a careful comparison, he realized that the sleeping figure before him was even more stunning than in the photograph. To confirm her identity and rule out any possibility of disguise, he reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Kudo Yukiko, feeling discomfort, groggily opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Tian pinching her face, she was taken aback. "Who are you?" she exclaimed in panic, her voice rising in alarm. Aware that Kudo Yusaku was in the adjacent room, she hoped he might hear her cries and come to her aid. "Ms. Yukiko, my name is Lin Tian. Do not be afraid. I harbor no intention of causing you harm. Lin Tian has come here to seek the guidance of Yukiko Kudo in the art of disguise, and thus, he poses no threat to her. What brings you to my home?" Yukiko Kudo, however, did not accept Lin Tian's words at face value, instead regarding him with a wary gaze. "Yukiko, I would like to request your assistance." Lin Tian smiled warmly at Yukiko Kudo. "What business?" Yukiko Kudo slowly moved toward the bedside table. She intended to retrieve the phone resting there and secretly alert the authorities. "I wish for you to teach me the art of disguise." Lin Tian revealed his intentions to Yukiko Kudo. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted slightly. "I do not possess the skills of disguise. You have mistaken the individual." In truth, Yukiko Kudo was adept in the art of disguise. However, her trust in Lin Tian had waned, and this was merely a pretext to deny him. At that moment, Yukiko had discreetly acquired the phone, believing Lin Tian was unaware of her actions. Her acting prowess was exceptional. Lying came effortlessly to her. "Miss Kudo, I have come to seek you, well aware of your talents." Lin Tian was not easily deceived by Yukiko's fabrications. She reflected on Lin Tian's ability to silently infiltrate her room, recognizing his formidable skills. Should it come to a confrontation, she knew she would be at a disadvantage. For her own safety, Yukiko resolved to first mislead Lin Tian, then call the police to apprehend him. "If you wish for me to teach you the art of disguise, there must be a token of apprenticeship." Yukiko scrutinized Lin Tian carefully, intending to memorize his features for a detailed description to the authorities after making the call. "What token do you seek?" Lin Tian replied nonchalantly, oblivious to Yukiko's ulterior motives. To him, anything available on Earth could be stealthily acquired by Shadow Ninjas. Upon hearing this, Yukiko felt a sense of relief, thinking, "It seems he is reasonable after all." Her greatest fear was that Lin Tian might act irrationally. Carefully, Yukiko extended an arm from under the covers. Lin Tian, noticing her smooth skin, inferred that she was likely not dressed at all. Yukiko picked up a fashion magazine from the table, flipping to the third page which showcased a newly released diamond necklace. This exquisite piece was extraordinarily costly, valued at over $1 million. "If you can present this diamond necklace as your token of apprenticeship, I shall teach you the art of disguise." Yukiko believed that even with Lin Tian's wealth, procuring such a necklace would require several hours. "Bring it to me for inspection." Lin Tian extended his hand toward Yukiko. "Here you go." Yukiko Kudo then handed the fashion magazine to Lin Tian. Lin Tian accepted the magazine and began to peruse its contents. "You should leave for now. Return when you have prepared the apprenticeship gift," Yukiko Kudo said, tightly wrapping herself in a quilt, with only her head peeking out. "Ms. Yukiko, if I were to bring this necklace, would you truly teach me the art of disguise?" Lin Tian inquired, gazing at Yukiko Kudo. Of course, Yukiko Kudo nodded, affirmatively responding to Tian Lin. A promise is a promise. Lin Tian nodded with satisfaction, a smile gracing his lips. A promise is a promise. You should hasten to purchase that necklace. Kudo Yukiko, eager for Lin Tian to depart swiftly, showed no signs of hesitation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ah, the specter, exclaimed Yukiko Kudo, trembling at the astonishing entrance of the shadowy ninja. This was the first time in her life that she had felt such profound fear. In her panic, Yukiko thought, Yusaku, has your lower body failed you, and now your hearing as well? Why do you not come to my rescue despite my loud cries? Hand over that necklace. Do not allow anyone to see you. Lin Tian directly passed the fashion magazine to the shadowy ninja. The ninja accepted the magazine and melted back into the shadows. Madam Yukiko, there is no need for alarm. They are not phantoms, Lin Tian reassured the visibly frightened Yukiko Kudo. Strictly speaking, the shadowy ninja can be classified as a magical being. Then who are they? Kudo Yukiko inquired of Lin Tian, suppressing the fear within her heart. They are my subordinates. To be precise, they are magical beings, Lin Tian elucidated to Kudo Yukiko. Magical creatures. Kudo Yukiko's enchanting face displayed an expression of disbelief, her eyes shimmering with a hint of curiosity about the arcane. In the past, Kudo Yukiko had utterly dismissed the notion that magic existed in this world. Yet now, having witnessed this extraordinary spectacle with her own eyes, she could not help but believe. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded affirmatively at Kudo Yukiko. How did you come to wield magic? Kudo Yukiko's curiosity about magic overcame her fear of Lin Tian, prompting her to inquire. I cannot reveal that to you just yet. Lin Tian, harboring a similar distrust towards Kudo Yukiko, naturally refrained from disclosing anything at this moment. Upon hearing this, a tinge of disappointment flickered within Kudo Yukiko. At that instant, several shadowy ninjas emerged from Lin Tian's shadow. One of them stepped forward, raising both hands, presenting the diamond necklace that had previously been in his possession. Kudo Yukiko's expression transformed into one of astonishment as she contemplated. The nearest jewelry store is 20 kilometers away. To obtain the diamond necklace and return in under a minute is truly a testament to the prowess of magical beings. Lin Tian took the diamond necklace from the ninja's hands. Despite its exorbitant value, he merely glanced at it before tossing it to Kudo Yukiko, for his interest lay far more with her. After all, Kudo Yukiko possessed the art of disguise, which could prove immensely beneficial to him. Ms. Yukiko, I have prepared the offerings for apprenticeship. May I now learn the art of disguise from you? Lin Tian inquired, his gaze warm with a smile. Initially, Kudo Yukiko had no intention of teaching Lin Tian the art of disguise. She merely wished to distract him momentarily. However, after witnessing the shadowy ninjas, her perspective shifted. She recognized that, given the police's capabilities, capturing a being who wielded magic like Lin Tian would be exceedingly challenging. Additionally, Kudo Yukiko harbored concerns that denying Lin Tian at this juncture might lead to unfavorable consequences for her. Certainly, however, mastery of the art of disguise necessitates an inherent talent. If one possesses such talent, one may achieve proficiency within a month. If not, the skill may remain elusive indefinitely. Before teaching Lin Tian the intricacies of disguise, Ms. Kudo Yukiko clarified the matter with him. I understand, Ms. Yukiko. Should you be able to impart the art of disguise to me, I am prepared to grant you a request within my capacity. In a bid to ensure that Kudo Yukiko would dedicate herself to teaching him, Lin Tian made this promise. Upon hearing this, Yukiko's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity, tinged with disbelief. Lin Tian, do you truly mean that? Absolutely, Lin Tian affirmed with a nod, assuring Ms. Kudo, I will strive to teach you the art of disguise as swiftly as possible. At this moment, Yukiko was invigorated by determination, already contemplating what request she might pose to Lin Tian. Ms. Yukiko, gather your belongings. Accompany me from this place, until I have mastered the art of disguise. You shall remain by my side, Lin Tian stated with a serious demeanor directed at Kudo Yukiko. With a slight furrow of her brow, Yukiko Kudo expressed her reluctance to depart from this place. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Take the bet away? Yukiko Kudo scratched her ear, almost convinced she had misheard. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Help me. Yukiko Kudo cried out. Perched on the edge of her bed, on the brink of being drawn into the realm of shadows, her voice filled with terror. In her heart, she lamented, Yusaku. Despite my desperate cries, why have you not come to my aid? Have you truly become deaf? Upon witnessing Yukiko's palpable fear, Lin Tian hurriedly approached and enveloped her in a comforting embrace, pulling her back from the clutches of the shadowy kingdom. However, Yukiko's blanket was inadvertently drawn along with her. Fear not, Ms. Kudo, Lin Tian reassured, his hold offering a sense of warmth and security. Yukiko's form, both graceful and striking, was undeniably captivating. Please let me go. Although Yukiko Kudo felt quite bashful, she was no longer a little girl and quickly composed herself, addressing Lin Tian. Ms. Yukiko, do not misconstrue my intentions. I did not mean to take advantage of you. I merely wished to prevent your fall. After releasing Yukiko Kudo, Lin Tian took the opportunity to clarify his actions. At that moment, he truly beheld Yukiko's figure, which was undeniably exquisite. Kudo Yukiko felt increasingly shy and indignant. She understood that Lin Tian had deliberately taken advantage of her. However, Lin Tian was now the one in control, while she was left vulnerable. Consequently, Kudo Yukiko, filled with embarrassment and anger, chose not to expose Lin Tian's deceit. I understand, you said as you turned away. Kudo Yukiko crouched on the ground, shielding her vital areas, her face a portrait of shame and indignation. I will be waiting for you in the hall. I reminded you not to entertain thoughts of calling the police or fleeing, for such actions would be futile. Lin Tian cast a glance at the phone in Kudo Yukiko's hand, then melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. As Kudo Yukiko witnessed Lin Tian's disappearance, her fear diminished slightly, and she sank down onto the floor. Holding her phone, she was engulfed in hesitation. In the past, she would have unhesitatingly called the authorities. However, now, recalling Lin Tian's displayed abilities, she realized that reporting it would serve little purpose. With a sigh, she set the phone aside. Kudo Yukiko glanced at the opulent bed that had vanished, contemplating. The bed has truly disappeared, which means what I witnessed was indeed real. How extraordinary it is that magic exists in this world. Perhaps this is a chance to alter the course of my life. Several minutes later, Kudo Yukiko emerged from her room, adorned in fashionable attire. Lin Tian, at that moment, lounged on the sofa, watching television with his legs crossed. As Kudo Yukiko beheld him, she stifled her lingering fear, took a deep breath, and steadied her emotions before approaching Lin Tian. Lin Tian, she inquired, may I take along a few more belongings? Yukiko Kudo understood that accompanying Lin Tian on this journey meant she might be away for an indeterminate period. Hence, she wished to bring additional items, just in case. Very well. Lin Tian expressed indifference, nodding in agreement. Please wait here for a moment, Kudo Yukiko said before heading to the study. The study was spacious, significantly larger than Kudo Yukiko's bedroom. It housed an extensive collection of books amassed by Kudo Yusaku, along with several discrete safes. Each safe contained various items. Some held self-defense weapons such as handguns and ammunition, while others contained critical case documents. A few were filled with gold, U.S. dollars, and gemstones. Kudo Yukiko had no interest in weapons or documents. Instead, she entered the code to unlock the safe filled with gold. She meticulously packed all the gold, cash, and jewelry into a pink suitcase. Half an hour later, Kudo Yukiko transported 3 suitcases into the living room one by one. These are the items I intend to take, she declared, approaching Lin Tian and wiping the sweat from her forehead. Indeed, Lin Tian approached the 3 suitcases and stored them in the system's space. Kudo Yukiko observed this extraordinary scene, her beautiful eyes glimmering with curiosity. She took out the letter she had just written and placed it on the coffee table. Madam Yukiko, it would be wise to keep the letter to yourself. Some matters are meant for your knowledge alone. Do you understand? Although Lin Tian did not accompany Kudo Yukiko, he had dispatched shadow ninjas to discreetly monitor her every move. Yukiko understood her current predicament and tucked the letter away. I understand. Is Yusaku all right? Yukiko Kudo cast a worried glance at the master bedroom. He is fine. He is still asleep. Lin Tian did not harm Yusaku Kudo and spoke the truth to Yukiko. Upon hearing this, Yukiko thought to herself, Yusaku, I have become his prey, and you are still sound asleep. Are you a reincarnation of a slumbering spirit? Let us depart. Lin Tian said as he approached Kudo Yukiko, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Employing his invisibility powers and the magic of the rabbit talisman, they instantaneously vanished from the vicinity. Upon awakening, Kudo Yusaku discovered that Yukiko was absent from their home. Initially, he paid little heed, assuming she had merely gone out for a leisurely stroll. However, when he entered his study and found the door to the safe, which housed their gold, ajar, a sense of urgency washed over him. Choosing not to alert the authorities, Kudo Yusaku resolved to uncover the thief himself. Well aware of the police's character and capabilities through prior encounters, he retrieved his phone and attempted to call Yukiko. But Lin Tian had already disposed of her phone in the Shadow Kingdom, rendering his efforts futile. Through careful investigation and deduction, Kudo Yusaku arrived at a startling conclusion. Yukiko had absconded with the gold and American currency. This was not the first time Yukiko had left home following an argument. Yusaku had grown accustomed to her impulsive nature. He recalled a conversation with Dr. Agasa a couple of days prior regarding Conan's transformation and surmised that Yukiko had likely returned to Baika Town. He dismissed the notion that she had been forcibly taken, as their villa was laden with various traps and mechanisms, meticulously arranged by Yusaku himself. He believed that even the infamous Phantom Thief Kid would trigger these traps, yet not a single one had been activated. To Yusaku, it was evident that only Yukiko could have accomplished such a feat, as she was the only one intimately familiar with every mechanism within the residence. Unable to suppress his frustration, he lamented, after all these years, Yukiko remains so impulsive. If she is going to leave, why take so much gold? It is utterly reckless. Yusaku had initially planned to visit Conan once his current obligations were fulfilled. He dialed Dr. Agasa, informing him of Yukiko's departure and requesting that he notify him immediately upon sighting her. Assuming that Yusaku and Yukiko had quarreled yet again, Dr. Agasa readily agreed. After hanging up, concerned that Yukiko might misplace the gold, Yusaku proceeded to purchase a plane ticket to Tokyo. Meanwhile, at Lin Tian's residence in Baika Town, he held Kudo Yukiko's waist, having traversed to this location via the Shadow Kingdom. Madam Yukiko, we have arrived, Lin Tian announced, releasing her from his embrace. Where's this? Yukiko asked, shyly stepping away from Lin Tian. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings. This is Tu Chome, 23 Banshee, Baika Town, Lin Tian replied, directly divulging their location. Is it truly here? Yukiko exclaimed, her face registering surprise. She marveled at the astonishing speed of their journey. Having traveled from New York to Baika Town in less than 5 minutes, far surpassing that of an airplane, Lin Tian then guided Yukiko to the first floor, where they selected a room for her, placing her belongings inside. Subsequently, he summoned Miyano Shiho and Miyano Akemi to the living room. Who are they? Yukiko Kudo inquired curiously, gazing at Shiho Miyano and Akemi Miyano, directing her question towards Lin Tian. The Miyano sisters also looked at Yukiko Kudo with intrigue. They are my subordinates, Shiho Miyano and Akemi Miyano. Now, I kindly ask you to teach us the art of disguise. Lin Tian introduced the Miyano sisters to Yukiko Kudo. Very well. Yukiko Kudo understood that she had no right to refuse, so she acquiesced. Madam, what materials are required to learn the art of disguise? I shall arrange for them immediately, Lin Tian inquired of Yukiko Kudo. She then proceeded to inform him of all the necessary materials for mastering the art of disguise. Lin Tian promptly dispatched a shadow ninja to gather them. Lin Tian, I would like to request a half-day leave. Yukiko Kudo bit her lip. She still wished to see how Conan was faring now. No, Lin Tian shook his head, resolutely rejecting Yukiko Kudo's request. You cannot leave this villa until we have mastered the art of disguise. Very well then. Kudo Yukiko felt a deep sense of disappointment, yet she could only reluctantly acquiesce. Once the shadowy ninja had prepared the materials, Kudo Yukiko commenced instructing Lin Tian and the others in the art of disguise. In Osaka, within the confines of a derelict factory, Jin had just executed a traitor from the organization with his handgun. Boss, trouble has arisen. We have received word from Tokyo that Miyano Akemi has vanished. Upon hearing this news, Vodka immediately relayed the information to Jin. As Jin's subordinate, Vodka was acutely aware that Jin had long harbored intentions to eliminate Miyano Akemi, seeking to draw Akai Shuichi out of hiding. With Miyano Akemi now missing, Jin's plans had effectively been thwarted before they could take shape. What did you say? Miyano Akemi has vanished? A look of disbelief appeared on Jin's cold face. In Jin's mind, Miyano Akemi served as the bait to lure Akai Shuichi into the open. The reason he had not killed Miyano Akemi immediately was merely to exploit her usefulness. However, he never anticipated that this bait, Miyano Akemi, would disappear. With the bait gone, Akai Shuichi naturally would not make an appearance. The plan had fallen through, which incensed Jin immensely. Indeed, stated Nakamura Kazuki, the vice president of the branch at Shirshin Bank. He expressed concern over the absence of Miyano Akemi from work today and decided to visit her residence to ascertain her well-being. Upon arrival, he discovered her home to be desolate and devoid of any belongings. After attempting to reach her by phone, he realized that Miyano Akemi's mobile device had been powered off. Subsequently, he reported this unsettling situation to me. Vodka promptly relayed the sequence of events to Jin. A month prior, Jin had approached Miyano Akemi with an offer to liberate her and her sister from the clutches of the Black Organization. The condition was that they assist in the heist of 1 billion yen. Although Miyano Akemi harbored doubts regarding Jin's sincerity, she could not bring herself to forsake such a rare opportunity and readily acquiesced. However, she was reluctant to execute the robbery under her current identity, requesting Jin to provide her with a fabricated persona. Consequently, Jin arranged for her to adopt the alias of Hirota Masami and instructed her to carry out the heist at Shirshin Bank. Should the robbery succeed, it was inevitable that the current branch president would face accountability and relinquish their position. This would pave the way for Nakamura Kazuki, a member of the Black Organization, to ascend to the role of branch president. Nakamura Kazuki served under Vodka, and should the plan culminate in the demise of Miyano Akemi, it might even provoke Akai Shuichi to emerge. For Jin, this was a masterstroke, achieving 3 objectives with a single endeavor. Yet, no matter how meticulously crafted the plan, it was rendered futile by Miyano Akemi's sudden disappearance. How could she vanish without a trace? Did she not fear for Sherry's life? Jin squinted, a flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. Given Jin's understanding of Miyano Akemi, she would never disregard the fate of Miyano Shiho. Brother, might Akemi Miyano learn that Sherry perished in the explosion at the headquarters of Yamazawa Pharmaceutical Group last night, prompting her escape? Vodka considered a possibility and hurriedly conveyed his thoughts to Jin. Absolutely impossible. The conversation between Sherry and Akemi Miyano was constantly monitored by the organization's members. Akemi Miyano was unaware of Sherry's research location. She could not possibly know that Sherry had died in last night's catastrophic explosion. Jin shook his head, disagreeing with Vodka's perspective. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Could it be? Jin pondered over an individual, a startling hypothesis taking root in his mind. Brother, what's wrong? Vodka inquired hastily, his concern palpable. If Sherry had not perished in last night's catastrophic explosion, but had instead been rescued by someone, and subsequently, Akemi Miyano had followed that person, then all the enigmas would find resolution. Jin discarded his cigarette, imparting his conjecture to Vodka. Brother, if that were the case, Akemi Miyano's flight would be entirely explicable. Yet, how could this individual have planted the bomb at the headquarters of the Yamazaki Pharmaceutical Group? The facility is heavily guarded. Even the most skilled agents would find it impossible to infiltrate, let alone install a multitude of explosives. Vodka furrowed his brow, voicing his own uncertainties to Jin. This is rather easily explained. If there exists an insider collaborating, the task of installing numerous bombs would become significantly more feasible. There are simply too many traitors within the organization. Jin cast a glance at the corpse beside him, a flicker of disdain illuminating his gaze. These ungrateful wretches. The organization has treated them well. Why must they betray it? Vodka, consumed by fury, delivered a vigorous kick to the lifeless body on the ground, venting his contempt for the traitors. Vodka, who do you think is most likely to have rescued Sherry and Akemi Miyano? Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement, his lips curling into a slight smile. At this, Vodka ceased his assault on the corpse, engaging in a moment of contemplation. Brother, Sherry and Akemi Miyano have both lost their parents, leaving them without any relatives. Shuichi Akai initially exploited Akemi Miyano's kindness to infiltrate the organization. He must feel immense guilt towards her. I believe Shuichi Akai is the most likely person to rescue Sherry and Akemi Miyano. Vodka conveyed his thoughts to Jin. After years of being by my side, Vodka has finally shown a glimmer of intelligence. Jin nodded in satisfaction, exhilarated by Shuichi Akai's presence, and offered Vodka rare praise. Brother, she remarked, if I have spent all these years by your side without any progress, how am I any different from a pig? Vodka felt an immense sense of joy. For this was indeed the first time Jin had praised him. Quickly, drive us back to Tokyo. This time, I shall surely shoot Akai Shuichi in the head. A fierce intent to kill flickered in Jin's eyes. Indeed, said Vodka, hastily rushing off to drive. Jin lifted his head, gazing at the dove that had just flown by. Pondering, Akai Shuichi, you have finally revealed yourself. I can scarcely contain my anticipation for your demise. At 5 in the afternoon, after school. Mouri Ran did not return to the Mouri Detective Agency but instead arrived at Lin Tian's residence. In the living room, she was astonished to see Kudo Yukiko. Ran had known Yukiko since her childhood, and due to Kudo Shinichi, Yukiko had always hoped for Ran to become her daughter-in-law. However, since Yukiko and Kudo Yusaku moved to New York, their meetings had become significantly less frequent. The last time Ran met Yukiko was a year ago. Xiaolon, how did you come to be here? Kudo Yukiko was taken aback to see Mouri Ran in this place. Lin Tian is my boyfriend. I have come to find him. This is Mouri Ran's first experience with love, and she spoke these words with a hint of shyness. What? Lin Tian is your boyfriend? Kudo Yukiko's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. She had always regarded Mouri Ran as a daughter-in-law and could never have anticipated that Mouri Ran had become Lin Tian's girlfriend. In Kudo Yukiko's mind, Lin Tian was a rogue, while Mouri Ran was an innocent, pure little rabbit. Yukiko felt that Lin Tian was utterly unworthy of Mouri Ran. Aunt Yukiko, what brings you here? Mouri Ran inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering with curiosity. Indeed, Yukiko Kudo hesitated, uncertain of how much Ran Mouri truly knew about Lin Tian. She feared that if Ran were oblivious to the facts, revealing the truth could potentially endanger her. Just as Yukiko found herself in this quandary, Lin Tian descended from the second floor. He had overheard the conversation between Ran and Yukiko. Ms. Kudo is here to teach us the art of disguise. Lin Tian explained as he approached Ran Mouri. Aunt Yukiko, you possess the skill of disguise? Ran inquired, her face reflecting disbelief as she turned to Yukiko. Having known Yukiko for many years, she was completely unaware of her ability in this art. Just a little, Yukiko Kudo said with rare humility. She scrutinized Ran Mouri and Lin Tian, pondering how Ran could possibly be Lin Tian's girlfriend. Ran, Mrs. Kudo is teaching us the art of disguise. You should join us. Lin Tian said earnestly to Mouri Ran. Is this art of disguise easy to learn? A look of concern crossed Ran's adorable face, fearing she might not grasp it. Ran, I am an expert in this field. With my personal guidance, you will undoubtedly master it, Yukiko Kudo assured her. Having known Mouri Ran for many years and possessing a deep understanding of her. Aunt Yukiko, I appreciate your help, Ran replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. It is no trouble at all, Yukiko Kudo said with a smile, shaking her head. Compared to Lin Tian, she preferred to instruct the kind-hearted Ran Mouri. Dinner was ready. Everyone, come and eat, Akemi Mayano called out enthusiastically as she emerged from the dining room, wearing a blue apron. After uttering these words, she went downstairs to summon Shio Mayano, while Yukiko Kudo headed to wash her hands. Ran Mouri approached Lin Tian and whispered, Lin Tian, how did you convince Aunt Yukiko to teach you the art of disguise? Though innocent, Ran understood that such skills would not be easily imparted to others. Lin Tian recounted the events to her, omitting certain details. At Cupdoor Town, apartment 405, Jin and Vodka arrived under the guidance of Nakamura Kazuki, the vice president of the Yatsuba Bank branch. Brother Jin, Brother Vodka, this is the apartment where Akemi Mayano resides, Nakamura said, standing beside Jin, visibly anxious, his forehead glistening with sweat. Jin meticulously scrutinized the apartment, seeking any trace of evidence. Before departing with Lin Tian, Akemi had already sent away what she deemed important belongings. Lin Tian had instructed the Shadow Ninja to remove everything from the premises and incinerate it in the wilderness. Now, the apartment was devoid of any items, leaving no useful clues behind. Nakamura Kazuki, was there ever any furniture here? Jin inquired coldly, directing his question at Nakamura. No, it is not. Various pieces of furniture were present here before. It must have been that Akemi Mayano took the furniture with her when she fled last night. Nakamura Kazuki trembled in fear, his speech stammering. Escaping with the furniture? You fool. Jin found Nakamura's terror amusing and slapped him across the face. Nakamura Ichinari was struck down by Jin, emitting a cry of anguish. Silence. Jin's harsh reprimand silenced Nakamura Ichimi, who winced in pain yet complied, closing his mouth upon meeting Jin's frigid gaze. As a subordinate of Vodka, Nakamura was acutely aware of Jin's merciless nature. He understood that failure to obey could result in his demise. In his escape, he ensured that all traces were eradicated, indicating that they had meticulously plotted their actions. Jin surveyed the desolate apartment, his anger intensifying. He had anticipated uncovering valuable clues upon arrival, but the absence of leads hindered his search for Miwako Akemi. Without locating her, he could not eliminate Akai Shuichi. Nakamura. I previously instructed you to have someone surveil Miwako Akemi day and night. Did you comply with my orders? Jin inhaled deeply, directing his inquiry at Nakamura. Jin-san. I have followed your instructions diligently, Nakamura replied, shielding his face as he spoke. If you truly adhered to my directives, why did you fail to notice her escape while she was moving her furniture? Jin was unconvinced by Nakamura's words, suspecting deceit and even pondering the possibility of betrayal. My men have been monitoring Miwako Akemi. According to them, she returned to the apartment yesterday afternoon and has not been seen since. I cannot explain her disappearance. Nakamura hastily relayed the information he possessed. Do you dare to lie in my presence? Jin's expression hardened, his eyes glinting with a hint of lethal intent. Jin-san. I'm not lying. Everything I said is true. You may inquire with my subordinates, they will attest to my honesty. Nakamura, terrified by the murderous glint in Jin's eyes, hurried to clarify. In the organization, those who understood Jin best were acutely aware of his terrifying nature. If your words hold any truth, then where have the furnishings and Miwako Akemi vanished? She cannot simply have taken flight, can she? Jin countered, his tone laced with skepticism. I am not sure what is happening, Nakamura Ichimi exclaimed anxiously to Jin, desperately trying to convince him of his sincerity. You must believe me, full of lies. And yet you expect me to trust you? Jin retorted with a cold smile, extending his hand towards Vodka. As Jin's loyal subordinate, Vodka immediately understood his intent and hastily handed over the baseball bat he had prepared in advance. Please, Jin, spare me. Nakamura Ichimi sensed Jin's intentions and, paralyzed by fear, dared not resist. He could only kneel before Jin, pleading for mercy. He staked his life on Jin's potential benevolence. Jin received the bat, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he swung it towards Nakamura Ichimi's head. Nakamura Kazuki, witnessing the situation, realized that Jin would not forgive him. Just as he intended to draw his pistol and confront Jin, a baseball bat struck him on the forehead. With a resounding crash, Nakamura Ichimi was knocked to the ground, a crimson stream cascading from a gash on his forehead as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jin then retrieved the sinister APTX 4869 from his inner pocket and administered it to Nakamura Ichimi. Unlike Conan, fate offered Nakamura no reprieve, and he perished in agonizing torment. I harbor the utmost contempt for those who deceive me. In your next life, refrain from uttering falsehoods in my presence. Jin cast a chilling gaze upon the lifeless form of Nakamura Ichimi. Subsequently, Jin and Vodka departed the scene in tandem. Jin would delegate the disposal of Nakamura Ichimi's remains to other members of the organization. Vodka mobilized the organization's resources and commenced the search for Miwako Akemi and Sherry. Jin's eyes gleamed with frigid intent as he issued the command to Vodka, who stood beside him. Indeed, Vodka promptly nodded, respectfully responding to Jin. At the Detective Mouri agency, Conan, after dismissing his persistent companions, Jinta and Yumi, swiftly arrived at this location. As he surveyed the room, he found no trace of Ran Mouri. Master Mouri, Conan inquired as he approached the television-watching Kagoro Mouri. Where is Sister Ran? I haven't seen her. Kagoro glanced at Conan and replied. She mentioned she had something to attend to and would return later. Upon hearing this, Conan pondered to himself. Could it be that Ran has gone on a date with Lin Tian? Master Mouri, Conan inquired with curiosity, do you know where Sister Ran has gone? Mouri Kagoro replied. She did not mention it. This is not something you need to concern yourself with. Rising from his seat, Mouri Kagoro made his way towards the bookshelf. Conan furrowed his brow, pondering, Uncle Mouri is quite irresponsible. He doesn't even know where his own daughter is. Approaching the bookshelf, Mouri Kagoro retrieved a collection of meticulously prepared volumes on various aspects of detective work. Having perused these books in the past, he now brought them before Conan. Conan, please take the time to read these books thoroughly. Having promised to take Conan under his wing and accepted the initiation gift, Mouri Kagoro was determined to impart his knowledge diligently. Conan, observing the situation, furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat reluctant. After all, he had perused these materials a decade ago and was exceedingly familiar with their contents. By the way, Conan, can you read? Kagoro Mouri, noticing Conan's discomfort, mistakenly assumed that he was illiterate. Mouri was acutely aware that if Conan were unable to read, teaching him would prove to be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Conan, feeling exasperated, thought to himself, I am Shinichi Kudo, a high school detective. How could I possibly be illiterate? Wouldn't that be a source of great ridicule? Mr. Mouri, I can read, he asserted. Although Conan was feigning childishness, He did not wish to be regarded as uneducated. That's good. First, take your time to read these books. If you encounter any unfamiliar characters or concepts you do not understand, feel free to come and ask me. Moriarty gently ruffled Conan's hair and smiled at him. Very well. Conan promptly nodded in agreement. Moreover, 3 days hence, I shall test your knowledge. Should I discover that you have not studied diligently, you shall be tasked with washing my socks, Mouri Kagoro declared with a serious demeanor directed at Conan. The thought of Mouri's foul-smelling socks nearly turned Conan's stomach. Master Mouri, I assure you I shall study earnestly, Conan exclaimed, eager to maintain his visits to this place. Indeed, Kagoro Mouri nodded, then settled into his office chair to watch a television drama starring Yoko Okino. Conan initially picked up the book that Kagoro had given him, perusing its contents briefly. He soon realized that he had already read the book and placed it back on the desk. Noticing Kagoro's engrossing engagement with the television show, Conan moved to the bookshelf to investigate the cases Kagoro had solved over the years. He hoped to uncover any clues related to the two enigmatic individuals in black. At Tokyo International Airport, Yusaku Kudo had just arrived from New York. Yusaku, it's been a while, exclaimed Dr. Agasa, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Yusaku. Long time no see. Kudo Yusaku enthusiastically opened his arms and enveloped Dr. Agasa in a warm embrace. Yusaku, Shinichi must be overjoyed to know you have returned, Doctor. Agasa remarked with a beaming smile. He had a profound understanding of Kudo Shinichi and knew that, although unspoken, Shinichi certainly wished for both Kudo Yusaku and Kudo Yukiko to return and care for him. Dr. Agasa, you haven't informed Shinichi of my return, have you? Kudo Yusaku pondered, intending to take this opportunity to impart a significant lesson to Conan, urging him to refrain from acting so impulsively in the future. Therefore, it was imperative that Kudo Shinichi remained unaware of his return, as otherwise, the plan would undoubtedly falter. Not yet. Shinichi has not permitted me to disclose the matter of his diminishment to you all. After much contemplation, I ultimately resolved to share it. The blame lies with me. For I failed to safeguard Shinichi, allowing him to encounter such peril. A glimmer of guilt flickered in Dr. Agasa's eyes as he confided his feelings to Yusaku Kudo. Before Yusaku and Yukiko Kudo departed from Baika Town, they entrusted Dr. Agasa with the care of Conan. Dr. Agasa had assured them that he would take good care of Conan. However, now that Conan finds himself in this predicament, Dr. Agasa feels a significant sense of responsibility. Dr. Agasa, this is not your fault. It is Shinichi who has acted recklessly and impulsively. After solving a few cases, he assumes he is invincible, oblivious to his own limitations. His current situation is entirely of his own making, Yusaku Kudo reassured Dr. Agasa, patting him on the shoulder. However, Dr. Agasa regarded Conan with the affection of a parent, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Yoko and I are his guardians. His current state is a significant burden of responsibility upon us. In the past, we placed too much trust in him. Let us not dwell on this. Where is Shinichi now? Yusaku Kudo inquired of Dr. Agasa. He has gone to the Mouri Detective Agency. Dr. Agasa had previously contacted Conan and was therefore well aware of his whereabouts. Is he seeking Ran again? Given his condition, does he not fear being recognized by her? Yusaku Kudo furrowed his brow, expressing his dissatisfaction. Yusaku, you misunderstand Shinichi, Dr. Agasa quickly explained to Yusaku Kudo upon observing his concern. Misunderstanding? Kudo Yusaku inquired with a puzzled expression directed at Dr. Agasa. Shinichi had not gone to the Mouri Detective Agency in search of Ran, but rather to seek out Mouri Kagoro. He had previously taken Kagoro as his mentor in order to locate the two individuals clad in black. Under the guise of Kagoro's identity, he discreetly sought clues regarding those two enigmatic figures. Dr. Agasa relayed to Kudo Yusaku the plans he and Conan had devised. Utter nonsense. What clues could a third-rate detective like Kagoro Mouri possibly uncover? In my opinion, Shinichi is undoubtedly doing this for Ran. As the father of Conan, Yusaku Kudo possesses a profound understanding of Conan's character. Well, Dr. Agasa chuckled awkwardly. Understanding that Conan's desire to apprentice under Kagoro Mouri stemmed primarily from the fact that Kagoro was Ran Mouri's father. During my trip to New York, I must ensure he comes along. Dr. Agasa, I kindly ask for your assistance in persuading him. Yusaku Kudo stated earnestly to Dr. Agasa. A wave of reluctance surged within Dr. Agasa. At the age of 52, he remained unmarried, and over the years, he had come to regard Conan as his own son. In the past, the longest they had spent apart was merely a few days. However, should Conan accompany Yusaku Kudo to New York this time, their opportunities to meet would dwindle significantly. The thought of this brought a pang of sorrow to Dr. Agasa's heart. Yusaku Kudo, with his keen observational skills, noticed the subtle changes in Dr. Agasa's expression and quickly deduced his sentiments. Dr. Agasa, I understand your reluctance to part with Shinichi. Yet, taking him to New York is ultimately for his own good. I have many friends in the FBI. I can enlist their help in locating those two men in black, as well as the drug that caused Shinichi's transformation and subsequently develop an antidote. This way, he can return to his original self. As Yusaku scanned the surroundings, he conveyed his thoughts to Dr. Agasa. The latter, deeply concerned for Conan, wished for his swift restoration to his former self. Yusaku, I trust your judgment, Dr. Agasa replied. His heart heavy with sorrow, tears pooling in his eyes despite his efforts to appear composed. Yusaku, well aware of Dr. Agasa's inner turmoil, chose to feign ignorance for Conan's sake. A gust of wind swept by, causing Dr. Agasa's tears to cascade down his cheeks. The wind is quite strong today, he exclaimed, hastily wiping his eyes with his arm to conceal his grief. Yusaku extended a tissue to Dr. Agasa, gently inquiring, Has Yukiko been looking for you? He sought to shift the conversation away from the poignant topic. No. Dr. Agasa shook his head, inquiring about Yukiko's potential presence in New York to Kudo Yusaku. That is unlikely. Each time she left home, she sought out Shinichi. Given the recent events surrounding him, she would not venture elsewhere. For many years, Yusaku Kudo had been well acquainted with Yukiko Kudo. Yusaku, might I request that Officer Megure investigate the passenger list for flights from New York to Tokyo? This way, we could ascertain whether Yukiko has arrived here. Dr. Agasa conveyed his thoughts to Yusaku Kudo. Dr. Agasa, prior to my arrival, I had already asked a friend to look into it. Yukiko's name was not found on the passenger list. Furthermore, Yukiko could effortlessly disguise herself as anyone. If she wished to evade capture, Officer Megure and his team would be unable to locate her. Yusaku Kudo was well aware of Yukiko's capabilities, a hint of pride crossing his expression. Yusaku, how shall we find Yukiko? Dr. Agasa inquired with concern. Do not worry. Yukiko will undoubtedly seek out Shinichi. Let us not dwell on this matter further. We should head to the hotel to discuss how to impart a profound lesson to Shinichi. Yusaku Kudo patted Dr. Agasa on the shoulder, his mind already engaged in contemplating how to educate Conan. Very well. Dr. Agasa understood that this was for Conan's benefit and immediately agreed. Kudo Yusaku then left with Dr. Agasa. Friday, 7 in the morning. At the Lin family residence, in the dining room. When Miyano Akemi arrived, she found Miyano Shiho yawning incessantly. Shiho, did you stay up late last night? Akemi approached Shiho's side and inquired with a tone of earnest concern. Indeed, Shiho Miyano acknowledged, knowing she could not conceal the truth from Akemi Miyano. Shiho, you must refrain from staying up late in the future. It is detrimental to your health. Frequent late nights will lead to hair loss. Do you wish to become bald one day? Akemi Miyano, seated beside Shiho, expressed her concern in a serious tone. I do not want to. Shiho Miyano quickly shook her head. At merely 18 years of age, she could not fathom the idea of becoming bald. Henceforth, she resolved to refrain from staying up late. Do you understand? Akemi Miyano said sternly to Shiho Miyano. Sister, I will no longer stay up late. Shiho Miyano recognized that Akemi was acting in her best interest and readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Akemi felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, Lin Tian arrived. The moment Shiho laid eyes on Lin Tian, the weariness on her face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of excitement and anticipation. Lin Tian, I have been waiting for you for so long, Shiho exclaimed, quickly rising to her feet and eagerly approaching him. Observing this, Akemi pondered with a hint of confusion. Why does Shiho react so excitedly upon seeing Lin Tian? Could it be that she has developed feelings for him? No. She absolutely cannot like him. Lin Tian, unlike Akemi, had been discreetly monitoring Shiho with shadow ninjas and was well aware of the reason behind her elation. Shiho, are those two items ready? Lin Tian inquired, seated at the dining table, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Shiho. How did you know? Shiho's adorable face displayed a look of surprise as she softly covered her mouth with her delicate hand. Seeing you so happy, it must only be about that. Lin Tian replied, withholding the true reason behind his knowledge. You are absolutely right, Lin Tian. Should I bring them out now? Or perhaps? Miyano Shiho cast a glance at the side of Kudo Yukiko, inquiring toward Lin Tian. After a day of interaction, Miyano Shiho comprehended that Kudo Yukiko was unaware of the Justice Judgment Alliance. She was uncertain whether to divulge the existence of the wristwatch-style tranquilizer gun and the mask-type voice changer to Kudo Yukiko. When Lin Tian entered the room, Kudo Yukiko perked up her ears, attentively listening to the conversation among Lin Tian, Miyano Shiho, and the others. Kudo Yukiko understood that Lin Tian and his companions undoubtedly harbored undisclosed secrets. Her curiosity was indeed quite intense, although she recognized the potential dangers. She could not suppress her inner inquisitiveness. "Bring it here," Lin Tian stated directly to Miyano Shiho, without any intention of concealing his thoughts from Kudo Yukiko. Previously, when Lin Tian approached Kudo Yukiko, he had already contemplated the idea of inviting her to join the Justice Tribunal Alliance. Very well. Shiho Miyano nodded and subsequently departed from the location. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a wristwatch-styled tranquilizer gun and 2 mask-like voice modulators. "Lin Tian, these few words are crafted according to your request. Please review and let me know if any modifications are necessary." Shiho Miyano placed the watch-like tranquilizer gun and the mask-like voice modulator on the table. At this moment, Yukiko Kudo ceased her breakfast and instead scrutinized the items before Lin Tian. Curiosity enveloped Yukiko's thoughts. Aren't these merely ordinary watch and mask? Why does Shiho regard them as treasures? Could it be that Shiho once dwelled in the mountains, untouched by the outside world? Lin Tian picked up the watch-like tranquilizer gun and began to examine it. This watch-like tranquilizer gun appeared completely distinct from the one crafted by Professor Igasa. Standing beside Lin Tian, Shiho Miyano elucidated the usage of this device. Indeed, Lin Tian discharged the watch-type anesthetic gun and was pleased with the result. Kudo Yukiko displayed an expression of astonishment, gazing incredulously at Miyano Shiho, pondering, such a young age, and she is capable of creating such a device. It seems she has been underestimated. This voice mask is likely quite sophisticated as well. Miyano Shiho beamed sweetly, meticulously explaining to Lin Tian how to utilize the mask-type voice changer. Lin Tian then picked up the mask and donned it upon his face, employing the device to alter his voice. Excellent, it indeed can transform into anyone's voice. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction, content with both items. Kudo Yukiko's exquisite features reflected shock as she mused. This is truly remarkable. To effortlessly imitate another's voice is nothing short of genius. In the past, Kudo Yukiko had endured considerable hardship to master the art of voice imitation. Witnessing the ease with which the voice changer accomplishes this feat, her inner astonishment was palpable. At this moment, Kudo Yukiko remained unaware that both the watch-type anesthetic gun and the voice changer were inventions of Dr. Igasa, with Miyano Shiho merely altering their appearance. Lin Tian, the items you requested have been successfully created. What about the promise you made to me? Miyano Shiho felt a flutter of anxiety, concerned that Lin Tian might be untrustworthy. Having witnessed Lin Tian's capabilities, she understood that should he prove unreliable, she would have no one to blame but herself. Miyano Akemi regarded Miyano Shiho and Lin Tian with curiosity, wondering, what has Lin Tian promised Shiho? Rest assured, I will not renege on my word. Lin Tian gently placed his hand on Miyano Shiho's forehead, his touch tender and gentle. At that moment, Shiho Miyano instinctively took a step back, fearing that Lin Tian might cause her harm. Do not move recklessly, Lin Tian said with a serious expression, having discerned Shiho Miyano's intentions. Shiho Miyano realized that with Lin Tian's capabilities, fleeing would be futile if he wished her harm. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Lin Tian harnessed the power of the Judgement System to grant Shiho Miyano a portion of invisibility. As he moved, a brilliant blue light slowly emanated from his hand, akin to a flowing stream of luminescence, gradually merging into her forehead. Once the blue glow faded, Shiho Miyano felt a peculiar energy surging within her. Simultaneously, a clear memory suddenly surfaced in her mind, intricately detailing how to wield her newfound invisibility. Both Akemi Miyano and Yukiko Kudo stood in awe, having never witnessed such a miraculous scene before. Shiho, I now bestow upon you the power of invisibility. Give it a try. Lin Tian said with a smile directed at Gongye Jirwei. Kudo Yukiko's eyes widened in astonishment, pondering, can superpowers truly be bestowed? Why had she never heard of this before? Kudo Yukiko was already contemplating that once she taught Lin Tian the art of disguise, she would implore him to grant her superpowers. Previously, Lin Tian had promised Kudo Yukiko in New York that once she imparted the skills of disguise to him, he would agree to one condition of her choosing. Gongya Akemi, filled with a tinge of envy, mused, if I were to beseech Lin Tian, would he bestow upon me superpowers as well? Indeed. Miyano Shiho, now filled with curiosity about her newfound supernatural abilities, readily agreed. This marked her inaugural attempt at utilizing her invisibility power, and she was not yet adept at it. While her body had become invisible, her head remained visible. Lowering her gaze, Miyano Shiho discovered her body was absent, mistakenly believing she had successfully vanished. Lin Tian, big sister. Can you still see me? A delightful expression of excitement illuminated her charming face as she inquired of Lin Tian and Miyano Akemi. At this moment, Miyano Shiho was blissfully unaware of how frightening she appeared. Haha. Lin Tian found it exceedingly amusing to see Miyano Shiho in such a state. Shiho, you might as well take a look for yourself, Akemi Miyano said, pointing towards the adjacent window. Miyano Shiho turned around to gaze at the window beside her. Although the view was somewhat obscured, she understood that her head was not, in fact, invisible. Oh. Shiho Miyano was taken aback by her current appearance. Collapsing onto the ground in shock, Lin Tian approached her side and gently grasped her shoulder. A soft azure light emanated from his hand, gradually flowing into Shiho's body. She felt a wave of warmth, as though her entire being had been healed. Subsequently, Shiho's form began to materialize, returning to its normal state. Shiho, it's all right. First, have your meal. After finishing the meal, return to the room to practice. Do not frighten Mei and Yuxiko. Lin Tian advised Miyano Shiho. I understand. Miyano Shiho nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lin Tian helped Miyano Shiho to her feet, and they both took a seat at the dining table for a meal. Miyano Akemi, while eating, seemed distracted, yearning to inquire about Miyano Shiho's experience of acquiring superpowers. However, with Lin Tian and Kuri Yukiko present, she felt hesitant to ask. After their meal, Ran arrived with her school bag, and Lin Tian accompanied her to attend classes at Tiden High School. Once Lin Tian departed, Kuri Yukiko was left alone with Miyano Shiho and Miyano Akemi, and a thought crossed her mind. Akemi, Shiho, I need to step out for a moment, Kuri Yukiko announced. Clutching her pink Hermes handbag. Yukiko-sensei, without Lin Tian's approval, you cannot leave this place, Miyano Akemi interjected, standing up to remind her. Previously, both Miyano Akemi and Miyano Shiho had attempted to sneak away while Lin Tian was absent, but every time they reached the door, they were thwarted by shadowy ninjas. Are you intending to stop me? Kuri Yukiko glared at Miyano Akemi and Miyano Shiho with a watchful gaze, ready to defend herself. We will not impede you. Miyano Akemi replied, shaking her head in explanation. Upon hearing this, Kuri Yukiko felt a wave of relief wash over her. Having never trained in combat, she doubted her ability to confront both Miyano Shiho and Miyano Akemi. As long as you don't obstruct me, it's fine. I merely wish to meet someone and will return shortly, Kuri Yukiko stated before making her way to the door. As she approached the entrance, several shadowy ninjas emerged from Kuri Yukiko's shadow and swiftly blocked her path. The ninjas produced a pre-prepared piece of paper, emblazoned with the bold words, prohibited from exiting. Dear brothers, she implored. I merely stepped out to meet someone and shall return swiftly. Please, be lenient. Yukiko Kudo, still unwilling to concede, wore a pitiful expression, hoping to elicit sympathy from the shadowy ninja. Were she to entice an ordinary individual, they would undoubtedly be captivated, entranced by her beauty. However, the shadowy ninja was not of human ilk and remained impervious to Yukiko Kudo's allure. Her stratagem was destined to fail. The shadowy ninja produced a piece of paper inscribed with a stark warning, disregard advice, and be rendered unconscious immediately. Another shadowy ninja brandished a baseball bat, casting a menacing glance at Yukiko Kudo. Upon witnessing the bat in the ninja's grasp, a flicker of fear danced in Yukiko's eyes. She feared that a strike from the bat would surely spell her demise. Do not move. I simply will not go out. Kuri Yukiko quickly took a few steps back, indicating that she had abandoned the idea of venturing outside. The shadowy ninja, observing this development, melted back into the shadows. At 6 in the evening, Lin Tian and Ran were en route to the department store when they fortuitously encountered Conan, Yumi, Jinta, and Hakuba. Brother Lin Tian, Sister Ran. What do you intend to do? Conan promptly approached Lin Tian and Ran, eager to learn about their plans. It's Conan. As Lin Tian and I prepared to watch a movie, Ran naturally linked her arm with Lin Tian's, exuding an intimate familiarity. Conan, witnessing this scene, felt as though his heart was on the verge of shattering. An unwilling thought crossed Conan's mind. Ran, have you truly developed feelings for Lin Tian? No. I refuse to believe it. You could not possibly have fallen for him so swiftly. Who are those three? Lin Tian inquired, glancing at the trio of children beside Conan. We are Conan's classmates. I am Ayumi, he is Kazuhiko, and he is Jinta. Ayumi promptly introduced herself to Lin Tian and Ran. I am Ran. And this is Lin Tian. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can get along well in the future, Ran replied. squatting down to gently pat Ayumi's head, her tone exceedingly tender. Ayumi-chan, Kazuhiko-kun, Jinna-kun, we are also delighted to meet you. We look forward to your guidance. The trio responded cheerfully to Mouri Ran and Lin Tian. Inadvertently, Lin Tian caught sight of three figures clad in black, lurking suspiciously and occasionally glancing in their direction. Ayumi-chan. Kazuhiko-kun, we have a secret code here. Could you help us decipher it? Ayumi recalled the challenging code and produced a piece of paper, handing it to Mouri Ran. Mouri Ran accepted the paper and began to examine it with great care. I cannot comprehend this. Mao Lilan was not adept at deciphering codes, and she subsequently handed the paper to Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the paper from Mao Lilan's hands and glanced at it. Upon examining the coded message, he recalled the three peculiar figures clad in black from earlier. So this is how it is. A look of enlightenment spread across Lin Tian's face as a time traveler. He understood the significance of this code. Through sheer will, he commanded the shadowy ninjas to stealthily apprehend the three individuals in black. Conan's face registered shock as he thought to himself, could it be that Lin Tian has deciphered this code? No, that is absolutely impossible. I have yet to crack the code. How could he possibly do so? Big brother, Bumei inquired excitedly, raising her head to look at Lin Tian. She and her companions had spent an hour attempting to decipher the code, yet they were unsuccessful. Thus, Bumei was eager to uncover the meaning behind this enigmatic signal. It's merely a trivial prank. You need not concern yourselves with it. Why not venture elsewhere for amusement? Lin Tian gently patted Bumei's head, offering kind advice. He had set his sights on the lives and treasures of the Italian robbery gang. Big brother Lin, please just tell us what this code truly signifies. Bumei's adorable gaze was filled with anticipation. Don't trouble brother Lin Tian, said Bumei. With the strength of our young detective corps, we can decipher this code ourselves. If we let brother Lin Tian tell us directly, what would be the point? Conan was reluctant to accept Lin Tian's assistance in cracking the code, fearing it would diminish his own worth in comparison. To prevent Bumei and the others from seeking Lin Tian's help, he begrudgingly admitted to being a member of the young detective corps. Conan, you have finally acknowledged your place among us. Bumei exclaimed. Rest assured, I will follow your lead from now on. Yuan Tai felt an immense joy, patting Conan on the shoulder with satisfaction. Bumei is right, added Guangyan. For our young detective corps, the journey of deciphering the code is far more significant than the outcome. Guangyan, eager to impress Bumei, confidently spoke up. However, he remained unaware of Conan's true capabilities, mistakenly believing that he could outsmart both Conan and Yuan Tai. Indeed, she replied. Let us rely on our own intellect to decipher this code. Upon hearing Conan and the others express such sentiments, Bumei's perspective began to shift. So, give it your all. Lin Tian observed the change in atmosphere and decided not to press further. He handed the paper to Bumei, who declared with unwavering determination, Brother Lin Tian, our young detective team will surely unravel this mystery. She raised her adorable little fist, her eyes shining with resolute conviction. I believe in you all, Lin Tian said, crouching down to gently pat Bumei's charming head. Although he harbored doubts about Bumei and the others, he had faith that Conan would undoubtedly solve the enigma. Bumei blushed at Lin Tian's praise, her cheeks aflame. Xiaolan and I are off to the movies now. You all do your best. Lin Tian stood up, taking Mao Lilan's hand as they departed from the scene. Brother Lin Tian, sister Xiaolan. Farewell. Bumei and the others waved goodbye to Lin Tian and Mao Lilan. After Lin Tian and Mao Lilan departed, Conan began to decipher the code with Bumei and the others. After a while, Mao Lilan, unable to contain her curiosity, asked Lin Tian, what does that code represent? Lin Tian, without reservation, replied, that code can be likened to a treasure map. Mao Lilan's eyes reflected a look of confusion as she questioned, how can a piece of paper with only a few strange patterns be a treasure map? You shall soon find out, Lin Tian assured her. Follow me, Lin Tian said, grasping Mao Lilan's hand as they ventured into a secluded area. Once they arrived at a deserted place, Lin Tian's grip on Mao Lilan's hand melded with the shadows, leading them into the realm of darkness. Dear friends, I bring good news. After relentless revisions, the review has finally been approved. These past few days have been filled with anxiety. Yet your unwavering support has been a source of solace. My heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your encouragement. Love you all dearly. At the Jingtian building. On the 7th floor, Lin Tian embraced Mao Lilan's slender waist as they traversed the Shadow Kingdom to this location. What has transpired here? Mao Lilan inquired. Pointing to the three figures clad in black sprawled upon the floor, her eyes brimming with perplexity. These individuals were members of an Italian robbery syndicate. A month prior, Under the leadership of their chief, they had descended upon Mihua town to pillage a gold shop. The stolen gold was secured by their leader, who intended to distribute it at a later time. However, their chief was apprehended by the police 3 days ago. In his residence, they discovered a peculiar piece of paper, which they believe contained symbols that might indicate the location of hidden gold coins, yet they were unable to decipher the code. Earlier, while on the streets, they inadvertently lost the paper, which was subsequently found by Bu Mei and her companions. They then followed Bu Mei, intending to snatch the paper from her possession when the opportunity arose. Upon discerning their identities and intentions, Lin Tian commanded the shadow ninjas to incapacitate them and bring them here. These are members of an Italian robbery syndicate, Lin Tian elucidated to Mao Lilan. He extended his hand, and a shadow ninja emerged, bearing documents retrieved from the police headquarters. Here are their files, Lin Tian stated, handing the information to Mao Lilan. Upon perusing the details, her expression shifted to one of shock. It appeared that these individuals had not only committed robberies in Mihua town, but had also perpetrated numerous crimes in other countries, resulting in the deaths of many. They had even gone so far as to murder a taxi driver after commandeering his vehicle in their flight. These scoundrels are utterly detestable, Mao Lilan remarked, casting a look of disdain at the 3 black-clad figures on the ground. Awaken. Lin Tian approached one of the men in black and gave his arm a gentle kick. Hiss. How painful. The man in black awoke, yearning to rub the sore spot, only to discover that his body was bound. Lin Tian subsequently roused the other 2 men in black. Kid, how did we end up here? Did you tie us up? Untie us at once. Or do not blame me for being ruthless. The trio of men in black bore fierce expressions, threatening Lin Tian and Mao Lilan. To them, Lin Tian and Mao Lilan appeared quite young, and they assumed that a mere intimidation would suffice to compel obedience. You wish for me to release you? Answer a few of my questions first, Lin Tian stated gravely, facing the 3 men. I shall not answer any of your questions. Release me immediately, or I will snap your neck. One of the men retorted angrily. You hear that, kid? Accustomed to their lawless ways, the men were unwilling to comply with Lin Tian's inquiries. At that moment, Lin Tian produced his mobile phone. Since you refused to answer, I shall call the police and have them interrogate you. He feigned dialing emergency services. The 3 men in black were struck with terror at this sight. They understood all too well that if apprehended by the police, their crimes would surely lead to capital punishment. Do not call the police. Absolutely do not call the police. Whatever you wish to know, we shall divulge. The 3 men in black became flustered and hurriedly replied. Are you members of an Italian robbery syndicate? Lin Tian inquired of the trio clad in black. Certainly not. We are all law-abiding citizens. How could we possibly resemble an Italian robbery crime syndicate? Indeed, we are virtuous individuals. The performances of these 3 men in black were exceedingly poor. Lin Tian extended his hand towards Mao Lilan, who placed the paper he had given her earlier into his palm. Now, please elucidate for me. Why do you bear an uncanny resemblance to members of an Italian robbery gang? Lin Tian presented the 3 men in black with the contents of the paper, which detailed their wanted notices along with the crimes they had committed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Do not call the police. Above all, do not alert the authorities. We are being truthful. We are members of an Italian robbery syndicate. One of the men clad in black hurriedly addressed Lin Tian. Lin Tian then employed this tactic to coerce the 3 masked individuals into confessing their crimes. Some of their offenses had eluded the police's investigation. We have disclosed the truth. Can you grant us our freedom? One of the masked men gazed at Lin Tian, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Not yet, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head, his expression serious as he spoke to the 3 men in black. Who exactly are you? What do you wish to do? One of the men in black had already realized that Lin Tian would not let them go. The Justice Tribunal Alliance. What do you think I intend to do? Lin Tian gazed calmly at the 3 men in black, a flicker of murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. What? The 3 individuals clad in black displayed expressions of astonishment. They had heard of the Justice Tribunal Alliance, yet they never anticipated being targeted by them. Even more surprising was the youthfulness of those who belonged to the alliance. Cast them into the volcano. Lin Tian commanded the shadow ninjas. Several shadow ninjas emerged from the darkness. Ah, spirit, help. I do not wish to perish. The 3 figures clad in black, thoroughly frightened, began to shout loudly. Upon Lin Tian's arrival, the power of the shadows had already sealed the room. No matter how loudly they screamed, no one would hear them. The shadowy ninjas seized their ties and dragged them into the realm of shadows. 1 minute later, the 3 black-clad men were hurled into the volcano. Congratulations, Master, for judging the heinous members of the Italian robbery syndicate. A voice from the Judgement System echoed in Lin Tian's mind. You have been awarded a magical talisman capable of merging with your being. The talisman has the power to eradicate all abnormal influences caused by external forces, dispelling ailments and even repairing broken objects. Lin Tian, having judged them now, we must take our leave, suggested Ran Mouri as she approached Lin Tian. Wait a moment. Lin Tian lifted his gaze and pointed above. Mao Lilan looked up and beheld a large bundle tied to the ceiling. How could there be a bundle here? Mao Lilan had been entirely focused on the 3 men in black earlier, failing to notice the package. Lin Tian instructed the shadowy ninja to sever the ropes binding the bundle. A resounding thud echoed as the bundle fell to the ground, scattering a number of gleaming coins. To her astonishment, they were indeed gold coins. How could there be gold coins here? Mao Lilan knelt down, picking up a coin, her eyes widening in disbelief. Her voice laced with shock. She could never have imagined that such a trove of gold would be hidden within the derelict building. Recently, an Italian criminal gang had robbed a jewelry store, and their leader had concealed the stolen gold here. However, the leader was apprehended, leaving the whereabouts of the gold a mystery. Lin Tian elucidated this to Mao Lilan, who, upon hearing the explanation, experienced a moment of profound realization. Lin Tian then commanded the shadowy ninja to transport the coins to the Shadow Kingdom, where they would subsequently be melted down into gold bars. Let us depart. Lin Tian grasped Mao Lilan's hand, melding into the shadows as they left this place. After Lin Tian and Mao Lilan's departure, the shadowy ninjas commenced the meticulous erasure of any trace of their presence. Subsequently, they filled the room with pig excrement, intending to surprise Conan upon his arrival. An hour later, at the Shota building, 7th floor, under Conan's guidance, Mitsuhiko, Ayumi, and Jinna gathered. Why does it smell so foul here? Ayumi covered her nose, nearly retching from the unpleasant odor. Conan, with such a stench, there surely cannot be any treasures. We ought to leave promptly, Mitsuhiko echoed, also pinching his nose as he suggested to Conan. Ayumi, Mitsuhiko, we have worked hard to reach this point. If we leave now, all our efforts will be in vain. Conan asserted, blocking his nostrils with his fingers and breathing through his mouth. He was not one to abandon a pursuit midway. Isn't it peculiar? Hikaru hesitated internally. The building had long been abandoned, yet an overpowering stench lingered in the air, which was quite bizarre. Aren't you curious about this? Conan retorted, addressing Hikaru, Yumi, and Jinta. What is so strange about it? Jinta remarked, pinching his nose, showing no interest in the matter. If I'm not mistaken, someone has deliberately made this place foul-smelling. Surely to conceal something, Conan pondered, already forming a theory in his mind. What are you concealing? Ayumi inquired, her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Conan. It must either be a hidden treasure or a corpse, otherwise no one would go to such great lengths. A glimmer of confidence sparkled in Conan's eyes as he shared his thoughts with Ayumi and the others. Corpse? The words of Conan startled Hiroshi, Ayumi, and Jinta, causing them to tremble in fear. At their tender age, they had yet to encounter many corpses, their courage akin to that of ordinary children. As they continued to accompany Conan, their encounters with the deceased would increase, and so would their bravery. Conan noticed the change in expression among Ayumi and the others. I believe it is far more likely to be treasure. If one wished to conceal a body, burying it deep in the mountains would be far more discreet. He spoke to soothe the anxiety of Hiroshi, Ayumi, and Jinta. Jinta's heart raced with excitement, pondering the number of eel rice bowls he could buy if they found treasure. Hiroshi glanced at Ayumi, imagining with exhilaration, if we uncover treasure, I shall become a millionaire, and surely Ayumi will marry me. Meanwhile, Ayumi beamed with joy, thinking, if we discover treasure, I could buy all sorts of dolls. There are 4 rooms here. Let us each search one room. Should anyone find something, notify the rest immediately. Conan said, his expression stern as he addressed Hiroshi, Ayumi, and Jinta. Very well, Hikaru, Ayumi, and Jinta unanimously agreed on this matter. The foul odor emanated from the central room, where the stench was most pungent at the door. None of them wished to venture into that room in search of answers. Conan, however, approached the door of the central room. As he twisted the doorknob and opened the door, he was met with an overwhelming sight. The floor was covered in pig excrement, measuring a staggering 10 centimeters in depth. The stench was so overpowering that it nearly rendered Conan unconscious. Ayumi also took note of the situation. Conan, perhaps we should avoid that room. Let us examine this one together, she suggested, pointing to an alternate room. Ayumi, it's unnecessary, Conan replied. His curiosity piqued by the hidden secrets he suspected lay within the foul room. He was determined not to abandon his investigation until he uncovered the truth. Taking a deep breath, he covered his mouth and nose, then stepped cautiously into the room, his foot sinking into the pig excrement. Ayumi furrowed her brow, contemplating. When Conan emerges, he will likely reek of pig waste. I wonder if he can ever wash it off. Hikaru and Jinta stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by Conan's bravery. They could hardly fathom such courage. Had it been them, they would never have dared to step inside. Hikaru, Jinta, cease your staring. It is best we thoroughly inspect our respective rooms. Ayumi then urged Hikaru and Jinta. Indeed, Kagoro and Jinta nodded and entered the rooms they had chosen. Moments later, Conan dashed out of the room that was filled with pig droppings. Ugh! Conan could no longer contain himself. He leaned against the nearby staircase and retched violently. Kaido, Ayumi, and Jinta observed in horror as they noticed Conan's shoes and hands were smeared with pig excrement, rendering them hesitant to approach him. They had already completed their inspections of their respective rooms. Conan, are you all right? Ayumi inquired, her eyes filled with concern. Here, Conan. At that moment, Kaido retrieved a water cup from his backpack and extended it toward Conan. Thank you. Conan took the cup of water and began to rinse his mouth. Hikaru and the others instinctively took a step back. Hikaru, here, this is for you. Conan attempted to return the cup to Hikaru. However, upon noticing the cup smeared with pig manure, Hikaru immediately shook his head. No need, Conan. I've gifted you the cup. Hikaru truly wished to avoid touching the filthy vessel. Conan glanced at both the cup and Hikaru, quickly discerning his thoughts. Hikaru, I shall procure a new cup for you tomorrow, Conan said with a wry smile directed at Hikaru. No, thank you, Hikaru replied, shaking his head earnestly at Conan. Conan, did you discover anything in that room? Ayumi inquired curiously. In that room, there was nothing but pig droppings, Conan responded. Did you all find anything? He asked Hikaru and the others, shaking his head. None. I have not discovered it either. I too, Hikaru, Ayumi, and Jinta all shook their heads. It shouldn't be. Conan remarked, his brow furrowing in concern. Could this be a mere prank? Kagoro contemplated a possibility and shared his thoughts with Conan. After a moment of reflection, Conan considered the notion that it might indeed be a jest. A wave of indignation washed over him. He had not anticipated such an outcome and felt utterly humiliated in front of Ayumi and the others. Conan's mind simmered with anger. Damn it, whose prank is this? I have been thoroughly ensnared. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Conan arrived at Dr. Agasa's residence, feeling dejected. Upon switching on the living room light, he was taken aback to find Dr. Agasa sprawled on the floor, utterly motionless. Surrounding him was a pool of crimson liquid, resembling blood. Dr. Agasa, Conan exclaimed, his face betraying a mixture of shock and anguish. Just as he was about to rush towards Dr. Agasa, Yusaku Kudo, clad in black attire and adorned with the mask of Baron Knight, materialized behind him. Yusaku wielded a sedative, swiftly covering Conan's mouth. Conan's eyes widened in desperation as he struggled fiercely, yet to no avail. Previously, Dr. Agasa had equipped Conan with various devices, but they had been appropriated by a shadowy ninja. Dr. Agasa had since fabricated a new set, but had yet to present it to Conan. At present, Conan's physical prowess was akin to that of an ordinary child. Within mere seconds, he succumbed to unconsciousness. After Conan fell into a stupor, Yusaku lifted him effortlessly. Dr. Agasa, there's no need for pretense any longer. He has been rendered unconscious, Yusaku declared, removing his mask and addressing Dr. Agasa with his own voice. Doctor. Agasa then rose from the ground, concern etched on his face. Yusaku, is this truly how we should treat Shinichi? Might he not be utterly terrified? Doctor. Agasa's gaze toward Conan was laden with apprehension. No, he is my son, and I know him well. Only by instilling fear in him will he refrain from such impulsiveness in the future. Kudo Yusaku is quite familiar with Conan's character. I hope that once Shinichi learns the truth, he won't be too upset. Seeing this situation, Dr. Agasa also ceased his opposition. After all, we are all acting in his best interest. He will come to understand our good intentions. Kudo Yusaku does not believe that frightening Conan is excessive. I hope so. Why does Shinichi smell so foul? Dr. Agasa approached Conan's side and detected the unmistakable odor of pig manure. It is indeed the scent of swine excrement. Could it be that he fell into a pigsty? Yusaku Kudo gazed at Conan in shock, voicing his suspicion. Yusaku. Perhaps we should take Conan to the bathroom for a wash, Dr. Agasa suggested, rubbing his nose as he turned to Yusaku Kudo. No, that won't do. If we bathe him now, he will undoubtedly be suspicious upon waking. Once this matter is resolved, let him wash himself. Kudo Yusaku shook his head and articulated his thoughts. Very well, Dr. Agasa nodded in agreement. Dr. Agasa, please take the wheel and drive us to the abandoned warehouse we prepared this morning, Kudo Yusaku said to Dr. Agasa with a serious expression. Very well. Dr. Agasa nodded, then departed to drive. Kudo Yusaku, suppressing his nausea, carried Conan away. An hour later, in Tokyo, at Kabuto town, within an abandoned warehouse. Upon regaining consciousness, Conan saw a figure clad in a dark knight-baron costume standing before him. Confused, Conan pondered, was I not at Dr. Agasa's residence just moments ago? How did I end up here? I wonder how Dr. Agasa is faring now? And who is this person? His mind was awash with questions. Kudo Shinichi, you are awake? Spoke Kudo Yusaku, donning a voice-modulating mask crafted by Dr. Agasa, his tone frigid. What Kudo Shinichi? I am Adagawa Conan. A jolt of surprise coursed through Conan, yet he maintained a facade of confusion, as if he had never heard of Kudo Shinichi. Stop feigning innocence. Had I not known you were Kudo Shinichi, we would not have sought you out. I never anticipated that after consuming that drug, your body would shrink. It is truly remarkable, Kudo Yusaku expressed, his voice tinged with excitement. Conan's heart raced with shock, contemplating. How does he know I am Kudo Shinichi? What drug? What shrinking? I cannot comprehend your words. I am merely an ordinary child. Conan steadfastly refused to acknowledge his identity as the high school detective Kudo Shinichi, fearing that admitting the truth would lead the shadowy figure to deliver him to an unknown laboratory for experimentation. Kudo Shinichi, your performance is indeed impressive. What conditions? Kudo Yusaku inquired curiously as he gazed at Conan. Do not harm my loved ones and friends. They are innocent and unaware of my circumstances. Conan, wishing to protect Dr. Agasa, Mouri Ran, and Kudo Yukiko from any repercussions, thus articulated his stipulation. That is highly unlikely. Such an extraordinary phenomenon as rejuvenation must remain a secret from other organizations. Therefore, your loved ones and friends must be silenced. Regardless of their knowledge, they must perish. Kudo Yusaku's tone exuded a palpable menace, as if he had indeed taken many lives. Upon hearing this, Conan felt an overwhelming surge of anger and anguish within him. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Conan opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for how he might exact revenge at this juncture. Even if you manage to escape, once I reveal your identity, countless individuals will yearn to dissect you. Ultimately, you shall become nothing more than a specimen. With a chilling tone, Kudo Yu spoke words that instilled fear within Conan. As Conan contemplated the horrifying prospect of being dissected, a chill of fear coursed through him. There was something crucial he needed to convey. Previously, at Dr. Agasa's residence, our associates had already eliminated him. You must have seen his lifeless body. Yusaku Kudo articulated this to instill a sense of dread within Conan, ensuring that he would never forget this lesson. Upon hearing this, Conan recalled the sight of Dr. Agasa lying amidst a pool of blood before succumbing to unconsciousness. His heart ached with anguish, and tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. You wretches! There shall undoubtedly be no good end for you in the future. At this moment, Conan was engulfed in profound sorrow, his gaze towards Yusaku Kudo infused with a seething hatred. Kudo Shinichi, do not attempt to provoke me. Such an endeavor will hasten your demise. Kudo Yusaku aimed a pistol at Conan's forehead, his tone frigid. Upon learning of Dr. Agasa's demise and the impending danger to his loved ones, Conan was engulfed in despair, having lost the will to live. You despicable coward! If you have the audacity, then kill me. Do not feign bravado here. Conan felt responsible for the plight of Dr. Agasa, Kudo Yusaku, and Kudo Yukiko, consumed by guilt and yearning for death. Do you think I lack the courage? You were brought to the organization's laboratory for dissection, thus your life or death bears little significance. If you plead for mercy now, I might grant you a brief reprieve. Kudo Yusaku pressed the pistol against Conan's forehead, commencing his threats. Humph. You expect me to beg for mercy from someone as contemptible as you? How utterly laughable! Even in death, I, Kudo Shinichi, shall not plead for your mercy. At this moment, Conan harbored no desire to continue living, fixated solely on death. If that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Kudo Yusaku believed he had imparted sufficient lesson to Conan and pulled the trigger. As Conan braced for impact, he closed his eyes, anticipating the fatal shot. Moments later, silence prevailed. The gunfire never came. Slowly, Conan opened his eyes and beheld a blossom emerging from the barrel of the gun. It was evident that the firearm was merely a toy, far from being a genuine weapon. Conan was utterly bewildered, He had never anticipated such a situation before. Did I startle you? New one. Kudo Yusaku finally removed his mask and spoke to Conan in his own voice. Father, Conan exclaimed, his face a portrait of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the ominous figure who had instilled such terror in him moments ago was none other than his father, Yusaku Kudo. Yusaku knelt down and began to untie the ropes binding Conan. It's me, Shinichi. Were you frightened just now? He inquired gently, affectionately ruffling Conan's hair. Father, why did you disguise yourself as that sinister figure to scare me? Conan questioned, a hint of discontent evident in his gaze. Yukiko and I heard Dr. Agasa mention that you had shrunk. Everyone was quite alarmed. He hurried back from New York. The reason for disguising himself as a man in black was to ascertain whether you had made any progress during this period. It appears you have improved, albeit insignificantly. You couldn't even discern the toy gun I held. Kudo Yusaku shook his head, believing that Conan's powers of observation still lacked the necessary acuity. Humph. It is I who should be terrified. Conan remains quite displeased with Kudo Yusaku's impersonation of the black organization to frighten him. Shinichi, I am doing this for your own good. Every time you encounter a case, you recklessly pursue it without regard for your safety. This behavior exposes you to great peril. My masquerade as a member of the black organization serves a deeper purpose. I wish for you to learn this crucial lesson. In the future, do not act so impulsively. If the black organization member who attempted to poison you discovers that you are not dead, but merely transformed into a child, those earlier scenarios could very well become reality. Kudo Yusaku squatted before Conan, grasping his shoulders, and spoke earnestly. Conan, recalling the earlier events, still felt a lingering sense of dread. I understand. From now on, I shall not act so impulsively. Although Conan finds merit in what Kudo Yusaku has said, he does not concur with Yusaku's approach. Kudo Yusaku perceives Conan's discontent. Yet he harbors no regrets about his recent actions. He wishes for Conan not to jeopardize his life through rashness. That's good. What is the source of the unpleasant odor of pig manure emanating from you? Kudo Yusaku began to shift the conversation, inquiring of Conan. Nothing much, Conan replied, shaking his head, unwilling to broach the subject. Let us first visit Dr. Agasa. Once you have finished your bath, we can engage in a meaningful conversation. Just the two of us. Kudo Yusaku gently patted Conan's shoulder as he made this suggestion. Very well, Conan nodded, harboring a few inquiries he wished to pose to Yusaku Kudo. Subsequently, Yusaku Kudo and Conan departed from the location. At 10 o'clock in the evening at Lin Tian's residence. The second floor, before the main bedroom door. Mayano Akemi hesitated several times but ultimately extended her hand and knocked on Lin Tian's bedroom door. When Lin Tian opened the door and beheld Mayano Akemi standing at the threshold, he inquired with curiosity, Akemi, what brings you here at this late hour? Shall we discuss this inside? Mayano Akemi, feeling a tumult of anxiety within, worried about the possibility of being turned away by Lin Tian. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Lin Tian. Akemi Mayano said, her eyes filled with anxious anticipation, this morning you bestowed a superpower upon Shiho. Might you also grant me such a gift? Akemi was profoundly curious about the concept of superpowers. Having witnessed Shiho's extraordinary abilities earlier that day, she felt a deep sense of envy. She too yearned to possess such powers. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, certainly. Before Mayano Akemi sought out Lin Tian, she had already made up her mind. Lin Tian gently placed his hand upon Mayano Akemi's forehead. His touch tender and soothing. Mayano Akemi felt an exhilarating rush, reminiscent of the morning when Lin Tian bestowed supernatural abilities upon Mayano Shiho. Harnessing the power of the Judgement System, Lin Tian granted Mayano Akemi a fragment of invisibility. As he performed the gesture, a brilliant blue light emanated from his hand, resembling a flowing beam that gradually merged with Mayano Akemi's forehead. Once the blue glow faded, she sensed a peculiar energy surging within her. Simultaneously, a vivid memory surfaced in her mind, elucidating the nuances of her newfound invisibility. I possess supernatural abilities too, Mayano Akemi exclaimed, leaping into the air with uncontainable excitement. She then began to experiment with her invisibility, initially struggling and encountering challenges akin to those faced by Mayano Shiho earlier that morning. Fortunately, Lin Tian remained by her side, assisting her in adapting to her powers more swiftly. That evening, Mayano Akemi stayed in Lin Tian's room at Professor Agasa's residence. In the living room, After Conan finished his bath and changed into fresh attire, he entered the dining area where Professor Agasa had laid out a feast of late-night snacks. "Dad, when did you return?" Conan inquired, sitting across from Kudo Yusaku. "Last night," Kudo Yusaku answered Conan truthfully. "Where's Mother? Did she not return with you?" Conan inquired of Kudo Yusaku. Alas, Kudo Yusaku subsequently informed Conan about Kudo Yukiko's departure from home. "She has run away again? Have you two quarreled once more?" Conan, accustomed to such occurrences, felt no surprise. "This time, we did not argue." Kudo Yusaku said seriously to Conan, "If you see her, please inform me immediately." "Dad, according to your reasoning, since Mom left before you, she should return before you as well. Yet, you have been back for a day and a night. And she still has returned. Is it possible that something has happened to her?" Concern flickered in Conan's eyes as he inquired of Kudo Yusaku. Kudo Yusaku was taken aback by Conan's speculation, causing the wine glass in his hand to fall to the ground. Initially indifferent, Kudo Yusaku began to sense the possibility that Kudo Yukiko might be in danger following Conan's alert. Surely not. With Yukiko's remarkable intelligence, how could anything go awry? Dr. Agasa and Yukiko Kudo are dear friends, and he certainly would not wish for any harm to befall her. Conan retrieved his phone and attempted to call Yukiko Kudo. However, Lin Tian had already confiscated her phone and concealed it within the realm of shadows. Consequently, when Conan dialed her number, he discovered that her phone was switched off. Given the current circumstances, it was highly probable that his mother was in danger. Conan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes brimming with anxiety. "I will find someone to inquire about Yukiko's whereabouts." Yusaku Kudo, too, felt a growing concern and pulled out his phone to seek information on Yukiko's situation. Initially, Yusaku had intended to invite Conan to accompany him to New York, but upon realizing that Yukiko seemed to have genuinely vanished, he had to forego that plan. Everything would have to wait until they located Yukiko Kudo. Neither Yusaku nor Conan could fathom that Yukiko was merely next door, peacefully slumbering in her bed. On Saturday, Ran Mouri arrived early at Lin Tian's residence, inviting him to attend the wedding of her former music teacher, Sayuri Matsumoto, from middle school. With nothing else to occupy his time, Lin Tian readily accepted her invitation. As they reached the entrance, a brand new Rolls-Royce was parked right outside. "Xiaolon, Lin Tian, please, get in the car." Suzuki Sonoko warmly beckoned Lin Tian and Mouri Ran to enter the vehicle. Thus, Lin Tian and Mouri Ran embarked on their journey to Matsumoto Sayuri's residence in a luxurious Rolls-Royce. In Kabuto Town, at the Takasuji Villa. Within the confines of Matsumoto Sayuri's bedroom, "Teacher Matsumoto," exclaimed Mouri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko as they warmly greeted Matsumoto Sayuri upon their arrival. "Is my wedding dress beautiful?" Matsumoto Sayuri inquired, showcasing her exquisite bridal gown before Mouri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko. "Exquisitely beautiful. Truly exquisite," remarked Ran Mouri and Sonoko Suzuki in unison. Sayuri Matsumoto, already a vision of beauty, looked even more enchanting in her bridal gown. "Has Shinichi Kudo arrived today?" Sayuri inquired, scanning her surroundings for a glimpse of Kudo. Before turning to Rand and Sonoko for answers. "He did not come." Mao Lilan shook her head and honestly told Matsumoto Sayuri. "What a pity. I wanted to show off my wedding dress." Matsumoto Sayuri's face displayed a look of regret. In the past, when Kudo Shinichi was in middle school, Matsumoto Sayuri enjoyed teasing him. At that moment, Matsumoto Sayuri noticed Lin Tian standing beside Mao Lilan. "Who might you be?" she inquired, assuming Lin Tian was also one of her former students. "Matsumoto-sensei, he is not from our middle school. His name is Lin Tian, and he is my good friend." Mao Lilan explained to Matsumoto Sayuri. "So, he is a good friend of Xiaolon," Sayuri thought to herself. "I am Matsumoto Sayuri, pleased to make your acquaintance. I look forward to our future interactions." Observing the shy glimmer in Mao Lilan's eyes, she discerned the nature of the relationship between Lin Tian and Mao Lilan. Extending her hand to him, "Matsumoto-sensei, it is a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to our future interactions," Lin Tian said with a smile as he grasped Matsumoto Sayuri's soft hand. Just then, Takasuji Toshihiko entered the room. Upon seeing Matsumoto Sayuri and Lin Tian shaking hands, his smile froze, and a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes. Although Takasuji Toshihiko harbored no genuine affection for Matsumoto Sayuri and merely viewed her as a means for revenge, his possessive nature did not permit any other man to touch her, even if it was just a handshake. In his heart, Takasuji Toshihiko thought, "This shameless woman, taking advantage of my absence to shake hands with another man, is utterly disgraceful, and she dares to aspire to be my wife? How ludicrous! Today, I shall put an end to this." TSK. Takasuji Toshihiko cleared his throat, conveying his discontent to Matsumoto Sayuri. Upon hearing his words, Matsumoto Sayuri released Lin Tian's hand. Junhiko, Sayuri Matsumoto twirled gracefully in her wedding gown, showcasing her exquisite figure to Takasuji Junhiko. Not bad. Takasuji Toshihiko casually glanced at Matsumoto Sayuri before shifting his gaze to Lin Tian. Deep down, Takasuji Toshihiko harbored no affection for Matsumoto Sayuri. To him, no matter what kind of wedding dress she wore, it all seemed the same. Matsumoto Sayuri discerned the insincerity in Takasuji Toshihiko's demeanor. Yet she chose not to exhibit her dissatisfaction. Today marked a momentous occasion for her and Takasuji, and she was unwilling to engage in conflict on such a day. Who is he? Takasuji inquired, gesturing towards Lin Tian as he addressed Matsumoto Sayuri. He is Lin Tian, a close friend of Xiaolon, she clarified. Understanding that Takasuji was perturbed, Takasuji scrutinized Lin Tian's visage, ruminating carefully, and realized that Lin Tian was neither someone to be trifled with nor someone to be feared. An insidious scheme began to form in his mind. Lin Tian, could you step aside for a moment? I wish to discuss something with you. Takasuji maintained a facade of a smile, intent on administering a lesson to Lin Tian. He aimed to convey to outsiders his profound affection for Matsumoto Sayuri and his intense possessiveness over her. In doing so, he believed that when Matsumoto Sayuri eventually perished, no one would suspect him of having poisoned her. He even contemplated framing Lin Tian for the alleged act of poisoning. Very well. Lin Tian nodded and followed Takasuji Toshihiko as they departed from Matsumoto Sayuri's bedroom. As Takasuji closed the door to Matsumoto Sayuri's room, the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Brat, do not accuse me of bullying you. Strike yourself 10 times with the same hand you used to grasp Xiaobaya's hand. This way, I may show you a modicum of mercy and let you off the hook. Otherwise, I shall break both of your hands. Takasuji Toshihiko wore a defiant expression. Completely disregarding Lin Tian, he flexed his hands, firmly resolved that if Lin Tian did not comply with his demands, he would teach him a lesson with his fists. Are you out of your mind? Lin Tian could hardly contain his laughter at Takasuji Toshihiko's audacity. He had not anticipated such brazen arrogance. Scoundrel, how dare you declare me insane? Watch how I deal with you. Takasuji Toshihiko raised his fist and aimed a punch at Lin Tian's face. However, Lin Tian, imbued with the magical powers of the rabbit talisman, tiger talisman, and horse talisman, was no longer a mere mortal to be trifled with. He effortlessly dodged Takasuji Toshihiko's blow and seized his arm with precision. In a graceful maneuver, he executed a perfect shoulder throw, sending Takasuji Toshihiko crashing to the ground. Oh! Takasuji Toshihiko was in excruciating pain, unable to suppress a wretched cry. You, a worthless piece of trash, dare to challenge me? Lin Tian gazed disdainfully at the fallen Takasuji Toshihiko. Enraged by the insult, Toshihiko felt as if his very lungs might burst. Since ascending to the status of heir to the Takasuji conglomerate, he had never been so openly scorned. Ignorant fool, he seethed. I shall make you understand who the true trash is. Despite the agony coursing through him, Takasuji managed to rise from the ground, his eyes blazing with fury as he fixed them upon Lin Tian. At that moment, he resolved to frame Lin Tian for the murder of Matsumoto Sayuri, intending to leverage the power of the Takasuji family to ruin Lin Tian's kin. Having engaged in their earlier confrontation, Toshihiko realized that he could not overpower Lin Tian alone. Gritting his teeth, he shot Lin Tian a menacing glance before preparing to depart. Takasuji Toshihiko, where do you think you are going? Lin Tian interjected, blocking his path. Although Toshihiko had attempted to strike Lin Tian, missing the mark, Lin Tian was not inclined to let him escape so easily, fearful of a retaliatory attack. Toshihiko instinctively recoiled until his back met the wall. Please step aside, or I shall summon assistance. A look of panic spread across Takasuji Toshihiko's face, as if Rinshin were bullying him. Then go ahead and shout, Lin Tian said with a cold smile, turning to Gao Saito Junichi. After all, there are surveillance cameras here. Why not let everyone witness the truth of the matter? Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Gao Saito Junichi's eyes. After all, it was he who had attempted to strike Lin Tian, only to be effortlessly subdued. If word of this were to spread, it would tarnish his reputation. The Gao family had many adopted sons, and his half-brothers would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. What do you really want? Gao Saito Junichi gritted his teeth, striving to maintain his composure. I want you to apologize. Lin Tian replied sternly, fixing a serious gaze upon Gao Saito Junichi. At this, Gao Saito Junichi's expression darkened. A young master like him placed immense importance on his dignity. Is it possible to negotiate? he thought, unable to accept the notion of apologizing to someone of a lower social standing. Ever since being adopted by the Gao family, he believed he had transcended his former class, elevating himself above others. Do you think I'm here to negotiate with you? Lin Tian, no longer willing to show any courtesy, delivered a punch directly to Gao Saito Junichi's face. Takasuji Toshihiko's nose was brutally struck, emitting a pain cry as blood streamed forth. At that moment, Matsumoto Sayuri, Mouri Ran, and Suzuki Sonoko emerged from the room. Suzuki Sonoko wore a look of astonishment, unable to fathom how Takasuji Toshihiko had transformed in just a minute. Toshihiko, what on earth happened? Matsumoto Sayuri hurriedly approached Takasuji, her face betraying concern and worry. Takasuji, clutching his nose, opened his mouth, tempted to falsely accuse Lin Tian of initiating the altercation. However, upon noticing the surveillance camera at the entrance, he promptly abandoned this notion, recognizing the ease with which such a deception could be exposed. Filled with indignation, Takasuji thought, who is the scoundrel that installed this camera? I must ensure this rogue is dismissed. Lin Tian, what transpired? Mouri Ran and Suzuki Sonoko inquired as they gathered around Lin Tian. This guy has lost his mind and tried to hit me, but he couldn't even withstand a single punch. Lin Tian recounted the events to Mouri Ran. Mouri Ran was taken aback. She gazed at Takasuji Toshihiko as if he were a fool, wondering to herself, has this man lost his mind? Contemplating an attack on Lin Tian? Is he truly weary of life? Toshihiko, is that the case? Matsumoto Sayuri furrowed her brows and inquired of Takasuji, lowering his head. Takasuji dared not meet Matsumoto Sayuri's gaze. Observing his demeanor, Matsumoto Sayuri quickly grasped the situation. Junichiro, please return to your room and rest for a while. Sayuri Matsumoto yearned to interrogate Junichiro Takasuji regarding his actions, yet upon witnessing his wretched state, her heart softened instantly. Upon hearing her words, Takasuji's expression shifted. Contemplating, perhaps this presents an opportune moment to poison Sayuri. Indeed, Toshihiko Takasuji covered his nose as he entered Sayuri Matsumoto's bedroom. Lin Tian, I sincerely apologize. Takasuji possesses a rather intense sense of possessiveness. He cannot tolerate my interactions with other men. He witnessed our handshake moments ago, which may have incited feelings of jealousy and anger within him, leading to an impulsive reaction. I am here to convey his apologies on his behalf and hope that you will not hold it against him. I shall also speak with him to ensure he refrains from dwelling on this matter. Sayuri Matsumoto approached Lin Tian and bowed in apology. She had long been accustomed to such situations, as Takasuji had previously reacted similarly towards others. Naturally, those individuals did not hold a status comparable to Takasuji's. Conversely, when faced with those of equal or superior standing, whether they merely shook hands or embraced Matsumoto, he displayed a commendable generosity, devoid of jealousy or anger, in fact, radiating joy and excitement. Ran Mouri anxiously clutched Lin Tian's arm, concerned about the implications. Today marks the occasion of Sayuri Matsumoto's wedding, and she harbored no desire to mar this joyous event. Teacher Matsumoto, Lin Tian said earnestly to Matsumoto Sayuri, for your sake, I shall refrain from stooping to his level this time, as I do not wish to put Mouri Ran in a difficult position. Thank you, said Xiaolan and Yuanzi. Please take Lin Tian to the adjacent room to rest. I will check on Junyuan's injuries and see if a doctor is needed. Matsumoto Sayuri cast a glance of apology at Mao Lilan, Suzuki Yuanzi, and Lin Tian. All right, Teacher Matsumoto, they both nodded in agreement. At the Takasuji family villa, in Matsumoto Sayuri's bedroom, she entered to find Takasuji Junyuan sitting on the edge of the bed, his hand pressed against his nose, stained with blood. Junyuan, does it still hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Upon seeing the blood on Takasuji Junyuan's hand, Matsumoto Sayuri's anger dissipated, leaving only concern in her heart. I shall not go to the hospital. Attending the hospital would delay our wedding. I will visit the medical room myself and allow Dr. Yamazawa to attend to my needs. Takasuji Toshihiko quickly shook his head. His reluctance to go to the hospital stemmed not from a concern for the wedding, but rather from a fear that Matsumoto Sayuri had not succumbed to the poison. In the Takasuji family villa, there are 4 private physicians, with Dr. Yamazawa being the most skilled among them. However, Sayuri Matsumoto gazed at Toshihiko Takasuji, her eyes reflecting a deep sense of compassion. There is no but. Our wedding is of utmost importance. It must not be delayed under any circumstances. Takasuji Toshihiko feigned strength, enduring the pain without allowing himself to cry out. Toshihiko, allow me to assist you, Matsumoto Sayuri said, her face reflecting concern and sorrow as she sought to help Takasuji Toshihiko to the medical room. No need. I can manage on my own. You stay here. I will come over once I finish bandaging. Takasugi Toshihiko shook his head, declining Matsumoto Sayuri's request. After uttering these words, Takasugi Toshihiko covered his nose and departed from the scene. Junhiko. Matsumoto Sayuri gazed at the departing figure of Takasugi Junhiko, her heart aching profoundly. In the adjacent room of Matsumoto Sayuri's bedroom, Lin Tian remarked, I never anticipated you to be this formidable. With a single punch, you reduced Takasugi Junhiko to that state. Suzuki Sonoko approached Lin Tian, gently squeezing the muscles of his arm, her tone imbued with admiration. It was merely that Takasugi Junhiko was too fragile. Lin Tian humbly replied to Suzuki Sonoko. How wicked you are. If Takasugi Toshihiko were to hear this, he would surely be infuriated. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko could not help but chuckle. Given his temperament, it is certain that he would not be driven to fury. Lin Tian does not believe that Takasugi Toshihiko could ever be so enraged. Let us not speak of him any further. Lin Tian remarked. Both Lin Tian and Xiao Lan are masters of karate. It remains uncertain who among the two possesses greater prowess. Suzuki Sonoko gazed at Lin Tian and Mouri Ran with curiosity. Without a doubt, Lin Tian is the more formidable one, Mouri Ran responded without a moment's hesitation. Her swift reply piqued Suzuki Sonoko's interest. Xiao Lan, Suzuki Sonoko inquired curiously, how do you know that Lin Tian is more capable than you? API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota, status, resource exhausted, Lin Tian. You are even more formidable than Xiao Lan. Could you perhaps teach me martial arts in the future? Suzuki Sonoko inquired of Lin Tian, her face brimming with excitement. Certainly. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. In Matsumoto Sayuri's bedroom, after Takasugi Toshihiko's departure, Matsumoto Kiyoshi arrived with Officer Megure, Mouri Kagoro, and others. Sayuri. It has been many years since we last met, and you have grown even more beautiful. Sayuri. May you enjoy a joyful marriage and a harmonious life together for 100 years. Mouri Kagoro and Officer Megure warmly greeted Matsumoto Sayuri. Uncle Mouri, Uncle Megure. Long time no see, Matsumoto Sayuri greeted Mouri Kagoro and Megure police officer, though her face bore no smile. Matsumoto Kiyoshi's keen observation skills remained sharp. As he noticed bloodstains on the floor, he crouched down, touched the blood on the ground, and inhaled deeply to confirm it was fresh blood. Sayuri. How could there be blood on the floor? Are you hurt? Kiyoshi inquired, his gaze filled with concern as he pointed at the bloodstains. His greatest fear was that Takasugi Toshihiko had harmed Matsumoto Sayuri. No, Sayuri Matsumoto shook her head. Whose blood is this? Kiona Matsumoto inquired with a puzzled expression directed at Sayuri. It's Junhiko's blood. Aware that the truth could not be concealed any longer, Sayuri spoke candidly. What happened to Junhiko? Upon hearing this, Kiona felt an immediate sense of relief. He had never held a high regard for Takasugi Junhiko. Even if Junhiko were to perish, it would not stir any sorrow within him. Sayuri Matsumoto felt quite embarrassed to speak of what Toshihiko Takasugi had done. Mouri, Megure, please step outside. I have a few matters to discuss privately with Sayuri. Kiona Matsumoto assumed that Sayuri was reluctant to reveal the information due to the presence of others, and thus addressed Kagoro Mouri and Officer Megure. Very well. Kagoro Mouri and Officer Megure nodded and subsequently exited the room. Sayaka, it is now just the two of us. Father and daughter. There is no need for hesitation. Please speak freely, Matsumoto Kiyoshi said solemnly to Matsumoto Sayaka. Father, the situation is as follows. Matsumoto Sayuri subsequently recounted the events to Matsumoto Kayanaga. Shunhiko's physique was rather frail. How could he possibly be outmatched by a mere high school student? Sayuri. Should you choose to wed him, you will undoubtedly come to regret it, he cautioned. Our police department boasts numerous exceptional young men. They are not only handsome, but also robust. Perhaps I could introduce you to some of them. Matsumoto Kayanaga's tone was laced with disdain for Takasugi Shunhiko. He harbored a persistent suspicion that Takasugi held ulterior motives towards Matsumoto Sayuri. Kayanaga had even dispatched individuals to investigate Takasugi. However, the information he acquired pertained solely to Takasugi's life after being adopted by the Takasugi family. He had not delved into details from before the adoption, believing that memories from the age of 7 were scant and of little value, rendering further investigation a mere folly. Unbeknownst to Matsumoto Kayanaga, he was oblivious to the connection between Takasugi Shunhiko's mother's death and the young man himself. Otherwise, he would never have permitted Matsumoto Sayuri to marry Takasugi. Father. Today marks my wedding to Takasugi Shunhiko. Please refrain from advising me further. I have made my decision, Matsumoto Sayuri stated with a grave expression. Her choice to marry Takasugi stemmed from her belief that her father had wronged him. Out of guilt and sympathy, she resolved to wed Takasugi as a means of atonement. Oh, I hope your choice is not in vain. Matsumoto Kiyoshi let out a long sigh, refraining from further persuasion. Father, do you think this wedding dress I am wearing today is beautiful? Matsumoto Sayuri, noticing Matsumoto Kiyoshi's discontent, twirled on the spot, hoping to showcase her elegance in the wedding gown and lift his spirits. Very beautiful, he mused, though not as beautiful as your mother. Upon seeing Sayuri Matsumoto adorned in her wedding gown, Kiyo Matsumoto was instantly transported back over 20 years to the image of Sayuri's mother in her own bridal attire. Though memories had faded and the woman had long since passed, tears began to flow at that poignant moment. How exasperating, she thought, feeling that genuine praise was elusive. Matsumoto Sayuri recalled her deceased mother, a tinge of sorrow welling up within her. Despite the passage of years, her taste had remained unchanged. She still relished this sweet beverage. Matsumoto Kiyoshi retrieved a bottle of lemon tea from the cupboard, unwilling to witness his sister's tears on such a joyous occasion, and sought to shift the conversation. What is wrong with that? I simply enjoy it, Matsumoto Sayuri declared, snatching the lemon tea from Kiyoshi's grasp, her expression solemn. That's enough. I will first visit the infirmary to check on Junhiko. After Matsumoto Kiyona spoke these words, he departed from the scene. Following his exit, Takanaka Kazumi entered Matsumoto Sayuri's bedroom. Kazumi, I am truly sorry regarding Junhiko. Matsumoto Sayuri's expression was complex, tinged with a hint of regret as she gazed at Takanaka Kazumi. Matsumoto Sayuri and Takanaka Kazumi had been close friends since their university days. Originally, Takasugi Junhiko was Kazumi's boyfriend. A few months prior, upon meeting Matsumoto Sayuri and learning of her identity, Takasugi Junhiko unhesitatingly abandoned Kazumi to pursue Sayuri. Matsumoto Sayuri found Takasugi Junhiko somewhat familiar, prompting her to investigate his background, particularly his childhood. Upon uncovering the truth, she felt a sense of guilt regarding her father's past actions towards Junhiko's mother. Motivated by remorse and sympathy, she consented to become Takasugi Junhiko's girlfriend, hoping to make amends. Sayuri, you are about to get married. Let us not dwell on this any longer. The past is best left in the past. Takanaka Kazumi shook her head and gently patted Matsumoto Sayuri's shoulder, having already moved on from Takasugi Junhiko. Ichimi. Matsumoto Sayuri felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Takanaka Ichimi upon hearing those words. Enough of this. Let us meet later, Ichimi declared before gracefully opening the door and exiting. Matsumoto Sayuri, with a tumultuous heart, began to sip her lemon tea. For it was the only remedy that could soothe her soul, a habit she had long cherished. However, just as she took a sip of the refreshing brew, she collapsed to the floor, losing consciousness. At the doorway, Takanaka Ichimi caught the faint sounds emanating from the bedroom, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. In a flurry of concern, she hastily opened the door, only to find Matsumoto Sayuri lying motionless on the ground, the cup of lemon tea having slipped from her grasp and shattered upon impact. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, come forth, someone. Help someone. Takanaka Kazumi cried out in terror. A few minutes later, after a preliminary diagnosis by a private physician, it was determined that Matsumoto Sayuri had been poisoned and was promptly taken to the hospital for treatment. Officer Megure and his team had already surrounded Matsumoto Sayuri's bedroom. Megure, we must uncover who poisoned Sayuri, Matsumoto Kiyoshi commanded, his heart ablaze with fury. It was precisely to clarify this matter and seek vengeance for Matsumoto Sayuri that Matsumoto Kiyoshi refrained from accompanying her to the hospital. Indeed, Officer Moku recognized the intense anger emanating from Matsumoto Kiyoshi and understood that failing to identify the perpetrator would entail consequences far graver than mere reprimands. Father-in-law, I suspect that the one who poisoned Kobayashi is likely Lin Tian. Takasugi Toshihiko, with a bandage on his nose, began to falsely accuse Lin Tian. The earlier handshake between Lin Tian and Matsumoto Kobayashi had left Takasugi feeling somewhat displeased. Initially, he had intended to teach Lin Tian a lesson at the entrance. But to his astonishment, it was he who ended up receiving a lesson instead. This fueled his resentment towards Lin Tian, prompting him to frame Lin Tian for the poisoning, hoping to illustrate the repercussions of inciting his wrath. Takasugi, do not speak frivolously. Today marks the first encounter between Lin Tian and Matsumoto Sensei. They share no enmity. How could he possibly poison her? Suzuki Sonoko stepped forward to defend Lin Tian. What you say is indeed accurate. Since Lin Tian's arrival, he has remained in our company. There is no way he could have poisoned Matsumoto-sensei. Mouri Ran, unwilling to see Lin Tian wronged, immediately came to his defense. She was well aware of Lin Tian's capabilities and understood that if he wished to harm someone, poisoning would not be necessary. Matsumoto Kiyoshi found himself inclined to believe the words of Suzuki Sonoko and Mouri Ran. Toshihiko, you claim that Lin Tian poisoned Kobayashi. Do you possess any evidence? Matsumoto Kiyoshi inquired of Takasuji. My nose serves as evidence. Earlier, I had a verbal altercation with Lin Tian at the entrance, and he left me in this state. He must have feared retaliation, thus striking first by poisoning Kobayashi. Father-in-law, you must apprehend him at once. Otherwise, he will undoubtedly poison both of us. In his attempt to incriminate Lin Tian, Takasuji began to spout nonsensical accusations. Toshihiko Takasuji, how audacious you are. Suzuki Sonoko, incensed by Takasuji's baseless accusations against Lin Tian, scoffed derisively at him. Despite his anger, Takasuji dared not retort, fully aware of Sonoko's status as the daughter of the Suzuki conglomerate. To insult her would mean an immediate forfeiture of his position as the heir to the Takasuji family. A consequence that would invite severe repercussions from his own clan to placate the Suzuki family's ire. Miss Sonoko, I speak nothing but the truth, Takasuji gritted his teeth, suppressing his indignation while concealing any sign of discontent toward her. Matsumoto Kainaga recalled the scene from a few days prior when he had encountered Lin Tian at Yoko Kanoya's residence. He recognized Lin Tian's exceptional reasoning abilities and keen observational skills. Lin Tian, what is your perspective on this matter? Matsumoto inquired, directing his gaze toward him. This situation is quite straightforward. It is merely a case of the thief calling out to catch a thief, Lin Tian remarked. A smile playing on his lips as he shared his thoughts with Matsumoto, camera in hand. What do you mean by that, Lin Tian? Do not spout nonsense here. Takasuji interjected. Father-in-law, do not heed Lin Tian's words. He is merely a high school student. What could he possibly understand? He should be apprehended immediately to avenge Shirayuri. Takasuji's words, akin to a startled mouse whose tail had been stepped on, hastily urged Matsumoto. Initially, Matsumoto held no doubts regarding Takasuji, however. His urgent demeanor began to sow seeds of suspicion within Matsumoto's mind. Why is Takasuji so anxious for me to capture Lin Tian? Is it out of concern for Shirayuri's safety? Or does he feel a twinge of guilt as Lin Tian suggested? Lin Tian, do you have any evidence to support your claim that Takasuji is merely a thief calling out to catch a thief? Matsumoto asked, glancing at Takasuji. Father-in-law, do not believe Lin Tian. He is utterly fabricating these claims. How could I, who cherishes Shirayuri, ever poison her? Takasuji's heart raced as he realized Matsumoto had begun to doubt him. Silence. Matsumoto, already dismissive of Takasuji, snapped at him in frustration. Indeed, Takasuji Toshihiko tightly closed his mouth, lowered his head, and a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Indeed, there is. Previously, Yoko had brought a camera with the intention of capturing the moment of Matsumoto-sensei's wedding. Upon hearing a commotion at the door, she inadvertently left the camera running and placed it upon the table. The camera fortuitously recorded the moment when Takasuji Toshihiko poisoned Matsumoto-sensei's lemon tea. Lin Tian promptly activated the camera and began to play back the previously recorded footage. The images revealed Takasuji Toshihiko surreptitiously adding something to Matsumoto Sayuri's lemon tea. Toshihiko Takasuji's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the scene before him. Kainaga Matsumoto's eyes blazed with fury as he seized Takasuji by the blue tie around his neck. You wretched beast. Sayuri has treated you with utmost kindness, and today she is to wed you. Why have you poisoned her? Matsumoto roared at Takasuji, spittle flying from his mouth and landing on Takasuji's face. Faced with irrefutable evidence, Takasuji realized that any attempt at deceit was utterly futile. The reason I poisoned Sayuri was solely to inflict upon you sorrow and anguish. Toshihiko Takasuji no longer concealed his animosity towards Kainaga Matsumoto, revealing the entirety of past events to him. The one who killed your mother was that murderer. Why seek vengeance upon me? Matsumoto released Takasuji, his voice imbued with confusion. That murderer struck my mother, yet she did not perish immediately. Had you rushed her to the hospital, she might have survived. Takasuji's gaze was rife with hatred. Although he understood that the primary cause of the accident lay with the murderer, that individual was now deceased. Unable to exact revenge upon the murderer, he redirected his fury towards Matsumoto, finding a semblance of solace in this misdirected wrath. Toshihiko, that murderer has already claimed 5 lives. If he were to escape, more innocent souls would fall victim to his malevolence. I was desperately pursuing the criminal and failed to notice your mother was struck. It was only after the incident that I learned of the tragedy and sought you out, only to discover you had moved away. I have committed no wrongdoing in this matter. If you harbor resentment towards me, you may as well end my life. Why resort to poisoning Sayaka? Matsumoto interrogated Takasuji. You have robbed me of my only family. To kill you outright would be too lenient. I intend for you to lose someone dear to you as well. So you may comprehend the depth of my anguish, Takasuji roared, seeking to unleash years of pin-up wrath. You scoundrel. Matsumoto could no longer rehumph. I shall not disclose anything to you. A wicked woman like Matsumoto Koyuri deserves her fate. Takasuji Toshihiko harbored no affection for Matsumoto Koyuri, and he readily spoke ill of her. How dare you insult Koyuri? I shall not hesitate to strike you down. Matsumoto Kayanaga could no longer contain himself and raised his fist, ready to strike Takasuji Toshihiko. Matsumoto, please, do not act impulsively. Remain calm. However, he was restrained by Mori Kagoro and Megure Inspector. Takanaka Kazumi could no longer tolerate the situation and stepped forward. Toshihiko, you must not disparage Koyuri. A flicker of disappointment shone in Takanaka Kazumi's eyes as she regarded Takasuji Toshihiko. She had not anticipated that he could be such a person. Had she known earlier, she would not have developed feelings for him. Kazumi, Koyuri was well aware that I was your boyfriend. Yet, when I pursued her, she readily acquiesced without a thought for your feelings. A woman who forsakes friendship for mere attraction, who is enamored with wealth, why do you defend her? Takasuji Toshihiko looked at Takanaka Kazumi with bewilderment. Toshihiko, when you were courting Koyuri, she confided in me about it. She even requested that I investigate your background. Upon learning the circumstances surrounding your mother's demise, she felt profound sympathy for you. It was this compassion that led her to agree to be with you, in hopes of providing some solace. Takanaka Kazumi revealed the truth to Takasuji Toshihiko. What? This is impossible. Takasuji Toshihiko was bewildered. He could not accept that Matsumoto Sayuri was with him out of sympathy or pity. Do you recall the little girl you encountered every Sunday on the beach before your mother's tragic accident? You often gifted her lemon tea. That little girl was Matsumoto Sayuri. Takanaka Kazumi revealed this truth. Takasuji Toshihiko carefully reminisced, conjuring up that distant memory. Having never reflected on his childhood due to the loss of his mother, he found himself devoid of any impression of Matsumoto Sayuri. It is her. Takasuji Toshihiko's face displayed a look of astonishment, with a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Officer Chiba entered the room. Director Matsumoto. Officer Sato just called. Sayuri is no longer in danger. She is currently resting in the hospital, and the doctor has indicated that she will awaken shortly. Officer Chiba promptly conveyed this good news to Matsumoto Kayanaga. Wonderful. A radiant smile instantly adorned Matsumoto Kiyoshi's face, and tears flowed uncontrollably from his eyes. He had genuinely feared that Matsumoto Sayuri would depart from him, leaving him to endure a lifetime of torment. An hour later, at Kyupo's Central Hospital, room 505. When Lin Tian, Suzuki Sonoko, and Mao Lilan arrived, Matsumoto Sayuri had already regained consciousness. Lilan, Sonoko, Lin Tian. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Very well then. In truth, I feel that I am ready to be discharged from the hospital. However, the doctor insists that I remain under observation for 2 more days. Sayaka Matsumoto, not wishing to cause concern for Ran Mouri and Sonoko Suzuki, wore a smile on her face. Teacher Matsumoto, it is indeed more reassuring to observe for 2 additional days in the hospital. Seeing that Matsumoto Sayuri is in good spirits, Mao Lilan feels a sense of relief. Lin Tian, I have already heard about the situation. Junyin should not have wronged you. I apologize on his behalf. A look of regret crosses Matsumoto Sayuri's face, as she believes that Lin Tian's wrongful accusation by Takasuji Junyin is due to her influence. Teacher Matsumoto, there is no need for you to apologize on his behalf. Lin Tian shakes his head, having already devised a plan to deal with Takasuji Junyin. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ms. Matsumoto, Lin Tian remarked, I shall step out to the restroom. Please continue your conversation. Upon uttering these words, he exited the hospital room. Xiaolan, Yuanzi, are you aware of Lin Tian's preferences? Matsumoto Sayuri inquired of Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko regarding Lin Tian's likes. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan furrowed her brow, pondering, what is Ms. Matsumoto asking this for? Could it be that she has developed feelings for Lin Tian? But that seems implausible, they have only just met today. Ms. Matsumoto, what prompts your inquiry? Mao Lilan curiously gazed at Matsumoto Sayuri, seeking clarification. The reason Junyun has targeted and falsely accused Lin Tian is due to me. I wish to present Lin Tian with a gift as a gesture of my apology. Matsumoto Sayuri disclosed her intentions to Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko. At this revelation, Mao Lilan felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Matsumoto-sensei, Mao Lilan sighed, admitting to Matsumoto Sayuri that she remained uncertain about what Lin Tian truly liked. Mao Lilan had a keen understanding of Lin Tian's capabilities. She recognized that if he desired something, his skills would enable him to acquire it with ease. This posed a dilemma. Matsumoto Sayuri also sighed, unsure of what kind of gift would appropriately express her gratitude to Lin Tian. After departing from Matsumoto Sayuri's hospital room, Lin Tian made his way to the restroom. Once he confirmed that no one was present, he melded into the shadows and swiftly proceeded to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department. In the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, the interrogation room now housed only Takasuji Toshihiko. With an impassive expression, Takasuji sat in the interrogation chair, his hands restrained by handcuffs. Suddenly, the room was plunged into darkness as the lights and surveillance equipment ceased to function. Has there been a power outage? Takasuji Toshihiko lifted his gaze. Observing the unlit ceiling light, a shadowy ninja emerged from his silhouette, brandishing a tranquilizer gun crafted by Miyano Shiho, aiming it at Takasuji Toshihiko. Takasuji Toshihiko felt a slight numbness in his neck. The anesthetic needle embedded in his neck swiftly dissipated, merging into his being. Within mere seconds, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Tian emerged from the shadows, wielding the power of the Tiger Talisman to bifurcate Takasuji Toshihiko into two entities. Lin Tian transported the benevolent aspect of Takasuji into the Shadow Kingdom, leaving the malevolent side behind. After Lin Tian's departure, the lights and surveillance cameras flickered back to life. The interval from blackout to illumination did not exceed 5 seconds. In Matsumoto Kiyoshi's office, Officer Matsumoto expressed his frustration. No matter how I interrogate Takasuji, he merely repeats, let my lawyer respond. What should we do now? Officer Chiba approached Matsumoto Kiyoshi, seeking guidance. Mikuri, it is your turn to interrogate Toshihiko. I shall observe from the adjacent room, Matsumoto Kiyoshi commanded after a moment of contemplation. Indeed. Officer Megure nodded in affirmation and promptly agreed. Subsequently, Officer Megure followed Kiyoshi Matsumoto as they departed from the location. Upon entering the interrogation room, Officer Megure beheld the sinister figure of Toshihiko Takasuji slumped over the table. Takasuji, do not slumber any longer, awaken, Officer Megure proclaimed, striking the surface of the table to rouse him. Groggily, Takasuji opened his eyes, slowly comprehending his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, he had become two individuals. He still believed he had merely taken a brief nap. His personality had darkened considerably, yet his intellect had diminished to but half of its former self. Curse you, Officer Megure, how dare you disturb my slumber? Do you truly believe I wouldn't strike you down with a single blow? Takasuji Toshihiko's eyes gleamed with menace as he roared at Officer Megure. However, his fierce demeanor failed to intimidate the seasoned officer, who had encountered countless ruthless criminals over the years. Takasuji Toshihiko, this is the Metropolitan Police Department, not the Takasuji estate. This is not a place for your reckless behavior, Officer Megure admonished with a grave tone, addressing Takasuji. And what of the Metropolitan Police Department? I am the heir of the Takasuji family. I shall act as I please wherever I deem fit. Release me at once. Did you hear that? Takasuji Toshihiko was consumed by malevolence, utterly unconcerned that his poisoning of Matsumoto Sayuri was a grave matter. He directly commanded Officer Meguro. Takasuji Toshihiko, you poisoned Matsumoto Sayuri, nearly causing her demise. I cannot let you go. You must face the consequences of the law. Officer Meguro asserted unequivocally to Takasuji. Isn't it just a minor act of poisoning Matsumoto Sayuri? Why make such a fuss over it? My father has poisoned many people in the past, leading to their deaths. Yet nothing ever happened to him. Takasuji's demeanor was exceedingly arrogant, as if his father's power placed him just beneath his father in the hierarchy of the world. Takasuji, are you speaking the truth? Officer Meguro was taken aback, now questioning Takasuji's sanity. Of course, it's true. There are several corpses buried in my family's estate. If you don't believe me, you can dig them up and see for yourself. Takasuji spoke with a tone of pride, as if this were a matter worthy of boasting. Officer Meguro's lips twitched. He wondered, is he truly deranged? Is he speaking truth or falsehood? Please wait a moment. I need to visit the restroom. Unsure of what to believe, Officer Meguro decided to consult Matsumoto Kayanaga. After speaking, he hurriedly left the room. In the adjacent interrogation room, Officer Meguro expressed his suspicions to Matsumoto Kayanaga. Do you think Takasuji might be feigning madness to evade legal repercussions? Given the potential for Takasuji to be deemed mentally ill under Japanese law, such a determination could significantly lessen his culpability. If he hired a competent lawyer, he might escape all legal consequences. Matsumoto Kayanaga clenched his fists tightly. This was unacceptable to him. Officer Meguro, continue the interrogation of Takasuji as if he is telling the truth. Matsumoto Kayanaga, with his fists tightly clenched, could not tolerate the thought of Takasuji evading the law's retribution. Indeed, Officer Moku nodded and subsequently departed from the scene. Chiba, assemble your team and search the Takasuji estate. See if you can uncover the body mentioned by Takasuji Toshihiko. Officer Matsumoto instructed Chiba. Officer Matsumoto, conducting a search at the Takasuji estate is sure to cause quite a stir, Chiba replied. His brow furrowed with concern as he addressed Matsumoto. Go ahead, Matsumoto Kayanaga said solemnly to Officer Chiba. In order to vindicate Matsumoto Sayuri, he was willing to take on whatever consequences may arise. Indeed, Officer Chiba, upon hearing this, no longer hesitated and promptly acquiesced. After uttering these words, Officer Chiba hurriedly departed from the scene. Officer Muya returned to the interrogation room to continue questioning Takasuji Toshihiko. Takasuji exhibited an air of arrogance, displaying no fear of death whatsoever. Under Officer Muya's inquiries, Takasuji unveiled the numerous misdeeds committed by the Takasuji conglomerate over the years, including tax evasion and the assault of young women. Matsumoto Kiyona diligently pursued investigations based on Takasuji's revelations. Initially, Matsumoto's motivation stemmed from a desire for vengeance on behalf of Matsumoto Sayuri, harboring doubts about Takasuji's sanity and the validity of his claims. However, as the investigation deepened, an abundance of evidence emerged substantiating Takasuji's assertions. Core members of the Takasuji conglomerate were apprehended one by one. Upon learning of Takasuji's betrayal, they unleashed a torrent of vitriol against him, unable to fathom that the heir of the Takasuji family, the future head, would turn against them. That evening, Lin Tian stealthily returned to the police headquarters, harnessing the power of the talisman to merge two versions of Takasuji into one. Upon awakening, Takasuji was bewildered by the words he had spoken earlier, unable to comprehend how he could have uttered such damning statements that jeopardized his family and himself. Consumed by regret, he incessantly struck his own face. Yet, the words had already been spoken, and Matsumoto and others had unearthed evidence based on his testimony. Now, it was too late for remorse. After a long day of toil, Matsumoto Kiyona arrived at the interrogation room to confront Takasuji. Toshihiko, there is something I wish to inquire about. Why did you reveal the misdeeds of the Takasuji family? Was it a moment of conscience? Or have you truly lost your mind? Matsumoto was compelled to seek answers to this perplexing question. Father-in-law, I was merely speaking nonsense during the day. Please do not believe me. The Takasuji conglomerate has always abided by the law and has never engaged in any illicit activities. I can swear this before the Yasukuni shrine. Takasuji's heart raced with anxiety, fully aware that his words might come too late, yet he clung to a sliver of hope. Do not refer to me as father-in-law. I am not your father-in-law. Sayuri will never marry you. It is too late for such words. We have already found evidence based on the clues you provided during the day. Your adoptive father, over a dozen brothers, and the Takasuji conglomerate have all been apprehended. After sentencing, you may very well find yourselves in the same prison. Matsumoto conveyed this grim news to Takasuji. Finished. Utterly finished. A look of despair spread across Takasuji Toshihiko's face. Deep within, he was acutely aware that he had betrayed the Takasuji consortium. His adoptive father and brothers must surely detest him. Even if he were to emerge from prison, it was highly probable that his brothers would seek to end his life. Toshihiko, be honest with me. Why did you betray them? Matsumoto Kayanaga inquired of Takasuji Toshihiko. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, I do not know. Takasuji Toshihiko could not fathom why he had betrayed the Takasuji consortium during the day. From Takasuji's expression, Matsumoto Kayanaga could discern only confusion, doubt, regret, and fear. Matsumoto sighed, realizing that today he would not uncover the truth. Junhiko, you have betrayed them, yet this can be seen as an act of atonement. It will certainly mitigate your transgressions. With sincere reform, you shall emerge in no more than 20 years. Upon concluding this statement, Matsumoto Kayanaga departed without awaiting any response from Takasugi Junhiko. Father-in-law, I do not wish to languish in prison. I acknowledge my mistakes. I implore you, save me, Takasugi Junhiko cried out in profound despair, urgently calling after Matsumoto Kayanaga's retreating figure. However, Matsumoto Kayanaga paid no heed to Junhiko's desperate pleas. At the home of Dr. Agasa, in the living room, Dr. Agasa inquired, Shinichi, have you received any news regarding Yukiko? Not yet, Conan replied, shaking his head, his face etched with sorrow. Do not fret. Yukiko is destined for good fortune and will undoubtedly be safe, Dr. Agasa reassured, gently patting Conan on the shoulder. I hope so, Conan replied, not feeling particularly elated. Shinichi, I have prepared some equipment for you. Why don't you give it a try? Dr. Agasa said to Conan with a serious expression. What equipment? Conan raised his head, looking at Dr. Agasa with a puzzled expression. It is, of course, the gear used to confront the criminals. Give it a try. Dr. Agasa then produced a wristwatch anesthetic gun, a butterfly-shaped voice modulator, and shoes designed to enhance foot strength. Very well, Conan initially held little hope, convinced that Professor Agasa's inventions were futile. However, after testing them, his perspective shifted dramatically. He realized that these gadgets could indeed assist him in capturing the culprits. Thank you, Professor Agasa. Conan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Shinichi, why the formality? Professor Agasa, noticing Conan's delight, felt a wave of joy wash over him, dispelling the fatigue of recent days. The following day, Sunday, at 9 in the morning, aboard the Shinkansen, Kagoro Mouri was en route to a classmate's wedding, while Ran Mouri and Lin Tian were off to enjoy some leisure. Dad, how can you be like this? You're supposed to attend a classmate's wedding, yet here you are shaving on the train. Ran looked at Kagoro with exasperation. It's because I've been so busy lately, dealing with various cases. I simply haven't had the time to shave. Kagoro hastily concocted an excuse. What cases? You've been drinking with friends every day. You were completely passed out at the entrance last night. Ran, well acquainted with her father's daily habits, directly exposed Kagoro's fib. Feeling sheepish, Kagoro avoided Ran's gaze and quickly adjusted his tie to ease the awkwardness. While Lin Tian and Ran were engrossed in conversation, two men in black passed by. One was stout, the other slender. From behind, they bore a striking resemblance to gin and vodka. Ran instinctively turned her head for a glance. Memories of a past encounter surged in her mind, and she thought in astonishment, it's them. Leaning closer to Lin Tian, she whispered, Lin Tian, aren't they the men in black from that day? Should we apprehend them? Lin Tian examined them carefully and replied in her ear, Xiaolan. They are not the same men, merely resembling them. Upon hearing this, Ran scrutinized them more closely and indeed noticed the differences. I apologize. I misread it, said Ran Mouri, brushing her hair shyly. It's all right, Lin Tian said, shaking his head without concern. Although these two men in black bore a resemblance to gin and vodka, their alertness was far inferior to that of their counterparts. They were completely oblivious to Lin Tian and Ran Mouri's watchful gaze, possessing extraordinary abilities. Lin Tian's hearing was significantly sharper than that of an ordinary person. He overheard the conversation between the two men in black. It turned out that their purpose for boarding the train was to conduct a transaction with a woman. They intended to exchange a suitcase rigged with a time bomb for 100 million yen. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Tian had eavesdropped on their discussion, and they were derisively mocking the woman for being foolish and naive. A few minutes later, the two men in black disembarked from the train. Ran, I need to use the restroom, Lin Tian announced, planning to apprehend the two men for interrogation. As for the bomb, it would not be an easy task for an ordinary person to locate the woman involved in the transaction with these two men. After all, an ordinary individual cannot easily inspect someone else's suitcase. However, Lin Tian was different. He could command the shadow ninjas to effortlessly examine each passenger's luggage. The bomb had been located and placed within the Shadow Kingdom. Furthermore, Lin Tian instructed the shadow ninjas to place a note inside the woman's suitcase, which read, 100 million yen. Since these two men go ahead, Mao Lilan said with a smile, nodding slightly. Lin Tian then departed from the scene. Upon arriving at the restroom, Lin Tian promptly locked the door, harnessing the power of shadows to blend into the darkness and escape. He soon found himself in a wooded area, where two men clad in black had already been rendered unconscious by the shadowy ninja and brought to this location. Stop sleeping. Wake up quickly, Lin Tian urged, nudging the two men with his foot. Where is this? Where is my money? The two men in black awoke, shocked to discover that their black briefcase was missing. After their transaction with the woman, the briefcase contained 100 million yen. These two men were Hirano Ichiro and Yagyu-yum. Hirano Ichiro bore a resemblance to gin, while Yagyu-yum resembled vodka. At that moment, Hirano Ichiro noticed Lin Tian standing beside them. "You little brat, did you take my briefcase?" Hirano Ichiro glared at Lin Tian with a fierce expression, believing that such intimidation would instill fear. "Return the briefcase to us, or I will sever your head." Yagyu-yum brandished a dagger from his pocket. A menacing look etched on his face. "You will never get the briefcase back." Lin Tian shook his head, resolute in his decision not to return the 100 million yen to these men in black. "You are courting death." Hirano Ichiro's eyes flickered with murderous intent. "Yum. Subdue him and gouge out one of his eyes. Let us see how arrogant he remains." A cruel smile spread across Hirano Ichiro's face as he commanded Yagyu-yum. "Understood." "Brother." Yagyu-yum nodded eagerly in agreement. He then lunged at Lin Tian, dagger in hand. However, Lin Tian, empowered by the rabbit talisman, possessed a speed beyond Yagyu-yum's capabilities. With a swift motion, Lin Tian landed a punch squarely on Yagyu-yum's right eye. "Ah!" Yagyu-yoshiga let out a sorrowful cry, immediately being knocked to the ground. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ichiro Hiranoya let out a cry of despair as he was knocked to the ground. Yum Yagyu, witnessing this turn of events, realized that Lin Tian was beyond their combined capabilities. In a panic, he rose to his feet, enduring the excruciating pain in his right eye, and began to flee. Although Yum had always regarded Ichiro as an elder brother, obediently following his every command, when faced with the brink of life and death, he unhesitatingly abandoned Ichiro. "You scoundrel!" Yum. Ichiro, with his right eye swollen shut, could still see Yum escaping through his left eye, and he cursed in fury. Ichiro had initially hoped that Yum would stay behind to hold Lin Tian off, allowing him to escape. However, it was now evident that such a plan was no longer feasible. Harnessing the power of the rabbit talisman, Lin Tian instantly appeared before Yum, delivering a powerful punch to his face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Ichiro Hirano was acutely aware that a bomb explosion would result in numerous casualties, yet he remained indifferent. At that moment, "I was aboard the train. Are you intending to kill me as well?" Lin Tian retorted, addressing Ichiro Hirano and Yagyu-yashim. Upon hearing this, Ichiro Hirano and Yagyu-yashim finally grasped the reason behind Lin Tian's confrontation with them. "We acknowledge our mistake. I genuinely had no knowledge of your presence on the train. Had I known, even with 100 times the courage, I would not have dared to detonate a bomb on board. We implore your magnanimity to overlook our transgressions and spare us." Ichiro Hirano hastily pleaded for mercy from Lin Tian. In truth, Ichiro Hirano was not being forthright. He uttered these words merely to placate Lin Tian. In his heart, he had already resolved that upon escaping this predicament, he would procure a sniper rifle to eliminate Lin Tian. Wrongdoings demand repercussions. Since you relish the notion of employing bombs against others, allow you to experience the taste of your own device. Lin Tian extended his hand, and the timer bomb crafted by Ichiro Hirano materialized within his grasp. How could the bomb be in your possession? Ichiro Hirano was bewildered, having believed that the explosive he fashioned was concealed within that woman's suitcase. "You needn't concern yourself with that," Lin Tian replied with a smile, shaking his head. He had no time to elucidate his mysteries to Ichiro Hirano. Both Ichiro Hirano and Yagyu-yashim were engulfed by dread, yearning to flee. However, several shadowy ninjas emerged from their shadows, effectively restraining them. "Ghost! Someone, help me. I do not wish to perish." Hirano, Ichiro, and Yagyu-yum, upon witnessing the shadowy ninja emerge from their shadows, were utterly terrified. The crimson eyes of the shadowy ninja made it abundantly clear that it was no mere human. Despite their desperate struggles, Hirano, Ichiro, and Yagyu-yum found themselves utterly unable to escape the grasp of the shadowy ninja. Lin Tian cast a glance at the time bomb. Realizing that only a minute remained before detonation, he placed the bomb between Hirano, Ichiro, and Yagyu-yum. The explosion was imminent. "You may as well savor your final moments," Lin Tian remarked before melding into the shadows and vanishing from the scene. "No, let me go," they cried out in desperation. "Someone help us." Hirano, Ichiro, and Yagyu-yum yearned for a savior, but there was naught but silence surrounding them. no matter how loudly they shouted. Hope seemed futile as no one came to their aid. With a thunderous explosion, Ichiro Hiranoya and Yumiyagi were torn asunder by the bomb. Little did Ichiro imagine that he would meet his demise through the very device he had crafted. On the circular train, in the restroom, Lin Tian arrived and heard a voice resonating in his mind. "Congratulations, master. You have judged the heinous Ichiro Hiranoya and Yumiyagi. Reward: the ability of X-ray vision." Simultaneously, a vivid memory surged within Lin Tian's consciousness, imparting detailed instructions on the utilization of this newfound power. Intrigued by the potential of X-ray vision, Lin Tian commenced its application. Before him, the door appeared non-existent, allowing him to perceive the happenings within the train clearly. Furthermore, Lin Tian discovered that his ability could effortlessly penetrate clothing. As he settled into his seat, he was interrupted by Mao Lilan's voice, who exclaimed, "Did you hear that explosion from afar? I hope no one was injured." Mao Lilan, possessing a kind heart, was distressed at the thought of ordinary people suffering. Lin Tian, fully aware of the true nature of the explosion, mused to himself, "No one was harmed. However, 2 individuals have perished. Surely, there are no injuries." He reassured Mao Lilan with certainty. Mao Lilan furrowed her brow, pondering. How can Lin Tian be so sure that no one was injured? Could the explosion somehow be connected to him? Curiosity gnawed at her, and she yearned to inquire further. Yet the presence of Mouri Kagura rendered her hesitant. She resolved to wait until they were alone to pose her questions. Casting a sidelong glance at Mao Lilan, Lin Tian inadvertently employed his X-ray vision once more, catching sight of things he ought not to have seen, prompting him to swiftly avert his gaze. Later that night, upon returning home, Lin Tian found Kudo Yukiko, Mouri Akemi, and Mouri Shio gathered on the sofa, engrossed in the television. "Lin Tian, you're back. Did you enjoy your date with Lalon today?" Kudo Yukiko stood to greet him warmly, her enthusiasm palpable. "Not too bad," Lin Tian inquired with a smile at Kudo Yukiko. "How about you? Are you feeling bored at home?" "Bored to death," Lin Tian sighed. "When can we go shopping?" Kudo Yukiko approached Lin Tian, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she sought his thoughts. "We can go shopping once you teach us the art of disguise," Lin Tian replied with a warm smile. "That will take ages." Kudo Yukiko's face fell at this response, her disappointment palpable. Although both Miyano Shiho and Miyano Akemi had impressive learning abilities, a few days were insufficient to master the intricacies of disguise. Given the current pace of their studies, Kudo Yukiko estimated it would take a month for Lin Tian and the others to acquire the skill. However, for the shopping enthusiast Kudo Yukiko, a month's wait felt interminable. When Miyano Akemi's favorite drama concluded, she switched the channel with the remote, inadvertently landing on a news program. The report detailed a fire that had ravaged several mansions in Tokyo, resulting in their complete destruction. Investigations revealed it to be a case of arson. Yet the authorities remained unaware of the perpetrator's identity. Quietly, Miyano Shiho approached Lin Tian, casting a glance at Kudo Yukiko before whispering in his ear, "Lin Tian, could this be your doing?" "Not at all. Today, I went on a date with Xiaolan. How could such a thing occur?" Lin Tian shook his head and whispered into Gonya Shiho's ear. Kudo Yukiko, observing the intimate conversation between Lin Tian and Gonya Shiho, felt an overwhelming curiosity about their discourse. Consequently, she leaned closer to Lin Tian, eager to uncover the secrets of their hushed exchange. Lin Tian extended his hand, gently pushing Kudo Yukiko aside to prevent her from intruding. "What are you two whispering about?" Kudo Yukiko, unable to contain her curiosity, directly inquired. "Nothing much. Just a few incidents of arson that were reported in the news today." Gonya Shiho refrained from disclosing her earlier suspicions to Kudo Yukiko until she received Lin Tian's consent. Gonya Shiho would not reveal the matters concerning the Justice Judgment Alliance to Kudo Yukiko. "Is it really just that?" Kudo Yukiko scrutinized Lin Tian and Miyano Shiho with a hint of disbelief. In her perspective, if they were to discuss the arson case, there would be no need to conceal anything from her. Indeed, Lin Tian nodded and said earnestly to Kudo Yukiko, "Shiho, please investigate who designed the burnt mansion." Lin Tian harbored a suspicion in his heart, yet he refrained from voicing it, prompting him to request Miyano Shiho's inquiry. "Very well. Not a problem." Shiho Miyano nodded in agreement. She then approached the cabinet and began to search for information on her laptop. A few minutes later, Shiho sat beside Lin Tian with her laptop in hand. "Lin Tian, I found something." The luxurious mansions that were burned down today were all designed by the renowned architect Taichi Moritani. Shiho's face displayed surprise as she shared this revelation with Lin Tian. "It appears that someone is targeting Taichi Moritani. I wonder if the police have uncovered this detail." Akemi Miyano, seated on Lin Tian's other side, stroked her chin and voiced her thoughts. Actually, I believe the arsonist is not specifically targeting Taichi Moritani. Lin Tian leaned back on the sofa and expressed his own reflections. Lin Tian, what have you sensed? Shiho Miyano inquired curiously, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. I haven't sensed anything. Intuition. Lin Tian had no intention of revealing the matter of his crossing to Miyano Shiho and the others. In that case, Lin Tian, shall we make a wager? Miyano Shiho was quite confident in her own judgment. All right, what do you wish to wager? Lin Tian inquired curiously, gazing at Miyano Shiho. Let us bet whether the arsonist is indeed targeting Moriya T2. I firmly believe the arsonist is specifically aimed at Moriya T2. If I emerge victorious, will you grant me a request? Conversely, if I lose, I too shall concede to your request. A confident smile graced Miyano Shiho's face, as she was certain of her impending victory. Very well, Lin Tian nodded in agreement. We sealed our vow with a clasp of hands. However, Gonya Shiho still harbored some reservations and raised her hand towards Lin Tian. With a clap, we pledge. Lin Tian raised his hand and struck a pact with Miyano Shiho. So, how shall we investigate this matter? Miyano Shiho inquired, her brow furrowed in concern as she looked at Lin Tian. Miyano Shiho was not particularly adept at solving cases. She was at a loss as to how to identify the arsonist. I will uncover the truth behind this incident. In due course, I shall show you the recorded footage. Lin Tian confidently assured Miyano Shiho. Very well. Shiho Miyano nodded in agreement. Lin Tian discovered the home address and photograph of Teiji Moritani through his laptop. He instructed the shadowy ninja to monitor Moritani with a camera. In Dr. Agasa's residence, in the living room, Conan approached Yusaku Kudo and inquired, have you received any news from Mom in New York? These individuals are utterly useless. It's been so long, yet there is not a whisper of information regarding Yukiko. Yusaku Kudo clenched his fists, feeling exceedingly despondent. Father, do not worry. I have a strong intuition that my mother is doing well now. Seeing Kudo Yusaku in such despair, Conan felt an overwhelming concern that Yusaku might succumb to his emotions, and thus offered him words of comfort. I share this hope. With a deep sigh, Kudo Yusaku retrieved a cigarette and began to smoke. Conan, observing this, refrained from intervening, knowing that only through smoking could Yusaku find a semblance of solace. At that moment, Professor Agasa entered from outside. Shinichi, there is a letter in your mailbox at home. I brought it for you. It is your correspondence. Professor Agasa tossed the letter he held to Conan, who extended his hand and successfully caught it. Upon inspecting the sender's information, Conan discovered it was from Moritani Taichi. Who was Moriya Teiji? Conan furrowed his brow slightly, for he could not recall having ever heard that name before. Shinichi, you don't even know him? Doctor. Agasa's face displayed a look of astonishment as he inquired of Conan. Moriya Teiji could never have imagined that the person he had harbored resentment towards for an entire year remained utterly oblivious to his identity. Had Moriya Teiji been aware of Conan's thoughts, he would surely have been infuriated to the point of bloodshed. Who is he? Is he very famous? Conan inquired, furrowing his brow at Dr. Agasa. Indeed, he is quite renowned. He is a distinguished architect, and in terms of architecture, there are only a handful in all of Japan who can be compared to him, Dr. Agasa elucidated to Conan. It appeared that Teiji Moritani was indeed a celebrity. What could he possibly want from me? Conan pondered with curiosity regarding the reason for Moritani's summons. Upon opening the email, he discovered its contents. Teiji Moritani had invited Shinichi Kudo to his home for a gathering the following afternoon. A gathering? I had thought he sought my assistance with a case. A look of disappointment crossed Conan's face. He had no interest in such social events, being solely captivated by the pursuit of solving mysteries. At that moment, Yukiko Kudo rose and approached Conan, snatching the email from his grasp. Shinichi, I shall attend the gathering in your stead. Yukiko expressed a keen interest in such events, having frequently attended similar gatherings during her time in New York. Conan gazed at Yusaku Kudo with a look of perplexity. In his mind, he pondered, how could my father possibly be in the mood to attend such a gathering when mother is still unaccounted for? Is there a discord in their relationship? Yusaku Kudo, possessing remarkable perceptiveness, immediately discerned Conan's thoughts upon observing the expression in his eyes. Cough, cough. Shinichi, the reason I attended such a gathering was to seek out Yukiko. In a flurry, Kudo Yusaku concocted an excuse and began to mislead Conan. Searching for mother? Conan was wholly unconvinced by Yusaku Kudo's explanation. A look of perplexity flickered in Conan's eyes as he pondered. Attending a gathering and searching for one's mother are matters that are utterly unrelated. New beginnings. Yukiko relished the spotlight. An event hosted by a celebrity like Teiji Moritani would undoubtedly attract numerous distinguished guests. Perhaps Yukiko would also attend. My sole purpose for attending the gathering was to ascertain Yukiko's presence. Yusaku Kudo gently ruffled Conan's hair as he explained this to him. Upon hearing this, Conan felt a flicker of confusion, yet he chose not to delve deeper into it. So, that was the case. A look of enlightenment washed over Conan's face. He had already resolved in his heart to secretly follow Yusaku the next day, eager to uncover the true motive behind his attendance at such an event. Yusaku, relieved that he had successfully distracted Conan, breathed a sigh of relief. The following morning, Lin Tian awoke. The shadowy ninja relayed to him, through mental communication, the events of the previous night as they monitored Teiji Moritani. Last night, Moritani had set ablaze 3 luxurious mansions, and the shadowy ninjas had captured the entire incident on film. Little did Moritani suspect that his own shadow would betray him. Furthermore, the shadowy ninjas discovered 3 beautiful girls imprisoned in Moritani's basement, their bodies marred with scars, unmistakable evidence of prolonged torment. Moritani, troubled within, unleashed his frustrations by subjecting these young women to suffering in his underground lair. No one knew how many lives Moritani had extinguished in his past. Upon viewing the photographs of the tormented girls, Lin Tian was filled with righteous indignation and resolved to uphold justice to eliminate this menace. He commanded the shadowy ninjas, via mental directive, to send a letter of impending doom to both Teiji Moritani and the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, with Moritani himself as the intended target. Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department, Office of Chief Matsumoto. Chief Matsumoto, it is dreadful. I have just discovered yet another murder notice from the Justice Judgment Alliance in the office. Officer Magyar hastily placed the paper he found on the desk before Matsumoto. Matsumoto, unable to maintain his composure, quickly picked up the paper and began to read. The audacity of the Justice Judgment Alliance is utterly outrageous. They dare to provoke our police force once again. Those damn scoundrels. One day, I shall see you brought to justice. A surge of unnameable fury welled up within Matsumoto. He yearned to apprehend every member of the Justice Judgment Alliance immediately. Officer Matsumoto, could it be possible that someone is imitating the crimes of the Justice Judgment Alliance? A young man in a brand new police uniform rose from the sofa, approached Officer Magyar, and expressed his thoughts. Who are you? Officer Magyar questioned, gazing at the young man with curiosity, for he had never encountered this individual before. Greetings, Officer Magyar. I am the newly appointed officer, Shiratori Ninzaburo. I look forward to your guidance. Shiratori Ninzaburo extended his hand towards Officer Magyar, his face adorned with a bright smile. Hello. I am Magyar Jusen. I also anticipate your assistance. Officer Magyar scrutinized Shiratori Ninzaburo with intrigue. From now on, Shiratori will accompany you. You will personally mentor him. Matsumoto Kiyoshi declared to Officer Magyar with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Officer Magyar discerned that Shiratori Ninzaburo's background must be remarkable, considering he had long ceased to personally mentor newcomers. Indeed, Officer Magyar nodded in agreement. Shiratori, why do you suspect that someone is imitating the Justice Judgment Alliance? Matsumoto Saikiro inquired curiously of Shiratori Rinsaburo. After the previous 2 incidents, it was evident that the Justice Judgment Alliance targeted only the most heinous of criminals. Moriya Teiji, renowned not only as an illustrious architect but also as a celebrated philanthropist, generously donated substantial amounts to orphanages, nursing homes, and charitable organizations each year. A person of his caliber would never engage in unlawful activities. Thus, I believe it is highly probable that this is an imitation crime perpetrated by others. Shiratori Rinsaburo, who held great admiration for Moriya Teiji, naturally found it hard to believe that he could commit any illegal acts. Officer Magyar, having experienced the events on Tsukikage Island, understood a crucial truth. Some individuals may appear law-abiding on the surface while secretly engaging in nefarious deeds. This is entirely different. What you speak of is merely the facade of Moriya Teiji known to the public. No one truly knows what kind of person he is behind closed doors. Perhaps he has committed numerous wrongdoings in secret. Officer Magyar, unfamiliar with Moriya Teiji, harbored doubts about his integrity. Officer Magyar, without evidence, wanted not to slander others. It is the most fundamental courtesy in human interaction. Shiratori Rinsaburo could not stand idly by while Moriya Teiji was disparaged and immediately rose to defend him. You. Officer Magyar furrowed his brow, taken aback by Shiratori Ninzaburo's audacity to confront him. Enough of this quarrel, Matsumoto Saisha interjected swiftly, sensing the escalating tension between Magyar and Shiratori. Indeed, Inspector Magyar and Shiratori Ninzaburo ceased their debate, regardless of whether this was a case of mimicry and crime. The paramount objective was to ensure the safety of Moriya Teiji and apprehend the perpetrator. Magyar, Shiratori, you are to proceed to Moriya Teiji's residence and safeguard him. We must not allow any misfortune to befall him this time, Matsumoto Kainaga stated with a grave expression directed at Inspector Magyar and Shiratori Ninzaburo. Indeed, Officer Magyar and Shiratori Ninzaburo readily agreed. In the reception room of the Moritani Teiji residence, Yusaku Kudo arrived early in the morning. Mr. Kudo, it is a pleasure to meet you. Moritani Teiji expressed his surprise at Kudo's arrival, yet he maintained a facade of delight on his face. Mr. Moritani, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Kudo Yusaku extended his hand towards Moritani Taichi, and they shook hands. Kudo Yusaku scrutinized Moritani Taichi, harboring a slight sense of regret as he mused. He is too old for my taste. I wonder if there are any younger individuals among the celebrities present today. Mr. Kudo, has Kudo Shinichi not accompanied you? Moritani Taichi, noticing the absence of Kudo Shinichi, felt a twinge of disappointment. Previously, with the backing of the former mayor, he had aspired to construct his ideal city, Nishitama. However, the former mayor met a tragic fate due to a drunk driving incident, attempting to have his son take the fall for him. This was ultimately exposed by Kudo Shinichi, resulting in the former mayor's downfall and imprisonment. Upon the new mayor's ascension, he promptly dismissed Moritani Taichi's proposal for the Nishitama project, rendering years of effort futile. Moritani Taichi, with a timid disposition, lacked the courage to retaliate against the new mayor who had thwarted his ambitions, thus directing all his animosity towards Kudo Shinichi. He harbored intentions to tarnish Kudo Shinichi's reputation and ultimately eliminate him. Naturally, he was keen to ascertain Kudo Shinichi's whereabouts. Shinichi has gone out of town to handle a case. He is unable to attend your gathering today. However, I can represent him, Kudo Yusaku clarified to Moritani Taichi. Moritani Taichi paused momentarily, pondering. What purpose do you serve? The one I wish to eliminate is not you. It is an honor for Mr. Kudo to attend my gathering. By the way, when will Kudo Shinichi return? Despite his inner displeasure, Moritani Taichi maintained a facade of enthusiasm and warmth. The case he is dealing with is quite complex. I am uncertain how long it will take, Kudo Yusaku replied, unable to provide Moritani Taichi with a precise timeline. Indeed, a flicker of disappointment and anger gleamed in Moriya Teiji's eyes. He stroked his beard, contemplating. Since Kudo Shinichi is absent, I shall first eliminate Kudo Yusaku. This will undoubtedly cause Kudo Shinichi great anguish. Once Kudo Shinichi returns, I shall then take his life. With this thought, Moriya Teiji's spirits lifted considerably. At that moment, the butler, Moriya, rushed anxiously to Moriya Teiji's side. Master, there is trouble, the butler exclaimed urgently to Moriya Teiji. What is the matter? What has transpired? Moritani Teiji picked up his coffee cup, maintaining an air of composure. Sir, you might as well take a look for yourself, the butler, Moritani, offered as he handed a piece of paper to Moritani Teiji. Setting down his coffee cup, Moritani Teiji accepted the paper and began to read. As he perused the contents, a wave of panic and fear washed over him. In recent times, various media outlets had been reporting on the Justice Tribunal Alliance. Moritani Teiji had noticed these reports, initially dismissing the alliance as inconsequential. He believed that his misdeeds over the years were impeccably concealed. In his mind, no matter how formidable the Justice Tribunal Alliance might be, they could not possibly uncover the covert actions he had undertaken. However, upon encountering this ominous letter of assassination, he realized that the members of the Justice Tribunal Alliance might very well be aware of his transgressions, and an immediate sense of dread enveloped him. Mr. Moriya, what is the matter? Kudo Yusaku's keen powers of observation allowed him to notice the subtle changes in Moriya Taichi's expression. Curiosity piqued within him as he pondered what could possibly transpire to unsettle such a notable figure as Moriya Taichi. Nothing at all. It was merely a tedious prank. Moritani Teiji instinctively clenched his fists, determined not to allow Kudo Yusaku to glimpse the contents of the paper. Moritani Teiji was a man of wild temperament, willing to resort to any means to achieve his ends. He understood that he was now under the scrutiny of the Justice Judgment Alliance, who would undoubtedly seek his demise. As a member of the upper class, he was privy to information that eluded the common populace. For instance, during the Tsukikage Island incident, one individual was murdered even while under police protection. He realized that surviving an assassination attempt orchestrated by the Justice Judgment Alliance would not be an easy feat. Moritani Teiji resolved to take action against Kudo Yusaku swiftly, hoping to compel Kudo Shinichi to reveal himself and ultimately eliminate him. Master, this is the butler. Unaware of Moritani Teiji's true intentions, expressed concern that his master might not fully grasp the gravity of the threat, wishing to offer a warning. Silence. I am well aware of the situation. It is not your place to advise me, Moritani Teiji retorted sharply, silencing the butler to prevent the revelation of the truth. He feared that if the butler disclosed the reality of the circumstances, it would alert Kudo Yusaku, complicating his efforts to eliminate him significantly. Indeed, a look of grievance appeared on the face of Butler Moritani. He had not anticipated that his well-intentioned efforts would provoke a reprimand from Moritani Teiji. Get lost. Remember your place. Do not let me hear any idle gossip. Moritani Teiji's expression was indifferent as he issued a warning to Moritani's butler. Having served Moritani Teiji for many years, the butler naturally understood the implications of his words. Yes, my lord. The butler Moritani felt quite uneasy and hurriedly departed from the scene. Upon witnessing the butler's exit, Moritani Taichi let out a sigh of relief. Mr. Kudo, the servant, unaccustomed to the world, was flustered by a mere prank. I apologize for the embarrassment. Moriya Teiji smiled at Kudo Yusaku, his expression warm and amiable. Mr. Moriya, what sort of prank is it? Might I have a glimpse? Kudo Yusaku inquired, his curiosity piqued as he observed the paper in Moriya Teiji's hand. Throughout his life, Kudo Yusaku harbored four principal passions. The first, indulging in tobacco and spirits. The second, nurturing ambitious youth. The third, unraveling mysteries. The fourth, penning detective novels. A tiresome prank. Best left unmentioned. I possess an underground wine cellar, replete with an array of exquisite wines. It has come to my attention that Mr. Kudo is quite knowledgeable in the realm of spirits. I would appreciate your assistance in discerning whether any counterfeit bottles reside within. Naturally, I shall not impose upon you without recompense. Upon your departure, you may select any bottle of your preference from my collection. Eager to divert the conversation from the earlier topic, Moriya Teiji hastily shifted the subject. His invitation for Kudo Yusaku to visit the wine cellar was not merely for the purpose of authenticating the wines, but rather a sinister ploy to eliminate Kudo Yusaku within its confines. Upon recognizing the underlying intentions, Kudo Yusaku understood that Moriya Teiji was reluctant to disclose the nature of the prank. Thus, he resolved to comply gracefully. Given his profound interest in fine wines, he made no further objections. Mr. Kudo, Moriya Teiji said with a beaming smile directed at Kudo Yusaku. There is no need for formality, Mr. Moriya. Kudo Yusaku replied with a smile of his own. Please, follow me, Mr. Kudo. Moriya Teiji stood up and began to lead Kudo Yusaku. Subsequently, Kudo Yusaku followed Moriya Teiji as they left the premises. Upon arriving at the wine cellar, Moriya Teiji declared, all my fine wines are stored here, and I alone possess the key.